A mysterious notification suddenly popped up on our hero's flickering computer screen, asking him if he'd ever felt the urge to finally feel truly alive. It was an unemployed geek named Lin Shu, who assumed it was just some kind of spam, since even romance novels don't use cliches like that these days. A young man who hadn't yet managed to find a suitable job, but considered himself sensible enough not to fall for dubious offers on the internet. For this very reason, he closed the pop-up window with a confident click of the mouse, having not the slightest intention of delving into the nature of this strange joke. However, suddenly, inexplicable and terrifyingly sharp sensations pierced the young man's entire body, making him feel as though reality itself in the room was beginning to rapidly distort. Right before the astonished young man's eyes, the monitor turned into a glowing portal that sucked him inside, leaving him no time to comprehend the impossibility of what was happening. Only at that moment did Lin Shu realize with soul-chilling horror that all of this was happening in real life, and that the mysterious notification was not, in fact, just a regular pop-up ad. Then the system congratulated the stunned owner on his successful choice, promising to provide him in the future with a full range of God-level services and capabilities. The young man, whose body was now hurtling at tremendous speed through endless, dark space, was in a state of complete bewilderment and could not come to terms with his new reality. Lin Shu was overcome with intense indignation that some unknown force was dictating his fate, for he himself had not consented to this insane and dangerous flight into the unknown. The story shifts to the year 2696 at Starlight Academy, 30 years after the alien invasion, when the Federation had managed to rid Earth of extraterrestrial life forms through the use of nuclear weapons. However, the alien invasion left behind the deadly X-virus, which spawned hordes of zombies and mutants, but at the same time opened the way for survivors to achieve military excellence and eternal honor. In this world, the novice warrior Ma Qiang from the 29th group of Starlight Academy was just searching for our hero. After being transported here, the young man simply slept on his bunk and didn't even pay attention to his roommate. Ma Qiang was incredibly angry that his comrade still hadn't gone to get him food and was still just sleeping. Besides that, Lin Shu, who also belonged to the 29th group of the academy, had absolutely no talent for cultivation, so he was nothing but useless trash. The bully's friends feared that Ma Qiang's powerful blow would simply kill our hero, but the gang leader himself believed that no one cared about this guy anyway. He believed that for such a nobody, bringing him food and washing his underwear was already a great honor. This time, Lin Shu failed to bring the warrior his food, thereby disgracing him in front of Shu Jun. For this reason, Ma Qiang decided to teach the young man a serious lesson and stomped down on his hand with all his might. Finally, the protagonist came to his senses after the displacement, completely unaware of what was happening to him. The boy clearly remembered that just a moment ago he had been at home, and then an unknown page full of spam had flashed before his eyes. The young man looked up and saw a stranger standing before him, who gazed down at him with obvious superiority and showered him with scathing mockery and taunts. Then Lin Shu finally found the strength to overcome the heaviness in his body and get to his feet. Ma Qiao merely noted that the guy was quite resilient for an ordinary piece of trash. He realized he hadn't finished off our hero yet, so he punched him in the stomach with renewed force. It was only at that moment that Lin Shu finally realized the incredible truth. He had indeed traveled through time. Hitting the wall again, the boy wondered what kind of creature could have subjected him to such a miserable journey. The protagonist was completely unable to stand up to such a powerful opponent, so he continued to lie helplessly on the floor. He was the target of ridicule for all the academy bullies, because they believed that some talentless scum with no potential for improvement had no right to take resources from them. The teachers also believed that the young man wouldn't survive even 3 days outside the academy, where zombies and mutants ran rampant. Everyone wished the boy dead, because he was incapable of becoming a warrior, yet he still had the audacity to drag out his existence in this world. Lin Shu also had all these memories in his head and couldn't believe that people were truly that cruel. Now the protagonist understood perfectly why that boy no longer wanted to live in this terrible world, and suspected that cleaning up all this mess would be no easy task. But in any case, the word endure didn't exist in his vocabulary, so he couldn't just let it go. Ma Qiang, seeing the young man's reaction, merely laughed at the defiant look on this little scum's face. In the end, he got even angrier, because such antics annoyed him more than anything else in the world. The thug aimed another powerful punch at the protagonist's stomach and asked if he would be a good boy after such a clear lesson. For his part, Lin Shu flatly refused to obey him, which surprised Ma Qiang. Then the thug set out to beat our hero senseless until the message finally got through. As he landed blow after blow, he kept asking whether Lin Shu would be a good boy or not. Then the protagonist spat right in his abuser's face, which finally made him stop. Lin Shu declared with confidence in his voice that even if he died, the young man would never submit to a scoundrel like him who used force to oppress the weak. Ma Qiang was so shocked by the loser's audacity that he didn't even know how to respond to his statement. For his part, the protagonist himself couldn't figure out where any help might come from, since he had been transported through space and time. Suddenly, the system informed the young man that he had successfully completed his rage accumulation. Next came a notification that Lin Shu could unleash the accumulated power. The young man had no time to think, because Ma Qiang was already preparing to unleash his most powerful attack to teach the emboldened loser a lesson. Lin Shu didn't hesitate for a second and made the final decision to unleash this devastating blow on his opponent. Their fists collided, and the protagonist successfully blocked Ma Qiang's crushing strike. The young man's power was so immense that it penetrated his opponent's body and shattered the bones in his arm. After that, the thug flew past his stunned companions at full speed. The guys looked at Chen's brother in fear, not expecting the scum to be capable of such a thing. In desperation, his friends rushed to Lin Shu and began frantically trying to revive him, begging him not to leave this world. Ma Qiang, mustering his last ounce of strength, grabbed his friend and whispered for them to take him to the hospital. The protagonist remained standing in place the whole time, watching his frightened attackers. In an icy, stern tone, he asked why they were all still in his room. The bullies certainly had no intention of getting hit by Lin Shu, so grabbing Chen's brother in their arms, they fled from there as quickly as possible. Finally, the young man was able to breathe a sigh of relief, for he no longer had the strength to pretend to be tough. He was literally bleeding out because this strike of accumulated power had such a severe side effect. Meanwhile, the system reported that the first use of the skill had been detected and awarded him 1 spin for defeating the enemy. The protagonist had absolutely no idea what this was about, so he hurried to use this unknown item. A glowing interface of the mysterious Wheel of Fortune unfolded before Lin Shu, allowing him to win valuable currency and unique upgrades. The young man immediately pressed the spin button, hoping he would win some money. Our hero knew full well that with his current savings, he wouldn't even have enough for medical treatment. In the end, the pointer stopped on 10,000 alliance currency, so he hadn't gambled wrong. Lin Shu breathed a sigh of relief when the pointer on the Wheel of Fortune finally landed on the prize he so desperately needed right now. Without wasting any time, the protagonist immediately headed to the infirmary to treat his wounds. There, he was greeted by a pretty doctor who, with a warm smile, immediately recognized little Lin. The young man froze in confusion, as he hadn't expected her to know him by name. She then explained that everyone at the academy knew little Lin, the lowest-ranked student in the Starlight rankings. The protagonist, feeling embarrassed in front of such a woman, asked her to stop calling him Little Lin because it sounded somewhat unpleasant. The doctor didn't waste any more time and emphasized that they would figure everything out right away. She asked him to go into the examination room, take off all his clothes, and lie down on the medical bed for an examination. Lin Shu was very frightened and embarrassed because he thought he would have to strip completely naked. The girl just laughed at his obvious confusion and hurried to reassure the young man, explaining that there was no need for such extremes for a routine examination. Despite the girl's attempts to lighten the mood, Lin Shu continued to look at her with deep distrust. The protagonist realized that this woman was simply unbearable, so he needed to be more careful with her. When our hero lay down on the cot, she asked what kind of restorative solution Lin Shu needed. He replied that he needed the one that cost nearly 10,000, because he had seen that the previous owner of this body had fared even worse than he could have imagined. Lin Shu was certain that he had clearly been constantly beaten and tormented, but from this moment on, he wasn't going to let a single creature oppress him. Very soon, the machine reported that preparations for treatment had already been completed. The body scan was also complete, and it turned out that the estimated recovery time would be 5 hours. The protagonist was already anticipating that a completely new Lin Shu would soon emerge into this world. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the classroom of Group 29, where the students were informed that the quota for those heading to Sector A-20 for training this time was 20 people. The teacher explained that all early-stage warriors in their group were eligible to participate. At that moment, he scanned the entire class and noticed that Ma Qiang was not among them. His friends were a bit flustered because they didn't know how to explain it. So they said that the boy was currently undergoing surgery in Sector C. The teacher tensed up when he heard that the student had been hospitalized and immediately asked what had happened to him. In the end, the boys admitted that Ma Xian had beaten up Lin Shu and broken almost all of his ribs. Everyone else was shocked by the news as they didn't think such a lowlife was capable of something like that. The boy even had to prove that it was the absolute truth because he had seen it with his own eyes. The teacher accepted this fact and announced that Ma Xian would not be going to Sector A-20 for practical training this time. Then the main character walked into the classroom and asked if he could go to that location instead. The students immediately sensed a change in Lin Shu and began whispering that their classmate seemed like a different person. The teacher asked the young man not to stick his neck out and to think it through carefully, because Sector A-20 was far too dangerous. The bullies immediately started laughing, because that place really was a territory of zombies and mutants, and it felt like Lin Shu was just itching to lose his head. The protagonist just laughed at their reaction and challenged one of them to a fight. That guy wasn't afraid of some weakling at all and couldn't believe he was capable of something like that. Lin Shu, with a defiant smirk on his face, asked his opponent point blank if he had the courage to take the risk and personally test his new powers in action. The young man slammed his palm down on the desk in irritation and declared that he wasn't opposed to a fight. He emphasized that the loser shouldn't think that. Just because he defeated Ma Qiang, our hero couldn't show off in front of him. Meanwhile, Lin Shu activated his analysis eye to find out what his opponent was really like. It turned out that this guy was even weaker than Ma Qiang, but our hero also realized that he would have to carefully dodge his attacks, and when the rage gauge was completely full, he would be able to use the accumulated power strike. In the end, the young man said they would meet at the training arena after class to settle things. His classmate was so enraged by Lin Shu's unheard-of audacity that the veins on his forehead bulged dangerously. After class, many students gathered at the designated spot and discussed how that loser from Group 29 had suddenly decided to challenge a beginner-level warrior from his group to a duel. Our hero's friend couldn't believe he was actually going to fight this guy, who had already reached the initial level. The young man told him to relax because he himself had long planned to beat all the nonsense out of this scumbag. For his part, the bully couldn't believe that Lin Shu was actually brave and foolish enough to step into the arena after all. He thought the protagonist had gotten way too big for his boots for a mere scumbag, and he was going to put him in his place. The opponent was the first to unleash a crushing blow, leaving the boy not a single second to think. Lin Shu admitted that, whatever else might be said, the guy definitely had some strength, but the young man had also fully recovered his physical condition, despite some remaining wounds. And yet that blow sent pain shooting through the protagonist's entire body, but the skill gauge had only filled to 20%. Then the opponent began landing blow after blow, while the young man kept landing blow after blow. So far, everything was going according to plan. So all Lin Shu had to do was dodge and block until the rage gauge was completely filled. This process happened rather quickly, so very soon the protagonist had already reached a full 70%. All the students laughed at the fact that the outcast really only knew how to dodge, while the teacher realized that he had truly changed and become stronger. The man understood that Lin Shu would indeed just dodge, yet he wasn't backing down at all, and he had never seen such determination in the young man's eyes before. Such tricks on the part of the protagonist only angered his opponent even more, who told the young man to finally stop dodging if he wasn't a coward. Meanwhile, the rage gauge had finally filled up completely, so the boy could indeed move on to the attack. Just like last time, the system asked Lin Shu if he intended to use the accumulated power strike. His classmate had already swung to deliver a fatal blow to our hero, but it was already too late. In response, the young man used his skill, leaving his opponent with no chance of victory. A devastating shockwave swept across the entire arena from their powerful collision. In the end, his classmate, letting out a scream full of pain and rage, was sent flying sideways, unable to withstand the force. Everyone else literally froze in tense anticipation, watching wide-eyed as the events in the arena took such a sudden and unexpected turn. Students and teachers jumped to their feet as they believed this was simply impossible. Meanwhile, the opponent was already bleeding profusely from the protagonist's powerful blow. The opponent frantically tried to regain his composure, choking on rage and humiliation after such a crushing and humiliating defeat. For his part, Lin Shu wondered who the boy really was if he had been defeated by a lowlife. The teacher immediately asked the students to take the defeated boy to the infirmary right away because he couldn't be allowed to miss practical training in Sector A20. The boys rushed excitedly over to their classmate and asked if he could even stand on his own 2 feet. For his part, the instructor noted that Lin Shu had indeed made others look at him in a new light. Then the protagonist finally asked if he could now go to Sector A20. As it turned out, Sector A20 was an extremely dangerous place located in the northern part of the city, a zone of radioactive contamination where a mutated virus and zombies ran rampant. However, crisis and opportunity go hand in hand. So many parts of the mutant beast's bodies serve as raw materials and resources in high demand. Moreover, the anomalous crystal contained in their brains is a priceless crystalline substance capable of aiding in the enhancement of warriors' special abilities. Before the students set out on their mission, the instructor reminded them that they all had extensive training experience under their belts, so they should have no trouble dealing with ordinary zombies and mutated beasts. However, this exercise also differed from all the others in that this time the students would have to face their enemies head-on. The instructor explained that above all, they must overcome their own fear, because during last year's combat exercises, some had failed to do so, and as a result, had been killed by top-tier zombies. A friend asked if the protagonist was afraid, since he himself was shaking pretty badly. But Lin Shu saw no reason to be afraid. The instructor announced that the 20 students would be divided into 4 groups and warned them under no circumstances to venture deep into Sector A20. Finally, he shouted that the fighters' survival depended solely on themselves, and the whole group caught that fighting spirit. Mutants were already waiting for our heroes in the contaminated zone, calmly rummaging through the trash to find food. Lin Shu's team wasted no time, setting out immediately and soon reaching the dangerous borders of Sector A20. The teammates, who had so far ignored the main character, considering him a lowlife, asked him to keep his eyes open and not hold them back. Lin Shu's only friend tried to defend his comrade and suggested the guys watch their backs more carefully. Then our hero stopped everyone and warned them that there was already some movement ahead. The students, who had been so boldly discussing him just moments ago, immediately quieted down and tensed up at the news. Thick clouds of dust instantly swirled around them, blocking the entire team's view. Finally, Lin Shu grabbed his blade, realizing that their enemy was already approaching. Then through the thick veil of gray dust, a silhouette did indeed begin to emerge. It turned out to be a first-rank zombie, characterized by low mobility, sharp teeth, and the virus. The protagonist used his eye of analysis to study all the information about the enemy while it was running toward them at full speed. Lin Shu saw that the first-rank zombie's combat effectiveness was higher than his own, which stood at only 29. The rest of the guys also tensed up, facing a monster head-on for the first time. The protagonist gripped his weapon tighter, as he had no intention of retreating and needed this invaluable experience. Lin Shu, casting aside his last doubts, lunged forward with a sudden burst of speed. He instantly swung his blade, and the steel sliced through the air with a distinctive whistle. Then the system reported that the player had successfully destroyed a first-rank zombie, for which he received 200 experience points and had already reached level 2. While Lin Shu was deciding which stats to improve, he didn't notice another monster appearing nearby. Fortunately, the protagonist's partner spotted the enemy and immediately shouted for him to be careful. It turned out the zombie wasn't alone, and 3 more monsters pounced on the protagonist, but he saw them at the very last moment. Lin Shu's partner could no longer stand by and, with a loud shout, rushed to his aid. In just a couple of seconds, with a few lightning-fast and precise strikes, the young man cut down all the zombies. After that, he stood calmly and watched as all those lifeless fragments fell to the ground. His partner praised Zhang for a job well done, while the protagonist and his friend watched it all from the sidelines. The young man breathed a sigh of relief and, with a hint of teasing in his voice, asked his partner which of the two was now more afraid. Lin Shu, for his part, paid no attention to the teasing at all because he was incredibly angry that his experience points had been taken away. In the end, he didn't say anything in response, and, sighing calmly, simply suggested that the team move on. The guys set off to further explore Area A20, which continued to look utterly inhospitable. They looked around carefully to avoid any sudden attacks at all costs. At that moment, the deathly silence of Area A20 was shattered by someone's heavy footsteps. The protagonist sensed danger again, so he told his companions to stop. Then another zombie stumbled heavily out of the darkness and dust toward the group. They assumed it was the same kind of enemy as their previous ones and were already preparing to deal with the monster. Meanwhile, Lin Shu had already figured out that this was a first-rank zombie leader, one that possessed great speed, sharp fangs, and the ability to summon other first-rank zombies. Our hero's companion also urged him to deal with this enemy quickly, but the young man stopped him and advised him not to approach the monster. The zombie leader also noticed the uninvited guests on his territory and prepared to clash with them. The guys had no idea yet that they were facing an unusual monster, so they eagerly awaited the battle. Then the opponent lunged forward suddenly, moving much faster than the other Walking Dead. Only at that moment did his partner realize, with chilling horror, that this zombie was strikingly different from all the creatures they had encountered so far. In the end, he was unable to stand up to this monster and fell helplessly under its attack. The leader opened its monstrous maw wide, letting out a foul stench, and prepared to devour its easy prey. Finally, the young man's companion came to his aid, landing a single precise blow to the monster's head. He put all his accumulated strength into that strike, and even the colossal weight of the burly zombie couldn't help it withstand such force. After that, the apprentice swung his blade to finish off the fallen monster. He was stopped by the main character, who warned that the zombie leader must be killed with a single blow, because otherwise he would call for reinforcements. The young man, of course, refused to listen to some loser and struck the monster. He failed to finish off the enemy with a single blow, so the Walking Dead lost only its arm. In fact, the guy didn't even expect this zombie to be so cunning. After that, the monster stopped and began to scream loudly, summoning the other beasts. Its scream was so loud that it echoed throughout the entire area. The other monsters immediately responded to the call and began crawling out of the ground. A whole horde of the Walking Dead, drawn by the recent commotion, was now closing in on our heroes like a solid wall. The crowd of advancing creatures inspired genuine terror with their repulsive appearance. The entire team froze in place, trying to figure out how they would handle such a large number of opponents. The young man's self-confidence instantly evaporated, replaced by a bone-chilling numbness at the sight of the endless sea of zombies. At the last moment, the young man managed to overcome the terror that had paralyzed him, because he certainly didn't want to die here. Zhang quickly turned and ran away as fast as he could, while his friend tried to catch up with him. The protagonist's companion also realized that there were too many enemies, so they needed to get out of there immediately. Lin Shu, on the other hand, was in no hurry to do so, because these zombies were exactly what he wanted. The young man figured he could level up significantly if he managed to wipe out the entire crowd. He planned to turn his cheap bike into a motorcycle in one fell swoop, so he immediately went on the attack while his friend tried to stop him. The protagonist had no intention of stopping, as he was confident he could handle all the undead. With his first strike, he truly managed to take down several opponents, instantly turning them into a pile of lifeless bodies. His friend was incredibly shocked when he saw such precise and powerful strikes, and couldn't believe that the very same Lin Shu was standing before him. On top of that, the young man sensed the protagonist's determination to fight to the death emanating from him. The young man was watching Lin Shu so intently that he completely lost track of his own safety and missed the moment when a bloodthirsty zombie silently leaped at him from behind. In the end, he too caught that fighting spirit and finished off his opponent with a single blow. The guy announced that he would also join in on this madness that the protagonist had started. Taking advantage of the chaos of the battle, the leader of the undead managed to get right up close to our hero. The enemy threw his entire weight onto Lin Shu, trying to pin him to the ground. His partner froze in horror, realizing just how critical the situation had become. The zombie wasted no time and immediately opened its massive jaws to deal with the protagonist. At the very last moment, Lin Shu displayed incredible reflexes and managed to throw his opponent away. Still, the protagonist found it no easy task to face off against this scoundrel, who had so cowardly attacked him from behind. Then the system announced that the young man had reached level 5, so he could use his attribute points. He was overjoyed when he saw that he had managed to level up 3 times in a row and gained 12 attribute points. Lin Shu immediately ordered all of this to be invested in his strength stat, which now reached 50. The young man felt an instant surge of power as his muscles began to rapidly increase in size. The protagonist stopped messing around and clamped down on his opponent with a death grip, using only his bare hands. With a single sharp, crushing motion, he snapped her neck, breaking her cervical vertebrae. In turn, the other zombies, seeing what was happening to their leader, paused for a moment. Even with its neck twisted unnaturally and its vertebrae broken, the opponent was still alive. The protagonist seized the moment and prepared for his next strike. Lin Shu had enough strength to knock the monster aside with just one foot. Realizing that he couldn't subdue this abnormal resilience with his bare hands, he instantly retrieved his weapon. Then the young man was finally able to finish off the zombie leader by chopping off the creature's head. The system congratulated the owner on destroying the zombie leader and announced a level up to level 6, which unlocked the genetic lock system. Lin Shu also received 6 additional attribute points. Thus, our heroes had finished off absolutely all their enemies, after which a ringing silence reigned. The young man noticed that the system was pulling some tricks, so he allocated 3 points each to speed and stamina. Besides, he had already read about genetic locks and knew that a significant portion of the human genome consists of genes that humans cannot utilize. It is precisely for this reason that humanity is unable to fully realize its potential. And, according to legends, if a person manages to unlock the genetic locks in their body, they will be able to reach the peak of their potential. Lin Shu couldn't wait to find out how much stronger he would become after unlocking the first lock. He didn't wait and decided to quickly unlock the new skill to see the changes in himself. Then the system warned the protagonist that his current level was below 15, so unlocking it was impossible for now. The guy hadn't expected there to be any restrictions in this system at all. In the end, he resigned himself to the fact that he would have to kill more monsters to meet the unlock requirement. Meanwhile, his friend decided to ask if the person standing before him was really the same Lin Shu he'd known from the very beginning. It seemed to him as if the guy had suddenly become much stronger, and he'd also taken care of the zombie leader practically on his own. The protagonist tried to act as if nothing special had happened, since it was just a zombie leader. In the end, Lin Shu suggested they continue exploring the area. After a while, they came to a warning sign stating that early-stage warriors were prohibited from going further in. The young man assumed this was the very forbidden zone that Teacher Luo had mentioned, and his partner noted that they really shouldn't go there after all. On the way here, they hadn't encountered a single zombie, so our hero had absolutely no opportunity to gain experience, which made Lin Shu wonder whether they should continue on. At that moment, his friend broke the silence with a trembling voice and called out to the young man in a frightened tone. His friend pointed tensely in a certain direction and explained that there was a snake there. The protagonist, seeing the reason for his partner's reaction, was also seriously frightened. It was a third-rank allochronic python, but Lin Shu couldn't discern its specific traits or overall combat capability. The young man quickly realized that they were facing an evolved beast. The problem was that the eye of analysis didn't work on this opponent, so the protagonist couldn't figure out what was wrong with it. Meanwhile, the enormous python had already opened its jaws and lunged forward at terrifying speed to attack the boys. At the last moment, the boys jumped out of the way to avoid the snake's strike. The protagonist realized they couldn't handle such an enemy, so he shouted for his friend to run away as fast as he could. The python, however, had no intention of stopping and immediately gave chase. His partner was somewhere behind them, but the monster was specifically chasing Lin Shu. The young man, who now had to run for his life, couldn't understand why the monster had targeted him and was ignoring his partner. Meanwhile, his friend was finally able to stop and catch his breath. The young man was glad that they had managed to break away from their pursuer, but he had no idea yet that he was completely alone here. The next moment, his partner realized that Lin Shu had swiftly disappeared into the depths of the ruined buildings. For his part, the protagonist had indeed rushed into the thick of the forest, hoping that the dense undergrowth and ruins would help him escape the giant python chasing him. Peering cautiously from behind a wall, the young man made sure that, it seemed, he was no longer being chased. However, he still couldn't let his guard down, because this snake was capable of changing its color to match its surroundings. Suddenly, someone aimed a crossbow at Lin Shu and ordered him not to move. It was a group of bandits who wanted to know why the guy was hiding there. Their leader immediately recognized our hero's clothes and realized he was one of Starlight's students. The protagonist tried to appear as friendly as possible and explained that he was just passing by. He understood perfectly well that he was facing a group of adventurers who specialized in hunting zombies and beasts for valuable materials, and that each of them already officially held the title of warrior. Meanwhile, one of the bandits immediately grabbed Lin Shu's blade as he had long wanted to get his hands on a weapon from Starlight Academy. He suggested that the protagonist leave his sword there and walk away peacefully, but the latter immediately pointed out that they would simply be sending him to his death if they did so. Then the bandit didn't bother with small talk and was about to finish the guy off with his own weapon. At that moment, Lin Shu pointed behind the stranger, causing him to turn around in annoyance and take his eyes off him. The bandit was annoyed that the protagonist was distracting him, but then he realized a huge python had appeared behind them. The snake wasted no time and, in the blink of an eye, seized the flustered bandit. He screamed in terror, while the python had no intention of letting him go. The adventurers immediately recognized the alachronic python, an evolved beast of the third rank, so they were now on high alert. The leader asked his partners not to panic and reminded them that they could make over $1 million for the anomalous crystal and the skin. The bandits were immediately interested in such a haul, so they were already preparing to finish off the monster. The protagonist managed to hide behind the ruins again and watch the strangers, who had now completely forgotten about him. He saw that greed was indeed destructive, because a group of first-rank warriors would certainly not be able to kill a third-rank beast. Lin Shu understood that as soon as the opportunity arose, he needed to grab his weapon and make a run for it. Meanwhile, the snake had finally sustained its first wound, causing it to let out a deafening scream. Enraged by the sudden pain, the python whipped its powerful tail like a lash with lightning speed and flung the hapless adventurer toward a tree with crushing force. Then another warrior wasted no time and leaped right onto the writhing body of the snake, raising his blade high to bring it down on the beast. The monster was no slouch either, so it immediately spewed a jet of venom toward its opponent. The poison was so potent that it corroded the armor and skin on the man's body. The leader reacted immediately and ordered them to focus their attack on the enemy's head. The remaining adventurers immediately rushed forward to finally claim all the rewards for defeating the mutant. Finally, one of the team managed to take down the python by plunging his blade into its head. The warrior joyfully informed his comrades that the creature was finally dead. Meanwhile, the protagonist began to act cautiously in order to leave as quickly as possible. The gang leader immediately noticed strange movements behind his back. He saw Lin Shu reaching for his weapon and immediately remembered that it was this young man who had brought the creature here. The old man immediately ordered the boy to skin the python and extract the anomalous crystal, threatening him with death if he made a mistake. Our hero immediately thought the man was out of his mind, since the gangster was alone and wounded, yet still acting like some kind of big shot and giving orders. In the end, the young man told the adventurer not to worry about any of it, since he himself intended to skin the snake and take the crystal as his own trophies. The gang leader's face twisted with rage when he realized that Lin Shu had dared to set his sights on his loot. He immediately lunged at our hero, intending to finish him off for such audacity. The young man wasn't afraid of such an opponent at all, because he understood perfectly well that the gang leader's strength was already running out, and he didn't even intend to take him seriously. Leaping to the side, the protagonist was able to attack the gang leader without any trouble and knock the weapon out of his hand. The man himself screamed loudly from the incredible pain and became even more enraged at Lin Shu. After that, he asked if the young man knew what they could do to him for daring to attack someone from the Zhang family. The protagonist didn't care at all, because he had never heard of these people and knew only that they were going to take his weapon and condemn him to death. That is why Lin Shu warned him that he could expect no mercy now. The system informed the young man that he had earned 2,500 experience points, which meant he had already reached level 7. He also now had 1 spin as a reward for his first kill of a warrior. The young man asked the system to distribute 7 attribute points between speed and stamina to maintain a balance with strength. Lin Shu decided to use the spin once he finally found a place to rest. For now, he decided to look at his loot. In this way, he was finally able to obtain his first anomalous crystal, which was the source of the evolved beast power and also gave warriors the ability to become stronger. In addition, the protagonist also found 2 second-rank crystals among the adventurer's belongings, along with other useful items. The young man decided to grab a backpack to carry it all and set off to find the rest of his group. After walking a little further, he saw a sign warning that he was now in a dangerous area. Only then did Lin Shu realize with horror that he had been heading in the wrong direction all this time. Now our hero understood that he couldn't linger here for even a second, lest he run into powerful enemies. At that moment, a loud roar rang out, causing the birds in the area to take flight. Lin Shu feared that something quite dangerous was approaching. It was a 4th-rank thunder panther, whose specific traits and overall combat prowess he could not discern. The protagonist knew he had to flee immediately, as he simply couldn't handle a fourth-rank beast, one against which the Eye of Analysis was virtually ineffective. At that moment, the young man noticed that there seemed to be someone else nearby. Before him appeared Luo Yue, a fourth-rank warrior on whom the Eye of Analysis also worked only partially. Lin Shu hadn't expected to see someone like her out here in the middle of the dangerous zone. Meanwhile, the girl herself, without wasting a second, had already rushed into battle with the Thunder Panther. The beast was quite strong, so using its abilities, it managed to parry this powerful blow. After that, the predator immediately pounced on Luo Yue, giving her no chance to escape. Since the girl was already a high-ranking warrior, she dodged this attack without any trouble. Then, seizing the moment, she landed another strike that finally hit its mark. The force of her attack was so immense that the opponent was sent flying several meters and crashed into a tree. The protagonist finally saw what the power of a high-ranking warrior looked like, and was certain that one day he himself would become like this stranger, or perhaps even stronger. After such a blow, the panther simply lay on the ground for a while, not even moving. Luo Yue stepped closer to check on the mutant's condition. For his part, Lin Shu wasn't entirely sure the fight was over yet. When the girl got close enough, the mutant, who had only been pretending to be defeated, lunged at her again. Despite his serious injuries, he still had enough strength left to use his powerful ability. Luo Yue immediately reacted to the threat and assumed a fighting stance to defend herself. A massive thunderball was already flying toward her, sweeping away literally everything in its path. In the end, the girl was still unable to withstand such immense power. After such a devastating blow from the Thunder Panther, Luo Yue lost her balance and tumbled down a steep cliff. The protagonist watched this scene in horror and thought she was already dead. He was surprised that this panther had managed to play dead and then delivered a fatal blow to the girl. A moment later, Lin Shu realized that this was not the case at all, for it was the mutant's death throes. Then the young man thought that the beast hadn't completely breathed its last yet, so he could deliver the final blow and claim all the spoils. The protagonist decided not to hide in the bushes any longer and, chuckling, crept closer to the defeated monster. The young man was convinced that he was incredibly lucky on this expedition and had already raised his sword to claim all his rewards. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a threat somewhere behind him, which made him stop after all. Lin Shu slowly turned his head and noticed a motionless silhouette in the thick foliage. It turned out there was another Thunder Panther here, which had been watching our hero closely the whole time. Now the guy realized he had literally forgotten the fact that these mutants usually hunt in pairs, with the male hunting alongside the female. The beast flew into a rage when it saw what had happened to its mate, so it certainly wasn't going to let Lin Shu off that easily. Terrified out of his wits, the protagonist ran for his life from the panther, trying to explain that he hadn't killed her mate. Very soon he had to come to a sudden halt, because there was no way forward. The boy found himself at the edge of the same steep cliff from which Luo Yue had fallen just moments ago. He realized that the mutant had simply cornered him, and there was no way to retreat. Then our hero quickly drew his blade and warned the monster not to come near him. The panther couldn't care less about any warnings, so it immediately pounced on Lin Shu. In the end, the young man simply jumped down because he figured it was better to shatter into pieces than fall into the clutches of this predator. As it turned out, there was a body of water below, so he was able to land without any trouble. In addition, the trees on the cliff seemed to have cushioned Lin Shu's fall, which is why he was still alive. Looking around, the boy noticed the girl who had fallen into this small pond. All this time, Luo Yue's lifeless body had been slowly bobbing on the surface of the water. The protagonist realized she was still alive, so he immediately ran to her to save her. Lifting the girl into his arms, he made sure she was still breathing and had simply lost consciousness. Lin Shu quickly carried her into the shade of the nearest tree so no one would notice them. Looking at the stranger more closely, the young man wondered where such a beauty had come from. The protagonist concluded that she was most likely no older than 18, yet she had already become a fourth-rank warrior, so the girl was surely a talented disciple from some prominent clan. At that moment, his stomach growled loudly, since he hadn't eaten anything since morning. Then Lin Shu noticed that there were fish in the lake, so he had the chance to grab a quick bite. He quickly caught a few fish and built a small fire to cook a meal for himself and his new partner. Even without seasoning, the fish tasted simply magnificent, so the young man enjoyed his snack in the wild. The sharp whistle of air being sliced behind him made Lin Shu instantly forget about his food. It turned out to be Luo Yue, who seemed to have completely misunderstood the whole situation. Since the protagonist was practically naked, the girl thought he had done something wrong. Then the protagonist explained, somewhat offended, that he had actually pulled her out of the water onto the shore so she wouldn't become fish food. Luo Yue was a little taken aback when she heard that the young man had actually saved her. Lin Shu continued eating his fried fish and joked that he wouldn't force her to marry him. The girl was embarrassed by the protagonist's words and called him a real shameless guy. The young man merely noted that her voice sounded sweet when she spoke those hurtful words and decided not to tease his partner any further, so he shared his fish with her. Luo Yue didn't respond to this and looked at the food with hesitation, eating slowly. The protagonist pointed out that there were no medicines here and she was injured, so it would be best to eat at least a little to regain her strength. Finally, he decided to have a proper conversation and introduced himself to the girl. Luo Yue also gave her name and, resigning herself to the situation, asked what the guy wanted. She explained that she didn't like to be in anyone's debt, so she wanted to know what Lin Shu desired. Besides that, the girl threatened to kill our hero if he remained silent, ignoring the fact that he was her savior. Then the young man replied that he wanted to be as cool as Luo Yue herself, but she answered that he lacked the potential for that. This was a blow to the young man's heart, so he thought that the young lady didn't even consider him a real person. Very soon it was late at night, so the girl went to sleep to continue regaining her strength, and Lin Shu finally changed into dry clothes. The protagonist also remembered the rewards he had received for slaying monsters. He decided it was time to use the spin to get something useful again. Lin Shu immediately gave the system the order to spin the Wheel of Fortune. The young man was literally praying that he would get some decent weapon. Then the wheel stopped at the jackpot mark, ignoring all of our hero's wishes. He was unhappy that he'd won money again, since he didn't need it at all now. The system congratulated the owner anyway on receiving the super prize, the Majesty of the Phoenix. Upon hearing this, the guy quickly changed his mind and now considered himself the very embodiment of luck. He had obtained a combat skill card, which granted him experience in mastering the specified skill and knowledge about the process of improving it. Based on their power, combat skill cards were divided into bronze, silver, gold, and diamond tiers. But Lin Shu received the lowest one, so he thought the system was making fun of him. On top of that, the card was for spear techniques, which were the most difficult to master. Eventually, our hero realized that it had a development property, making it more valuable than those in the diamond category, as it was capable of changing as its owner's strength grew. Now, the guy understood that the system hadn't wronged him at all, and now that he had received the combat skill card, his next logical step would be to get a suitable spear. In the real world, Luo Yue watched from afar as he giggled to himself the whole time. Then the girl decided to ask what the fool was laughing at, which immediately snapped our hero back to his senses. The young man cleared his throat and replied that there was nothing to it, trying to hide his skill card. It turned out she had woken up because she heard some strange sounds, which is why she approached Lin Shu to ask if he had heard anything similar. Listening closely, the protagonist also concluded that some people were approaching them. The girl crouched near a tree and noted that it must have been another group of adventurers. The group he had encountered while fleeing from the giant python immediately came to mind. Finally, he snapped out of it and shouted that they needed to leave immediately, since it was unclear whether they were friends or enemies. The young man noticed that Luo Yue was having a hard time walking, as her wounds hadn't fully healed yet. He immediately picked up his partner in his arms, even though she really didn't want to be carried like that. The protagonist noted that he could simply leave the girl here, since she couldn't bring herself to do it, and then who knows what those adventurers would do to her when they saw such a beauty. Luo Yue resigned herself to having to ride on the young man's back, but still shouted irritably for him to shut up. It turned out there really were some bandits here who immediately realized that someone had been in this spot very recently, and that person certainly hadn't gotten far. Their leader was delighted when they found the tracks of other warriors and ordered them to kill all the victims right on the spot. For his part, Lin Shi had to work hard to carry his partner, who wasn't exactly light. He suggested that Luo Yue drop a couple of kilograms, which made her very unhappy, since that was the weight of the sword on her back. Suddenly, the protagonist stopped, as if he sensed something was wrong. The girl immediately asked tensely what was going on, because a cloud of dust had risen in front of him. The young man used the eye of analysis to see who was blocking their path. It was a second-rank winged red snake, a venomous species prone to nocturnal activity. Then the protagonist told Luo Yue that they had stumbled upon an evolving beast. The young man explained that it was second rank, though its combat effectiveness wasn't particularly high. Then his injured partner handed our hero a sword so he could use it against the opponent. Lin Shu immediately noted that it was a decent weapon for dealing with the snake. Suddenly, the weight of the weapon pulled the young man toward the ground. Our hero decided to ask what materials the sword was made of. He wondered how strong the girl must be to wield it with just one hand. Then Luo Yue asked him to stop chatting and let her go quickly so he could defeat the monster. Lin Shu obeyed his companion and gently setting her down on the ground, prepared to deal with the obstacle. The girl warned him that winged red snakes were highly agile and most dangerous at night. She asked the protagonist not to rush in headlong and to heed her warnings. Meanwhile, the enormous snake had already spotted Lin Shu and was about to pounce on him. Now the young man was certain that this mutant was so fast he couldn't even keep up with it. A few seconds later, he realized the problem was simply the night's effect on his focus, and decided to deliver a slashing strike from the left. The snake immediately tried to catch the protagonist, opening its terrifying jaws wide, filled with sharp teeth. Lin Shu reacted quickly to its movements and was now about to stab it from behind. The young man's plan worked, so the sword plunged straight into the enemy's head. Our hero rejoiced at his easy victory and asked his companion if she had seen that move. For her part, Luo Yue wasn't surprised at all, because she could clearly see that the boy wasn't capable of handling even a single second-rank red snake. The young man was offended to hear such words, so he decided to take out all his anger on the snake, which now couldn't bite him. Suddenly, the reptile's flesh began to tear apart strangely. It turned out that the mutant could detach its own head to attack its opponent before dying. The teeth sank into Lin Shu, who immediately began to panic at such sorcery. Eventually, the young man managed to break free from the grip and fling the severed head away from him with all his might. After that, he thoroughly stomped the snake with his foot to ensure it was definitely dead. The system congratulated Lin Shu on defeating the red-winged snake and awarded him 2,500 experience points for it. Only now did he realize he'd been careless and had completely forgotten about the system's reminder regarding the enemy's death. Furthermore, the protagonist began to suspect that Luo Yue clearly knew that red snakes were capable of detaching their heads from their bodies and hadn't warned him about it. But the girl emphasized that no one had asked her about it. At that moment, Lin Shu felt his bitten hand begin to ache incredibly badly. He remembered that the Eye of Analysis had said this reptile was poisonous, and realized he had completely overlooked that fact. The protagonist couldn't understand what was happening to him at all, because he felt his entire body drying up and burning. Luo Yue only now realized that she had completely forgotten about the nasty properties of the red-winged snake's venom. The girl saw that the poison had indeed begun to take effect on her partner, who was now staring at her with wild eyes. In the end, Lin Shu, whose mind had finally snapped, lost control and lunged at her. Luo Yue recoiled in horror and screamed for our hero not to come near her. Then the boy stopped, realizing that something strange was happening to him, and asked what had poisoned him. He felt his mind growing increasingly foggy, which was why he couldn't control himself. Eventually, the poison took full effect on the protagonist, causing him to lose his mind. The young man lunged at his partner and asked her to tell him how to get rid of the poison, but she warned that she would kill Lin Shu if he touched her. The toxins had clouded the guy's mind, so he didn't listen to the girl and kissed her on the lips. Then Luo Yue bit our hero's lip to snap him out of it, at least a little. His partner emphasized that she would definitely kill him if he didn't stop all this. Lin Shu was seriously scared when he realized what he had just done, and he apologized. Then she pointed toward the pond, hoping that the icy water would help Lin Shu cool down from this crazy fever. The young man didn't hesitate, and as he ran away, apologized again to the young lady for his behavior. He ran as fast as he could to the pond and dove headfirst into the cool water. The protagonist finally calmed down a bit and felt much better. Now the young man realized that he had just kissed an icy beauty, and he certainly couldn't forget such a wonderful moment. Meanwhile, the girl couldn't understand why her partner hadn't returned yet. She had no idea that right behind her were the adventurers who had been chasing the beauty all this time. Lin Shu sensed that someone else was there and immediately stood up to defend herself. The girl gripped her weapon tightly and confidently declared that she would finish off the strangers if they approached. The gang leader had already seen that she had very little strength left, so the beauty would hardly be able to resist. He explained that they had all seen how the Thunder Panther's death blow had knocked Luo Yue off the mountain. The bandit already realized that the girl was clearly one of those wealthy daughters from prominent families, since she had been able to deal with the Thunder Panther so easily at her age. The girl already understood what this scoundrel was getting at, which made her even angrier. She finally found the strength within herself and lunged at the bandit with her sword. All the man had to do was step aside to make Luo Yue stumble and fall to the ground. He suggested she stop her futile resistance and promised they would be gentle. Then the bandit leader snapped his hand and ordered his men to hold the girl down. She couldn't believe these thugs dared to touch her anyway, even knowing she came from an influential family. The outlaw believed that capturing the heiress of such a wealthy family was worth any risk, confident that deep within the isolated ruins, no rescue would ever reach her. He promised to break all of Luo Yue's limbs when they were done with her and throw her to that enraged female Thunder Panther. Finally, the protagonist returned and saw what they were about to do to his partner. He stepped out of the shadows and asked if the bandits were tired of living, since they dared to do such a thing. The leader of the adventurers turned around in annoyance to see who dared to interrupt their fun. With confidence in his voice, Lin Shu recounted all the information about Zhang Lian, a second-rank warrior, and Li Hong, a first-rank warrior. In this way, he named each adventurer by name, specifying their ranks and abilities, which left everyone around him in shock. The leader couldn't understand how this was even possible, since the young man didn't have a combat ability measuring device on him, yet he was able to determine their information so accurately. The protagonist emphasized that the thugs had exactly 5 seconds to get out of his sight. Otherwise, they simply wouldn't be able to leave. The thugs didn't dare to go against such a strange stranger, so they apologized to him and left immediately. After that, Lin Shu immediately approached his partner to ask if she was okay. The girl noted that the young man was good at pulling the wool over people's eyes and asked how he had learned all that information. But Luo Yue was in no hurry to reveal his secret. The adventurers saw that our heroes had fled after they left, and now realized they'd truly been tricked, since a high-level master wouldn't have left in such a hurry. In unbearable rage, the leader slammed his fist against a tree trunk. He couldn't believe that some kid had actually dared to fool him. The man realized that the girl was injured, and they would have to cross the border of the Forbidden Zone anyway, so they simply needed to set up a surveillance post at that location. Meanwhile, Lin Shu continued moving deeper into the Forbidden Zone, which made his companion anxious, since the beasts here were much more powerful. It turned out the guy had guessed that those guys had realized they needed to leave the Forbidden Zone quickly, so it was better to head to a more dangerous place. Luo had no idea that despite his mediocre strength, he possessed quite a sharp mind. It was already late at night, so our heroes decided to spend the night under one of the trees. Thus, the girl fell asleep on the protagonist's shoulder and slept like that the whole time. Lin Shu was the first to wake up. He couldn't figure out when he'd managed to wrap his arm around his partner and realized she'd kill him on the spot if she found out. Then Luo finally woke up, so the protagonist immediately tried to catch his breath, but she didn't pay any attention because she sensed an evolving beast nearby. The guy was surprised when he heard this, since there was no one nearby, but the girl was certain there could be no mistake, because she had already caught its scent. Lin Shu thought his partner must have been born in the year of the dog, since she had such a keen sense of smell. Luo Yue, who seemed to have recovered, wasn't going to wait any longer and asked our hero to get ready for battle. It turned out the girl wasn't going to fight herself, since she would need about 2 more days, so she handed the sword to the young man. Lin Shu feared that even the weakest beast in this zone was surely at least second rank, but his partner asked how he intended to improve without facing strong opponents. Besides, the girl asked the protagonist not to worry about it, because for now she couldn't let him die. Finally, a second-rank Fang boar appeared before them, boasting high defense and ramming attacks. The young man's suspicions were confirmed, and Luo Yue warned that this beast was strongest in direct attacks, so its strikes weren't hard to predict. At that moment, the boar let out a furious, deafening roar, preparing to attack our heroes. The protagonist gathered all his strength into his fist to face such a powerful opponent. They spent the entire day at this pace, and the next day, Lin Shu continued to battle beasts, earning extra experience points. During this time, the young man managed to kill a full 30 beasts and grew stronger and stronger. In fact, the girl was guiding our hero, because at such a young age, she knew the habits and vulnerabilities of all kinds of beasts like the back of her hand, so under her guidance, he rose to the 9th rank. He asked if Luo Yue was sure she didn't want to take the anomalous crystals, since they were a valuable resource. The girl replied that she didn't need any of it and said she had already fully recovered, so it was time to say goodbye. The protagonist immediately tried to stop her, because she also bore some responsibility, and those thugs were surely waiting for Lin Shu at the exit of the Forbidden District. Luo Yue thought this was solely the young man's concern, But he reminded her that, in fact, those thugs wanted to settle the score with him precisely because of her. Lin Shu also asked what the girl planned to do once she left, and she told him she intended to go in search of the Thunder Panther. The protagonist was shocked to hear that she was also planning to kill that creature, but the girl was certain she wouldn't fail this time. On top of that, Luo Yue promised to kill the young man if he didn't surpass her in strength the next time they met. The guy couldn't believe that his partner was so ruthless and intended to repay all his kindness in such a way. Before parting ways, Lin Shu decided to find out where the girl was from, and she replied that she was from the Sacred Realm. Very soon, the main character reached the border of the Forbidden Zone on his own. The young man hoped that the group of thugs had cleared out, since 2 days had already passed since their encounter. Then Lin Shu heard the whistling of a weapon somewhere nearby, so his hopes were dashed. At the last moment, the protagonist managed to crouch down, so the blade missed him. The young man quickly turned around and tried to figure out what silhouette was hiding behind him. It was, after all, one of the gangsters, who was glad that they hadn't stopped watching him after such a long time. Only now did the adventurer realize that our hero wasn't with the girl who had been their main target. In the end, he didn't dwell on it because his first priority was to show what happens to those who take them for fools. Lin Shu understood that this guy was here alone and was only a first rank, so he needed to deal with him before the rest of the gangsters showed up. The adventurer wasn't about to give up so easily either and wanted to finish off the protagonist at any cost. Then he used the bronze skill White Snake's sting and attacked the young man with lightning speed. The protagonist had to work hard to withstand such an attack. The force of the blow sent him flying a couple of meters, and he crashed into a cobblestone that blocked his path. Lin Shu had already managed to build up 90% of his rage, but all he could think about was how a spear would come in handy right now. The thug believed our hero was nothing more than a nobody in the early stages, who hadn't even mastered a single combat skill, and that such a little punk dared to mock their gang. He stopped talking and was now about to pierce our hero's heart to teach him a lesson for such audacity. The young man managed to react in time to his opponent's lunge, and in the meantime, the rage meter had already filled completely. The system immediately asked if the owner intended to use the accumulated power strike, and he agreed without hesitation. The protagonist quickly decided to concentrate all his energy in his legs. After that, he aimed right between his opponent's legs to strike the most vulnerable spot. The adventurer thought this was just child's play and was about to block the blow with his hand, still unaware of the consequences. The bones in the man's body immediately cracked under such incredible force that he simply couldn't withstand. The unfortunate bandit screamed frantically from the pain, which was literally unbearable. Exhausted, he collapsed to his knees, letting his weapon fall from his hands with a dull clang. The protagonist intended to see it through to the end, so he gripped his weapon tightly to deliver a fatal blow to his opponent. In this way, he once again defeated a first-rank warrior and received 2,300 experience points for it, raising his level to 10. For this, Lin Shu unlocked access to Rage Burst, which allowed him to boost all stats for 10 minutes. But after the skill's effect ended, the user would remain in a state of extreme exhaustion for 5 minutes. The young man was overjoyed when he saw that a new ability had unlocked before him and asked the system to invest all his attribute points into his speed. At that moment, he heard other adventurers rushing over, having witnessed what had happened to Zhang San. They all surrounded the protagonist on all sides and were preparing to avenge their defeated comrade. The leader noted with a hint of apprehension in his voice that the kid had dared to kill one of his men. Lin Shu tried to distract his enemies with conversation, while he himself realized he didn't stand a single chance against 4 first-rank warriors and 1 second-rank warrior. The gang leader could no longer tolerate our hero's presence, so he ordered his companions to attack together and kill him. The guy realized that these monsters didn't give a damn about military honor, so they could easily attack him as a whole mob. In the end, Lin Shu resigned himself to the fact that all he could do now was use his newly acquired skill. He successfully activated Rage Burst, and a rather powerful explosion thundered through the Forbidden Zone. The protagonist was pleasantly surprised when he felt his speed and stamina increase at once, as it was simply an amazing sensation. The gang leader immediately sensed that the boy's aura had suddenly intensified, and he couldn't figure out what had caused it. Lin Shu closed the distance to the bandits, who were frozen in fear in an instant. The leader began looking around in confusion, unable to understand where the young man had gotten such speed. The man ordered his team to split up and find our hero, because under no circumstances was he to leave here alive. Lin Shu, who had hidden in a tree, realized he needed to end the fight quickly, because very soon he would be completely exhausted. At that moment, he noticed that one of the bandits happened to have a spear that could help him in this difficult battle. The adventurer had no idea that someone had been watching him the whole time, so he didn't have time to react to Lin Shu's sudden attack. With a single precise strike, the young man managed to knock his opponent down and take his weapon. After that, the protagonist immediately sheathed his academy blade, which he wouldn't need for the time being. The young man believed that to defeat this entire mob, he didn't need anything more. At that moment, another adventurer spotted him and froze in place for a moment, not expecting to see such a scene. The thug then hurriedly reported to the boss that he had found their target. The leader immediately ordered him to hold the protagonist back until they and the others came to help. The young man didn't hesitate for long and used Storm Surge against Lin Shu to buy time for his comrades. Recently, the young man himself had also mastered one of the bronze skills, so he wasn't afraid to face such a warrior. Swiveling his spear quickly, our hero unleashed the powerful ability, Phoenix's Majesty. The opponent immediately froze in place upon seeing Lin Shu's true power, as he hadn't expected the young man to be capable of such a feat. In the end, our hero pierced the adventurer right through, who hadn't even had time to react to the threat, and earned another 2,000 points. The rest of the bandits had just arrived at the scene and watched in horror as the boy destroyed yet another of their comrades. The leader couldn't understand how such a thing was even possible, since he had killed Li Hong with a single blow. Then, along with the rest of his companions, he leaped out of the bushes to finish off the insolent youth who had dared to go against them. The leader himself possessed a full silver tier skill, so he used the swift blades of madness against Lin Shu. In turn, his comrades used the whirlwind axe and the cross slash, so our hero had to work hard to withstand such power. On top of that, the guy hadn't expected using Phoenix's Majesty to be so energy intensive. Apparently, even with the boost from the Rage Burst buff, he'd only be able to use this skill twice. Fortunately, thanks to such an onslaught from his opponents, his rage gauge was filling up rather quickly. The adventurers had already begun to doubt that the protagonist was a beginner-level warrior, since he had held his ground for far too long against 3 experienced fighters. The leader suspected that the young man was using some secret skill that provided a force boost, and he understood that such abilities usually had a limited duration as well as strong side effects. Meanwhile, Lin Shu had finished building up his rage, so the system asked if he wanted to use the accumulated power strike. The young man agreed without hesitation, and now wanted to see how this scoundrel would handle the accumulated power strike under the Rage Burst buff. Finally, he aimed his spear and attacked the thugs with a prepared strike. The gang leader wasn't the least bit afraid of this lunge, because he thought it was just some trifling matter. When the attack finally reached him, the man, seeing his weapon shatter, began to doubt his hasty conclusions. In the end, the spear shattered the adventurer's blade into tiny pieces, leaving him completely defenseless. The man had underestimated our hero, so he hadn't expected this strike to be so powerful. Lin Shu, seeing that his opponent had survived his ability after all, was about to use his new spear. Enveloped in the flames of the Phoenix's Majesty, the protagonist quickly lunged toward the adventurer. Seeing such powerful energy, the gang leader thought the young man was actually using a golden skill. The spear still pierced his body, no matter how hard he tried to dodge that swift thrust. The only problem was that such a flimsy weapon couldn't withstand the Phoenix might either. The protagonist was shocked to see that the weapon had broken at such a crucial moment. The guy realized that it was all over for him now, because the effect of the Rage Burst had ended, and now he didn't even have the strength to hold the weapon in his hands. The wounded thug immediately noticed that something was wrong with the protagonist when he helplessly collapsed to his knees. A broad smile instantly spread across his face, because now the advantage was entirely on his side. The man laughed loudly because he believed that the heavens weren't ready to take him yet. He wasted no more time, and his face contorted with rage, prepared to finish off Lin Shu. At that moment, someone else intervened in their duel, firing a bullet right between the thug and our hero. It turned out to be a nurse, who immediately asked since when even insignificant second-rank warriors had become brazen enough to attack Starlight's students. The man was slightly taken aback when he saw her and tried to find out who she was. The girl replied that a thug like him wasn't worthy of asking her name. With confidence in her voice, she ordered all the hunters to get out of there and emphasized that she wouldn't mind killing a bunch of scoundrels, even though she currently had to tend to the injured students. Meanwhile, Lin Shu used his eye of analysis to discover that Dr. Xiao Zhishui was a fourth-rank warrior. When they first met, the young man had thought she was an ordinary person, so he hadn't used his ability. Then the girl turned to the young man himself and noted that she had indeed underestimated him, but now he had managed to defeat 3 first-rank warriors. Finally, Lin Shu decided to ask how the nurse had ended up in this place. Xiao Zhishui reminded him that, as the academy's doctor, she was supposed to be here to treat injured students. She noted that the protagonist's body was covered in wounds, so she asked him to take off his clothes so she could tend to his injuries, which made the young man very embarrassed. Then the doctor asked if the protagonist was really okay and didn't need her help, and he confirmed that he was fine. In any case, the girl was going to escort Lin Shu to the exit since the students had already begun gathering. For his part, the young man felt too uncomfortable around her, so he declined this help as well. Meanwhile, the teacher was busy counting the crystals that all the students had managed to collect. In addition, he praised the students for the fact that, after several days of practice in a real combat situation, each of their strengths had increased. Then the old man finally noticed that someone seemed to be missing from the group of students. He turned to Yang Tian and asked if he had seen Lin Shu, who was the only one missing. The young man explained that they had been attacked by a third-rank python, and due to the hopelessness of the situation, his partner had been forced to flee to the Forbidden Zone. The teacher was shocked to hear that one of his students had gone to such a dangerous place alone. Another member of their team believed that scum remained scum, so he was certain that the student had been killed by zombies or devoured by evolved beasts. These words infuriated Yang Tian so much that he was already raising his fist to teach his classmate a lesson. The teacher immediately intervened in their conflict and ordered both of them to be quiet, noting that all they could do was wait. Then the other students reminded him that it would be dark very soon and asked if Mr. Luo intended to keep them there until nightfall. Everyone assumed that the scum Lin Shu was most likely already dead, but at that moment, the guy finally showed up. The protagonist asked who was wishing him dead and reminded Xu Jun of the beating he'd received just recently. Yang Tian was overjoyed to see that his comrade had returned from his foray safe and sound after all. In turn, all of the young man's enemies were displeased with this news, as they had hoped he wouldn't survive. Everyone was surprised by the fact that not only had Lin Shu managed to survive, but he was also unharmed. The teacher asked if our hero was okay, and he proudly replied that he was in the best of health. The rest of the team, however, thought that Lin Shu had been hiding in the bushes the whole time and hadn't killed a single beast. The boy knew full well that he had outperformed his classmates, so he asked how many monsters they had managed to kill. A classmate immediately boasted that Zhang Yi had actually killed a total of 8 first-rank monsters. Everyone else immediately began to admire the group leader, who had outperformed all the others. In turn, Lin Shu asked if they really all thought that 8 first-rank beast crystals was a large number. Then he demonstratively emptied his backpack, dumping a whole pile of trophies out of it. The teacher quickly counted 16 first-rank crystals, 5 second-rank crystals, and to his surprise, spotted a third-rank crystal. He was shocked to see that the young man had indeed managed to defeat the highest-ranked beasts. The students were shocked when they realized that Lin Shu had actually achieved such tremendous success. Now Zhang Yi fully understood that he was far from being the best in the group, and he thought it was simply impossible. Then he started shouting that the young man was clearly cheating and asked Teacher Luo to pay attention to it. The man reacted calmly to these claims and asked Zhang Yi if he was certain of what he was saying. He wanted to know from the young man what exactly the alleged fraud entailed, and pointed out that a single piece of third-grade crystal costs at least 400,000, so an ordinary student certainly wouldn't have that kind of money. The young man was taken aback by the teacher's reaction and realized that no one was going to take his outrage seriously. In the end, the headmaster announced that they would now head to the tavern to rest and warned that the students were not yet warriors, so they had no way to sell the crystal through the Warrior Alliance network. He also mentioned that the owner deals in buying crystals, so Lin Shu's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Before long, the group was already at the tavern, where they were offered 1,000 Alliance coins for a single first-rank anomalous crystal. The other apprentices were happy that they only had 2 crystals each, since the money from selling them would be enough to live on for a whole month. The protagonist was unhappy that he had somehow ended up at the very back of the line, but his friend explained that he had too many anomalous crystals, so he would have really annoyed everyone if he had been at the front. Very soon it was Lin Shu's turn, and he showed the buyer his entire massive haul. The man immediately noticed that the student had managed to get his hands on 3 third-rank crystals. Our hero immediately asked what the price per piece was, and the tavern owner said he was willing to pay $500,000 each. The rest of the guys quickly calculated that Lin Shu would get a whopping $1.5 million, and if you added the rest of the crystals, it would come to over $2 million no matter how you looked at it. The man immediately asked the apprentice for his alliance card number so he could transfer all the money right away. At that moment, someone shoved the protagonist with all their might so he wouldn't get in the way. The young man said nothing in response and merely looked intently at the man. It was Sun Chen, a warrior candidate, and his friend Li Yuan, who was already a specialist. They regarded all the students as nothing more than a backward herd that remained just as cowardly even after training. The protagonist immediately realized that these were the natural talents from the first group who had already reached the initial stage, and about a dozen of them had already become warrior candidates. In addition, Sun Chen was ranked 108th in the Academy's strength rankings. This guy managed to cut in front of our hero in line and announced that he wanted to trade 10 first-rank crystals, as well as 2 second-rank ones. He emphasized that only someone capable of killing a second-rank evolved beast could be considered strong. The warrior candidate also recalled that this very group included a lowlife named Lin Shu. The protagonist didn't back down. He stood his ground in front of the bully and pointed out that he didn't care that Sun Chen had cut in front of him, but there was certainly no need to slander him. The guy promised that the loser would teach this guy a lesson if he didn't apologize right now. Sun Chen couldn't believe that some loser dared to make such threats to his face. He was going to teach our hero a lesson so that he would remember forever where his true place was. Lin Shu wasn't afraid at all and was the first to swing his fist to strike his opponent. The candidate was merely amused that the young man was so bold, and he clearly wasn't scared at all. A moment later, the guy's fists collided, sending a shock wave rippling through the tavern. Suddenly, Sun Chen felt an incredible pain and now couldn't understand where such physical strength had come from in a weakling. The injury only enraged the young man even more, so he intended to maim the protagonist by trying to kick him. Lin Shu dodged his blows with ease, as he was well acquainted with all these tricks. The young man managed to drive his knee with all his might straight into Sun Chen's ugly face. The students from Group 29 enthusiastically cheered on our hero, urging him to avenge all the insults directed at them. His opponent even admitted that Lin Shu had some skill after all, but he had no intention of giving up. The protagonist finally infuriated Sun Chen, so he used his ability. The guy possessed a bronze-level skill called Swift Fist, which he immediately used against the young man. Lin Shu was agile enough to dodge all those blows, and his anger gradually built up. Zhang Yi, who was watching their fight closely, couldn't believe that his partner had become so much stronger in just 3 days of combat training. Meanwhile, Sun Chen grew even angrier because our hero did nothing but dodge. Gathering all his strength, the guy used another bronze-level skill, Barrage of Swift Fists. The protagonist focused as hard as he could on defending against such a lightning-fast and powerful attack. They collided again, releasing a massive amount of energy. The other guys were shocked by this turn of events, so they tried to warn Lin Shu to be careful with such an opponent. The other warrior wasn't worried at all, because he believed our hero had simply overestimated his strength. Meanwhile, Sun Chen himself froze, realizing that something had indeed gone wrong. His opponent was shocked to see that the protagonist had managed to stop his most powerful strike. Besides, his rage had reached its peak at that moment, but the young man had no intention of unleashing it just yet, as he knew he could defeat Sun Chen even without it. Moreover, Lin Shu wanted to punish him as a warning to others and make it clear to everyone that messing with him would cost them dearly. With a single swift movement, the young man twisted his opponent's arm, followed by the sound of cracking bones and a scream from the warrior candidate himself. In the end, the opponent's arm hung limply at an unnatural angle. Sun Chen immediately ran to the side so the protagonist wouldn't do anything worse. His classmates immediately became agitated when they saw what the young man had done to his classmate. They were furious that the protagonist had dared to do such a thing, and were now convinced that the scum from Group 29 had completely forgotten their place. Yang Tian believed the upperclassmen had misunderstood something, since they were the ones who started this whole conflict in the first place. Finally, Sun Chen's friend pointed out that Lin Shu seemed to have overreacted, since it was just a contest of strength, nothing more. Our hero didn't think he'd done anything wrong at all, since they'd actually been planning to use a bronze-level skill against him, which could have caused serious damage. The fellow warrior candidate still believed that Lin Shu had gone way too far. The tension hanging in the air after the brief skirmish suddenly dissipated when the tavern owner interrupted the conversation and beckoned the young man over. The old man informed him that the payment for the 3 third-rank anomalous crystals had already been transferred, so he asked Lin Shu to check his account. The upperclassmen couldn't believe their ears when they heard what the protagonist had accomplished. They couldn't understand how a worthless loser could be strong enough to destroy such powerful monsters. For his part, Lin Shu, with a smirk on his face, asked the guy if he wanted to settle the score for his classmate. The senior student knew he couldn't handle the protagonist, so he didn't respond to his open provocations. At that moment, someone stopped the students and asked sternly what they were doing there. It turned out to be Teacher Luo and his colleague, who had decided to check on what their students were up to. The upperclassmen immediately began complaining to their teacher that a student from Group 29 had dared to break Sun Chen's arm. Yang Tian immediately pointed out that the other guy had started picking on their group and was the first to start the fight, and that he was just trying to defend his friend. Teacher Lu immediately asked the young man to fill him in on the situation and not to leave out any details. In the end, the old man asked our hero to apologize to his classmate, but deep down he was glad that at least someone had managed to put those arrogant students from the leading group in their place. With a forced smile, the young man apologized to Sun Chen and even offered to pay his medical expenses, since he had no money problems. The upperclassmen were shocked by Lin Shu's behavior and didn't even know how to respond. Everyone from Group 29 could barely contain their laughter, because the protagonist hadn't injured the boy that badly, but he had certainly humiliated him beyond belief. Teacher Zhang believed that both sides were at fault in this conflict and decided the matter was settled since the young man had apologized. Before heading to the infirmary, Sun Chen warned our hero that a martial arts competition would be held at the end of the semester. The young man wasn't the least bit afraid of such a challenge, so he replied that he wouldn't mind testing his own strength. His rival growled through clenched teeth that was just fine and promised to see him at the competition. Finally, all the upperclassmen left the tavern and left the 29th group alone. Then his comrades pounced on our hero because they considered him a real hunk and were delighted that someone had defended their honor against the natural-born talents from the top group. The teacher immediately asked the students to calm down because this establishment happened to have devices for measuring abilities, so he suggested that everyone take the test. He wanted to see if the students had managed to increase their strength through real combat experience. The instructor asked who would go first and explained that the owner of the facility had installed the latest equipment here, capable of highly accurate calculations. Yekyo was the first student to volunteer, which surprised Lin Shu and Yang Tian. The system immediately analyzed that he was from the 29th group of Starlight Academy and had a total combat capability of 450 points. Next up was Ning Mu, a warrior in the early stage, who had 389 points. Suddenly, Zhang Yi stepped onto the device, and it turned out he was already a warrior candidate. The protagonist immediately recalled that the combat effectiveness of candidates was in the range of 600 to 800, while those who had already reached 1,800 were first-rank warriors. Meanwhile, the instructor congratulated Zhang Yi on reaching his new rank and informed him that he could now begin practicing the refinement technique. The young man thanked Teacher Luo, but the teacher asked him not to hold up the line. Lin Shu continued to ponder that the reason official warriors were so strong lay in the refinement technique, which helped a person absorb the energy of the origins. At that moment, the instructor announced that it was finally the protagonist's turn. The young man immediately snapped out of his reverie, took a deep breath, and stepped forward. Some of the students believed there was no point in the protagonist even taking the test, since he was still just a loser. Yang Tian couldn't stand all this talk and stood up for his friend, suggesting that they also try to break Sun Chen's arm from the first group. For his part, the protagonist himself didn't wait any longer and wanted to find out his results as soon as possible. After the test, the whole group returned to the academy, and evening had already fallen outside. Zhang Yi and Lin Shu were in Teacher Luo's office, where he explained that the reason he had asked the boys to stay behind was that he wanted to discuss their future development path with them. Since the boys had reached the stage of warrior candidates, they needed to consider which weapon would be most suitable for them. Zhang Yi wasn't even paying attention to what the teacher was saying, because he couldn't get the fact out of his head that the protagonist had managed to achieve the same level of success. A couple of hours earlier, the device had reported that Lin Shu's combat effectiveness was 676 points, which was 1 point higher than the class monitors. Only Yang Tian was happy that his friend had finally managed to become the strongest student in their group. The teacher also congratulated the protagonist on this breakthrough because their group finally had two candidates for warriors. Watching Lin Shu from the sidelines, Zhang Yi still couldn't believe that such a nobody could be stronger than him. Meanwhile, Teacher Luo explained that only blades made of rare metals, mined by humanity from distant celestial bodies, were capable of piercing the evolved armor of beasts above the third rank. Therefore, only by choosing the most suitable weapon, as well as the combat skills that complement it, can a warrior demonstrate their true strength. The protagonist was the first to answer, as he had already had plenty of time to think this through, and declared that he was choosing the spear. The instructor immediately noted that the spear was the prince of 100 weapons, so with the right approach, its power could reach colossal proportions. However, it is said for good reason that it takes 1 year for a dagger, 10 years for a sword, and a century for a spear, as this weapon was one of the most difficult to master. For this reason, Master Lo asked again if the protagonist was certain of his choice, and the latter made it clear that he was ready for such a challenge. Then the teacher handed him a card containing all the information about the student himself and asked him to go to the library, where he could obtain the basic spear techniques as well as the advanced techniques. In addition, he still wanted to know what had prompted the choice of such a difficult weapon. The protagonist immediately asked if he knew who was in the top 10 strongest warriors in the world. The old man knew perfectly well that first place was held by Dongfang Hua, who used a halberd, and second place went to Torsten from the country of Mi, who wielded a two-handed sword. Then the young man finally explained that it seemed to him that the world's top 10 rankings were still missing a single warrior who used a spear. Only now did the teacher notice this detail and agree with his student. It took a few seconds before he realized what ambitions Lin Shu was pursuing. He tried to stop the young man, but the latter had already run out of the office, saying goodbye to his teacher. The old man still couldn't believe that such a young boy could have such serious goals. In fact, he even began to believe that it was quite possible Lin Shu would actually achieve something in the future. Very soon, our hero had already made his way to the library, where he was able to find basic spear techniques and the combat skills chart for advanced techniques. The only thing he lacked now was a spear to practice with, but without official warrior status, he wouldn't be able to purchase a weapon through the Alliance Warriors website. The protagonist realized that his only option was to try his luck in the Academy's Hall of Martial Valor. There he was greeted by a seasoned warrior who immediately guessed that the young man had come for a weapon. Lin Shu said he'd like to buy a spear, and the man immediately pointed out that not many students use spears. However, he had just recently crafted a new batch of long spears, so the young man could choose something worthwhile for himself. For example, the blacksmith showed him a weapon that weighed 20 kilograms and explained that it was made from extraterrestrial meteorite iron. He guaranteed its sharpness. The original price was 200,000, but it was currently on sale, so the price had dropped to just 50,000. But Lin Shu wasn't in a hurry to jump at the first offer because that spear was too light. Then the man demonstrated a 35-kilogram weapon made from meteorite iron combined with lava stones, but the protagonist didn't appreciate that one either. The blacksmith didn't stop there and brought out a spear weighing 45 kilograms, which had been crafted according to traditional standards through 25 stages of the production process. But Lin Shu rejected this option as well. Then the protagonist asked if the blacksmith had anything even heavier, which made the blacksmith very angry, as he thought the young man had come here to mock him, not to buy a weapon. Eventually, the man said he had a suitable spear, but he was afraid Lin Shu wouldn't even be able to lift it. He brought out a dusty box already covered in cobwebs, since no one had dared to pick up such equipment. No one had ever decided to buy this spear, so it had been gathering dust here for a long time. The protagonist immediately took an interest when he heard that the finest space ore had been used in its manufacture, which is why it weighed a full 65 kilograms. Not only was it heavy, but it was also sturdy and sharp. And since ordinary space ore couldn't be used to create such a model, it was called the Silver Spirit. Lin Shu immediately picked up the weapon and noted that the weight was just right for him. The young man twirled the spear in his hands a bit to get a feel for whether it suited him. Finally, the protagonist announced with a satisfied smile that this was exactly what he had been looking for. The blacksmith then informed him that the starting price for this model was 1.5 million, but since it had been on the market for so long without a buyer, he was willing to offer a 20% discount. Lin Shu was shocked when he heard the price of this equipment and asked the blacksmith for at least some kind of payment plan. The man intended to get back at the young man for his nitpicking, so he replied that there would be no further concessions. The protagonist felt this was simply awful, since he would have to give up half of his loot and now realized that cultivation was too costly an endeavor. After that, the young man went home and was finally able to start using the cultivation technique. All over the Earth's surface, there are all kinds of energy clusters that warriors call springs. In fact, the young man didn't understand what changes his first practice had wrought on his body because he didn't feel anything at all. Then a system window popped up in front of him, displaying all the improvements. Now Linshu saw that his strength and stamina had increased by a full 2 points. After that, a sudden notification popped up, startling the young man and informing him that with the start of the new month, his chance to participate in the lottery had been refreshed. The protagonist remembered that, in addition to various rewards, the system grants one chance to participate in the draw every month. He had recently spent over $1 million on weapons, so he prayed that the system wouldn't give him that kind of reward. In the end, the pointer on the Wheel of Fortune stopped on the gift for rapid growth. Linshu was happy with such a useful prize, so he ordered the system to open it quickly. Inside, various pieces of equipment awaited him, but for now, he didn't understand what they were for. The system immediately asked if he wanted to activate the new items right away. The protagonist was a little confused, but agreed, so he was asked to don the rapid growth protective gear. Linshu didn't resist, but he still couldn't figure out what the hell the system was up to. He noted that all this gear fit him pretty well and asked what he should do next. Then the system announced that preparations were complete and activated rapid growth. Suddenly, Linshu felt an unknown force pulling him down somewhere. Eventually, the protagonist collapsed to the floor because he felt an incredible weight on his body. It turned out that all those shin and wrist guards, along with the vest, weighed a total of 130 kilograms. The guy was not at all happy that he hadn't even been warned about these conditions, so he declared that he refused to participate. He thought the broken system was trying to kill him with such strange gear, rather than help him level up. Then a warning notification popped up stating that the rapid growth procedure wasn't over yet, so the set was off limits. The owner was strongly advised to focus on adapting to the set today, because otherwise he would have to crawl to the academy tomorrow. In addition, they had forgotten to inform him that upon successful completion of the rapid growth program, there was a chance to gain as many as 25 attribute points. Upon hearing of such a reward, the protagonist became interested in this kind of leveling up and now tried to move while lying down. Thus, Linshu crawled all night and eventually managed to start walking with difficulty, so he had already gone out to the stadium and started running laps. The young man was wondering why, after all this effort, he still had so far to go before finishing, when someone tapped him on the shoulder. Even from such a light touch, our hero simply couldn't stay on his feet, because he had absolutely no strength left. Irritated, the protagonist immediately turned around to see which smart aleck had suddenly tapped him on the back. It turned out to be Yeshwanger, who now laughed sheepishly and asked if Linshu was okay. Seeing the young man's condition, she immediately thought he was having some kind of health issue. Now our hero had calmed down a bit and explained that he had simply been lost in thought and hadn't noticed his acquaintance at all. He immediately remembered that he hadn't seen Yeshwanger for 2 years since graduating from high school, and noted that she had grown into a young woman. The girl tried to remove Linshu's hand from her head and explained that she had come here to look at the schools she might potentially attend after her exams. The protagonist realized that she was most likely planning to enroll at Starlight Academy and assumed that the reason for her choice lay with him. The girl asked the guy not to flatter himself and emphasized that she wouldn't apply to Starlight just because of him. At that moment, someone else approached them, who immediately recognized Linshu as the very guy who had once lived next door to her. It was Tang Ping and his friends who had already heard that the worst student at the academy had the same name, and sarcastically remarked that it was unlikely to be the same person. Yeshwanger wasn't going to tolerate insults directed at her old friend, so she asked if her classmate had anything else to say to them. The boy emphasized that he hadn't meant anything like that, and explained that upon seeing Linshu, his new classmate who was 2 years his senior, he had become eager to exchange experiences with him. The girl wasn't the timid type, so rolling up her sleeves, she declared with confidence in her voice that now she herself would exchange experiences with her classmate. Tang Ping had absolutely no desire to fight her, so he turned back to the protagonist, hoping he wouldn't chicken out. With a defiant smirk on his face, Linshu accepted the challenge from the overly ambitious student. He decided to grant the young man's wish since he was so eager to pick a fight, Despite the extra weight of over 100 kilograms and pain throughout his body, Lin Shu shouldn't have any trouble handling a single petty scoundrel. Tang Ping immediately assumed a fighting stance, and the protagonist announced that they could begin the duel. The young man immediately lunged forward and warned the high schooler to brace for this move. He had already swung his leg to attack Lin Shu first, completely unaware of what was coming. Our hero used the same technique, so their legs collided with a loud thud. Tanpin had to jump back from his opponent instantly to avoid the next strike. The young man even had to admit that Lin Shu was actually a pretty good fighter. But he wasn't going to stop there, and had already prepared his next move. It was one of the bronze skills called Swift Palm. The protagonist didn't even have time to react to this strike, because the speed was truly impressive. Under normal circumstances, Lin Shu would still have been able to dodge, but with his current condition, he didn't stand a chance. The other guys just laughed at this, because they knew perfectly well that Tang Ping was, after all, a genius who had almost attained the rank of warrior candidate. But Ye Shuanger believed that her friend wouldn't lose. The student himself understood that all this time, the protagonist had been doing nothing but fending off attacks and retreating, but there was no way to knock him out. Tang Ping realized that this simply wouldn't do, because he absolutely had to defeat Lin Shu in front of Shuanger. He finally seized the right moment to deliver the fatal blow and turn the guy into a complete loser. But it wasn't that simple, because the protagonist managed to stop even such a powerful attack. The young man watched in astonishment as Lin Shu simply grabbed his arm. Looking into his opponent's eyes, the protagonist asked if he was aware that an assassin must always be prepared to meet the same fate. Tang Ping was frightened by these words from the upperclassman and desperately tried to stop him. Lin Shu decided to be ruthless with such a scoundrel and, with one sharp movement, twisted and broke his arm. The boy immediately fell to his knees in excruciating pain, clutching his broken limb. For his part, the protagonist didn't stop there and kicked his opponent squarely in the face. The blow sent Tang Ping flying several meters, causing his companions to immediately rush to his aid. His friends tried to check on the young man's condition, as the attack had been quite severe. Despite this, the guy still vowed to finish off the protagonist, who turned out to be a tougher opponent than expected. With a smug grin on his face, Lin Shu challenged him to do so, still unaware that he was about to be attacked from behind. Hearing rapid footsteps approaching, the young man turned around to see who was rushing toward him. The stranger didn't bother explaining anything and immediately struck our hero, who managed to block the blow just in time. Tang Ping watched all this in surprise from the sidelines, not yet understanding who had decided to come to his aid. Although Lin Shu managed to withstand such a powerful blow, his whole body was shaking after such a forceful attack. It turned out to be the freshman's older brother, named Tang Tian, who was also a warrior candidate and had a total combat proficiency of 752 points. The protagonist had heard of this student, so he knew that he was the vice chairman of the Academy's hand-to-hand combat club and ranked 100th in the Academy's strength rankings. Meanwhile, Lin Shu's new opponent didn't stop there and was determined to break the young man's every limb for his younger brother. The problem was that, due to his current condition, the young man couldn't dodge these fast and powerful blows. Eventually, he fell helplessly to the ground and was sent flying to the side with a dull thud. At that moment, Ye Shuanger intervened in their fight. She could no longer stand by and watch someone treat her friend that way. Tang Tian considered her nothing more than a dim-witted girl who overestimated her abilities, so he contemptuously ordered her to get out of there. He paid no attention to the fact that a defenseless girl was standing right in front of him, and his fist was already flying toward her. Finally, the protagonist managed to gather his strength after that blow and pushed his girlfriend out of the way just in time. Because of this, the crushing blow landed squarely on Lin Shu's chest. The guy didn't have time to react to the attack at all, so only a muffled scream escaped his throat. Tang Tian thought he was just putting on a show of being some kind of hero, because he was sure that very soon our hero would be on his way to the afterlife. He quickly approached Lin Shu and emphasized that he was going to maim him, with no intention of stopping. Ye Shuanger simply couldn't bear to watch her friend being treated so cruelly, and she screamed for the bully to finally stop. The boy had no intention of listening to her, so he had already started attacking the protagonist's right arm, aiming to turn him not only into a cripple, but also into an invalid. Teacher Luo rushed to intervene in the protracted fight, and with a single shout, finally stopped the enraged Tang Tian. It seemed that even the teacher's presence had no effect on the high schooler, so he swung his leg to finish off the protagonist. This behavior greatly angered the old man, because he knew full well that every single member of the Tang family was a true scoundrel. Tang Tian resigned himself to the fact that he wouldn't be able to take out the young man, causing him to click his tongue in displeasure. Frowning, Teacher Lu demanded an explanation from Lin Shu in an icy tone for such insolent behavior toward a second-year student. The boy told a story about how our hero had first dislocated his younger brother's wrist, which is why he had to intervene. Then Ye Shuangye came to Lin Shu's defense, emphasizing that Tang Ping himself had suggested exchanging techniques and was about to take a life-threatening shot at his rival, disregarding the rules. In the end, Master Luo announced that the matter of who was right and who was wrong would be settled at the academy. Before leaving, Tang Tian advised our hero to keep his eyes open when he went out on the street, because he couldn't hide forever. Lin Shu wasn't afraid of the bully at all and told him not to worry about it, since he was planning to face him in the combat arena in 3 days. The instructor was worried about his student, so he asked him not to do anything foolish, because the young man hadn't yet reached the level of a third-year student, and battles in the combat arena could be deadly. Ye Shuangge also tried to stop her friend, but the protagonist emphasized that she had nothing to worry about and that nothing would happen to him. Finally, he addressed Tang Tian directly and asked if he had the courage to accept this challenge. The young man saw no threat in our hero at all, so he promised to maim him in front of all the teachers and students of the academy when the time came. Very soon, the big news that the loser, Lin Shu, was going to face Tang Tian in the combat arena spread throughout the academy. Yang Tian listened intently to all the gossip that some girl was also involved in this conflict, even though everyone believed the young man wasn't the type to fly into a rage over a pretty girl. Meanwhile, the protagonist had already made his way to the infirmary, where the nurse was about to give him a full examination, even though he had only broken his arm. Xiao Zhoushui immediately began treating his wound, which greatly surprised the young man because the effect was instantaneous, and he asked what kind of medicine they had given him. The doctor explained that it was an extremely valuable healing potion from the Xiao family, capable of ensuring comprehensive regeneration of bones and muscle tissue in the shortest possible time, one that cannot be found for sale. She also warned him about the immense influence of the Tang family and advised Lin Shu to rein in his pride after his single victory over a second-rank warrior for his own sake. But he couldn't simply accept that. Xiao Zhoushui understood that the protagonist was too hot-headed, so she handed him a small item that would help him in the future. It was a bronze skill card for the Shattering Fist, so the young man couldn't believe she was actually giving him such valuable assistance. The nurse immediately emphasized that she didn't need any money since she'd taken it from the library, and explained that in close combat, this ability was the most ferocious fist technique. However, the energy detonations during tempering could shatter the practitioner's fragile bones, but the Xiao family's healing potion instantly mended any fractures and allowed him to continue training. The protagonist was very grateful to Xiao Zhoushui for such substantial help. The girl asked him not to thank her for it because she believed that sooner or later he would become hers, so she couldn't let the guy die so easily. Lin Shu immediately went to train because he understood that at his current level, he could only inflict superficial damage for now. This time, his persistent training allowed him to level up, so the additional 11 attribute points would let him increase his strength a little more. However, the problem now was that the Rapid Growth System program was still incomplete. Although Lin Shu had already adapted to the weight of the set, he could only use a fraction of his strength while fighting in that state. A few days later, the entire academy gathered in the combat arena to watch the thrilling battle between Tang Tian and Lin Shu. The crowd chanted the third-year student's name furiously, urging him to teach that insolent scum a lesson immediately. The senior-year instructor asked his colleague to calm down, as he had instructed Tang Tian to hold back and not inflict fatal injuries on Lin Shu. Meanwhile, the start of the fight had already been announced, so the opponent first suggested that our hero get down on his knees and admit defeat after all. The young man clearly had no intention of doing anything of the sort, even if his opponent admitted defeat himself. Tang Tian realized he wasn't going to give up that easily, so he lunged at him with the bronze-level skill instant slash. The referee immediately noted that no one had expected the third-year student to start the fight with a lethal move right away. Although this skill was meant to strike down the opponent before he could react, the protagonist managed to block the blow in time with his weapon. But even so, the attack didn't pass Lin Shu by so easily, and he sustained a small cut on his neck. The young man immediately realized that this was the energy of the sword, which was why Tang Tian was certain he simply couldn't handle such a weapon. The opponent had no intention of holding back and wanted to unleash dozens of sharp blades at the protagonist. Lin Shu desperately tried to fend off all these attacks, but there were so many projectiles that it was nearly impossible. The sharp blades easily sliced through the fabric and pierced his unprotected body, leaving long, bleeding streaks on his skin. Despite such painful wounds, the protagonist remained calm. Yang Tian was very worried about his friend, but Zhang Yi reassured him, because despite Tang Tian's fierce onslaught, his attacks couldn't inflict serious damage. The high schooler himself also noticed that our hero had withstood all his strikes, despite the power of the sword energy he had unleashed. Then he upped the ante and tried to use the bronze rank skill, Blazing Flame Strike. Lin Shu saw that this attack looked extremely fierce, so he wouldn't be able to withstand it like the others. And the accumulated power strike wasn't ready yet. The young man had only one choice left, though he had originally planned to save this move and use it after the rage gauge filled up. It was the Phoenix's Majesty skill, which unleashed a powerful stream of fire toward his opponent. Master Luo couldn't understand how Lin Shu had managed to use such a powerful combat skill, and on top of everything else, the flame he released contained the energy of the source. He couldn't believe that in just a few days the protagonist had managed to master the technique of perfection. Even with such achievements, the young man still couldn't withstand his opponent's counterattack. For his part, Tang Tian was only slightly injured and remained standing calmly. He acknowledged that despite the defeat, our hero deserved credit for managing to land a hit on him during the fight. His friends and teacher Luo desperately tried to shout at the protagonist to get up and continue the fight. Lin Shu suddenly stood up and happily announced that he was perfectly fine, which scared his entire support group. Finally, the system reported that the Rapid Growth Program had been fully completed and the accumulated power strike was now available. The young man quickly ordered the system to allocate 21 points to strength and 4 to stamina, removing all his gear for leveling up. Teacher Luo immediately realized that the student had been wearing weight-bearing gear the whole time and fighting with an extra burden. Tang Tian wasn't the least bit fazed by this fact and boldly asked what our hero planned to do next. The weights clattered to the ground with such a crash that it was obvious just how much strength they had been draining from Lin Shu. Yang Tian also noted that, judging by the sound, these accessories clearly weighed quite a bit, and thought that something was clearly wrong with his friend, while Teacher Luo admitted that things were only getting more interesting and the rest of the fight promised to be spectacular. Freed from the weight, the protagonist warned his opponent that this had merely been a warm-up, and the real fight was only just beginning. Tang Tian realized that all this time, Lin Shu had simply been toying with him, which angered him even more. Finally, he lunged at the young man again, intending to make him pay for his smugness. At the last second before the strike, the protagonist literally vanished into thin air, so his opponent's blade missed its mark. Tang Tian was completely bewildered, as he couldn't fathom what had just happened. It turned out that the boy had already moved to the other side as fast as possible and attacked the high schooler. The opponent still managed to react to the threat and raise his sword in front of him just in time. He saw that Lin Shu's speed and strength had increased significantly and began to suspect that the reason lay precisely in that equipment. The protagonist reminded his opponent that he'd had his fun recently, but now it was his turn to have some fun. All the spectators realized that by discarding that gear, the young man had become a completely different person. For his part, the head of the upperclassmen couldn't believe that all this was really happening and watched the fight intently. Lin Shu had already assumed a fighting stance and was preparing for another powerful strike against his opponent. He instantly combined the destructive energy of the Phoenix Majesty with the accumulated power of his strike, creating a devastating torrent of flame. Tang Tian couldn't fathom how such an insignificant scum could possess such formidable combat skills. Using his weapon, he tried to stop the protagonist's fiery bird. Despite this, Lin Shu continued his attack before his opponent could recover. The speeding spear finally broke through Tang Tian's defense and plunged deep into his blade. Thus, the protagonist was able to snap the sword in two, and his opponent was sent flying far to the side. The spectators couldn't believe their eyes when they realized that the Academy's worst student had actually defeated a man ranked in the top 100. But it wasn't that simple, because Tang Tian still had the strength to continue the duel. He simply couldn't afford to lose. He drank some unknown potion that was supposed to help him stand up to Lin Shu. The mysterious medicine took effect immediately on the high school student, whose eyes widened at the sudden surge of strength. Tang Tian's muscles instantly swelled and became as hard as steel, and a network of pulsating veins emerged all over his body. In the end, he turned into a true mutant giant with a mad gleam in his eyes. Lin Shu was shocked by this sudden transformation into a Hulk and suspected that his opponent had taken some kind of performance-enhancing drug. Tang Tian, with a smirk on his face, promised that he would finish off the protagonist no matter what. Then the senior didn't waste any time and used the bronze-level skill, Shattering Fist. The force of the blow was simply colossal, so Lin Shu was lucky to have managed to jump out of the way of his opponent's hand in time. Now the protagonist had to come up with a new plan to counter Tang Tian. The young man considered his opponent to be a real rat and tried to take revenge for his dirty trick. The high schooler couldn't care less about all these threats because all he had to do was grab the spear with his massive hand. Tang Tian merely laughed sarcastically at the protagonist's pathetic attempts and announced that today would be the day of his death. Snatching the weapon from Lin Shu's hands, the giant kicked him aside with all his might. The young man was powerless to resist such force, so he took the blow. After that, the senior student hurled the spear at the protagonist himself, intending to finish him off with his own weapon. Lin Shu had to muster every ounce of his strength to escape such a relentless attack. In the end, he had to resort to his last resort, the bronze-rank skill, Shattering Fist. The young man directed all his power directly at the weapon, which was flying toward him at full speed. At the last moment, Lin Shu managed to muster his remaining strength and with a powerful jerk, flung the heavy spear aside. It landed not far from the ring, while the protagonist struggled to stay on his feet. Master Lu immediately suspected that Tang Tian had decided to use Arpies to defeat his student. Yang Tian was terrified when he heard these allegations and tried to find out what their teacher was talking about. Then the man explained that in the past, to combat zombies and beasts, the Federation had developed a drug capable of significantly increasing the human body's strength for a short period of time. The teacher thought the guy had completely lost his mind because he was willing to sacrifice even his normal life for the sake of victory. He believed that this fight had to be stopped after all because one of the participants was using performance-enhancing drugs. The judges were a bit at a loss, as they seemed to have no clear rules for stopping the fight. In turn, the head of the upperclassmen noted that the academy had no rules prohibiting fighting under the influence of Arpus. The senior judge immediately nodded to his junior assistant to let the fight continue. The colleagues instantly exchanged meaningful glances and fell silent, awaiting the inevitable outcome of this match. At that moment, Teacher Lo looked more closely at the gathered spectators and noticed one detail. It turned out that Tang Mubai, the head of the Tang clan, one of the Starlight Academy's shareholders, was also present. Obviously, the administration couldn't ignore his influence, but at the same time, it was hard to believe they would simply stand by and watch as Lin Shu was killed. Tan Ten was certain that without a weapon, our hero didn't stand a chance, so in a bare-handed fight, he was no match at all. The young man wasn't about to give up so easily and demonstrated that he knew how to fight with more than just a spear. Then he activated Rage Burst, which would allow him to significantly increase his strength, speed, and stamina for 10 minutes. After that, Lin Shu immediately rushed forward so as not to waste any time, because once the ability's effect wore off, the user would be in a state of extreme exhaustion for 5 minutes. Tang Tian wasn't afraid of the protagonist at all and advised him not to overestimate himself. At the decisive moment, the opponents clashed fists with devastating force, and a powerful shockwave caused the air around them to tremble from the immense tension. Then they began to unleash a series of crushing blows at each other with frenzied fury. The students were even more shocked than when they saw that Lin Shu was going head-to-head against the doped-up Tang Tian and still wasn't giving an inch. The high schooler himself also began to panic because he felt that even after taking the doping, he couldn't take down this loser. For his part, the protagonist felt that he was getting better and better at mastering the Shattering Fist, having freed himself from the weights and gained additional stat points. Tang Tian still believed that his fist technique was the strongest, but the young man wasn't afraid of that at all. Lin Shu managed to deftly dodge his opponent's attack to land a counterpunch. Thus, our hero was able to attack the high schooler without any trouble, as the latter was now too slow to react. Tang Tian merely laughed at his pathetic attempt and emphasized that now not even a spear could pierce his skin. With a smirk on his face, Lin Shu asked what he was supposed to do with that information, since his real target was his opponent's internal organs. A few seconds later, the boy finally understood what the protagonist had meant when his arm was literally torn apart from the inside. The students immediately recognized this technique, which was comparable in power to silver-level skills. Tan Ten was trembling with pain, But his only concern was how Lin Shu had managed to master the shattering fist in just 3 days. Lin Shu apologized to him for telling the truth and informed him that, in any case, victory was already his. His opponent was already so enraged that he couldn't let our hero win so easily and lunged at him with the stump of his sword. The young man decided to grant Tang Tian's wish, since he so desperately wanted to meet his end. At that moment, someone finally intervened in their duel and was about to stop Lin Shu. With a single wave of his hand, this man sent the protagonist flying to the side. Master Luo and the young man's friends were incredibly frightened for his well-being after such a powerful blow. They immediately rushed over to Lin Shu to help him up while the teacher stepped in to defend him. It turned out to be the head of the Tang family, who asked if it was true that the youngster had dared to set his sights on the life of a member of the Tang clan. The young man merely laughed at the fact that the people of their clan were unable to rely on themselves even in the arena, and the teacher reminded him that both sides had agreed that the fight could continue until one of them died. Tan Tian's father said nothing more and merely warned our hero that he would remember him. Lin Shu sensed that these words were not empty threats, so he did not respond to this influential man. Finally, the judges announced that the winner of the battle in the arena was Lin Shu, a second-year high school student from Group 29. The story then shifts to the next day, when Teacher Luo came to check on the main character. The boy was unhappy that he had come, because yesterday in the combat arena, he had had a rough time and had almost no strength left. The man, with a serious expression, said that he had come to deliver some good news and some bad news. The protagonist replied in an indifferent tone that he could start with the bad news. Then the teacher told Lin Shu that the academy had decided to punish him. The young man became incredibly angry when he heard this, because he had no idea why on earth they would punish him. Mr. Luo explained that the Tang family was one of the shareholders of Starlight Academy, and this time our hero had broken Tang Pin's arm and nearly killed Tang Tian. He emphasized that for people clothed in power who placed themselves above others, this was a grave insult. But since Tang Tian had taken performance-enhancing drugs in plain sight of everyone in the arena, they couldn't pin this incident on the protagonist. For this reason, they decided to blow the broken arm incident out of proportion, and under the pretext of a junior student being bullied, they pressured the academy to punish Lin Shu. It was hard for the protagonist to keep his composure, but he pulled himself together and asked what punishment had been assigned to him. The teacher sighed heavily and explained that now Lin Shu, along with the Starlight City Army garrison, would have to take part in the annual cleanup of the Fortress of Light. This place was a large military structure located north of the city, where all the soldiers and civilians had mutated due to a serious nuclear accident that had occurred earlier. Now, this didn't scare our hero at all, because he was thinking only that the number of zombies and beasts in that area must be much higher than usual, so a huge wave of experience was literally coming right to him. With confidence on his face, the young man announced without any hesitation that he didn't mind going on this mission. Teacher Luo tried to make him understand that this was no joke, because the mortality rate of soldiers participating in the annual expeditions to the Fortress of Light was as high as 70%. He promised to do everything possible to mitigate the protagonist's punishment, but the latter asked him not to worry about it and inquired about the good news mentioned earlier. The man was so worried about his student's punishment that he had completely forgotten about it. With a smile on his face, he explained that it had completely slipped his mind and reached into his jacket pocket. Teacher Luo congratulated Lin Shu on entering the top 100 of the rankings, for which he received his first reward, a silver skill card for the spear technique, Pear-Colored Gale. The young man was overjoyed when he saw such an expensive and useful gift before him. Meanwhile, the teacher explained that the creator of this combat skill was a great spear master of the past named Bo Li Jue. It was also said that this warrior could deliver 100 strikes per second, so Lin Shu was already imagining himself doing something similar. At that moment, Teacher Luo turned to the protagonist, gripping his shoulder firmly. He could see that the young man was improving by the hour, so he asked him to make sure he returned alive from the fortress so that the world wouldn't lose such a promising talent. The protagonist asked the teacher to relax, as he was certain he would definitely return alive. After that, Lin Shu headed into town, because his academic combat uniform had been reduced to a mess last time, and he'd had to splurge on a new set. Besides, it was unclear whether the army would provide him with a uniform, so now the young man was walking with quite a few shopping bags. At that moment, a sudden attack caught the young man right in the middle of a bustling city street. The protagonist had excellent reflexes, so he managed to dodge the blow that came out of nowhere just in time. Lin Shu managed to quickly jump aside, so he tried to figure out who had attacked him. It turned out to be a whole gang of thugs, whose leader immediately remarked that he would never have believed the guy wasn't officially a warrior, since he had such excellent reflexes. Our hero immediately assessed that each of them was a first-rank warrior, so he wasn't afraid of them at all. He reminded the bandits that they were still within city limits, so their behavior was unacceptable. The gang didn't care at all, because they were confident that no one would find out about their involvement if they carefully finished off Lin Shu. A second later, one of the bandits used the bronze-rank skill Hurricane Piercing to attack the protagonist. With a smirk, the guy said that now he could rest easy about the guys, since they were so confident in their abilities. Lin Shu didn't wait either and immediately used Shattering Fist against his opponent. The ability worked perfectly, and in that very moment, the attacking bandit's arm was literally torn apart from the inside. The protagonist warned them that the same fate awaited every murderer: death. The bandit was terrified when he heard these words from the young man, so he desperately tried to stop him and just talk. But it was already too late, so Lin Shu knocked his head off with a single precise blow. The others were momentarily taken aback when they saw their comrade fall dead to the ground. The bandits couldn't believe that some second-year student had managed to kill a first-rank warrior while still at the candidate stage, and in just a second, no less. But at the same time, they weren't about to back down, so they prepared to pounce on Lin Shu all at once. They then attacked the young man from all sides, hoping this would work against him. For him, this wasn't a problem at all, so he quickly eliminated all these first-rank warriors, gaining experience for himself. The remaining bandits trembled with fear, for the protagonist's power had literally terrified them. In the end, they didn't want to risk their lives and fled from this strange guy as fast as they could. Lin Shu noticed that these guys were running fast and wondered if someone might have set them on him. Very soon, news of the mercenaries' humiliating failure reached the estate. The client was furious, so he called all the thugs complete nobodies. The woman couldn't understand how 5 first-rank warriors had failed to take down a single warrior candidate, especially from an ambush. The bandits tried to explain that they themselves hadn't expected some kid, not even officially a warrior, to be so tough and kill their comrades with just a couple of blows. At that moment, the head of the Tan clan arrived, furious that they had dared to carry out an assassination attempt within the city limits, threatening their family's reputation. He ordered everyone to get out of there, while the woman was taken aback when she saw Mubai so angry. The old man asked if she really thought no one would find out about this incident. If he hadn't sent people in time to clean up this mess, they would have become the subject of a federal investigation. The woman emphasized that she simply couldn't stand idly by after her 2 sons had been treated this way. She wanted the perpetrator to experience the approaching death that Tan Tianyu had had to endure. The head believed that his son was to blame for this himself, because he knew what consequences taking performance-enhancing drugs would bring. Yet he used them anyway, and facing death would only help him become a better person. He also reported that the Academy had already issued a punishment for Lin Shu and would send him to the Fortress of Light. The head explained that the mortality rate among participants in these expeditions was as high as 70%, and he had no objection to increasing that rate. The next day, Lin Shu had already arrived at the assembly point for the foray into the fortress and was listening intently to the roll call. Qin Shang, a 3rd-rank warrior in charge of the operation, paid particular attention to the young man serving his punishment there. The protagonist, who had brought along quite a few belongings, clearly replied that it was indeed him. In turn, Lin Shu noticed that he had once again encountered a warrior whom his eye of analysis could not read. Qin Chong then asked everyone present to listen to him with the utmost attention and expressed his hope that each of them would manage to survive this mission. He decided to ask our hero if he was perhaps afraid, which made all the other soldiers laugh as well. The commander shouted for all his subordinates to stop talking and be serious, and announced that this time, 4 brigades totaling 40 warriors were setting out on the expedition. The soldiers paid no attention to his remark and laughed at the fact that there were only 30 of them, since they doubted that the youngster was really a warrior. The leader did not appreciate such jokes at all and asked the smart Alex, who were grinning, to step out of line. No one dared to disobey his orders, and they immediately did 100 push-ups as punishment. The commander knew that Lin Shu was a student at Starlight Academy, but since he was participating in this mission, he would be in the same position as everyone else while carrying it out. That was precisely why he advised the protagonist not to let his guard down and to always keep his eyes peeled, because death would be lurking on all sides. After that, the man announced that the entire team was present, so they had to get their gear in order and set off in 15 minutes. Immediately after takeoff, all the expedition members gathered intently in the transporter's training compartment. They were all training actively, while Lin Shu sat off to the side, meditating calmly. One of the guys, named Li Yi, approached our hero and noted that he too had once studied at Starlight. The protagonist immediately broke his meditation and, without saying a word, looked at his partner. This soldier pointed out that Lin Shu hadn't even finished high school, so it was strange that he had been sent on the mop-up mission to the Fortress of Light. With a smile on his face, Lin Shu sighed heavily and replied that he had simply been forced to do it. Li Yi immediately guessed that all of this might be because the young man had angered some big shot connected to the academy. He was about to say that in that case, he certainly didn't envy our hero when a can of cola flew their way. These were the very same bullies who couldn't understand why their friend was skipping training and instead chatting idly with the young man. Li Yi still stood up for Lin Shu and asked them not to go too far, since he was his classmate from elementary school. The bully immediately shoved him aside and remarked that his voice had suddenly become way too high-pitched over the past couple of days. In reality, he wanted to know what kind of box the protagonist had been lugging around all this time, and he wanted to see if there was anything valuable hidden inside. The protagonist was in no hurry to show his belongings to some random soldier, so he stopped him right away. Lin Shu assumed that the older guys hadn't taught this kid that you shouldn't take other people's things. The bully smirked at that reaction and remarked that the kid was pretty feisty. The rest of the thugs just laughed and asked Jin Hai to see what the kid was hiding in that box. The young man was still completely unafraid of them, so he asked if they knew the saying that curiosity killed the cat. The soldier finally ordered him to get down and warned that he wasn't even going to ask him. With incredible effort, Jin Hai lifted the box, unaware of what heavy object lay inside. The protagonist had been watching him closely the whole time, waiting for the right moment to act. Finally, he kicked the bottom of the box with all his might. The soldier couldn't hold it back, so a spear burst out and shot high into the air. Lin Shu deftly grabbed his weapon and was already preparing to teach his attackers a lesson. Jin Hai couldn't understand what had just happened at all, so he didn't even have time to react to the guy's trick. He couldn't move because he was terrified of the sharp blade right at his throat. The protagonist added that he had completely forgotten to warn his assailant that when the silver spirit gets involved, blood is spilled. All the other soldiers also tensed up when they saw how far the situation between these two had escalated. In the end, Lin Shu calmly moved the spear away from him, as he had expected much more from a so-called first-rank warrior. Holding his neck anxiously, the soldier asked the boy to repeat what he had just dared to say. Our hero still wore a mocking smile as he put his weapon back in the box. Then he explained that all this time he had simply been trying to make it clear that Jin Hai was nothing but trash. These words drove the soldier into a white-hot rage, causing him to clench his teeth with all his might and remain speechless. In the end, he couldn't stand such blatant insolence from Lin Shu and lunged at him with his fists. Our hero was much faster, so he was able to land a punch right in his opponent's face without any trouble. Jin Hai couldn't even stay on his feet, so he fell to the ground with a short cry. The other soldiers and the bully himself immediately rushed toward the young man to avenge their comrade. Finally, the commander intervened in their argument, ordering them to stop in a stern voice. With icy composure, he watched as his subordinate once again began to torment the new recruit. One of the soldiers immediately complained that it was this kid who had knocked Jin Hai to the ground first. The commander asked if it wasn't humiliating enough for a first-rank warrior to be knocked down by a senior-year student. He advised the young man to stop engaging in such nonsense and to focus on how to survive this expedition, since they were about to reach the Fortress of Light. When they arrived at the location, Qinqiang announced that he and 3 other instructors would head to the central zone of the fortress to eliminate the main threat. All the other soldiers were to form 4 groups of 10 under the command of their platoon leaders and enter the fortress through the south gate. Lin Shu asked Li Yi if he had been here before, and Li Yi replied that, to tell the truth, he had only enlisted this year, so he was a rookie. Before leaving, Jin Hai turned to the protagonist and asked him not to just go and get himself killed. The young man replied with a smirk that she could relax and not worry about it, because he was more concerned about whether a loser who couldn't even beat a high school student would live to see tomorrow. At that moment, a girl joined them and ordered Jin Hai to stop talking. It was a platoon commander named Xu Wen, who asked the guy not to cause any trouble from now on. She didn't want the rest of the group to be put in danger because of their petty squabbles. After that, the girl turned to Lin Shu and announced that they were heading out on a mission right now. As soon as the squad went deeper into the fortress, they encountered the first walking dead. But that wasn't a problem at all, since the experienced warriors easily dealt with the monsters. Xu Wen explained that there were quite a few small settlements in the vicinity of the Fortress of Light, and their squad would be tasked with clearing out this specific location. Jin Hai walked at the front of the line, since there were only first-tier zombies here, which made him feel that the difficulty of this mission wasn't even close to what he had expected. The commander warned that they were currently only on the outskirts of the settlement, so high-ranked zombies and evolved beasts were further in. After dealing with the first wave of enemies, the entire group headed deeper into the abandoned settlement. Xu Wen suddenly stopped when she spotted a sizable crowd of enemies in the distance. These were already second-tier zombies, characterized by their high speed and sharp teeth. They were also virus carriers, meaning that a bite would turn the infected into the same kind of monster. Jin Hai remarked that these walking dead still didn't impress him, while the protagonist tensed up, having never faced such opponents before. The soldier felt no fear at all, so he was the first to rush forward to deal with all the zombies. The monsters didn't waste any time either, and immediately leaped toward him. The guy hadn't expected these zombies to be so fast, so he froze in confusion. He tried to dodge the infected one's attack, and only then realized he had seriously underestimated his opponent. At that moment, Lin Shu intervened in their fight, quickly positioning himself behind his partner and piercing the monster with his spear. Jin Hai looked over his shoulder warily, seeing that our hero wasn't the least bit afraid of the new enemies. He couldn't ignore the fact that the protagonist had just literally saved his life, so he thanked him for his help with some embarrassment. The young man, on the other hand, was getting more and more fired up because these second-tier zombies were simply a goldmine of experience points. Seeing such a bold person who so easily charged at them, the undead only grew angrier and wanted to tear him to pieces. But the protagonist wasn't afraid at all and destroyed the enemies one by one, earning 2,000 experience points for each. Li Yi began to doubt that this guy wasn't already an official warrior because he couldn't shake the feeling that he would be tougher than all of them, the first-rank warriors. Then Xu Wen ordered everyone to stop standing there like statues, because she also suspected that this was a second-rank zombie and asked everyone to be careful when destroying them. The soldiers accepted the order without the slightest hesitation and rushed to Lin Shu's aid in a coordinated formation. The commander wielded her blade masterfully, so any zombie in her path was killed quite quickly. Li Yi and Jin Hai didn't stand idly by either and tried to clear the area as quickly as possible. At that moment, a completely different, piercing roar was heard, causing the entire team to be distracted from the battle with the zombies. This strange sound came from literally all directions, which only put more pressure on our heroes. Only Lin Shu immediately realized that it was the zombie leader, summoning the rest of the undead here. The soldiers had no idea about this, so they were shocked when they heard such terrible news from their partner. Meanwhile, the mutants were indeed closing in on them. Only this time, the crowd was even larger. The ring of the dead was relentlessly tightening, cutting off their retreat and surrounding the heroes with a solid wall. In just a couple of moments, Xu Wen's entire squad was surrounded, so all that was left was to fight. Finally, the commander ordered her subordinates to set aside their panic and use their firearms before the enemies got too close. The soldiers obeyed her without question and immediately drew their guns to fight the undead from a distance. The zombies advanced on them in a massive horde, completely ignoring the gunfire directed at them. It seemed these creatures weren't afraid of bullets at all, so they didn't stop for a moment. With every passing second, they were getting closer to our heroes, so soon the firearms would become useless. Lin Shu held onto his gun until the very end, because he had managed to take down a few undead after all. As a result, his combat effectiveness had already exceeded 700, so he asked for half of the attribute points he received to be allocated to strength and the other half to speed. In just a second, his combat effectiveness rose to 800, so the protagonist finally reached the rank of first-rank warrior. He could only use accumulation of rage 3 times a day, and the ability's cooldown was a full 8 hours, so he hoped that the rank bonus would increase his usage limit. The zombies were already very close, but the soldiers didn't stop firing, trying to hold back this wall of rotting flesh any way they could. In the end, Xu Wen finally gave the order for her teammates to prepare for close combat. After that, she immediately drew her blade and was about to use her combat skill. Her ability was Heavenly Slash, against which enemies were simply helpless. The other soldiers immediately picked up on their commander's fighting spirit and rushed into the attack. But the protagonist was the first to act. He was now thinking of nothing else but gaining as much experience as possible and earning another level up. Lin Shu leaped right into the crowd of zombies and finished them off with a couple of precise and deft strikes. At that moment, one of the soldiers reported that there was another massive wave of undead behind them. Yuwen realized there were too many enemies, but they couldn't let their squad get surrounded. Finally, she pointed to a nearby building and suggested they take cover there. The entire squad began retreating backward, while a couple of soldiers in front kept firing at the enemies. The commander shouted for them to hide inside the building as quickly as possible before the zombies could catch up to them. Li Yi was relieved to see that there was a roll-up door here, so he called out to Xu Wen and Lin Shu to hurry. The squad leader could no longer retreat, as she was holding back an endless horde of the undead, and she asked our hero to escape first. The young man refused to obey the commander and pushed her aside toward the door, so he could deal with all the enemies on his own. Lin Shu apologized to her and explained that it wasn't his habit to make a girl bring up the rear. The girl couldn't believe that her partner had actually taken such a risky step. Jin Hai immediately ran up to the commander and tried to pull her inside to save her from the zombies. She wasn't going to give in so easily because she simply couldn't leave Lin Shu alone. Then the young man suggested that Xu Wen see for herself that they simply couldn't handle such a huge number of enemies. For his part, the protagonist stood confidently before the entire crowd and gripped his spear tightly. He focused on unleashing his most powerful combat skill. Lin Shu unleashed the Phoenix's majesty against the Walking Dead, incinerating a significant number of enemies in a single strike. The Walking Dead screamed desperately as the flames scorched their unprotected bodies. The protagonist watched this closely from the sidelines, trying to assess the results of his work. The soldiers couldn't believe he was actually capable of something like this, and didn't even know what kind of powerful skill it was. Coming to his senses, Jin Hai finally shouted for the young man to hurry inside. Our hero, of course, didn't waste any time or risk the lives of others and quickly rushed into the building. His teammates still had to struggle to close the rusty roll-up door, but the guys managed to do it, so silence reigned in the building for a while. It didn't last long, because very soon the mutants reached the entrance and began pounding furiously with their powerful hands. Under the pressure of their bodies, even the metal began to deform, so this shelter wasn't entirely reliable. Xu Wen immediately warned the entire team that it looked like the door wouldn't hold out for long. Then one of the soldiers reported that at the entrance leading to the second floor, there was a rather massive barrier gate with a narrow gap between its slats, which was advantageous for defense. Meanwhile, the rolling door was already at its limit, buckling under the weight of the rotting zombie corpses. Eventually, the metal gave way, and the entire horde of monsters burst into the building. The protagonist was frustrated that the door was so flimsy, and Xu Wen shouted for everyone to run to the top floor. With a terrifying scream, the monsters rushed after our heroes, determined not to let their prey escape. The commander was running last, so it fell to her to close the gate to the second floor. By the time the zombies reached it, the girl had already bolted it shut, so the entire squad was safe. The monsters tried to reach the guys with their clawed paws, but their attempts were in vain. Then Xu Wen gave the order to go upstairs and scout the floor to clear it of any potential threats. The guys did just that, slowly making their way to the next level of the building. Li Yi immediately noticed that there was indeed something strange here, and asked his comrades what it was. Here lay the horrifying mummies of other people who had long ago fallen into a trap. It turned out that everything on this floor was covered in cobwebs, from whose threads hung the unfortunate victims of a local mutant. The guy immediately surmised that some kind of mutated spiders were lurking here. They had no reason to doubt it, because one of these creatures was already about to attack Li Yi. The guy felt something strange on his body, so he immediately tried to ask his teammates what kind of vermin had latched onto his back. Jin Hai was the first to react to this threat and deftly killed the spider with his axe. It turned out to be a first-rank black spider created by radioactive contamination, but its toxicity wasn't significant. The protagonist, using his eye of analysis, immediately warned his comrades about the enemy they were facing. Jin Hai immediately started yelling at Li Yi for jinxing them, while the commander concluded that they had indeed stumbled into a spider's nest. At that moment, one of the soldiers called out to Xu Wen with a terrified scream. A whole horde of spiders was already closing in on their squad, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. The commander then shouted for everyone to quickly run to the third floor, since it would be nearly impossible to handle the entire horde. The soldiers quickly regrouped and all headed up the stairs together. Suddenly, the girl stopped because she saw that the spiders were here too. Now, the monsters didn't wait and immediately attacked our squad with their webs. The commander managed to react in time and cut the spider in half, after which she ordered the soldiers to push forward. The squad began to deal with all the enemies, of which there were countless numbers here. The protagonist noted that this building had only 4 floors, so this staircase must definitely lead to the roof. He suggested that his teammates go upstairs and tried to clear a path for them. After that, the guy quickly ran up to the top floor and kicked the door open with a single powerful blow. Then the entire squad ran out onto the roof, trying to break away from the enemies chasing them. Once everyone was safely outside, Li Yi quickly bolted the door shut so no one could reach them. Xu Wen announced that for now they would take a short break to rest and regain their strength, and that the zombies on the first floor would sort themselves out if they couldn't see them. Meanwhile, Lin Shu walked to the edge of the roof to see what was happening below. The commander also approached him and noted that there were still a great many zombies surrounding the building. At that moment, she and the protagonist noticed something rather strange. The dead were joined by second-rank fang dogs, which were relatively tall, moved at high speed, had a keen sense of smell, sharp teeth, and moved in packs. The mutated beast began attacking the zombies, tearing them to pieces. As a result, the number of zombies dwindled, as they were no match for the beast's sharp teeth and fangs. Even an experienced veteran like Xu Wen couldn't fathom what was happening at the building's entrance. Our heroes had no idea that the fang dogs and the zombies could fight each other. The zombies immediately forgot about the squad of soldiers and turned to attack their new opponent. Xu Wen immediately thought that this commotion was meant to lure the zombies away from the first floor, which could be their chance to retreat. For his part, the protagonist was still on edge, as he couldn't understand why the zombies and the evolved beasts were attacking each other. Meanwhile, the commander ordered the entire squad to check their gear and get into full combat readiness, as they were about to head down to the lower floor. Li Yi immediately asked, with a note of anxiety in his voice, whether they could simply walk away from here. The girl replied that obviously that wouldn't be possible, since they first needed to break through the encirclement, then regroup on the outskirts and continue with their mission. Besides, there were still a few zombies outside, so they had to deal with them quietly. Xu Wen and Lin Shu set about this task themselves, trying to eliminate the enemies as inconspicuously as possible. The zombies didn't even have time to react to how quickly they were attacked, leaving them no chance of survival. Finally, the young man signaled to the rest of the soldiers that the coast was clear. The squad wasted no time and quickly ran on, avoiding drawing unnecessary attention. Suddenly, the protagonist stopped and, raising one hand, motioned for the others to do the same. He watched as the dead and the mutants fought fiercely with one another, right in the middle of the village street. At that very moment, the fang dogs seemed to sense a foreign presence and immediately turned their gaze toward our heroes. Lin Shu warned his teammates that things were looking bad, since they had been spotted after all. One of the beasts growled ferociously when it saw living people in front of it. The protagonist wasn't even scared of such terrifying enemies, so he quickly finished off the first opponent with his spear. Xu Wen also immediately rushed into battle, destroying enemies with Heavenly Slash. The rest of the soldiers followed their commander's example and dealt with both the zombies and the dogs. Very soon, all team members reported that they had cleared their section of enemies. The protagonist wasn't in a hurry to say anything of the sort, because he sensed that this wasn't the end yet. Then a third-rank fang dog emerged from the dust cloud. It was enormous in stature, possessed blinding speed, a keen sense of smell, razor-sharp teeth, and the special ability, Bloody Slaughter. Xu Wen also looked toward this serious threat and immediately guessed who they were dealing with. The protagonist confirmed her guess and explained that now they would have to face the leader of the clawed dogs. This beast was incredibly ferocious, so it flung zombies in all directions with a single lunge. Lin Shu warned his comrades to be careful, as the dog was heading straight for them. With one sharp lunge, the mutant covered the last few meters and was already looming over the soldier. The guy managed to dodge at the last moment and immediately noticed that this monster was faster than the previous dogs. The protagonist tried to warn his partner that he needed to retreat, but the latter didn't listen and tried to attack the enemy. The soldier's blade did manage to hit his target, but it had almost no effect on the dog. The guy immediately realized his mistake, because until then, he hadn't even suspected that the mutant was so tough. Then the beast didn't hesitate and grabbed his arm with its powerful jaws. In doing so, it simply tore off the soldier's limb, causing him to let out a piercing scream. This greatly angered Zhu Wen, as she couldn't bear to watch something like this happen to her subordinates. She used Heavenly Slash again to try to finish off the monster. The fanged dog was so nimble that it easily dodged the strike and continued running toward the commander. In no time, it was right next to the girl and had already opened its jaws to grab her. The protagonist managed to intervene just in time and finally stopped the mutant with his spear. The commander thanked him for saving her life, and Lin Shu warned that this dog had thick skin and strong defensive capabilities, so everyone needed to stay on guard. Then the young man began to deliver countless blows to his opponent, wielding his weapon with mastery. The mutant hadn't expected anything like this at all, so he didn't attack him for a while. The protagonist saw that his opponent had managed to withstand his attack after all and decided to try another skill. Lin Shu used the accumulated power strike, which finally managed to hit the clawed dog. The young man had to exert a considerable amount of strength to use this ability. He landed a follow-up strike, after which his opponent finally flew off to the side. Hope immediately arose among the soldiers, as it looked like they would indeed win this battle. The protagonist wasn't celebrating yet, and watched closely the cloud of dust that rose after the clawed hound fell. Lin Shu noticed that the system notification hadn't popped up, meaning the creature wasn't dead yet. His strike had indeed wounded the mutant's impenetrable hide, but it was still able to stand on its paws and continue fighting. The dog's eyes burned with rage, which did not bode well. In the end, it used its special ability, Bloody Slaughter. Lin Shu hadn't even suspected that evolved beasts that had reached the third rank would possess such powerful special abilities. He then warned his teammates to quickly scatter and dodge the attack. A moment later, a deafening explosion rang out, blinding everyone with a bright flash. The soldiers hadn't managed to retreat to a safe distance, so they were knocked about by the shockwave. Even the protagonist couldn't withstand such power, so he crashed into the nearest wall at full speed. He couldn't withstand the crushing force of the blow, so he coughed up blood. Lin Shu was glad he had system notifications. Otherwise, he simply wouldn't have survived this time. The other soldiers were also in more or less decent shape because the guy had warned them of the danger. The clawed hound had no intention of stopping after using its special ability, so it kept its eyes fixed on our heroes. The enraged monster let out another deafening roar that made everything around it tremble. At that moment, it leaped high into the air to try attacking the squad again. The dog used Bloody Slaughter once more, not intending to let its victims go so easily. In fact, the protagonist hadn't expected their enemy to be able to use its special ability so soon. But even that didn't scare Lin Shu, so he prepared to attack the mutant again. Gripping his spear tightly, the young man once again unleashed the powerful Phoenix's majesty. Then another explosion rang out, scattering sharp shards in all directions with a deafening roar. As a result, Lin Shu was also caught in the devastating shockwave and slammed his back against the concrete wall with tremendous force. Despite this, our hero still managed to defeat the third-rank Fanged Hound, for which he received 8,000 experience points. The young man was covered in wounds, but he was glad that the enemy was finally dead. The soldiers couldn't believe that their partner had actually killed a high-ranked beast, and the commander tried to find out if he was okay. The only problem was that behind them, they heard the screams of a new monster. In the distance, a terrifying silhouette with ominously glowing eyes suddenly appeared, slowly and inexorably approaching our heroes. It was a second-rank zombie leader who seemed to have been biding his time to attack the squad. The protagonist warned the team about their opponent and explained that when they were surrounded by hordes of zombies, there had been a similar roar. The mutant looked with interest at the defeated clawed hound, his former rival. For now, he ignored the squad of soldiers, as he intended to deal with the beast first. It turned out the zombie was searching for the anomalous crystal, which was located in the dog's brain. The mutant leader intended to consume this crystal to become even stronger. The commander immediately recognized this valuable mineral and kept her eyes fixed on their opponent's strange gesture. None of our heroes had ever seen anything like this before, so they had no idea that a zombie could swallow another mutant's crystal. Now, the second-rank zombie leader was in the process of evolving, triggered by the absorption of a third-rank anomalous crystal. Lin Shu, seeing this through his eye of analysis, warned his teammates about what was happening to their opponent. Zhu Wen couldn't believe until the very end that such a thing was even possible in reality. Then the protagonist sprang into action, realizing he had to finish off the monster before it completed its evolution. It seemed it was already too late, as the zombie leader's eyes glowed with a dangerous and entirely different, icy radiance of pure hatred. Then he let out an even louder roar, summoning mutant reinforcements. Just a second later, the team of heroes was surrounded by a tight ring of new zombies that had quickly gathered from all around. All the soldiers instantly stood back to back, forming a tight defensive circle and preparing to face the onslaught of the horde surrounding them. The protagonist asked the commander to hold off the approaching zombies while he dealt with the leader for the time being. The young man explained that the mutants would only disperse if they managed to kill him, and if he successfully evolved, their team wouldn't make it out of there alive. Xu Wen agreed to help the young man and asked him to be careful in this fight. Lin Shu rushed forward as quickly as possible to save himself and his team. The leader also attacked our hero, intending to tear him apart with his claws right on the spot. The young man turned out to be much quicker, so his spear had already reached its target. But the problem was that this zombie's hide was even tougher than that of a third-rank fanged hound, which led Lin Shu to believe it was due to the absorption of the anomalous crystal. The protagonist didn't stop there and used the majesty of the phoenix to try attacking the leader with flames. The mutant had also become much more agile, so it easily leaped aside. A barrage of fire rained down on the rank-and-file undead, whom the cunning leader had used as a human shield to cover his maneuver. Obeying their leader's furious command, the frenzied mutants rushed en masse at the protagonist, seeking to tear him to pieces. Lin Shu had already used up all his accumulated power strikes, and Phoenix Majesty, despite its high power, consumed too much energy, so he urgently needed to find a way to deal with the crowd of zombies. The young man remembered the card from Teacher Luo, which he had given him for reaching the warrior candidate level. Besides, our hero had already become a first-rank warrior, so he would surely be able to master the combat skill of this silver card fairly quickly. The knowledge immediately flashed through his mind that the essence of the pear-colored squall lay in speed, and no enemy could withstand 100 spear strikes delivered in an instant. The soldiers noticed that their comrade was doing something strange, because at that very moment, the guy decided to start mastering the combat skill card. The zombies were already too close to the protagonist, who wasn't paying them any attention at all. For his part, the protagonist had already prepared himself to fight this entire horde of enemies. Lin Shu finally activated the silver skill, Pear-Colored Gale, and in that very moment, his spear transformed into a blinding whirlwind of hundreds of deadly strikes. The mindless zombies truly couldn't withstand such speed and were simply blown away by the protagonist's strikes. The young man himself felt that just 3 strikes weren't enough to break through to the leader. The protagonist tried to use the barrage once more, swinging his weapon in all directions. Several strikes landed on the zombies again, but it still wasn't enough to break through. Lin Shu wasn't going to give up there, because that execution of the technique was useless, so he tried again. This time, the young man managed 4 strikes, but it was still far from the desired result. Xu Wen saw that our hero wasn't just studying the skill chart during the fight, but was doing so at such a speed that he seemed practically insane. The commander believed there was nothing unusual about this, since mastering a new skill was only possible through constant combat, and she suspected that the young man had achieved such success precisely because of his obsession and madness. After that, she shouted that she and her comrades could not possibly lose to a high school student, so they would fight to the end. The soldiers caught her spirit, even though they knew they couldn't possibly match a monster like Lin Shu, but they couldn't fall too far behind either. Meanwhile, the protagonist kept accelerating the Pear-Colored Gale, trying to land more hits at once. The zombie chief watched as the boy worked on his attacks, which had reached a limit of 5 strikes. For now, the young man had accepted that he hadn't made much progress. But in any case, he had already dealt with all the minor opponents, so it was time to take on the bigger fish. With a single sharp lunge, Lin Shu leaped toward the leader, closing the distance between them in a fraction of a second. Channeling all his strength into the spear in his hands, the protagonist used the ability he had just learned once again. The zombie hadn't expected to see such power, so he was momentarily thrown off balance by Lin Shu's onslaught. In the end, he still managed to defend himself against the young man's attack by raising a block in front of him. The protagonist landed several blows in quick succession, but the opponent proved strong enough to withstand them all. The young man couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that the zombie leader was able to withstand even such a powerful ability. Only now did he realize that the mutant had already completed its evolution, so he hadn't been able to prevent the process. Lin Shu had already seen that the opponent hadn't managed to acquire the full combat capabilities of a third-rank fanged hound. However, the third-rank leader now possessed a special ability in the form of stone skin, which immediately nullified all of our hero's efforts. In the end, the young man resigned himself to the fact that all he could do was fight to the end. The zombie was confident in his new powers, so he wasn't the least bit afraid of the young man's confidence or considerable strength. In the end, they charged toward each other to clash in a fierce battle. The protagonist struck first but missed his target, so the opponent remained completely unharmed. Then the evolved zombie swung his leg, intending to simply crush the defenseless boy. He slammed his limb into the ground with all his might, but Lin Shu managed to react to the attack and leap aside. The young man understood perfectly well that if he couldn't quickly destroy the zombie leader, it would continue to summon reinforcements, and their team situation would only get worse. In the end, the protagonist realized he had no other way out of this situation and decided to use Rage Burst. Xu Wen sensed that the aura around them had suddenly intensified, and Jin Hai immediately realized it was coming from their partner. The protagonist decided to try an enhanced version of the Pear Squall on the zombie chieftain, since he had handled the regular version so easily. After Lin Shu poured all his fury into the fight, his spear strikes became even faster and more powerful. The enemy could no longer react to the intensified attacks, so Lin Shu was finally able to land a hit on him. The young man was delighted when he saw that his plan had finally worked against the enemy. Besides that, he noticed a strange sensation after entering a state of rage, as if he and the spear had become one. The protagonist decided it was time to confirm these feelings and use something more powerful. Then Lin Shu applied deep insight, directing the blade straight at the target. Seeing this move, the zombie chief had already prepared in advance and raised a block in front of him. With renewed strength, the young man once again unleashed the pear-colored barrage. Xu Wen, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't understand how a single attack that Lin Shu had launched this time turned out to be more than twice as powerful as the 5 instant strikes he had delivered before. Finally, he managed to destroy the third-rank zombie leader, for which he received 8,000 experience points and reached level 13. The young man was happy to see another level up and immediately asked the system to invest all the points into strength. But the protagonist wasn't going to stop there and was already preparing to wipe out all the remaining stragglers in one fell swoop. The young man began circling through the crowd of the walking dead, moving from one enemy to the next, and gained a bit more experience. Very soon, the entire ground around him was covered with the lifeless bodies of zombies. Jin Hai noted that he hadn't fought so enjoyably in a long time, while Li Yi emphasized that if Lin Shu hadn't killed the zombie leader, surely none of them would have survived. The protagonist assured them that everything was fine and announced that from now on, they would all be brothers and sisters until death. The commander feared that he had enhanced his strength using drugs that could have serious side effects, but the young man assured her that it was merely a special combat skill. The girl could clearly see that everything had been different with that last strike, so she couldn't understand how the same combat skill could have become so much more powerful. Lin Shu pretended that he himself didn't understand what had happened at that moment, and that he had merely felt himself become one with the Silver Spirit. The commander immediately thought that this might be the deepened insight that the young man himself had never heard of. The commander then explained that this ability unleashes the peak power of a combat skill once it has reached the necessary level of mastery and refinement. Even low-level bronze skills, when they achieve deep insight, are capable of unleashing power on par with silver skills. Besides, they say that only 1 in 1,000 warriors reaches such heights, and there were very few who were capable of mastering it, which made Lin Shu even happier. The commander noted that it was already getting late, so she suggested they spend the night on the roof of this building. They grilled the meat of a fanged hound, and our hero never imagined it could be so delicious. Xu Wen immediately thought that the young man rarely had the chance to travel, and explained that the meat of evolved beasts was of a high quality. Pausing from his meal, the young man asked if she knew anything about the sacred realm. The commander guessed he was referring to the Shengyu Academy, which held the highest status and trained the most elite warriors. The protagonist began to better understand where Luo Yue came from, since graduates of her school were considered true geniuses. To be admitted there, students had to be ranked second class, a level not even all adults could achieve. Lin Shu believed this wasn't so difficult with the system at his disposal, and was already imagining how that icy princess would react when he appeared before her as a high-ranking warrior. After resting, our heroes set out early in the morning to continue clearing the area of mutants. Zhuwen reminded them that the instructors were responsible for clearing the deep zone of Sector A20, while their team was tasked with eliminating the zombies and beasts in the middle zone, after which their mission would be complete. At that moment, Li Yi excitedly asked the team to look ahead, where there was some strange monster. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the threat their teammate was pointing out. It was a second-rank crawling zombie, which possessed extremely high speed and the ability to climb and scale surfaces, including sheer cliffs. These monsters had swarmed all the buildings in the area, waiting for their next victim to wander in. Jinhai thought they moved as slowly as a snail, so he wasn't afraid at all and had already drawn his firearm. The protagonist tried to stop him, knowing full well that his assumptions were wrong, but it was already too late, as the soldier had fired. In the end, he missed one of the monsters, so his partner's attack didn't even do any good. The soldier saw that the mutant had instantly dodged his bullet, and Lin Shu explained that they shouldn't be underestimated, because these monsters had extremely high speed. Li Yi immediately asked why the zombies looked so slow-moving, and our hero suggested that it was most likely a tactic to deliberately lure their prey, and then, by confusing it, catch up to it. Meanwhile, the crawlers had already reacted to the fact that someone had dared to invade their territory. Finally, all the mutants began moving actively and headed toward the team of soldiers. Xu Wen reported that they had already provoked the enemies, so she warned the soldiers to prepare for a clash. The zombie crawlers moved toward our heroes at tremendous speed, eager to seize their prey as quickly as possible. The commander immediately ordered everyone to open fire on the mutants, and the area filled with the deafening roar of gunfire and flashes of flame. Some projectiles did hit their targets, but the enemies didn't stop. Zhuwen asked everyone to stay alert because the crawlers' speed was too high and they had to be fought with melee weapons in hand. Using her katana, the girl employed Heavenly Slash to attack the agile enemies quickly enough. The soldiers also bravely charged at the enraged zombies, attacking them from all sides. They were so focused on the battle that they didn't even notice the zombie crawlers attacking them from the buildings as well. Eventually, one of the mutants attacked a soldier from behind, and he didn't have time to react to the sudden assault. Xu Wen was shocked when she saw what had happened to her partner Adun. Then the commander looked around and realized they needed to be more careful because the enemies were attacking even from above. The onslaught was so overwhelming that the soldiers could no longer handle such a large number of zombies. The protagonist, who was also surrounded, kept fighting back to break free from the crawlers. Finally, he suggested to the commander that they retreat to an open area to avoid attacks from above. The girl agreed with Lin Shu's decision, as the situation was only getting worse. She ordered the entire squad to retreat to the park they had recently passed. The soldiers agreed with the commander's decision and quickly headed toward that location. Thus, they emerged into open terrain, after which the crawling zombies once again surrounded them on all sides. Xu Wen advised her teammates not to take a single step back if they wanted to survive this battle. Not a single member of the team was afraid, so they all charged the crowd of crawling zombies as a united front. Eventually, everyone was incredibly exhausted, as they couldn't even count how many enemies they had taken down. The protagonist also paused for a couple of seconds to quench his thirst after such intense physical exertion. He felt like he was literally dying of exhaustion, but for that many experience points, it was worth the effort. Suddenly, Lin Shu sensed a strange movement behind his back. Someone had tried to attack him, and the strike was so fast that it even managed to snip off a strand of hair from the young man's head. The protagonist immediately began swinging his spear to prevent the enemy from getting close to him. Finally, a mysterious figure appeared before Lin Shu, one who had managed to withstand his blow. It was a third-rank warrior nicknamed Traceless Shadow, who specialized in the stiletto, assassination techniques, and covert killings. The young man pressed his weapon to the stranger's throat and asked who he was. With a smirk on his face, the warrior replied that someone who was about to become a corpse had no need to know his name. None of the soldiers could understand who was bold enough to dare attack a Federation soldier. Then the faceless shadow emphasized that his target was Lin Shu specifically, so he advised the others not to interfere if they wanted to live. Xu Wen wasn't about to be intimidated by his threat so easily, and warned him that this guy was a Federation soldier, so his death would make her a target of the entire Federation army. The stranger had grown tired of all this talk, so he decided to finish off the commander so she wouldn't get in his way. The girl wasn't the least bit afraid and responded with a heavenly slash. Their colossal forces collided, causing a rather powerful explosion right in the center of the hall. The shockwave knocked Shu Wen off her feet, sending her flying far to the side. The soldiers were genuinely terrified when they saw what had happened to their commander. In the end, they all pounced on the monster who had dared to attack their boss. Then Shadowless used the silver skill Hyperspeed Spin so that no one could get close to him. Now the men realized they were facing a formidable opponent and suspected he was a third-rank warrior. Because of all the commotion, no one was paying any attention to the main character yet. He decided to flee deeper into the ruins, which led the mercenary to think that the kid, afraid of death, had decided to abandon his comrades to their fate. This only further provoked the enemy, as he wanted to see how far his target would run. The soldiers watched all this in bewilderment and couldn't figure out who their opponent was at all. The commander only emphasized that this man was very strong, so it wasn't certain that Lin Shu would be able to stand up to him alone. Jinhai believed they couldn't just sit idly by, since it was obvious the young man had lured the master away from them to divert the danger. The girl thought it was all just empty talk, because of course they wouldn't stand by and do nothing. She was incredibly angry that the warrior had dared to attack their man in the presence of Starlight City's soldiers. Meanwhile, the shadow without a trace had already caught up to the protagonist and asked where he was planning to run off to. With a smirk on his face, the young man asked who had said he'd decided to run away. The protagonist explained that all this time he'd just been looking for a secluded spot so no one would bother him while he dealt with him. Such self-assurance only fueled the mercenary's rage, so he was about to cut the kid to pieces for his words. In fact, Lin Shu had already guessed that the Tang clan had sent this man here. Traceless Shadow merely laughed in response and asked what difference it made to the boy, since he was already as good as dead. He couldn't believe that our hero was actually thinking of fighting his way through him to take revenge on the Tang clan. But the young man himself immediately confirmed that this was exactly what he planned to do. But before that, Lin Shu had to deal with his opponent, who had just barely managed to dodge the first strike. With eyes full of horror, the mercenary realized that the speed was truly impressive. Now the bandit himself had to step back slightly so the protagonist couldn't land a follow-up strike. Traceless Shadow suddenly felt his heart flinch for a moment at the determination the young man had just displayed. For his part, Lin Shu noted that the man had a rather strange evasion technique and surmised that it was a combat skill from the rare category of movement techniques. At that very moment, our hero gripped his weapon tighter, as that feeling greatly annoyed him. The mercenary also decided to use his blade, as the young man proved to be far from an easy target. In the end, neither of them managed to land a successful hit, as both masterfully blocked the strikes. Despite this, the opponent managed to graze Lin Shu again, cutting off a small strand of his hair. The protagonist reacted quickly to Traceless Shadow's movements and ducked low, dodging his next strike. Then he spun around, and the sharp spear was already nearly at the mercenary's throat. At the last moment, the opponent managed to jump back from Lin Shu's dangerous and sharp lunge. Traceless Shadow admitted that he hadn't even expected his target to be capable of such a move. But even that didn't scare his opponent, because he believed that such skills weren't enough to defeat him. Jumping high into the air, the mercenary spun his weapon and prepared to use a silver skill. It was an ability called Falling Petals, which summoned a vast number of rapid magical projectiles. The protagonist noticed that this skill bore a striking resemblance to his pear-colored squall, due to the profusion of gleaming blades, some of which were illusory. Lin Shu didn't lose his composure and was already about to show his opponent what a real lethal move looked like. A second later, the streams of projectiles collided with one another, trying to suppress each other's power. In this way, the young man managed to protect himself from the attack, and was already moving toward the shadow without a trace. This didn't scare the mercenary at all, since he had managed to observe our hero's battle against the zombies and study every detail of his power. Lin Shu believed that an outstanding third-rank warrior was nothing but a nobody, since he had to struggle so hard to defeat a first-rank warrior. Each time, the young man continued to use the pear-color barrage to at least graze his opponent. The shadow without a trace easily parried all these attempts and kept insisting that it was all too futile. Then he stopped holding back and this time used the silver skill, Twin Wing Thrust. This time the protagonist couldn't dodge his attack, so he hung defenselessly in his arms. Thus, the mercenary pinned him against the wall of the building, with no intention of letting him go. Lin Shu could only stare at the thug in fear, unable to break free from this trap. A smug grin immediately spread across Shadowless's face, for he was certain of his victory. The young man, however, declared that he would still argue with him on that point. Only now did the mercenary notice the huge bloodstain right in the middle of his chest. Up until that moment, he had been certain that he had managed to dodge those 4 lightning-fast strikes. In reality, Lin Shu had long since noticed the enemy nearby, so he deliberately refrained from fighting at full strength and had only unleashed 4 strikes during the battle with the zombies. The young man's secret was that he could perform 5 instant strikes, and it was precisely that 5th one that had struck his opponent. Through clenched teeth, the shadow without a trace hissed with his last ounce of strength that the protagonist was quite the scoundrel. In the end, the mercenary collapsed to the ground, exhausted, and Lin Shu received a notification that he had earned 120,000 experience points for defeating a 3rd-rank warrior. He leaned against the wall to catch his breath while the system informed him that he had reached level 14. The young man, clutching his wounded shoulder, allocated 4 points to strength and 10 to stamina. Although he had managed to restore his health after leveling up, the wounds from the daggers were still bleeding. The protagonist realized he needed to stop the bleeding immediately and knocked the enemy's blade aside. At that moment, he saw his team in the distance, shouting his name the whole time. The commander was leading all the soldiers toward him, trying to find out if their partner was okay after such a serious battle. Now Lin Shu realized that he could truly rely on these guys, because they hadn't even been scared by a 3rd-rank warrior. After that thought, our hero simply passed out and collapsed, exhausted, right onto the ground. Toward evening, the whole team climbed back onto the roof of one of the buildings and set up a tent so that Lin Shu could rest. The young man came to his senses rather quickly and at first couldn't figure out where he was. He quickly got up and crawled out, and his teammates immediately noticed that our hero had finally come to. The commander immediately approached her charge to ask how he was feeling. Lin Shu thanked them all for their help, but Shu Wen didn't understand why he was being so formal, since there were no strangers left in their team. Li and Jinhai marveled at the fact that the young man had managed to take down the shadowless Shadow, who was one of the hitmen wanted by the Starlight City authorities. The commander explained that the protagonist's shoulders had been injured, so they had applied a healing ointment, but recovery would still take at least another day. For this reason, they decided to stop and rest for a day so that Lin Shu could fully recover, and then they set out again to clear the area. Thus, they spent a whole month on this expedition, and the time had come to get out of this endless hell. The soldiers didn't envy those unlucky souls who would have to carry out the mission here next year. Shu Wen couldn't help but emphasize the fact that if it weren't for Lin Shu's presence, most likely no one from their squad would have survived. The rest of her teammates agreed with her and now considered our hero a brother for life, so they didn't mind helping him if a job came up for them. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by a stranger who asked if they were Federation fighters. It was a strange group of adventurers who immediately realized that the annual zombie and evolved beast cleanup period had begun again. One of them suspected that the team of soldiers had definitely made a decent haul, so he suggested with a smirk on his face that they share it with them. Shu Wen immediately asked who had instilled such bravery in these bandits that they dared to rob their team, despite their affiliation with the Federation Army. In turn, the protagonist quickly assessed each member of the gang and saw that they were all 1st-rank warriors. But among them was also Zhou Diaoyu, a 3rd-rank warrior who specialized in the 2-handed sword and possessed immense combat prowess. Lin Shu immediately asked the commander to be more careful, since there was a high-ranking opponent in their group. At that very moment, Zhou Diaoyu lost his temper because of all this long-winded talk and reached for the weapon on his back. The thought immediately flashed through the protagonist's mind that this man had come specifically for him. The very next second, the warrior announced that he only wanted this kid and handed the rest of the soldiers over to the bandits. Shu Wen finally realized that they had encountered the notorious lone wolf named Zhou Diaoyu. Jinhai was shocked when he heard this news from the commander, because he had heard that this man had managed to slaughter an entire battalion. The girl knew exactly who they were dealing with, since several of her comrades in arms had fallen by his sword, and now she wasn't surprised that they had dared to attack them, even knowing who they were. Zhou Diaoyu had absolutely no regrets about his actions, because he believed that slaughtering Federation soldiers was no more difficult than slaughtering dogs. These words infuriated the commander, so she was already about to finish off this scoundrel. The protagonist immediately stopped the girl and asked her to leave this warrior for him. He suspected that Zhou Diaoyu had been sent here by the Tang clan and warned the mercenary that his colleague had already been dealt with. The high-ranking warrior asked the young man not to lump him in with that moron. He believed that the difference between his strength and that of the shadowless shadow was as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. The protagonist could already sense that this guy was very strong, because undoubtedly, a two-handed sword was even heavier than his silver spirit. A second later, the opponents had already clashed in a furious battle and crossed their blades. In turn, Shu Wen turned to her comrades and ordered them to finish off the other scum and then help Lin Shu. She emphasized that since these men were associated with Zhou Diao, there was no need to stand on ceremony with them. They should simply be killed. The young man also wasted no time and was already preparing to unleash a pear-colored barrage against his opponent. His opponent was no pushover, so he easily blocked the attack with his sword. The warrior considered these to be nothing more than child's play, because he would only have feared our hero if he could unleash at least 10 strikes per second. Now, however, Lone Wolf wanted to demonstrate what a true combat skill looked like. With a single imperceptible lunge, he found himself behind the protagonist. It was an incredibly powerful silver skill called Dark Star Slash. The protagonist realized this was indeed a serious attack, and he had absolutely no chance of withstanding its onslaught. For this reason, the young man decided to use Rage Burst, even though it was a rather risky move. Shu Wen was shocked when she saw that such a powerful attack had struck their partner directly. The soldiers were also seriously frightened when they realized their comrade was in danger. Zhou Diaoyu grinned as he looked toward our hero, already certain he had cut the young man down. Amid the cloud of dust that rose after the blow, the silhouette of the young man was visible, and he seemed to still be standing on his feet. The protagonist agreed that this guy was too tough, so if he hadn't activated Rage Burst in time, he would most likely have been cut in two by now. The high-ranking warrior was surprised to see the boy had survived and thought he must have managed to use a performance-enhancing drug in an instant. But that didn't matter to the Lone Wolf, because he believed it made the fun much more interesting. Lin Shu realized that even after activating Rage Burst, he still couldn't match the opponent's strength, and suspected that this mercenary was at the peak of the third rank. The opponent also acknowledged that he had felt an impressive counterattack from the protagonist. In that case, Zhou Diaoyu decided to intensify his attacks even further to see how the young man would fare against such blows. The protagonist immediately tried to block with his spear, realizing that this aura was far too dangerous. This time, Lone Wolf used the triple slash whirlwind against him. With a broad grin on his face, the bandit warned that he was about to use the first slash. Lin Shu realized that his opponent was only getting stronger, but he had no intention of giving up. The young man couldn't stay on his feet from such an attack and was sent flying far to the side. After such a powerful blow, dust swirled up around them, shrouding our hero in a cloud. The force of this attack was too great, so even the silver spirit forged from cosmic ore developed cracks. Zhou Diaoyu continued to use the triple slash whirlwind and tried to catch up to Lin Shu. When the distance was minimal, the mercenary was already preparing to deliver the second slash. The protagonist wasn't particularly pleased with this turn of events, as he had originally planned to hold back his trump card, but now he had no other choice. In the end, Lin Shu used the pear-colored barrage to try to strike the warrior. Zhou Diaoyu wasn't afraid of this move at all, as he was certain it was useless against him. The young man's eyes flashed with rage, so he told his opponent not to worry because this wasn't the end yet. The Phoenix Majesty combat skill possessed the property of development, so after a month of continuous practice in real combat situations, its power had reached the level of a silver rank skill. Zhou Diaoyu hadn't expected such a turn of events at all, because it wasn't at all obvious that Lin Shu possessed such power. After that, a massive explosion rang out, one from which it was unlikely anyone could survive. At full speed, the protagonist was flung to the side, crashing into the wall of the nearest building. Despite this, Zhou Diaoyu acknowledged that the young man's attack had been quite impressive. Unfortunately, each slash of his combat skill is capable of amplifying itself by absorbing the energy of his opponent's skill, so the final attack must be as destructive as possible. In the end, his opponent used the final third slash, which turned out to be several times more powerful than all the previous ones. The protagonist wasn't prepared for such a formidable opponent, as the sheer power of his move literally terrified everyone around him. Only now did the young man realize that he might truly die in this battle. But in the next instant, he regained his confidence in his own abilities, because he understood that he couldn't just die like that. Lin Shu once again felt a strange sensation throughout his body, and suspected it arose because he found himself at the crossroads between life and death. This sensation allowed him to once again feel that incomprehensible state of unity with his weapon. The protagonist spun the spear in his hands and warned his opponent that now he would witness the true pear-colored gale. Thus, the young man once again attained deep insight and was able to attack the lone wolf with a completely different level of power. After the strike, both warriors froze in their tracks, trying to comprehend the results of Lin Shu's lightning-fast attack. It turned out that our hero had indeed managed to strike his opponent, who could not understand how the very same technique could be so different. In the final seconds of his life, Zhou Diaoyu realized that profound consciousness had just been used against him. After that, he collapsed to the ground, exhausted, and the young man received a notification that he had gained 18,000 experience points and reached level 15. The protagonist was delighted by the improvement in his stats, but he couldn't do anything else, as his body was exhausted after such powerful moves. In the end, both fighters collapsed simultaneously on opposite sides of the deserted street. After their battle, a ship finally flew into the clearance zone to pick up all the soldiers. Lin Shu woke up in a completely different place, clutching his head tightly, which ached so badly from all his injuries. Shu Wen was sitting right next to him, and she was incredibly happy to see that the young man had come to after lying unconscious all day. The young man immediately realized they were now on a transport ship and decided to confirm this with the commander. The girl explained that the mission had already been completed and they could return, and handed our hero a card. Lin Shu was a little confused, as he had absolutely no idea what it was. Then Shu Wen explained that the card contained 3 million in alliance currency as a reward for killing the shadowless shadow and the lone wolf. The guy was incredibly happy because with this money he would be able to upgrade his gear again, and the commander hinted that he could at least thank her since she had to go through quite a bit of trouble with this request. Only now did the protagonist realize that this hadn't looked very good on his part, and he asked how he could thank Shu Wen. The girl immediately reached for Lin Shu's hand and at first said that nothing even came to mind. Then she finally suggested that the young man personally keep her company, but he immediately reminded her that he was just a high school student and shouldn't fall in love prematurely. Zhu Wen had no idea the boy would turn out to be such a hard-to-crack guy. At that moment, the protagonist abruptly changed the subject and asked what day it was today, and the commander replied that it was already the 12th day of the month. Lin Shu immediately remembered that he was supposed to have his final semester exam today, but the girl quickly reassured him that it was only dawn, so he would make it to the academy in time. Very soon they had already flown to the military airfield in Starlight City, after which the counting of the casualties in each group began. After that, the captain headed straight toward the protagonist's squad. He informed one of the soldiers that the higher-ups had decided to award each of them a medal to express gratitude for their loyalty and hard work. The protagonist immediately recognized the very medal that only Federation military personnel could receive, which had a unique code on the back and granted the recipient a wide range of benefits and privileges. Then the captain approached Lin Shu, as he had distinguished himself in the most exceptional way and ensured the 10th group had the highest survival rate. The other soldiers couldn't believe that this young man had single-handedly killed the Traceless Shadow and the Lone Wolf, who were third-rank warriors and possessed unmatched ruthlessness. The instructor, for his part, also noted that just a month ago, the young man's strength hadn't even reached the first rank, but now he was already close to the second, a level of improvement that was truly astonishing. He also offered Lin Shu a position in the Federation's military, but the young man had to decline because he was still just a high school student. The man laughed out loud, having simply forgotten that the boy was still a student, but he still asked him to get in touch after graduating from university if the offer still interested him. Zhu Wen also agreed that for now, he was just a high school student running late for his final exam. Yet at the same time, he already possessed the strength to hold his own against third-rank warriors. Before finally heading off to the academy, the protagonist said goodbye to all his teammates, who had spent a whole month with him. Shu Wen, who was now interested in the young man, waited for him to hug her. The girl didn't wait for our hero's response and remarked that on the battlefield, he was a force to be reckoned with. Yet now he had become so shy. She asked the protagonist not to forget to visit them when he had free time, and to always remember the comrades with whom he had gone through thick and thin. Meanwhile, the final semester competitions had already begun at the academy, so the top 20 students were invited to the arena. Teacher Luo was worried that Lin Shu still hadn't arrived, since he had already missed the written exam. But if he missed the practical portion, he would simply be expelled from the academy. He was worried that the young man might have perished on his mission, while Yang Tian had no idea where his comrade, who had been absent for a whole month, had gone. The man tried to remain completely calm, so he asked the student to just wait a little longer. Meanwhile, the first battles had begun in the arena, and the air was filled with the shouts of the students and spectators. Doctors were stationed everywhere, rushing immediately to the losing contestants. The judges had just announced that Tang Tian had won, breaking the 98th place ranking. The students had already heard that he had returned from his training on the path of death, where survival was literally impossible, and now they understood where this guy's thirst for blood came from. At that moment, the judge called Lin Shu to the 15th arena, but the young man was nowhere to be found. Yang Tian was seriously freaked out when he heard that his friend's turn had come up so quickly, and Teacher Lu still couldn't figure out why the young man hadn't shown up yet. The referee called out the protagonist's number and name again, asking if he was present in the stadium. The guy who was supposed to fight against Lin Shu was already upset because he wanted to test what the guy who had defeated Tang Tian was capable of. Meanwhile, the observer had already started a 10-second countdown, after which our hero would be automatically disqualified. Finally, Lin Shu himself appeared in the arena and told the teacher that there was no need to bother with the countdown. The young man leaped high into the air so that everyone could see that he had, after all, made it to his exams. The students immediately recognized the young man who had become famous for his exceptional abilities. Teacher Luo was also incredibly delighted when he saw that this rascal had managed to arrive on time after all. Yang Tian merely noted that his friend was far too fond of being late and was evidently still that show-off. For his part, Tang Tian, who had so easily dealt with all his opponents, was shocked to see that his greatest enemy hadn't died in the Fortress of Light. In any case, the guy didn't see this as a problem because he was going to kill Lin Shu with his own hands and succeed this time without fail. Meanwhile, the referee of Lin Shu's match asked both sides to prepare for battle. Chen Xiao was certain that some scum from the 29th group wouldn't be able to put up a fight against him, despite his victory over Tang Tian. The protagonist was well aware that in the Academy's combat rankings he was somewhere above the 100th spot, but the young man himself was no longer impressed by such a level. His opponent was shocked to hear such bold words from Lin Shu, so much so that he didn't even have time to respond. A second later, the referee waved his hand between them, announcing that the fight was starting right now. In the end, the student simply dismissed our hero and was already preparing to chop him in half with his massive axe. The young man was already so strong that all he had to do was hold his hands out in front of him to stop the weapon. Chen Xiao couldn't believe that some weakling was strong enough to block him with his bare hands. In this way, the protagonist was able to stall his opponent and now deliver a powerful blow straight to his stomach. The young man flew helplessly to the side, unable to respond to Lin Shu, who was already on a completely different level. But he wasn't about to give up so easily, so he replied that this was mere child's play to him. Quickly gathering his strength, Chen Xiao used a bronze-level skill called the 9 Forms of November. His weapon immediately burst into bright flames, and he tried to strike the protagonist. Even so, Lin Shu wasn't afraid at all, and with a smirk on his face, announced that now it was his turn. The protagonist didn't even intend to use his weapon and continued to fight hand-to-hand. He decided to use the Shattering Fist, which had proven effective before, but his opponent managed to block the strike. Chen Xiao was surprised because he hadn't expected the young man to have such a powerful punch. The guy got even angrier at the fact that the former outcast was looking down on him. He stopped messing around and now switched to using the silver skill, Starfall. The students watching from the stands were surprised, as they hadn't expected Chen Xiao to be forced to use such an energy-intensive skill in his very first battle. Meanwhile, Lin Shu caught himself thinking that he was growing increasingly fond of techniques from the 9 Form series and the like, because all it took was dodging one such move for his rage gauge to fill up completely. Besides, he would only have to fight once a day, so he didn't have to worry about recharging the gauge at all. For this reason, the young man immediately enhanced his Shattering Fist with a power surge, leaving his opponent no chance at all. Chen Xiao realized this was too dangerous, so he immediately tried to gather himself to defend against the attack. Any resistance was futile, as the crushing power of this technique was simply overwhelming. In the end, the boy simply collapsed in the middle of the arena and seemed unable to continue the fight. Finally, the referee announced that number 1024 Lin Shu had secured his first victory. Master Luo hadn't expected this young man to have grown so much stronger that he could defeat Chen Xiao without even touching his weapon. After that, he and his students immediately went to our hero to congratulate him on his return and his powerful defeat of his opponent. Yang Tian decided to ask where his friend had disappeared to for a whole month, and Lin Shu explained that the place he had gone to was quite dangerous. In addition, the young man hinted that his companion would have been nothing but a burden to him, which even made teacher Luo laugh out loud. After meeting with all his acquaintances, the protagonist decided to check his status, since he had lost consciousness immediately after defeating Zhou Diaoyu and simply hadn't had time to do so. He managed to acquire a new ability, camouflage, which allowed him to hide a warrior's aura, changing it to one typical of ordinary people. The guy couldn't keep up with all of this, because quite a few reports about new skills and genetic locks had piled up recently. Meanwhile, the system asked if he wanted to unlock the first-level genetic lock, the opening of which carried a risk of death, loss of consciousness, or unforeseen circumstances. Lin Shu was frightened when he saw so many random factors and certainly didn't dare to risk his own life, so he simply allocated 15 attribute points to strength. At that moment, it was announced that the protagonist must report to the 13th arena, so Yang Tian wished him luck. The head of the academic department at Starlight Academy, Zhang Lin, watched the exam closely. From the sidelines, he observed the protagonist, who was achieving simply phenomenal results in his battles. In reality, the old man was incredibly displeased that Lin Shu had managed to return alive from the mission to clear the Fortress of Light and would now become much stronger. The head of the academic department immediately thought about finding the strongest opponent to pair with this guy, so that he would at least be maimed in the arena. Meanwhile, the other students gathered around the board to watch the draw for the final competition's matchups. Yang Tian hoped his friends would be paired with novice warriors, but the protagonist doubted they'd be that lucky. Then they saw that Lin Shu would be fighting Yagulin, and Zhang Yi would be fighting Tang Tian. Seeing this distribution of forces, none of his comrades were happy with this decision. For his part, the protagonist had no idea who he had been paired with. Yang Tian explained that this guy was a third ranker, ranked 4th, and regularly trained in high-risk areas. Zhang Yi was also worried about his opponent, who had just returned from training on the path of death, and whose strength had already reached the first rank. Master Luo acknowledged that they had been dealt difficult opponents and asked them to be careful. Meanwhile, the spectators were distracted from the matches because Mr. Ye had arrived. They all immediately jumped to their feet to greet such a respected figure. The old man briefly greeted all his gathered colleagues and smiled sincerely in return. The teachers noted that this time he had arrived early, assuming he wanted to see the strength of their academy students as soon as possible. One of them asked Mr. Zhang to bring a chart with information about their top students and let Mr. Yi review it. The old man emphasized that he just wanted to enjoy watching the competition, so the instructors needn't trouble themselves about it. At that moment, Zhang Yi and Tang Tian entered the arena, and Tang Tian immediately recognized the student from the 29th group. His opponent immediately took an interest and emphasized that the young man could forget about surrendering, because he had no intention of sparing anyone from the 29th group. The boy wasn't intimidated by Tang Tian's threats, so he suggested they see who would come out on top. He decided not to wait long and immediately landed the first blow, but his opponent was able to easily jump out of the way. Then in a flash, Tang Tian found himself behind the young man and grabbed his arm firmly, preventing him from landing the next strike. In this way, he was able to easily twist the boy's limb, causing him to let out a piercing scream. Because of the pain, Zhang Yi dropped his weapon and it clattered to the floor. His opponent was in no hurry to let go of the young man, as he didn't want to end the fight so easily. With a maniacal grin on his face, Tang Tian declared that he would gradually break every single one of his bones. At that moment, he heard some strange shouts from the spectators, which distracted him from his goal. It turned out that Lin Shu had climbed into the arena, unable to stand by and watch his comrade being beaten. The young man's eyes immediately burned with even greater fury, for his arch-enemy had finally appeared before him. Our hero emphasized that he dared not lay a finger on his classmates, and suggested he do the same to him if he had the guts. Tang Tian told him not to worry about that, because he planned to break every bone in his body when they officially faced off in the arena. He wanted to make sure the young man knew what real pain was before he died. The protagonist also intended to settle the score with his rival for everything, and wasn't afraid that his daddy would show up here. Finally, the referee intervened in their conflict, reminding them that one couldn't just barge into the arena and interrupt the fight whenever the mood struck. Lin Shu replied irritably that, in fact, it was the teacher's responsibility to make sure the students weren't killed in the arena. The judge was taken aback by the young man's self-assurance, His words, it seemed, were actually true. He noted, somewhat flustered, that Zhang Yi hadn't actually conceded defeat, but had nevertheless asked to be taken to the doctor for an examination. Xiao Zhishui immediately appeared nearby and asked little Lin to hurry up and help his friend get down. Then the judge announced that number 208, Tang Tian, had won. Meanwhile, the protagonist decided to ask why he hadn't seen the nurse for the past few days. The girl immediately snuggled up to the young man, hoping he had missed his big sister. She explained that today was the day of the competition among the 100 finalists, so it was quite obvious that the intensity would rise. Then their conversation was interrupted by Zhang Yi, who touched the protagonist with a trembling hand. There were tears in the young man's eyes because he hadn't blocked a single one of his opponent's attacks, which was simply devastating him. He asked Lin Shu to be more careful if he ended up facing Tang Tian as well. The protagonist replied with confidence in his voice that he would definitely avenge his comrade. At that moment, an announcement rang out in the stadium that Ye Gonglin and Lin Shu were to enter the arena. Lin Shu then told his comrades that it was now his turn to test his own strength. Everyone immediately rallied behind our hero and wished him luck in this crucial match. Before stepping into the arena, Lin Shu studied his opponent closely. Zhuanglin kept his eyes fixed on the arena, as he expected such an opponent to finally finish off the young man. Ye Gonglin met his gaze and, with a smirk, made it clear that he would handle this task with ease. After that, he greeted our hero, who was already so well known among the academy students. At the age of 18, this young man had already reached the second rank, and moreover, his overall combat prowess was almost on par with that of the lone wolf, Zhou Diaoyu. The prodigy, known as the Starlight Tiger, clearly didn't hold the fourth spot in the rankings for no reason. Finally, the referee asked both sides to get ready and announced the start of the match. At that very moment, Ye Gonglin lunged forward, intending to finish off Lin Shu. With all his might, he slammed his heavy hammer into the ground, shattering the stone slabs to pieces. For the time being, the protagonist was able to jump aside without any trouble to avoid such a powerful blow. He realized that this arena was made of a special type of stone, as hard as steel, and yet he had cracked it with a single blow. Ye Gonglin immediately noted that Lin Shu was quite a nimble lad, but even that didn't make him doubt that he would still crack the protagonist's skull. His opponent guaranteed that the protagonist wouldn't even feel a thing after his strike. The commentator immediately announced that Ye Gonglin was delivering a truly ferocious blow and wondered if Lin Shu would be able to fend off the onslaught. One of the students laughed at the fact that our hero had drawn such a strong opponent and was already certain that he was definitely doomed. The tense Yang Tian and Xiao Zhishui immediately attacked him and advised him to just keep his mouth shut. The students still believed it was obvious to everyone here that Lin Shu was doomed to defeat. One of them promised to eat a piece of the arena if this guy could win, so Xiao Zhishui was already eager to see it happen live. Meanwhile, Ye Gonglin raised his hammer above his head once more to try again to strike the protagonist. Once again, the young man deftly dodged the dangerous attack, feeling the enemy's weapon fly past him by mere millimeters. Finally, Lin Shu managed to land a counterattack, but it wasn't that simple. With a single swing of his hammer, Ye Gonglin knocked the young man away and laughed at the fact that the kid seemed to have forgotten to eat that morning. In fact, the protagonist hadn't even expected the power of his hammer to be so great, so the young man had no choice but to use Rage Burst. Lin Shu immediately dismissed the idea, since the final round had only just begun, so he couldn't use that skill yet due to its long cooldown. Ye Gonglin was already about to finish off our hero, assuming that all he knew how to do was act smart. The young man didn't respond to his snide remarks at all and tried to successfully use pear-colored barrage against his opponent. For a moment, the opponent froze in surprise as he hadn't expected Lin Shu to possess such powerful techniques. This greatly angered Ye Gonglin, so he began furiously swinging his hammer in all directions to fend off all of the protagonist's attacks. Even so, it wasn't enough, and one of the blows finally hit its mark, striking the opponent's shoulder. For the first time, the guy had to step back slightly to prevent the protagonist from inflicting further injuries. The students who were on Ye Gonglin's side couldn't believe their eyes when they saw that he had actually been wounded. Xiao Zhishui was glad that the truth had finally dawned on them, and she reminded them that just a short while ago, they had claimed that Lin Shu was doomed to defeat. The young man still believed they shouldn't celebrate prematurely, since Ye Gonglin simply hadn't gotten serious yet. It seemed that was exactly the case because after the first wound, his opponent merely chuckled quietly. Gripping his shoulder, he praised Lin Shu for fighting him quite well. Our hero's success only further provoked Ye Gonglin, who could now take things a bit more seriously. Gripping the hammer with both hands, the guy raised it high above his head and let out a terrifying scream. His hands filled with burning energy, which immediately enveloped the weapon completely. Now Ye Gonglin, who had been far from a weak fighter even before, had become even stronger. The protagonist immediately tensed up, as he instantly realized that this was a concentration of source energy. Meanwhile, the opponent didn't wait any longer, and with a single sharp leap, attempted to attack Lin Shu. The opponent intended to use a silver rank skill called Crash of Mount Tai, which was nearly impossible to dodge. The waves of Eastern energy emitted by the Warhammer proved capable of overwhelming the protagonist. The situation was so dire that the young man even lost the ability to move. In the end, he realized he would have to respond with everything in his arsenal, since there was no way to dodge it now. Lin Shu immediately enhanced the Paralight Barrage with the Phoenix's Majesty and attacked his opponent in return. Zhenglin couldn't figure out what kind of combat skill this was, while his colleagues surmised that it was an attack combining two combat skills. Mr. Ye was also shocked when he saw that this boy was indeed capable of something like this. In the end, the energy streams of both students collided, trying to counter each other. Thus, Ye Gonglin was finally able to strike the protagonist, who barely managed to stay on his feet. The opponent laughed loudly at his success, as he considered his attack to be simply magnificent. He hadn't felt such joy from a battle in a long time. So as a reward for Lin Shu, he intended to crack his skull and grant him a painless death. The protagonist, regaining his composure, saw that his opponent was already preparing to use an even more powerful skill against him. It was Fierce Tiger Descending the Mountain, which was also a powerful silver rank skill. A massive clawed paw reached out toward Lin Shu to grab him and finally finish him off. The spectators cheered when they saw that Ye Gonglin had finally used his trump card, and were already certain that the young man was simply doomed. Xiao Shui and Teacher Lo immediately began shouting for our hero to jump off the arena as quickly as possible and dodge the blow. A second later, the huge tiger's paw had already engulfed the protagonist. The upperclassmen were already discussing how Lin Shu was just a naive fool and hadn't dodged after all, so all that was left of him was mincemeat. Meanwhile, our hero's cheering squad froze in silent shock, refusing to believe what they had just seen. Xiao Shui kept her eyes fixed on the arena, trying to figure out if the young man could have survived such a blow. Ye Gonglin laughed maniacally and asked his opponent if he was dead this time. When the dust settled, a whole Lin Shu appeared before them, having been forced to activate Rage Explosion after all. His opponent was completely taken aback when he saw that the young man had managed to survive his strongest attack. The protagonist merely laughed at his surprise and apologized for disappointing him so much. With confidence in his voice, Lin Shu declared that the warm-up was now over. Now that Rage Burst was active, it was the young man's turn to show off his skills. Ye Gonglin thought our hero was going to use the same skill and emphasized that such techniques were useless against him. Rage completely filled the young man, and he began swinging the heavy hammer around him with frenzied force. The protagonist had no intention of stopping either and thrust his spear toward his opponent. Ye Gonglin used the hammer storm, so he easily parried every blow from the young man. Their furious clash went on for quite a while, but in the end it led to no conclusion. Despite his strength, the opponent had to work hard just to stay on his feet. He couldn't understand at all what was wrong with the protagonist, who turned out to be such a strange fighter. The young man, seeing the damage to his weapon, had no idea how Lin Shu had suddenly become so much stronger. Despite this, he still couldn't afford to lose, so he used the Hammering Hurricane once again. The combatants were giving it their all to defeat each other, so from the sidelines it looked incredibly terrifying. Master Luo also noted that the two were fighting almost to the death, and Yang Tian feared for his comrade, as the latter was literally bogged down by Ye Gonlin's attacks. Only Xiao Shui remained fairly calm and asked the young man not to talk nonsense if he didn't understand anything. The girl seemed certain that Ye Gonlin was headed for defeat, while the young man himself had also begun to fear it. For this reason, the opponent decided to go all in and use the skill Fierce Tiger Breaks Out of the Cage. The protagonist merely laughed at his pathetic attempt, as he was certain his opponent had no strength left. Thus they clashed, unleashing their strongest attacks at each other. Lin Shu proved to be much stronger and more agile, so the blade of his spear quickly found itself at his opponent's throat. With a smug grin on his face, the young man informed Ye Gonglin that he had lost after all. The stands roared when they saw that our hero had defeated the fourth-ranked fighter. In turn, the nurse laughed at the student, whom she now called a food blogger, and asked how he planned to eat the arena. The high schooler looked away in embarrassment because he had no answer for her. Zhonglin, for his part, was shocked to see that Yegulini had indeed lost, which meant his plan had completely fallen apart. Meanwhile, the referee had already led the protagonist to the center of the arena to present the winner of the match to everyone. Yegulin couldn't bear to watch such a humiliating scene, so it seemed he had something up his sleeve. He hurled some mysterious projectile at Lin Shu, intending to send his rival straight to hell. The protagonist didn't have time to react to the sudden threat, and only realized at the last moment that it was a mini-bomb. At that very moment, a figure rushed toward the arena from the judges' table. In the end, a fairly powerful explosion did ring out in the stadium. Yegulin was also caught in his own move and flew far to the side, hitting the hard ground hard. He laughed loudly because he was already certain that Lin Shu would definitely not survive such an attack and would receive a vivid lesson for his audacity. It turned out that Old Man Ye had come to our hero's aid, shielding him with his shield. The young man quickly realized that this was an advanced technique for utilizing source energy, one that only warriors above the 6th rank are capable of using. After that, the old man turned to him and asked if Lin Shu was all right, and the young man thanked him for his help in response. The old man was glad that the young man was fine and asked him to keep up the good work because he truly had faith in our hero. After that, he turned to Yegulini, emphasizing that the drive to win was a commendable quality in his character, but trying to kill his comrade without shying away from any methods was going too far. The teachers were seriously worried about Mr. Ye's well-being, while he already suspected that Lin Shu was the very outstanding student who had been recommended to him. The principal apologized to the respected old man and promised that the student would certainly be punished for such unworthy behavior. The protagonist, watching all this from the sidelines, suspected that Mr. E, judging by the way the principal fawned over him like a dog, held a position of some importance. Xiao Zhishui had already run up to him and wanted to check if her little one was hurt, but the embarrassed young man awkwardly tried to push her away. In turn, Teacher Luo informed the boy that, due to what had happened, the morning matches had been temporarily suspended, so our hero could return to the dormitory and rest a bit. Lin Shu decided to take the opportunity to ask the teacher who that gentleman was. Even the man himself wasn't sure, but he suspected that the old man was the academic director of one of the 5 great academies, who had come here to inspect their school. Now the young man admired the warrior's strength and wondered how long it would take him to reach such a level. After that, he went to his room and was just about to spin the Wheel of Fortune once for reaching the 15th level, as well as another spin that was awarded every month. The protagonist was incredibly happy that he had 2 chances and asked the system to spin the wheels quickly. He turned to the Supreme Lord Lao and asked him to grant his blessing so that a super prize would appear. A couple of seconds later, the pointer of the Wheel of Fortune stopped on the blade icon. It turned out that the protagonist had drawn the silver skill card for the blade technique, which didn't seem like a particularly significant prize. Then the system reported that an excess number of cards had been detected on the user, so the synthesis system activated, allowing him to synthesize 3 combat cards into a new ability of the same rank. Lin Shu's eyes immediately lit up with excitement, as he really liked such a useful feature. He also had 1 more spin left, so the guy hoped to pull something worthwhile for himself. The protagonist desperately tried to persuade the system to land on a big prize. A couple of seconds later, he received the long-awaited prize from the rare skill card category once again. Lin Shu immediately unwrapped the gift to see what he had gotten. He pulled out the blade technique, Qian and Kun Slash, the sword technique, Frost Rising Strike, and the spear technique, Sun Piercing Rainbow. The protagonist wasn't particularly thrilled, since the spear skill was no different from accumulated power strike, but in terms of speed, Pear-Colored Squall was still far superior. Only now did he remember that he currently had 3 silver cards in his possession, so he could try out the system's synthesis function. Lin Shu addressed the system and expressed his desire to synthesize a skill card. First, he had to select the desired card category and then confirm the start of synthesis. The system absorbed all the ability cards, which had proven completely useless to the protagonist. Very soon, the synthesis of the silver skill card was complete, and Lin Shu received the Verdict Spear Technique skill card. The young man knew nothing about this skill, but the name sounded cool and bold. He decided to look at the skill card right away and didn't waste any time. It turned out to be a skill that allowed him to turn the enemy's combat skill, the one used to launch the attack, against the enemy themselves, and the skill's power directly depended on the strength of the reflected attack. Using it requires the warrior to expend a great deal of source energy, and it also imposes a time limit for deflecting the enemy's attack. But if there is a significant difference in rank with the opponent, deflecting the attack is impossible. After a good rest, Lin Shu met Fei Fei in the 12th arena. She was a girl who became interested when she saw the well-known student as her opponent. In fact, our hero hadn't expected to face a girl, so he was a little taken aback. Meanwhile, Fei Fei wasn't going to wait long and had already tried to attack. She immobilized Lin Shu with her equipment before he even had a chance to do anything. The girl was delighted that he had fallen into her trap so quickly and was already certain that he wouldn't be going anywhere. It turned out she hadn't intended to hit him. She'd merely kissed him on the cheek. Lin Shu was too embarrassed by this turn of events to say a word. After that, Fei Fei turned to the referee and announced that she was going to forfeit because she didn't want to fight her idol. The protagonist was even more shocked because the whole thing seemed too strange. Lin Shu's entire support team was also baffled, as they didn't understand what had just happened. The judge announced, flustered, that the young man had won, while his opponent had already walked away. Yang Tin immediately wondered why he was so unlucky in life, unlike his friend. For her part, Xiao Zhishui was incredibly angry because some petty coquette had dared to seduce little Lin right in front of her. His friend immediately laughed at the fact that it had been quite a pleasant experience for our hero, who, it seemed, was not at all pleased with this outcome. At that moment, someone else grabbed the young man by his t-shirt and pulled him toward her. It was Xiao Zhishui, who decided to kiss the main character in front of everyone. Lin Shu immediately covered his lips with his hand and asked irritably what the nurse was doing. The girl replied that she had no choice but to take the young man's first kiss without further ado. The protagonist was genuinely upset about this, and she promised to take full responsibility for it. Meanwhile, the host announced that there were currently 25 contestants left in the competition, and 12 students would advance to the next round. Now a new draw began, which was also bound to be unfair, because Zhang Lin had prepared a new trap for our hero. A few seconds later, a notification appeared on the scoreboard stating that Lin Shu would be fighting against both Zhang Tao and Zhu Jun at the same time. The boy immediately thought that what he feared most always happened to him, so now he was being forced to participate in a three-way battle. Teacher Luo immediately explained that in the academy rankings, Zhang Tao was in 10th place and Zhu Jun was in 12th, and that the two guys were on fairly good terms, so they would most likely help each other out. Lin Shu was even more stunned when he realized he would have to fight in a 2-on-1 match. Nevertheless, he quickly calmed down, realizing that if they weren't as strong as Ye Golin, he would be able to defeat them much more easily. After all, the protagonist now had a new ace up his sleeve, so he wasn't afraid and headed to the 7th arena. Once all the disciples had taken their places, the referee immediately announced the start of the battle. One of the disciples immediately used the Silver Skill 9-Claw verdict and prepared to tear Lin Shu apart with his weapon. The second opponent also used his ability and charged forward to attack with all-around concussion. The protagonist managed to react to these strikes and quickly defended himself with his spear. It turned out that all of this was just a diversion, and the other opponent had already attacked Lin Shu from behind. Even that didn't stop the young man from quickly spotting the threat and parrying the attack. After that, the protagonist simply had to duck to avoid the next strike. Having fended off all of his opponent's initial attacks, Lin Shu decided to use the Majesty of the Phoenix against them. It seemed the guy with the claws wasn't afraid of his attempts at all, so he pondered his next move with a smirk on his face. He decided to use Lightning Vortex to simply dispel Lin Shu's ability. The protagonist was no longer so confident in his own abilities, because his opponent had managed to break through his Phoenix Majesty after all. The guy laughed at his reaction and explained that his Lightning Vortex skill creates a high-speed rotation capable of deflecting numerous attacks from other combat skills. He and his friend had also studied Lin Shu's combat skills and now knew that Phoenix Majesty could counter his ability. Furthermore, they knew that Pear-Colored Squall could only be directed at one of them. After that, the opponent confidently declared that our hero's defeat was inevitable and used Cross Slash. Then the second disciple joined his comrade and began rapidly spinning his weapon. In the end, he also used a silver tier skill called Spinning Iron Staff. The spectators realized that these two abilities were the strongest in their arsenal, so the battle was quite fierce. Xiao Zhishui believed that these two had absolutely no shame, because not only did they gang up on him, but they also unleashed their strongest skills right from the start. For his part, the protagonist wasn't afraid at all and became intrigued when he realized his opponent could parry combat skill attacks. Just recently, the young man had managed to acquire a new skill, so he was also capable of such a feat. On top of that, his opponents had no idea about this silver skill, since our hero was about to use it for the first time. Verdict worked perfectly, and Lin Shu was able to defend himself against the powerful attacks using Verdict. A second later, Cross Slash was already flying back toward his opponent. Zheng Tao was shocked by this turn of events and couldn't understand how it was even possible. Thus, he suffered from his own attack, which had backfired on him. Jujun feared for his partner when he saw him fly far off to the side. For his part, the protagonist didn't hesitate and was about to move on to the next opponent. He amplified the pear-colored barrage with a power strike and directed all that energy at the remaining Jujun. All these strikes hit their mark, so Lin Shu neutralized his second opponent as well. In the end, only the protagonist remained in the arena, having managed to defeat two enemies at once. Zheng Tao lay motionless on the cold floor, unable to move even a finger due to his severe injuries. Jujun was also unable to help his comrade, as Lin Shu's attack had been too powerful. The referee took his time announcing the results and checked the defeated students once more. Very soon, he raised the protagonist's hand and announced to everyone that our hero had won. His friends marveled at how the protagonist had single-handedly taken down two opponents at once. Only Zhang Lin was incredibly angry, because he couldn't understand how the protagonist had managed to win even in such a situation. Behind him the whole time was Tang Tian, who noted that the competition among the 12 remaining participants was continuing and asked to be paired with Lin Shu in this round. The head of the training department was clearly not opposed to fulfilling his request and promised to do exactly as he asked. The guy could no longer stand watching our hero's successes, so he planned to personally destroy him in the next round to avenge all the torment he had to endure because of him on the path of death. At that moment, the host announced that the stage to determine the 6 participants who would continue in the competition was about to begin. Lin Shu and Tang Tian were just about to enter the arena, so the students immediately recalled that the protagonist had already defeated this guy once before. No one could say for sure who would win, because judging by the high schooler's performance, he seemed to have already reached the second rank, despite the performance-enhancing drugs he had taken during the first battle. The students didn't know how he had achieved this success. They'd only heard that he'd spent an entire month training in a place as fraught with danger as the path of death. Yang Tian kept cheering on his friend, shouting for him to crush that scoundrel this time as well. The protagonist was confident and calm, so he gestured to show he was ready to do it. Tang Ping was certain that no one could defeat his older brother, so he believed that this time Lin Shu was in for nothing but a brutal death. Yang Tian hadn't expected that this nutcase would also be here, and noted that he'd probably come to watch his friend take down his brother. At the young man's unimaginable audacity, Tang Ping clenched his fists and seemed ready to pounce on him. He believed that none of them could possibly understand the suffering Tang Tian had endured on the path of death just to defeat the main character. Meanwhile, the high school student himself noted that time had flown by too quickly, since he hadn't expected to meet again in the same place just a month later. For his part, Lin Shu, using his eye of analysis, had already seen that his opponent had reached the second rank, and his ability was superior to that of Yagulian. He himself said that from the moment Tan Tian's father sent assassins after him, he would know no peace until he had settled the score with the Tan clan. After exchanging barbs, the disciples immediately clashed in combat, and the clang of their blades instantly echoed throughout the stadium. After that, they had to leap aside because neither of them could land a blow. Now the protagonist realized that not only was his opponent strong, but the power of his sword was also of a high caliber. Tan Tian guessed that he was surprised by this, and explained that it had cost him 100 million to purchase this weapon, known as the Blood Demon, because the blade was forged from a special metal. He believed that the junk the young man held in his hands wasn't even worth comparing to his sword, since he had paid a high price for the sake of defeating Lin Shu. The young man was already planning to use our hero's blood as a sacrifice for the Blood Demon. The young man wasn't going to fall victim to the first strike so easily, so he leaped to the side and tried to counterattack his opponent. He used the pear-colored barrage, but Tang Tian had also become quite agile, so he dodged every attack. The protagonist was shocked when he saw his maneuvers and immediately realized that he was using a special movement technique. Yang Tian also noticed that the high school student had just used a movement technique, and teacher Luo pointed out that one must reach the 3rd rank to master combat movement skills. Tang Ping merely laughed at their surprised reaction as he believed that nothing was impossible here. Meanwhile, his opponent was already preparing to use the next silver skill, called the Cleaving Arc. The protagonist had to try hard not to get hit by the strike, but even that didn't go perfectly, and the sword grazed him slightly. For his part, Tang Tian himself had no intention of stopping there, and warned the young man that this wasn't over yet. The young man also used the splitting fist technique, striking Lin Shu right in the chest. Our hero still desperately stayed on his feet, but due to such a powerful blow, he was sent flying far to the side. In the end, all these heavy attacks took their toll, and he coughed up thick blood in agony. Now the young man sensed that his opponent's shattering fist had become much more powerful than before, and since he could use movement techniques, his overall skill had already reached the standard of a third-rank warrior. The protagonist was well aware that a difficult battle was looming because his rage burst was still recharging. Tang Tian, who felt great, laughed at the fact that Lin Shu was too weak for him. Despite his already serious injuries, the young man had no intention of giving up so easily and was already about to use his next skill. Gathering all his strength, he unleashed the majesty of the phoenix, enveloping everything around him in bright flames. Tang Tian was only slightly surprised as he hadn't feared this move for a long time. He admitted that in addition to purchasing the Blood Affair for a fortune, he had also acquired numerous combat skill cards in search of something that could counter the protagonist's abilities. And it was precisely now that his opponent demonstrated a new silver rank skill, floating clouds and flowing water. He froze in place and waited until the Phoenix's majesty had closed to within maximum range. Seizing the right moment, Tang Tian swung his sword and effortlessly dispelled Lin Shu's ability. The spectators were shocked to see that the opponent had been able to dispel our hero's technique with ease. For his part, the young man was far from pleased that he had already encountered a combat skill capable of neutralizing Phoenix Majesty twice today. Lin Shu decided to try again because he absolutely refused to believe that his opponent could block the next skill as well. The protagonist combined pear-colored Gale and Phoenix Majesty, attacking Tang Tian with rapid fiery strikes. This only further piqued his opponent's interest, as he was just eager to test his new ability. It turned out that floating clouds and flowing water were so powerful that they neutralized even this strike. Lin Shu had no intention of stopping there and tried to pour even more fury into his attacks. His opponent responded in kind, clearly unwilling to give up on his main objective in this duel. Their colossal forces clashed again and again, trying to consume one another. Because of this, absolute chaos reigned all around, and the entire arena was hidden behind a cloud of dust, through which the combatants were completely invisible. Only now did the protagonist accept that his opponent had, after all, managed to dispel his enhanced skill. Tang Tian chuckled briefly at his luck and was already preparing to take the next step. Swinging his sword, he leaped high into the air and was about to pounce on Lin Shu to finally finish him off. Now the young man used a skill called Life Drain, leaving our hero no chance of survival. The young man reacted quickly to this serious threat and used Verdict to turn the skill against his opponent. In this way, the protagonist was able to create a barrier in front of him to stop Tang Tian. Suddenly, the spear literally crumbled in Lin Shu's hands, leaving him without any defense. Tang Tian's powerful attack managed to break through the barrier after all, and was already heading his way. The protagonist's entire support group was seriously scared for him, because the whole situation looked far too dangerous. The young man himself immediately recalled that the only time Verdict was unable to deflect an attack was when the opponent had a significant advantage in strength. Meanwhile, Tang Tian, his eyes blinded by rage, was flying at full speed toward our hero to strike him with his sword. Lin Shu had no way to defend himself, so he took a serious wound right in the shoulder. Despite this, the young man still had the shattering fist technique, which he enhanced with a strike of accumulated power. He finally managed to strike his opponent, who hadn't expected such a turn of events and now dropped his sword from his hands. Tang Tian was sent flying a couple of meters to the side, giving our hero a moment to catch his breath. The man himself remarked that Lin Shu would have been better off not dodging his attack, as then he wouldn't have had to suffer even more. He quickly attacked our hero with his fists and vowed to break every bone in his body. Tang Tian's splitting fist technique was far more powerful, so he attacked our hero from nearly every angle with lightning speed. Lin Shu's comrades were already shouting for him to admit defeat quickly, because otherwise they would simply kill him. The protagonist refused to give up under any circumstances, as that was completely against his principles. He immediately felt the consequences of his decision, taking a powerful blow to the face. His friends realized that the young man couldn't withstand such force and feared it might end badly for him. Finally, the referee intervened in the fight, trying to stop the restless Tang Tian. The teacher pointed out that the protagonist was already unconscious, so there was no need to finish him off. The young man finally listened to him and admitted that killing someone with so many people around wasn't exactly a good idea. For his part, Lin Shu realized he'd really screwed up this time and feared that death was now certain. At that very moment, the system asked the young man if he wished to activate the genetic lock, despite all the serious risks. He was willing to take the risk because he understood that he had to win this competition and crush the Tang clan at any cost. Then the system announced the initialization of the first-rank genetic lock, which meant that all of the carrier's physical attributes would soon increase. In the end, Lin Shu was congratulated on the successful unlocking of the lock, which improved his strength, stamina, and speed attributes, as well as his promotion to a second-rank warrior, for which he received a considerable number of spins. The judge was about to announce the winner, with Tan Tian standing beside him, a smug grin on his face. It was at that very moment that the protagonist snapped out of it and raised his hand to show that he wasn't about to stop there. His friends immediately turned to their teacher to draw her attention to the fact that Lin Shu had stood up. He then looked over his shoulder and saw that the young man was indeed preparing to continue the match. The young man himself was experiencing an incredible sensation, as if every cell in his body were saturated with explosive power. Mr. Ye immediately took an interest in this turn of events, especially since he could see that our hero hadn't taken any performance-enhancing drugs, and he didn't sense any excitement from the use of any combat skills. He still couldn't believe in Lin Shu's success, because just a few months ago, he had been a failure in every respect, and now his physical conditioning was almost on par with that of third-rank warriors. The protagonist wasted no time and immediately lunged at his opponent, using the shattering fist. Tang Tian also used this technique, realizing that Lin Shu's move was no match for him. Then the disciples clashed, trying to determine whose ability was stronger. Eventually, the opponent also sensed the changes in our hero's strength and couldn't figure out where it came from. Under the impact of the force, the skin on his arm suddenly tore open, revealing some strange mechanisms beneath it. Lin Shu's precise strike instantly disrupted the complex workings of this mechanism inside his opponent's body, causing a series of short circuits and bursts of bright electrical sparks. The protagonist was surprised to see that all this time, Tang Tian had had a semi-mechanical arm. The young man explained that he had become a half-human, half-mechanical monster after he went to train on the path of death, where the monsters there had damaged all his limbs. Although these changes allowed Tang Tian to attain the strength of a third-rank warrior, this was now his limit, and he would never rise higher in this lifetime. He believed that all of this had happened precisely because of Lin Shu, so a mad thirst for revenge instantly filled his head and drove out the last remnants of his sanity. Tang Tian, grabbing his sword, tried to strike the protagonist again, but the latter had become more agile, so he dodged without any trouble. In the end, he was also able to counterattack his opponent and kicked him right in the stomach. I'll emphasize that the guy got what he deserved. Lin Shu's strength had increased so much that his opponent was now sent flying high into the air. Literally a second later, our hero was already right next to him, which left Tang Tian incredibly surprised by his speed. Then the young man began landing countless blows that the high schooler couldn't defend against. His friends were thrilled to see him beating up this scoundrel and tried to cheer him on. In turn, Tang Ping shouted for Lin Shu to stop immediately and leave his brother alone. The protagonist completely ignored all these shouts and landed blow after blow on his helpless opponent. The attacks didn't stop for a second, and Tang Tian could no longer defend himself due to his numerous injuries. Lin Shu was taking out all his anger on this scoundrel, so he had no intention of stopping anytime soon. Finally, he stopped striking and knocked his opponent to the ground, causing him to hit the floor hard. At that moment, the referee intervened again, warning the protagonist that his opponent had already lost consciousness, so he had to stop. Lin Shu immediately heeded the referee's warning and stepped away from his opponent. Finally, the referee announced to all the spectators that the young man had indeed secured his victory in this fight. His friends were overjoyed when they heard this long-awaited news, because our hero had managed to defeat Tang Tian in the arena for the second time. It was incredibly hard for Tang Pin to hear all this talk about how strong Lin Shu was, since he had managed to defeat his brother, who had demonstrated strength on par with a third-rank warrior. Mr. Ye once again acknowledged that this guy was quite a promising talent, while Zhang Lin froze in silent shock. It turned out that all this time, Tang Tian hadn't been out cold, and while no one was paying attention to him, he had reached into his pocket. All this time, he had been hiding an unknown injection there, which he had been saving for a worst-case scenario. The high schooler was determined to take the protagonist's life at any cost, so he lunged at him again. The protagonist reacted quickly to his lunge and grabbed his arm right next to him. He explained that it was a special gift he had brought for Lin Shu from the path of death, namely the AMZ virus, which was supposed to turn him into a monstrous zombie. The judge desperately tried to stop the student, as he was committing a real crime. Tang Tian could no longer hear anyone at all, because he saw only one single goal before him. The protagonist wasn't scared at all, and merely smirked, emphasizing that his opponent had asked for even greater cruelty. He had enough strength to easily control the hand in which the guy was holding the syringe. In the end, the syringe hit Tang Tian right in the neck, so he fell into his own trap. The guy tried to stop our hero, but it was already too late, and the AMZ virus took effect on him instantly. Lin Shu immediately pointed out that his opponent had now mutated, so his attitude toward him would be completely different from now on. He moved closer to the blade of his broken spear to immediately use it against Tang Tian. With one sharp movement, the young man flung the sharp piece of weapon through the air, directing it toward the mutated disciple. The throw was quite accurate, so the blade reached its target in a couple of seconds. Tan Ping immediately let out a piercing scream when he saw what had happened to his older brother. It turned out that the head of the Tan clan was also present, and he had clearly seen what our hero had done to his son. Lin Shu was greatly surprised when he saw the old man rush into the arena. Tang Mubai had already unleashed a technique aimed at the young man to avenge Tang Tanya. The protagonist was momentarily taken aback, but still managed to jump aside just in time to avoid the blow. The old man couldn't believe that he had actually managed to dodge a strike. Mr. Ye also rushed into the arena, as he couldn't allow anyone to hurt Lin Shu. He stopped Tan Mubai's fist with a single movement, showing him a measure of leniency. The head of the Tan clan immediately stopped, realizing that going against such a respected figure was far too dangerous. It turned out he wasn't familiar with Mr. Ye and couldn't understand how a 6th-rank warrior had ended up in Starlight City. Then the man explained that Lin Shu had actually killed Tang Tian, his son, so he wanted to detain him and take him to the police station. The old man had no intention of cooperating with him because he had seen that Lin Shu, acting in the interest of Starlight Academy's safety, had killed the mutated zombie. Meanwhile, the clan leader's aides had already approached him, trying to calm their boss down so he wouldn't do anything rash. He finally calmed down and asked the young man to remove Tang Tian's body from there. Mr. Ye emphasized that, in order to prevent the spread of the virus, the corpse of a person who had turned into a zombie could not be disposed of at will. Tang Mubai couldn't respond to his remark because it was true. The director also intervened in the conflict, explaining that he would have to ask Mr. Tan and his men to leave the arena and wait a while until the police finished their investigation. In turn, the protagonist thanked Mr. Ye for deciding to take his side. The old man considered all this to be mere trifles, since the young man's actions were not wrong, and promised that anyone who planned to cause trouble for Lin Shu would have to go through him. Tan Mubai silently watched the high-ranking warrior, who had become yet another obstacle in the path of the young man who had already become such a thorn in their family's side. The director and Zhang Lin exchanged glances, realizing that this was far from the end of the story with Lin Shu. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Federation military unit, where word of our hero's exploits had already reached them. Some were pleased that he had already managed to take out the Tang family's eldest son, but Li Yi understood that this time, their friend was in serious trouble. Xu Wen also received news of a mutated zombie appearing at Starlight Academy, so on orders from their superiors, their team was to head there tomorrow morning to investigate. The soldiers immediately jumped to their feet and accepted her order without hesitation. Jin Hai was delighted by this news, as he had been racking his brain over how to help his brother Lin Shu, and Li Yi didn't mind taking a look at his alma mater. For her part, Xu Wen suspected that our hero had no idea he would be seeing his older sister so soon. Then came the early morning of the next day, and Lin Shu heard a sudden knock on his door. The protagonist was just resting after the battles, so he was quite annoyed that someone had come to see him so early. It turned out to be Zhang Lin, who had already brought a police squad to the young man. The man introduced himself to the young man and stated that he was suspected of murder so he had to go with them. Our hero wasn't scared and just laughed at the fact that the man had jumped to conclusions so quickly, suspecting that all the attempts to kill him had come from an academy employee. Such insolence greatly angered Zhang Lin, who was displeased that a student would dare to speak to a teacher in such a manner. Lin Shu responded in kind and asked how a scoundrel like him could consider himself worthy of being called a teacher. Then a police officer interrupted them. Not wanting to waste any time, he ordered his men to handcuff the young man. The protagonist immediately informed them that he held the first-star order, meaning his arrest was outside their jurisdiction. The police officers hadn't expected such a turn of events at all, because now they really couldn't arrest him. Zhang Lin looked at the police officers in confusion, because he himself hadn't realized this fact either. In the end, he asked them not to listen to the crazy ramblings of Lin Shu, who was just a high school student and hardly likely to have achieved such success. The protagonist wasn't afraid of all these threats and advised them to think through the consequences of their actions. Meanwhile, military vehicles drove onto the academy grounds, ready to deal with the zombies. A second later, the heavy footsteps of soldiers echoed through the dormitory hallway. Zhuwen managed to stop the arrest just in time and shouted that they'd all completely lost their minds. The commander confirmed that they had indeed dared to attack a Federation soldier decorated with a medal and shouted for everyone to stand at attention. Zhang Lin couldn't believe his ears when he heard those words from the commander's mouth. Meanwhile, the soldiers had already aimed their assault rifles at them and were preparing to defend their comrade. The teacher couldn't understand what the Federation soldiers were doing there, and the police immediately began to justify themselves by saying that they were simply on duty and doing their job. Zhuwen promised that she would contact their superiors and emphasized that they would definitely release all the officers if no one had abused their authority. After that, she finally greeted the young man and remarked that she hadn't expected their meeting to happen this way at all. Li Yi and Jin Hai also surrounded the young man and explained that upon seeing the news, the instructor had immediately sent them to the academy to stop the Tang clan. Then Teacher Luo addressed our hero, fully understanding that the student was not at fault, but the problem was that their family was one of the academy's major shareholders. He also mentioned that, under pressure from the clan, the academy had issued an order regarding yesterday's incident, so Lin Shu wanted to know what they planned to do. It turned out that the academy had ordered the young man's expulsion, since he fully understood that the syringe contained a virus and had intentionally inflicted bodily harm, which indirectly led to Tang Tian's death. The young man clenched the envelope containing the order tightly in his hands, trying to contain his anger at such terrible news. Teacher Luo apologized to his student, explaining that his options were limited and he had been powerless to stop it, but he promised to arrange for the young man to transfer to another institution. Our hero thanked him for his good intentions, but he fully understood that for an expelled student, transferring to another academy was practically an impossible task. Xu Wen immediately agreed with him and pointed out that there was no point in wasting his energy where he wasn't appreciated, adding that the instructor had sent her to deliver an official invitation for Lin Shu to join the military. The young man admitted that there was no way he could get into college without finishing his senior year of high school, and in that case, it would be better to join the Federation Army and tear zombies to shreds shoulder to shoulder with his brothers. At that moment, Mr. Ye approached them and remarked that none of this was necessary. The protagonist and Xu Wen looked at him in surprise, not expecting to see this respected figure there at all. The old man warned Lin Shu that he actually had one more option. He handed the young man an envelope and explained that he could now enroll in their school. Xu Wen was annoyed that some old man had cut in front of her, and the guys asked her to calm down since he seemed to be quite an influential figure. The girl was incredibly irritated by their chatter, so she told her companions to keep their mouths shut. At that moment, they were distracted from their conversation because they suddenly heard Lin Shu's surprised cry. The guy had already finished reading the message about his acceptance to Shengyu University and the request to come for registration. All of the protagonist's friends were shocked when they heard that he had been accepted to study at this very institution. This was the very place everyone called the Sacred Realm, and Mr. Ye explained that he was a professor at this university and was in charge of admitting students through a special recruitment process. He said he had been observing Lin Shu for some time, and given the young man's talents, he fully qualified to be enrolled at Shengyu under special circumstances. Mr. Ye also added that the young man wouldn't have to take the graduation exam or complete his third year of high school, so he only needed to come on September 1st to register. The protagonist was incredibly delighted to hear such favorable terms and promised to definitely show up. Now, he understood that you can never predict where you'll find something or where you'll lose it. Besides, the boy immediately remembered little Luo Yue, who was also from the sacred realm. He then decided to ask where Shengyu University was located, since he had previously tried searching online, but hadn't found any information about it. Mr. Ye explained that once the young man reached the end of the path of death, he would be met and escorted to Shengyu. The companions were seriously frightened when they heard that the protagonist would have to go to that place. Lin Shu himself also tensed up when he realized he would have to take such a huge risk. The path of death was not a road, but a special area densely populated by zombies and high-rank evolved beasts. According to rumors, the strongest evolved beast, having reached the 10th rank, also dwelled there. There were also various secret laboratories in that place, relics from wartime. Mr. Ye, seeing Lin Shu's reaction, began to suspect that he was, after all, frightened by such a challenge. The protagonist immediately dismissed his doubts and explained that he was simply a little nervous about such a task. The young man understood that he had no reason to fear the path of death, because the more beasts and zombies there were, the more experience points he would be able to earn. The old man appreciated the protagonist's approach and asked what he planned to do next. Lin Shu explained that he first planned to go to Heihai City to obtain a warrior's license, then proceed to register. After Mr. Ye confirmed that he was doing everything correctly, he wished him good luck. All his friends immediately began congratulating the young man on the fact that he would indeed become a student at Shengyu University. Shuwen immediately thought that they should celebrate such an important event and get completely drunk. Li Yi also didn't forget about teacher Luo and asked if he wanted to join them. He didn't refuse and decided to invite a few more friends. The protagonist, of course, didn't refuse his mentor and noted that the more people there were, the more fun it would be. That evening, they all gathered together, and Xiaozhu Shui also came to the get-together, wishing her little Lin a sky-high future. Everyone happily toasted the main character's boundless prospects, clinking glasses full of alcohol with one another. The nurse also promised that she would definitely join little Linyu as soon as he got into university. Shunger echoed her words and vowed that she would definitely follow in the young man's footsteps and do her utmost to skip a grade and enroll in Shengyu as soon as possible. Young Tian admitted that his friend was a true role model, since such beautiful girls had gathered around him. He also hinted that an attractive woman in military uniform was sitting off to the side, wondering how she could get close to Lin Shu. The commander lost her temper and scolded the boy for continuing to spout such nonsense about her. Then she decided she wouldn't just sit back and watch all this flirting with the main character and asked when he planned to head to Heihai. The girls cornered Lin Shu between them, and Shu Wen offered to give him a ride into town, since she felt quite confident behind the wheel and could help with that. The guy refused because he wanted to go there on foot by himself and gain some experience along the way so he could later pass the path of death without any problems. The next day, the protagonist set off for the outskirts of Starlight City, pondering along the way that, unfortunately, his silver spirit had been shattered into pieces, which is why he had to buy a regular spear. Lin Shu planned to register on the Alms Warriors website as soon as he received his warrior's license, because then he would finally be able to buy himself a decent weapon. At that moment, he sensed someone else's aura, and it wasn't zombies or evolved beasts, but people, and most likely warriors. In fact, the protagonist hadn't even expected anyone to give him a chance to gain experience so quickly. The opponent immediately tried to attack the young man, but he sensed the threat right away and ducked just in time. After that, Lin Shu immediately filled his fist with energy to strike back at the enemy. He used the shattering fist to strike the warriors who were trying to ambush him with all his might. The protagonist managed to hit the guy without any trouble, so he flew helplessly into the nearest tree. The rest of the thugs immediately pounced on Lin Shu to avenge their young master. The mercenaries were certain that the young man wouldn't escape today, even if he grew real wings. Then Lin Shu used the shattering fist again and noted that the thug was definitely not the kind of person who should be talking about such things. Another opponent fell to the ground, causing the rest of his companions to start panicking a little. The mercenaries couldn't understand how our hero possessed such strength, since they could clearly sense that his aura was weak. The young man merely laughed at their confusion and at the fact that the Tang clan was still restless. The protagonist no longer intended to hold back and reached for his spear to finish off all his opponents. The bandits also wasted no time and rushed forward to finish off the overly bold youngster. Lin Shu responded by unleashing the Phoenix's might, attempting to simply incinerate them all. In the end, the mercenaries were simply swept aside by this powerful wave of flame. With a smirk in his voice, the protagonist emphasized that he was now done with the small fry, so he suggested they bring out the bigger fish. Then the leader of the group appeared before him, unable to believe that such a large number of people had been unable to handle a high school student. It turned out to be Tang Mubai himself, who believed his men were nothing but a bunch of freeloaders since they hadn't been able to stop Lin Shu. For this reason, he had to step into the fray himself and finally finish off our hero. With confidence in his voice, the man declared that today, the scoundrel would finally pay for his son's death. In turn, the protagonist declared that he would send the old man to the afterlife as well, so he wouldn't have to worry about his Tang Tianyu being alone now. These words greatly angered the clan leader, so he immediately struck the young man first. Tang Mubai proved to be a skilled warrior, so Lin Shu had to work hard to stop his nimble blade. Then our hero quickly decided to unleash the pear-color gale so that his opponent couldn't attack him again. The old man managed to dodge to the side, so all of Lin Shu's attacks struck the trees behind him. The protagonist was already quite strong, so after all the spear strikes, the posts were left with significant dents. Tang Mubai saw with his own eyes that this youngster was indeed quite strong, as he was able to deliver 5 instantaneous strikes, each of which contained power at the peak of the second rank. But even so, the man considered all of this to be nothing more than child's play. Then he also used his silver skill, which was called Moon's Sickle Execution. Lin Shu also acknowledged that the clan leader possessed impressive sword energy, so he would have to try even harder to hold out until the cooldown of Rage Explosion ended. Tang Mubai grew angry when he saw that the young man had managed to dodge, and now he wanted to see how he would dodge this time. He landed several strikes at once with the execution of the crescent moon, making the attack even more dangerous. The protagonist didn't lose his composure, and once again used Phoenix's majesty to block his skill. Their forces clashed fiercely, each trying to overpower the other and crush the opponent's will. Then a massive explosion rang out in the middle of the dense forest, causing everything around them to tremble. Despite this, Clan Chief Tan remained unharmed and was now trying to assess Lin Shu's condition. Suddenly, his opponent concentrated all the flames around him, and they literally wrapped around his entire body. The protagonist was shocked by this turn of events and had no idea what was happening. Tang Mubai thanked the young man for this fire, which would greatly enhance his attack. It turned out that the old man possessed a golden skill, which he intended to use against Lin Shu. It was the Dance of the Ninth Heaven, which directed all that fiery energy toward the young man. The protagonist was terrified of the golden skill, because he knew he simply couldn't dodge it. Despite this, the young man knew he had to hold his ground against the head of the Tang clan. He quickly remembered his verdict skill and tried to deflect the attack away from himself. Their strikes collided once more, causing their power to rip through the entire forest again. Lin Shu desperately gripped his spear and managed to hold back his opponent's might. Tang Mubai couldn't believe such a thing was even possible, since a high school student couldn't possibly be that strong. Despite this, our hero's weapon couldn't withstand such pressure and began to slowly shatter. In the end, Lin Shu was unable to hold his ground against his opponent, and the full force of the blow struck him. Then another explosion rang out, with the protagonist himself caught right in the middle. The young man was stopped only by a massive boulder, which he crashed into at full speed, causing deep cracks to form in the hard rock. Now he had lost even his weapon, so Tang Mubai wanted to see how he would fight now. A second later, a sharp sword plunged into the protagonist's shoulder, piercing his protective gear and causing a sharp flash of searing pain. The old man's eyes filled with blood as he began to anticipate the fact that he could send his family's enemy to hell. The protagonist gathered all his strength, grabbed the blade, and began pushing it away from himself. It turned out that Lin Shu had already regained his abilities, so things wouldn't be so easy for Tang Mubai. The young man activated Rage Burst, causing his stats to suddenly surge. The man immediately noticed significant changes in the aura surrounding the protagonist. With a smirk on his face, Lin Shu declared that now it was his turn to destroy his opponent. Now the shattering fist had become much stronger, so the young man could destroy his opponent with his bare hands. Tang Mubai hadn't noticed him taking any potions and hadn't sensed any surges of origin energy from the use of special combat skills, which is why he was stunned by our hero's sudden surge in power. For this reason, the old man couldn't do anything against Lin Shu and couldn't resist him in any way. In the end, the young man threw the head of the Tang clan aside with all his might, disarming him as well. Tang Mutai fell helplessly to his knees and clutched the spade where the full force of the blow had landed. Meanwhile, the protagonist had already picked up the blade that had fallen from his opponent's hands. The man immediately began shouting that Lin Shu couldn't kill him because the Tang clan wouldn't let him get away with the murder. The young man laughed at his threats, since he had never cared about their family, and asked if Tang Mutai wanted to know the reason he had decided to leave Starlight City. The protagonist explained that it was all because he had received a letter of acceptance from Shengyu University, which sent the old man into shock, since he knew full well that Lin Shu had been expelled from the academy. Before the final blow, the young man declared that a third-rate family like the Tang clan could only dream of reaching the heights he would achieve in the future. A second later, he severed Tang Mubai's head, for which the system awarded him over 500,000 experience points. Finally, the protagonist was able to breathe a sigh of relief after such an intense battle with a man who was already on the verge of reaching the 4th rank. Be that as it may, the path that lay ahead for Lin Shu would be even more dangerous. Reaching a secluded spot, the young man sat down to rest, bandage his wounds, and consider his next steps to improve his combat potential. For now, he decided to use his 4 spins, but for some reason, everything on the Wheel of Fortune was marked with question marks. It turned out that the protagonist had been given the opportunity to participate in the Lucky Draw lottery, where there was a chance to win multiple prizes. He guessed that these question marks symbolized the lottery and immediately wanted to know what he could win. The protagonist watched the wheel spin with interest and had no idea how he would find out his prize. In the end, he received a large quantity of anomalous crystal, which could bring in a considerable amount of money. The young man realized that he now had 3 third-rank crystals, 5 second-rank crystals, and 10 first-rank crystals, which weren't particularly useful but could still bring in some income. Lin Shu was thrilled with these results, so he decided to keep going. The next valuable prize was the legendary weapon, the Blood Moon. The protagonist was delighted when he saw these gloves, which were made of soft metal and were truly unlike any others. Hand-to-hand combat techniques were the only ones he could use besides spear techniques, and this item was a perfect fit for the Shattering Fist. Lin Shu had no intention of stopping there, and decided to keep spinning as long as the God of Luck was inside him. This time, the guy got his hands on a massive number of combat skill cards. He counted 3 silver cards and 12 bronze ones, but none of them were related to spear techniques, so they were completely useless. The protagonist immediately decided to send them all to be processed, hoping he might be able to synthesize a skill card that would be useful to him. A second later, the synthesis of the bronze tier combat skill cards was successfully completed, and Lin Shu received a silver card for the spear technique, Heavenly Support. In fact, the guy hadn't expected the bronze cards to be able to transform into a silver one, and immediately thought that if he synthesized 3 silver cards, there was a guaranteed chance they would transform into a gold one. Then he decided to read up on the new skill and couldn't figure out how it worked at all, since it was too similar to the accumulated power strike and didn't offer any new advantages. Lin Shu kept synthesizing new cards over and over, but none of them suited him. In the end, our hero ended up failing the synthesis and losing all his materials. Now he had 6 silver cards left and 2 attempts for synthesis. The young man sincerely hoped that he would still manage to get a rare gold card. Seeing that the system was already congratulating him, the protagonist hoped that he had succeeded after all. A second later, he was already disappointed, because it turned out that the synthesis of silver category combat skill cards had failed. Because of this, Lin Shu became incredibly angry and now demanded that the system return all his silver cards. Now he tried to tearfully beg the system to make sure everything went smoothly this time. The protagonist wasted no more time and immediately pressed the button to start the synthesis. Finally, he managed to obtain a gold spear technique card called Milky Way Fall. The special feature of this combat skill lay in its speed, as well as the rapid flow of a colossal amount of energy. Now the protagonist had one more spin of the Wheel of Fortune left, so he hoped something would come up that would surprise him. Then a huge second-tier rapid growth gift suddenly appeared before him. These were weights again, and they were even heavier this time, so the guy figured the system just wanted to finish him off. In the end, Lin Shu resigned himself to the fact that he would have to go through the rapid growth system again, after which he would receive 50 attribute points. He immediately felt just how heavy all the items in this set were, and he still had to keep walking and walking forward. Very soon, amidst the ruins of an abandoned city, he encountered another warrior fleeing from an evolved beast. The protagonist immediately came to his aid and knocked the mutant's head off with a single punch. After that, the huge bear crashed to the ground with a thud and posed no further threat. Now the young man felt that this legendary weapon was amplifying the power of the shattering fist, though he hadn't even imagined it would be so easy to destroy a second-rank beast. Lei Liang, whom the protagonist had just saved, immediately ran up to him to thank him for his help and introduce himself. The young man didn't pay him much attention, so he simply introduced himself in return and headed straight for the body of the defeated bear. The warrior suspected that our hero was also heading to Heihai, and he couldn't fathom why his aura matched that of a warrior candidate when he had killed an evolved second-rank beast with a single blow. In turn, Lin Shu explained that he was indeed planning to obtain his warrior license there. At that moment, Lei Liang's teammates ran up to them, deeply worried about him since the young man had nearly let the beast corner him. The warrior grumbled that he had killed so many beasts today that he had absolutely no strength left. He also spoke of Lin Shu, thanks to whom he had survived, and noted that the young man was also heading to Heihai to take the warrior license exams. Lei Liang pointed out that they were all going there for the same purpose, so he suggested they travel together to look out for one another. The protagonist wasn't opposed to the idea at all, so he agreed to join their group. Then the young man sheepishly pointed out that there were actually 5 of them, since there was another person they'd met along the way, just like Lin Shu, but her behavior was a bit eccentric. He pointed to one of the tree branches and explained that he was referring to that gloomy young princess. Eventually, Lei Liang revealed that this strange girl's name was Boli Howlin. Finally, the girl came down to her group because she wanted to meet the main character. She walked right up to the protagonist, waiting for him to introduce himself to her. Boli Howlin acknowledged that our hero possessed considerable strength and met the criteria for her to accept him as a disciple. With a smile on her face, the girl offered Lin Shu the chance to become her disciple after all. The protagonist couldn't understand why she was bringing this up on their very first meeting, but Lei Liang explained that she had started with similar conversations with them as well. The young man had no intention of agreeing, since he had no plans to take on a teacher, but the girl wasn't going to give up so easily. Eventually, they continued on their way through the abandoned city. Lei Liang noticed a whole mountain of human bones lying nearby. Seeing such traces of evolved beasts, our hero concluded that these were second-rank man-eating birds. The protagonist explained to his companions that these mutant predators lived in packs and attacked humans. The others couldn't understand how the young man knew this, since it was possible that a giant beast was responsible. Boli Howlin thought the guy was a complete idiot, since there were clear marks from bird beaks on the bones. Her partner got incredibly angry at those words directed at him, and emphasized that he wouldn't care that she was a girl when he gave her a beating. She simply ignored his words and praised the protagonist for his extensive knowledge and for truly meeting her criteria. At that moment, everyone looked up and saw a strange silhouette in the sky flying straight toward them. It turned out to be that very mutated bird, which was already about to attack our heroes. The warrior reacted quickly to this threat and hurled his dagger at the suddenly appearing opponent. He was a rather agile fighter, so the blade severed the bird's head. The young man just laughed, saying that was all a second-rank beast was capable of. The main character immediately dampened his enthusiasm and warned that this was only the beginning. A second later, the evolved birds filled the entire sky above the team like a dense cloud. Lin Shu asked his comrades to be careful as the mutants flew toward them at full speed. The young man pointed out that the enemies were closing in on them and had already prepared to defend himself. He still hadn't used a weapon and was fighting the mutants hand-to-hand. One strike from the protagonist was so powerful that he was able to incinerate a couple dozen monsters at once. Boli Howlin admired his physical conditioning and realized that he was increasingly meeting the criteria to become her student. Lin Shu asked her to stop talking about it and asked her to demonstrate her own strength since she wanted to recruit students. The girl immediately lit up with excitement when she realized that he would join her if she managed to kill those birds. After all, she didn't mind if the protagonist witnessed the power of his future teacher. Lin Shu was worried for his partner, so he tried to stop her. The girl had no intention of listening to him and focused on her attack. The protagonist immediately sensed her powerful, murderous aura and now wanted to find out who this girl really was. Meanwhile, Boli Howlin swept through the mutants like a whirlwind and completely wiped them all out. A couple of seconds later, the girl had already landed on the ground with a smug smile on her face. She immediately turned to Lin Shu and asked if he would now agree to become her student. Our hero admitted that she was quite strong, and Lei Liang couldn't stop marveling at how his little sister had wiped out the entire pack in an instant. Another guy suspected that Boli Howlin had some extraordinary blades and immediately wanted to know where he could buy them. The girl replied that such weapons couldn't be found anywhere because her mother had forged them. It seemed that only Lin Shu understood that they were looking at an exceptionally rare weapon, while the other two had absolutely no idea about anything of the sort. Meanwhile, one of the guys noted that all the anomalous crystal had disappeared somewhere. Then Bolly Howland jostled the small pouch in her hands and suspected that he was referring to them. The protagonist couldn't understand how she had managed to collect all the stones and suspected that it had all happened during the bird massacre. At that moment, the girl turned to Lin Shu and asked if he needed this reward. At first, the young man couldn't believe that Bolly Howland was really going to give all the crystals to him, but she explained that it would be a gift from the teacher in honor of their official meeting. Our hero thought that something was clearly wrong with this girl's head, so he refused after all and reminded her that he hadn't yet agreed to become her student. The girl accepted Lin Shu's refusal and was now going to absorb these crystals on her own. It turned out that she had used the reward from the slain mutants not to make money, but to gain power. The protagonist hadn't yet realized this method of using the crystals, so he was surprised when the girl simply tossed the bag aside. Now he understood that, in addition to her immense strength, Bolly Howland had also made terrifying progress in the cultivation technique based on absorbing anomalous crystals. The rest of the team wept over this pile of now useless stones, as they had been willing to do anything for that amount of crystal. In the evening, everyone gathered around the campfire to have a snack of grilled meat. The protagonist laughed at the fact that Bolly Howland had no table manners and thought that she had never had the chance to try barbecue made from the meat of evolved beasts. The rest of the teammates wished our heroes bon appetit and asked them not to rush, since there was enough meat for everyone. Meanwhile, Lin Shu had already learned that the girl was a 4th-rank warrior and asked if she was also from Starlight, but she dismissed his theory. In fact, the young man was shocked because the system analysis couldn't determine her strength, so she was most likely at nearly the same level as Tang Mubai. At that moment, the girl suddenly cried out, feeling some strange sensations in her body. She suddenly collapsed to the ground, as if all her strength had been drained from her body. The protagonist was startled by his partner's reaction and thought she had simply overeaten. That was when Lin Shu himself realized that something strange was happening to his body. The young man told his partner that he too felt all his vitality draining away. He immediately suspected that all of this was the work of their so-called partners, who were feeling perfectly fine. Bolly Howland now also guessed that those guys had poisoned their meat. The warriors had already begun to advance on them and explained that they simply wanted to ensure our heroes lost their strength and couldn't resist the robbery. Leiling explained that he had secretly added Arlen to their kebabs, a colorless, odorless liquid capable of completely draining the strength of 1st-rank warriors for a short time. Lin Shu understood that this drug wasn't particularly powerful, yet it could only be obtained on the black market, and it wasn't cheap either. The protagonist chuckled at the fact that these guys didn't seem to be deterred by high costs at all. The bandits explained that given their strength, they didn't pick fights with those of a higher rank, so their only option was to attack 1st-rank warriors heading to Heihai. Eventually, they started taking the young man's combat gloves since they were clearly a high-end item, or perhaps even legendary gear. Besides that, the guys had already spotted a bag stuffed to the brim, which obviously contained quite a few valuables. After that, they turned their attention to Bolly Howland, who was also a tempting target for them. The guys eyed the defenseless girl hungrily. She had a considerable amount of resources. One of the thugs ran his finger along her cheek and made it clear that she would also have to hand over her blades and gear. At that moment, the protagonist interrupted their threats and hinted that the smell of their flesh seemed to have attracted an uninvited guest. Only now did the men realize that someone had indeed been watching them from the shadows all this time. Eventually, they quickly realized that they were familiar with those eyes, which belonged to the blood wolf. The predator, seeing the large number of strangers, immediately let out a terrifying growl at them. It didn't give the gangsters a single second to react and immediately pounced on the first one it came across. Lei Liang shouted in frustration that they simply couldn't afford to let their guard down. In an instant, all the gang members used every skill at their disposal to finish off the beast. The blood wolf turned out to be quite nimble, so it easily dodged their blows. Lei Liang warned his comrades that this creature was exceptionally agile, so they needed to attack it by surrounding it. Some time passed, and the gang members felt their strength waning. Finally, the leader realized that the three of them were no match for the blood wolf. Then he finally remembered Bolly Howland and Lin Shu, who still hadn't recovered. The man quickly headed toward our heroes so that the beast would chase after them instead. So he leaped over Lin Shu, intending to feed him to the predator and then take all their belongings. The blood wolf had already opened its jaws, ready to tear apart yet another person in its path in a matter of seconds. The protagonist merely smirked at all these attempts by the gangsters to rob them. Finally, the young man found the strength to use Shattering Fist and strike the mutant. Lin Shu noted that this monster had decent defense, so surprisingly, its head didn't explode under the force of his skill. Lei Ling couldn't understand why the young man was unharmed, and the latter explained that he was actually a second-rank warrior, while the potion was intended for a first-rank one. The thug was flustered because he knew full well that a second-rank warrior should have had a warrior's license long ago. The protagonist didn't even realize that this was what would surprise him, and explained that his family was short on money, so he'd been without a license all this time. At that moment, the blood wolf tried to attack Lin Shu from behind, making a swift leap and baring his sharp claws. Lei Ling still couldn't believe that a man possessing combat gloves capable of withstanding a predator's claws was short on money. Then the ferocious wolf finally managed to strike the protagonist with its massive paw. The problem was that because of the rapid growth kit, the young man couldn't unleash his full strength at all. Lin Shu also yelled at Bully Howlin, who was still pretending to be poisoned, and suggested she lend a hand for a change. The girl knew from the start that this was far from all he was capable of, and admitted that she should help her student a little. For his part, Lei Ling couldn't believe they'd miscalculated so badly that none of their victims turned out to be first-rank warriors. Then Bully Howlin explained that they'd indeed misunderstood everything, because she'd gone to Hi not to obtain a license, but to fulfill her duties as an examiner. After this turn of events, even Lin Shu was shocked, as he hadn't expected this girl to hold such a position. The beast became furious when he saw that our heroes were simply ignoring him and talking among themselves. He couldn't stand by and watch such insolence, so he lunged at Bully Howlin. The girl was only glad to see such aggression from the enemy, and had already drawn her blades to finish him off. She concentrated all her energy in her legs to quickly pounce on the mutant. A second later, Bully Howlin landed several precise strikes on the blood wolf, who hadn't had time to react to her attacks. With a slight smirk, she asked the evolved beast if her speed was decent. Lin Shu couldn't understand why his partner had chopped off the wolf's tail, pointing out that her technique was completely off target and had struck far from the neck. The girl didn't take offense at his words and explained that the teacher had simply shown him an example. Now she asked the protagonist to watch her actions closely. Bully Howlin used the silver skill Autumn Frost Slices Gems, which cut the wolf into tiny pieces. In the end, the evolving beast didn't stand a chance of survival. Our hero saw that she had distributed the energy of the springs into her legs and blades, increasing her strength and speed, and was amazed at the ability to use energy in such a way. Meanwhile, the girl herself remembered the foolish bandits and now decided to address all matters concerning them. The bandits, who had been hiding behind the bushes all this time, were incredibly frightened when this strong girl turned her attention to them. They decided to treat Bully Howlin with respect from now on and begged for mercy on their knees. For a few seconds, the girl silently stared at the thugs with her piercing gaze, pondering what to do with these scoundrels. In the end, she suddenly and without warning slit Lei Liang's throat, instantly ending his life and causing his body to collapse limply onto the cold ground. The guy's companions were shocked by the young woman's ruthlessness and didn't even have time to cry out. The remaining thugs trembled in fear of death and tearfully promised to change, vowing never to repeat such behavior. Bully Howlin admitted that she herself had no burning desire to kill them. However, this man had repaid her kindness with black ingratitude, yet she still let the other adventurers go. The guys ran as fast as they could, as far away as possible from the stern girl, and promised never to cross her path again. The protagonist approached Lei Ling and even regretted that things had turned out this way. The girl immediately reminded him that this guy had actually been planning to kill the protagonist, and that one must show no mercy to murderers, not display feminine compassion. Lin Shu turned away from her in irritation and explained that he simply regretted not being the one to finish off that scumbag and take his experience points. Bully Howlin reminded him that now it was just the two of them and the apprentice, so it was time to discuss their affairs. The protagonist immediately asked what she meant and hinted that they would be discussing some romantic matters. The girl gave him a hard slap and emphasized that, actually, she was his teacher, so he needed to address her respectfully. Lin Shu, clutching the spot where she'd hit him, reminded her that he still hadn't agreed to become her student. In turn, Boli Howland began to suspect that the young man possessed a skill capable of suppressing power. The boy made a rather clumsy attempt to imply she was lying, and the girl resigned herself to the fact that he wouldn't reveal his true power level. Then his partner asked if our hero had any questions, and he immediately wanted to know if she was a fourth-rank warrior and Heihai's examiner. The girl confirmed that all of this was true and warned that during the exam, Lin Shu shouldn't expect any special attention from her. Lin Shu also wanted to know his companion's age, but she replied that it wasn't proper to ask such a thing. However, if he did become her student, she would teach him everything she knew while they were traveling to Heihai, which would definitely help the young man obtain his license. The girl also asked directly if the protagonist had a teacher of his own, and if he felt that she was much stronger. But Lin Shu wasn't at all sure of his answers. She immediately realized that the protagonist still doubted her abilities, so she proposed a fight, promising that she would hold back her power to the first rank the boy had demonstrated and would not use any weapons. Boli Howland asked if the young man had the guts to face her in battle. Lin Shu accepted her proposal, as he believed it was just a good opportunity to teach this cocky girl a lesson and scare her. The girl was glad that the protagonist wasn't a coward and asked him to come closer. Lin Yu had already concentrated all his strength into his fists, ready to strike his opponent first. He also chose not to use any weapons, so he activated Shattering Fist. Boli Howland clenched her fist in response and prepared to clash with the young man. The protagonist thought this girl had completely lost her mind for deciding to stand up to his ability, and he didn't want to break her arm. In the end, their fists collided, but the girl's arm was completely unharmed. A second later, a massive burst of energy erupted, shattering the ground beneath their feet. Now the protagonist acknowledged that his partner's strength was on a high level. Meanwhile, Boli Howland herself directed an attack upward, and the young man was sent flying high into the sky. The girl remained on the ground and watched with a slight smirk on her face to see where her future student had flown. The protagonist was sent flying a great distance and crashed with a thud among the trees. The impact was quite strong, so it took Lin Shu a moment to recover. Boli Howland approached him and asked if she had managed to convince the young man, and he immediately wanted to know how she had done it. The girl repeated that she could teach him this, but only if the protagonist clearly and explicitly called her his teacher. Lin Shu understood that she truly possessed great skill, since she had managed to defeat his Shattering Fist. In the end, the young man accepted her terms, since nothing bad would happen to him if he did call Boli Howland his teacher. She decided to tease the protagonist a little and pretended not to hear him. The guy was practically trembling from how embarrassed he was and asked his partner not to go overboard. The girl was amused by his reaction, while Lin Shu himself couldn't stop thinking that this little girl didn't resemble a master at all. Finally, Boli Howland decided to stop teasing her new student and begin his training. She informed him that it was time for the protagonist to learn why his recent strike hadn't withstood her attack. The teacher explained that the reason was that his method of using the power of the origins was fundamentally flawed. Boli Howland asked the protagonist to watch her actions closely. The girl picked up a small pebble from the ground and filled it with pure energy, causing it to pulsate with a bright light. She then directed this makeshift projectile toward a larger cobblestone. Afterward, a huge crack remained on the stone, showing just how powerful the strike had been. Boli Howland explained that even though the stone's hardness had increased after the infusion of source power, it was still just a stone. After infusing it with power, its hardness can increase by a maximum of 50%, which is why the stone crumbles to dust upon impact. But the girl noted that if she infused energy not only into the stone, but also coated it from the outside, everything would be completely different. She demonstrated the next strike using a pebble, employing the new technique for using the power of the origins. This time, the projectile was much more powerful and shattered the cobblestone into tiny pieces. After that, she picked up the pebble and showed that it was safe and sound. Lin Shu didn't fully understand how it worked, because he believed that if you wanted to maximize the power of the origins, you had to channel it into a weapon. Boli Howland explained that cultivation techniques allow warriors to draw energy from the cosmos and concentrate it within their bodies to strengthen their cells and store power inside their bodies. It is this internal energy that is called the power of the origins, which was infused into the weapon, thereby comprehensively enhancing its performance. The protagonist still couldn't understand why he didn't notice any changes in the blade, since only a faint layer of power was visible on its surface. Boli Howland immediately suspected that, apparently, Lin Shu had never had the chance to apply the power of the origins before her eyes, and suggested he try doing so. Lin Shu obeyed his mentor and concentrated on his inner powers. Gradually, all the energy of the streams began to rise toward the young man's head. A couple of seconds later, it had already reached the protagonist's eyes, which blazed with a blue flame. Bolly Hallen immediately explained that only by doing this could one more clearly perceive the power of the sources in other people. She explained that the sources of 1st to 3rd rank warriors were blue, those of 4th to 6th rank glowed purple, those of 7th to 9th rank were orange, and all ranks above that shone gold. She also added that her mother had forged this blade from the most ordinary material, but when imbued with origin power, its sharpness would rival weapons worth millions. The protagonist still couldn't understand why warriors would strive to obtain high-grade weapons if the teacher's words were true. Bolly Hallen emphasized that the boy simply didn't understand, because to maintain balance, a weapon must both be coated with the power of the source and have that power infused into it. Every weapon has different quality indicators, and despite the outer coating of the source's power, every strike and the vibrations it creates can damage the weapon's interior. Suddenly, it dawned on Lin Shu that before the fight, she had promised to suppress her power to the 1st rank level. Yet the source energy channeled into her fist clearly exceeded that limit. The girl was flustered, as she hadn't expected her student to notice this detail, and pretended that something had gone wrong. The protagonist realized that his partner had been cheating all along, so their bet couldn't count. Bolly Hallen reminded him that he had already called her his teacher, so he couldn't change his mind now, and reiterated that becoming her student wouldn't turn out badly. The girl handed Lin Shu the blade and asked him to try using the power of the origins to coat the blade's surface. The protagonist looked at her weapon cautiously, fearing that it might not work after all. This process required a great deal of strength and concentration from him, so his hands trembled slightly. Lin Shu didn't take his eyes off the weapon, watching as it gradually absorbed the energy. In the end, he had covered only 1/5 of the blade, and sweat was already streaming down his face. Then Bolly Hallen had warned that this wasn't something one could learn right away, as it was an extremely difficult task even for 3rd rank warriors. But she also reflected on the fact that this young man had managed to evenly cover 1/5 of the blade's surface on his first attempt, which was a clear sign of talent. For his part, Lin Shu now understood why he hadn't sensed Tang Mubai using this technique during their fight. The protagonist now wanted to master the skill, so he asked Bolly Hallen to continue the training. Morning came very soon, and they headed to the nearest ruins to rest a bit. All this time, for some reason, the girl hadn't slept a wink and was watching Lin Shu closely. The young man felt a piercing gaze on him and immediately opened his eyes to see what was going on. Bolly Hallen was startled when she saw that her student had already woken up. The protagonist immediately jumped away from her because he thought the whole thing looked too strange. It turned out that his partner had simply noticed that Lin Shu's clothes had somehow suddenly repaired themselves on their own, which was why she had been examining them. Now she realized that the boy was wearing a set of weight vests, so she praised him for achieving such results yesterday, even with those limitations. In the end, she decided not to delay any longer and suggested they start today's training. Bolly Hallen also noted that it would be just perfect given that he was wearing the weights, and explained that they needed to reach the mountain before dark. Lin Shu immediately thought that his companion hadn't woken up yet because he had studied the map and knew that the mountain was called Decapitated Cliff, and the distance to it was over 100 kilometers. Bolly Hallen had already run ahead and asked the young man not to look so gloomy, since he wouldn't have to run alone anyway. This did not please the protagonist at all, as he simply couldn't keep up with his partner because of the weight-increasing devices. At that moment, Lin Shu heard some strange sounds behind him. He saw that a whole flock of evolved birds was chasing him, which immediately spurred him to run forward. He knew there was no way out, so he quickly drew his blade and struck at the mutants. In addition, Lin Shu had learned to easily extract crystals from the beasts right in the middle of the field by pulling them toward him. Meanwhile, Bolly Hallen shouted for the protagonist not to stop and to kill the enemies on the run. In turn, the birds, seeing that one of their comrades had been killed, pounced on our hero with even greater fury. The girl explained that the young man's task now was to run 10 kilometers while killing all these man-eating birds. She also emphasized that the protagonist was forbidden to stop, so he had to fulfill all these difficult conditions. Seizing the right moment, Lin Shu chopped off the head of yet another mutant. Bolly Hallen explained that this could be considered a sort of test of speed, accuracy, and reaction time. She added that the young man also needed to precisely locate the anomalous crystal within the birds' bodies and extract it, But Lin Shu didn't understand how to do all of this at once. The protagonist noticed that the girl was running straight toward a crowd of mutants, so he warned her to be careful. It turned out that Bo Li Howlin was about to demonstrate that all the tasks she had given Lin Shu were entirely possible. With a few swings of her blades, she instantly destroyed all the man-eating birds that had surrounded her on all sides. The teacher emphasized that there was nothing difficult about it, since all that was needed was to achieve a unity of speed, precision, and reaction. Opening her palm, she displayed all the crystals she had managed to obtain from the defeated enemies. The protagonist didn't waste any time and immediately tried to replicate his mentor's feat. In the end, he could only look with dissatisfaction at the shards of anomalous crystal left behind by his inaccurate strike. This greatly angered the young man, as he couldn't believe he hadn't managed a single precise cut. After the protagonist had dealt with all his enemies, he collapsed to the ground from sheer exhaustion. Lin Shu begged his teacher to let him rest a bit, because it felt like they had run a full 50 kilometers. His partner finally let him rest for 10 minutes, so the young man decided to ask why the birds had attacked only him. The girl replied that it was simple. While her student was sleeping, she had rubbed his clothes with something that attracts these birds. The protagonist was shocked, because he hadn't even suspected that his mentor had such a devious plan. He immediately decided to check the condition of his clothes, not believing that Bo Li Howlin would have come up with something like that. Only now did Lin Shu realize that he did indeed smell strange, and noted that the young woman seemed to have gone too far. The girl believed she had done it for the young man's own good, and announced that the rest period was over, so they would have to run non-stop all the way to that mountain. The protagonist hadn't even had a chance to rest, so he thought only 2 minutes had passed. Then Bo Li Howlin pressed a blade to the boy's throat, causing him to fall silent immediately. She warned that if she said 10 minutes had passed, then that was the case, so Lin Shu had better be smart and start moving his legs. The protagonist resigned himself to the fact that he couldn't go against his teacher, so he got up from the ground. At that moment, he saw that after this morning run, his rapid growth progress had increased to as much as 6,000, and, judging by the pace, the task would be fully completed even before they reached Heihai. At that moment, Lin Shu heard man-eating birds already flying toward them, drawn by his scent. Despite some reservations about Bo Li Howlin's methods, our hero couldn't deny their effectiveness. Besides, the young man could already feel his speed, accuracy, and reaction time steadily improving, so he could easily extract the anomalous crystals from the mutants' bodies. Thus, they trained relentlessly until sunset. The protagonist was breathing heavily from having run non-stop the entire time. Finally, they reached the mountain, and Lin Shu began complaining that his partner had forced him to run over 100 kilometers, fully clad from head to toe, and made him kill monsters on the go. Bo Li Howlin couldn't believe it was really that hard, since she had run over 1,000 kilometers in her time. After that, she mentioned that there were ruins ahead where they could spend the night. The protagonist was complaining so much about his exhaustion that he didn't even notice an arrow flying toward him. The mentor managed to react to the threat and deflected the projectile with her blade. The boy cried out in surprise and spun around sharply to see what was happening. It turned out that Bo Li Howlin had known from the very beginning that someone had been following them for a full 5 hours. The bandits were surprised that she had managed to spot them, and admitted that they had planned to finish off the boy with a single blow once he was completely exhausted, and then take special care of the girl herself. The protagonist was surprised to hear that they had been following them for so long while concealing their auras, and that he hadn't been able to detect them during all that time. Bo Li Howlin knew that these were the Yin and Yang brothers, who were notorious for their attacks on warriors in the vicinity of Starlight City for the purpose of robbery. The Federation had issued a warrant for these men, and the bounty on their heads was 50 million. One of the adventurers admitted that he hadn't expected the young lady to be familiar with them. Luo Yin asked her to be smart about it and just hand over all her belongings. Using the Eye of Analysis, Lin Shu discovered that they were both 4th-rank warriors and realized they would be in trouble in this fight. Meanwhile, Bo Li Howlin asked her student to open his eyes wide and watch closely as she dealt with the enemies using the power of the origins. Now, the protagonist could see that the power of her origin energy far surpassed that possessed by Luo Yin. Luo Yin had already rushed at them with his swift arrows, which were filled with energy. The girl proved to be much faster and had already landed the first blow on her opponent. The thug couldn't withstand her strength, so he was sent flying by a single precise kick. Luo Yang became incredibly angry when he saw what this girl had dared to do to his brother. Bolly Howland managed to react in time and blocked his attempt to attack her from behind. She laughed at his pathetic efforts and asked if that was really all he had. The girl easily held off her opponent's onslaught with her blade. Then Luoyin turned to his brother and suggested they use their combined skill. The boys immediately exchanged glances, signaling to each other that they were ready. The bandit declared that the power of their combined skill was capable of reaching the level of a 5th-rank warrior. Luoyang shouted that Bolly Howland simply had to accept her death. They began to combine their skills to activate an ability called, "With you, I will gaze at the meteor shower." Luoyang's blades merged, binding everything together with the energy of the origins. In turn, Luoyin fired several of his arrows, which were meant to pass through this ring. After that, the number of projectiles suddenly increased, and the entire barrage was directed toward Bolly Howland. The protagonist watched all of this from the sidelines with fear, because the attack truly looked terrifying. Lin Shu had never seen a so-called combined combat skill before, one that required 2 or more people to use. For her part, the mentor merely smiled contemptuously, considering all these furious attacks and complex techniques to be mere child's play. The girl protected our hero with the dome, a defensive combat skill. Thus, all the arrows simply crashed into this barrier and failed to reach their target. Lin Shu was surprised when he saw this dome and suspected that the girl was actually at the 6th rank. He had heard that some high-level warriors, upon reaching a certain level of mastery, were capable of forcibly shrinking their bodies. For this reason, the protagonist began to suspect that Bolly Howland's sister was actually Bolly Howland's aunt. The Luo brothers couldn't understand how this was even possible, since only greenhorns heading to Heihai to obtain a warrior's license were supposed to walk this path. Meanwhile, the mentor declared that it was now her turn to attack the enemy. The girl focused and was about to unleash her powerful golden skill. This ability bore the proud name of 13 lunar slashes and instantly pierced through the enemies. Afterward, Bolly Howland looked at the result of her work with a smirk. In the end, the unfortunate opponents were simply torn to shreds by the most powerful strike, leaving them not a single chance of survival in this merciless battle. The protagonist was shocked when he saw what the true power of a 6th-rank warrior looked like. He also noticed that these 2 were still alive, so he could try to last hit them and claim the experience points. Lin Shu tried to discreetly draw his blade to put his plan into action. After that, he simply thrust the sword into the body of one of the brothers, finishing him off. Bolly Howland noticed what the protagonist was about to do with their enemies' bodies and remarked that she hadn't even suspected his hobby. The young man paid her no mind, as he couldn't understand why nothing had happened. Finally, a notification arrived about the killing of the 4th-rank warriors, and he was incredibly delighted when he saw that this pair had yielded over 3 million experience points. The girl couldn't understand why her student was smiling like an idiot and hoped he hadn't suffered brain fatigue from the run. Lin Shu tried to pretend everything was fine and asked his mentor not to kill a high-ranking warrior next time so he could land the final blow. Bolly Howland flatly refused our hero and suggested he kill on his own if he was so eager to earn some pocket money. She also emphasized that the fact they had stumbled upon criminals for whom the federal government had offered a bounty was pure coincidence. The protagonist understood perfectly well that she thought he wanted to claim her bounty, even though the value of his experience points didn't even come close to that reward. At that moment, the system reported that a system error had been detected, so a correction process was initiated. It turned out that the carrier had dealt less than 40% of the damage to the warrior, so for that reason, the amount of experience gained would be 1/10 of the total. The mentor watched Lin Shu suspiciously as he talked to himself and rejoiced that he at least still had level 16 and 3 extra spins. Then the girl decided to check our hero's temperature, thinking he might be sick, but he replied that there were no problems. In that case, she suggested they continue their run since they needed to reach Heihai by nightfall tomorrow. After running a bit further, they finally stopped in the forest to have a light snack. The protagonist still couldn't believe that his companion, at her age, had never tasted roasted meat from evolved beasts. He laughed at her expression again and promised that no one would take the girl's food, so she didn't need to rush. Bolly Howland asked why the guy allowed himself to speak to his teacher in such a tone, and noted that it seemed his training hadn't been intense enough, since he still had the energy to complain. She asked him to hurry up with his meal because they still had evening training ahead of them, so he wouldn't miss the chance to hone his skills before arriving at the exams in Heihai. Meanwhile, the young man decided to ask whether Bolly Howland who was also an examiner, intended to throw a wrench in his plans so he wouldn't pass. The girl immediately pointed out that our hero was overthinking things, since she wasn't that careless, and announced that dinner was over, so it was time to get to work. She explained that today, Lin Shu would continue training his control over the power of the origins. To start, the teacher asked the protagonist to coat his blade with energy. The young man was already doing much better at this, so now Bo-Li Howlin asked him to cover his entire body with this power. She closely watched the protagonist's efforts, which ultimately yielded a decent result. The mentor was satisfied with Lin Shu's current level, so she was going to move on to the next stage. Without any warning, she struck the young man squarely in the stomach with all her might to test his progress with her fist. The protagonist didn't even have time to defend himself in any way, so he simply tried to at least stay on his feet. Bo-Li Howlin's power was unstoppable, so the boy was helplessly sent flying into a pole under a nearby tree. After that, Lin Shu asked indignantly what she was doing, suspecting that she simply wanted to finish him off. In turn, the girl asked if it was true that our hero hadn't felt how much his defenses had strengthened. The young man immediately calmed down, because if the teacher hadn't pointed it out, he really wouldn't have felt it. But now he realized that he had only felt a slight pain, not a serious injury. Howlin explained that his source energy was still quite weak at the moment, but as it grew stronger, the force enveloping his body would provide him with even greater protection. She also mentioned that a special part of the evening's training would involve taking a beating from our hero. Lin Shu tried to object to this plan, but it was already too late. He begged his mentor to wait just a second longer, but she wasn't about to delay and had already landed a blow right on his face. Eventually, the forest was filled with the protagonist's screams as he begged her to go easier on him and not hit him in the face. The boy kept complaining until morning because now he couldn't imagine how he'd show his face in public. But Bo-Li Howlin just laughed in response and said it was a pure accident. Besides, the girl asked him not to worry because she was going to make it up to him, and Lin Shu just made a silly joke about it. The instructor didn't let such crude jokes go unnoticed, so she immediately taught the young man a lesson with another slap across the face. A few seconds later, she stopped and announced that they were starting today's training. She pointed to the outline of the city in the middle of the desert and told the protagonist that he had to run to Heihai before nightfall. Bo-Li Howlin didn't like that Lin Shu was still standing in place, so she kicked him to make him move faster. She advised the guy to hurry up because if she caught up to him, he'd definitely be in for it. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Tang clan's mansion, where they were already well aware of the latest news about our hero. The old man mused that Mubai, who had been wise his whole life, had momentarily lost his wits, and it all ended with him being killed by a high school student. His assistant reported that this kid couldn't have pulled something like this off alone, so they suspected the presence of hidden allies, since the young man was on good terms with the Federal Army and had been awarded a medal. Then Mr. Tan noted that Lin Shu had originally been a complete loser, but over the past 6 months his strength had increased significantly, so his successes and awards could not be taken lightly. He understood perfectly well that their clan could not afford to lose any more than it already had. The old man already knew that this brat was heading to Heihai to obtain a warrior's license, where, as it happened, he had an old friend. Now the story returns to the city itself, where our heroes have already arrived. Bo-Li Howlin immediately took her student to the Hall of Hidden Treasures to buy a few things. She called him along, but Lin Shu was annoyed that she was calling him her student in front of everyone. The girl was annoyed that he wouldn't let her do it, so she started repeating the main character's nickname over and over. In the shop, they were greeted by a smiling sales clerk who immediately showed them the entire selection in the hall. She explained that their store carried combat skill cards, anomalous crystal, weapons, and a combat group. Bo-Li Howlin asked our hero to follow her so she could pick out a couple of combat skill cards for him. She quickly found the appropriate display case, but was dissatisfied that only silver cards were available there. The mentor immediately asked if there were any diamond cards, but the saleswoman replied, flustered, that cards of that sort couldn't be found anywhere in Heihai. The other customers immediately assumed that some hick had wandered in, since they had never seen such cards in their entire lives. Bo-Li Howlin resigned herself to the fact that she wouldn't find what she was looking for here, so she asked her student to go through the silver cards and pick out something suitable. The warriors around them continued to laugh at the pair, since the young man was also bowing to this country bumpkin and calling her his teacher. In the end, the protagonist replied that these cards were of no use to him, since he used a spear, and all of them were designed for sword blades. The girl was a little surprised when she heard this, since he had been carrying a sword on his back the whole time. Lin Shu explained that his weapon had broken during a battle near Starlight, and after receiving his warrior's license, he planned to buy a new one through the Warriors Alliance network. Now everything made sense to Bolli Howlin, so she had no further questions about our hero's skills. In the end, the girl quickly pointed to some cards in the display case and asked the saleswoman to pack them all up. The woman respectfully took the young lady's card and said that everything would be taken care of right away. A couple of minutes later, she placed a small box on the counter and announced that the total cost for the 8 silver cards was 2,560,000. After that, Bolli Howlin handed them all to our hero and told him that this was a welcome gift from his teacher. Lin Shu saw that the set included Fist of Power, Chain of Strikes, Flaming Palm, and 5 more spear categories, which were unlikely to surpass his existing skills. So he thought she had gone a bit overboard with her selection. Then the teacher explained that she hadn't seen his spear dance, so she'd chosen at random and asked him to simply sell the cards if they didn't suit him. As for weapons, nothing in this shop caught the girl's eye, but she promised to prepare a big surprise for the protagonist, which he would receive after successfully passing his evaluation. Now the other customers were kicking themselves, because they saw that she had simply gone and gifted cards worth over 2 million and hoped that she needed more students. When evening came, our heroes checked into a hotel, and Lin Shu couldn't stop wondering who this young woman was, who without a second thought had gone and booked 2 deluxe suites costing $500,000 per night. He wondered how much time he could save on fighting and endless hardships if he had such wealth, and once again tried to guess how old the mentor was. In the end, the guy decided to study the 3 hand-to-hand combat cards since the spear-type cards were useless, so he planned to use them for synthesis. The protagonist quickly reviewed all 3 silver tier skills, which would once again enhance his melee combat. He already suspected that with the boost from Fist of Power, he would be able to increase the power of his attack while using Shattering Fist. In turn, using Flaming Palm after striking the target with Shattering Fist, or just a split second before, would create an element of surprise and destroy the opponent's arm with a single blow. At that moment, his training was interrupted by a knock on the door, which startled him. He couldn't figure out who could be coming so late. In any case, Lin Shu hoped that this girl hadn't gotten it into her head to set up a new training session for him. Approaching the door, the protagonist asked who it was, and the person replied that his friend had ordered a late-night snack for him. The young man was delighted by the news, as his teacher had turned out to be very thoughtful. It turned out to be a trap, however, and a mercenary was hiding under the table, attempting once again to kill Lin Shu. The protagonist immediately spotted the knife heading his way and tried to jump back. It turned out that an old man was hiding under the tablecloth, who was surprised to see that the young man had been able to anticipate his attack. Lin Shu used Chain Strike and kicked the table with the mercenaries away from him so they couldn't attack again. His opponent was quick on his feet, so he quickly jumped to the side and pushed off the wall. The protagonist kept a close eye on his opponent, so he tried to strike again, but the attempt was unsuccessful. Now the old man was right above Lin Shu's head and tried to launch a surprise attack. The mercenary was already certain he would be able to take down such a careless fool. The young man understood perfectly well where the threat was coming from, so he concentrated the energy of the sources on his back, creating a solid defense. The opponent was shocked by this turn of events, as he hadn't suspected that a second-rank warrior could possess such formidable defense. Meanwhile, Lin Shu himself was already reaching out toward him with his hand, using the Flaming Palm. As a result, the old man simply burst into flames and could do nothing against this predatory fire. He decided to jump back from the protagonist after all, who turned out to be a rather experienced fighter. Now the mercenary realized they had really screwed up, because the information about this guy had turned out to be unreliable. While the old man was putting out the flames on himself, he didn't even notice that Lin Shu was about to attack him again. The young man used the Shattering Fist, which landed squarely on his opponent's head. In the end, the protagonist managed to finish off his opponent, who turned out to be a second-rank warrior and yielded 150,000 experience points. For his part, the old man's assistant couldn't understand how this was possible, since the file stated that this guy specialized in spear combat. After that, Lin Shu remembered the other mercenary, who had been standing on the sidelines the whole time. The man was terrified when he met the gaze of the young man, who now looked quite grim. Our hero wasted no time and was already preparing to deal with the second opponent. Now the young man combined the accumulated power strike and the fist of power to destroy Lin Shu in one fell swoop. The mercenary couldn't figure out what kind of technique this was, since he was pinned down by a single burst of energy. He tried to stop the protagonist and warned him that he was a member of the Palace of Deification. The young man had no intention of listening to his opponent, who was also a second-rank warrior. Lin Shu's strike was so powerful that it simply slammed the man into a stone wall, causing deep, long cracks to instantly spread in all directions across the sturdy masonry. Our hero agreed that the Palace of Deification sounded like an impressive name. Besides, the young man realized that without the concealment of power granted by camouflage, he would hardly have been able to deal with them so easily. It turned out that Bolli Howlin had been watching the fight the whole time, and she praised her student for his quick victory. The girl saw that in an instant, Lin Shu had managed to cover his vital points with origin energy, preventing the blade from piercing him. The protagonist immediately asked how long his mentor had been there. The girl explained that she had been watching from the moment that guy raised his weapon against her student. Lin Shu was furious that his teacher had calmly watched from the sidelines while two burly men tried to kill him. Bolli Howlin saw nothing wrong with this, as she simply had faith in the young man, while our hero asked what they should do with the bodies now. She asked the guy to pack his things while she arranged for him to be assigned another room. The mentor told the protagonist not to worry about those two, since everything would be cleaned up here anyway. The next day, Lin Shu was already on his way to the Heihai City branch of the Warriors Alliance. All sorts of warriors had gathered here, eager to get their licenses as soon as possible. The administrator explained that the certification would begin at exactly 10 o'clock, so she asked those who had already registered to go to the other side to confirm their participation. Bolli Howlin asked our hero to wait in line for now, while she went into the examiner's room to report her arrival. Now the young man was certain that his mentor was indeed one of the examiners. At that moment, a warrior burst into the branch, standing out from the others due to his enormous size. Some of the guys were annoyed by his audacity, but they tried to keep their complaints quiet so as not to draw his attention. In fact, this guy already held the rank of warrior, so the others definitely didn't want to mess with him. Only the main character ignored his presence and refused to let him cut in line. Lin Shu grabbed the giant by the arm and calmly asked him not to push and to get in line. The warrior hadn't expected that, of all people, there would be someone who dared to stand up to him. He couldn't understand why every year he had to deal with such idiots who fancied themselves immortal, and he suspected that his license for this year would be revoked again. The examiners realized that trouble might be brewing since the young man had, after all, provoked Bibiju. For a moment, the giant bore into the protagonist with his scorching gaze before attacking him. Finally, he lunged at Lin Shu with his fists, believing the boy had asked for a fight. In response, the young man had already activated the shattering fist to counter his opponent's strength. With a deafening crash, their powerful blows collided, and a furious shockwave swept through the entire hall. A broad grin spread across the protagonist's face, for he knew the giant would be no match for his skill. For his part, Bibiju felt the skin on his hand begin to twist painfully. Lin Shu emphasized that just as the warrior had feared, he wouldn't be getting a license this year, because with injuries like that, he wouldn't pass anything. After that, he addressed everyone present and asked if there was anyone there who wanted to go first. All the candidates immediately lined up in a straight row, just so as not to anger our hero. The warriors excitedly reported that they were decent people, so it wouldn't occur to anyone to commit such a despicable act. After that, they all began to go through the devices that measured their combat effectiveness. The protagonist was next in line. The young man had already noticed that the combat effectiveness of the warriors undergoing evaluation here averaged 800 points, meaning they had only recently reached the first rank. He wasn't sure if this equipment would be able to detect his true combat effectiveness if his camouflage was activated. In the end, Lin Shu didn't hesitate any longer and stepped inside to undergo the combat effectiveness analysis. A second later, the staff announced that his combat effectiveness was 1,499 points. The young man exhaled calmly, since the score hadn't exceeded 1,500. If it had, he would have already been in the second rank. The other warriors now understood why Lin Shu had defeated Bibiju so easily, and they envied the fact that such a youngster already possessed such strength. Very soon, the esteemed participants in the assessment were asked to proceed to the hall for the strength test. There they were met by Bolli Howlin, who asked everyone to line up so she could now check their strength scores. The protagonist was surprised, because until the very last moment he had thought the girl was joking with him and wasn't actually the examiner. Meanwhile, his mentor continued to explain that the test would be considered passed if the force of a single punch reached 1,000 kilograms. At that moment, a tall man approached her and asked with some disdain if it was true that Bolli Howland was the examiner. The girl calmly replied that it was indeed the case and asked if he had a problem with that. In the end, everyone laughed at the idea that some underage girl could hold such a position and suspected that she herself wouldn't be able to deliver a 1,000-kilogram punch. No one could understand what the Warriors Alliance was thinking, entrusting the certification to such a little girl. Bolli Howland finally couldn't take it anymore and decided to personally demonstrate the strength hidden within her seemingly fragile body. She sighed in exasperation and told all the warriors to take off their blinders. The screen displayed 99,990 kilograms, proving the girl's strength. All the challengers' jaws dropped instantly, as they wouldn't be reaching such scores anytime soon. One of the warriors couldn't believe in Bolli Howland's strength, so he suspected there was something wrong with the equipment and wanted to test it himself. The guy walked up to the device and, putting all his strength into it, struck the target spot. A couple of seconds later, the examiner reported that the force of his strike was 895 kilograms, so the warrior didn't make it any further. He still refused to believe that Bolli Howland had rigged the test and tampered with the equipment. The girl repeated once more that the young man's score was unsatisfactory, so he was free to leave. This disheartening news enraged the warrior so much that he lunged at the examiner with his fists. Then the examiner calmly stopped his hand with her small palm. After that, with one sharp movement, she twisted the self-assured scoundrel's limb. He immediately fell to his knees, screaming in horror from the pain in his broken arm. In a stern voice, Bolli Howland emphasized that the warrior had 30 seconds to disappear from here forever. She sternly promised that otherwise, the young man would remain here forever. Now he did not dare to defy the cruel examiner and obeyed her order after all. After that, the girl asked if there was anyone else who wanted to dispel their doubts. Everyone remained silent, so Bolli Howland called the next warrior to test his strength. The mentor was immediately delighted when she saw that her talented student was next in line. The protagonist immediately began to complain that he had long asked Bolli Howland not to call him that in public, but it was all in vain. Now he could ask directly if it was true that the teacher was the examiner. The girl confirmed this and also added that she was a 3-star member of the Warriors Alliance. Lin Shu was even more shocked when he heard such unexpected facts about his mentor. The hierarchy of the Warriors Alliance has 5 ranks, so 5-star members are the leaders of the organization, while 4-star members are heads of state or great heroes. Bolli Howland herself believed that our hero truly had a formidable teacher, since 3 stars meant she was an outstanding warrior with immense strength. Lin Shu ignored her words and simply tapped the device to measure his strength. The system then showed that his punch power was 1,999 kilograms. The other warriors immediately began discussing whether perhaps it all depended on the fact that the young teacher and student had their own unique style, which was why they were so strong. For her part, Bolli Howland was dissatisfied with this result and announced that next the young man would face a 100-meter sprint to test his explosive power, followed by a 50-kilometer run to test his endurance. The scene then shifts to the reception area of the Warriors Alliance, where the young man went after successfully passing the test. An employee handed the protagonist a personal card that would allow him to log into the Alliance network via phone or computer. Lin Shu eagerly took his card so he could now make information requests, purchase weapons, and accept various missions. All this time, Bolli Howland had been looking for him to find out if our hero had managed to get his license. She also mentioned that her duty as an examiner was complete, so she had already received a new assignment from the Alliance and would have to leave soon. The boy didn't react to this news at all, which made his mentor angry, as she had hoped he would at least try to persuade her to stay a little longer. Then the protagonist decided to play along, and acting as dramatically as possible, began crawling on his knees and begging his teacher to stay so she could oversee his training. Bolli Howland got even angrier, so she slapped her student hard and then asked where he was going next. Lin Shu said he planned to go on the path of death because he had been accepted into Shengyu University. The mentor believed that going there as a novice was a dangerous undertaking, but giving up was not an option either. Besides, she hadn't forgotten her promise and had already bought a spear for Lin Shu as a gift. The protagonist immediately asked where she had gotten the weapon, and she explained that she had managed to convince the head of the local branch of the Warriors Alliance to part with it. Despite the effectiveness the weapon achieves when infused with the power of the origins, possessing a high-rank weapon would still have a significant impact on his combat prowess. Bolli Howland explained that it was the black beam, which had originally belonged to the master of spearmanship, Bolli Zhu. The protagonist didn't seem particularly thrilled and looked at his mentor with skepticism. After that, he took another look at the valuable weapon she had decided to give him. Eventually, the young man began to panic when he realized exactly which Bolli Zhu she was referring to. Lin Shu thought the girl was the daughter of the master who had gifted this spear to the head of the Heihai Warriors Alliance branch, but Bolli Howland had returned it. The girl remarked discontentedly that with such an imagination, our hero was only fit to write novels, and asked why she would be the daughter of such a man, since she herself wasn't that old yet. Then the protagonist concluded that Bolli Howland was his granddaughter, but she explained that they merely shared the same surname and ordered her student to finally try out his spear. The boy decided not to anger his teacher any further and tried to lift the weapon, which turned out to be quite heavy. Lin Shu couldn't get it out of the case, so he asked how much it weighed. Bolli Howland replied that the entire spear weighed 500 kilograms, so our hero immediately understood why it was so difficult for him. The girl emphasized that this was to be expected, because after all, it was forged from iron meteorite, and there was no other spear in the world forged from this material. Lin Shu was surprised when he realized that she was referring to the very same meteorite that had fallen to Earth 100 years ago and destroyed an entire city. A rather large black stone remained in the crater it had formed upon impact. A group of people retrieved it and forged 12 unique weapons, which, while not claiming to be the sharpest, ranked first in the world in terms of durability. The protagonist was touched by such a gift, so he asked once more if it was true that his mentor intended to give away such a precious spear. At that moment, Bolli Howland announced that duty was already calling her, and she bid farewell to her student. The girl promised that they would meet again someday, and asked Lin Shu to visit Sky City if he ever had the chance. She explained that our hero would be able to find her there, though the young man himself was surprised that she lived there. The young man knew perfectly well that the Sky City was the largest in the world, for it had been raised high into the air using the most advanced and incredibly complex techniques of magical levitation. The protagonist once again confirmed that Bolli Howland was a wealthy woman, so he began to consider coming under the wing of such a patron, which would save him a considerable amount of time and effort. In the end, Lin Shu decided to face the path of death with dignity. Meanwhile, at the mansion of the man who had sent mercenaries after our hero, word had already spread that the attempt to eliminate him had failed once again. The boss couldn't understand how 2 second-rank warriors had failed to handle a single first-rank warrior. A subordinate explained that the power Lin Shu had demonstrated was hardly limited to the first rank. Upon hearing this news, the man flew into a rage and smashed a cup against the wall, as this was completely unexpected. Originally, he had simply wanted to extend a gesture of goodwill to the Tang clan of Starlight, since he was on friendly terms with them, but now this kid had killed his men. At that moment, the protagonist had already arrived at the station, where he was informed that the train bound for Redbird City had departed, so passengers who missed the train could go to the main hall to exchange or refund their tickets. Lin Shu was on his way to that very train, so he approached the clerk, unable to believe he had actually missed it. The young man had heard that trains departed for that destination 3 times a day. The clerk explained that the path of death was a dangerous place, so due to low profitability and a small number of passengers, the number of trips had been reduced from 3 to 1 per day. The protagonist resigned himself to the fact that he wouldn't be able to leave today, so he asked for a ticket for tomorrow. His train was leaving tomorrow morning, so he planned to spend the night at the same hotel, despite the high prices. Walking down the street, Lin Shu noticed he was being followed and immediately guessed it was the Palace of Deification. The young man didn't wait for them to catch up and ran ahead on his own. The mercenaries praised our hero's diligence and laughed at the fact that he went jogging even at night. Lin Shu, now surrounded on all sides, asked if they weren't tired of following him all the way from the train station. He had already seen that everyone who had come was a second-rank warrior, and there was also 1 third-rank warrior, indicating that the Palace of Deification was taking him seriously. At that very moment, the system announced the completion of the rapid growth objective, so the protagonist earned 50 attribute points. All the thugs watched Lin Shu closely and waited for their leader's orders. Their leader was Fan Zhen, who turned out to be that very third-rank warrior and specialized in the sword. Meanwhile, the young man finally shed his weight-bearing gear, freeing up some of his strength. The protagonist also invested all 50 attribute points into strength. The mercenaries, in turn, were shocked when they saw that he had been carrying such heavy gear. Fanjin wasn't afraid of Lin Shu because he believed the young man wouldn't be able to pull a fast one on them like that. So he lunged at him with his sword. He quickly closed the distance to our hero and tried to land the first strike. The opponent quickly realized that the young man had managed to dodge his powerful attack. It turned out that Lin Shu was already behind him and asked where the hired assassin had intended to strike. After that, the protagonist didn't wait any longer and used swift fists to neutralize Fanjin. The bandits were furious when they saw what this guy had done to their leader. He didn't forget about the other mercenaries either, so he quickly unleashed a chain of strikes on them. Lin Shu moved so swiftly that literally no one could escape his intentions. This was followed by a shattering fist, which finished off another second-rank warrior and earned him 150 experience points. The mercenaries grew increasingly angry at the protagonist, who dared to kill so many of their men. The young man easily blocked their attacks with his bare hands and wasn't afraid at all that he might get hurt. Upon contact with his opponents, he used the flaming palm to set them ablaze. Following this skill, Lin Shu delivered a single precise and powerful kick, obliterating the warriors. Now the bandits began to doubt that this resembled second-rank strength. Fanjin also admitted that this kid's strength was impressive. If not for his defensive technique, that kick could have broken his spine. In the end, the mercenary leader decided he would kill our hero at any cost and use soaring, one of his movement techniques. In an instant, Lin Shu was surrounded by the bandits' clones on all sides. The protagonist didn't hesitate, as the situation was dire, and immediately tried to attack the enemy. His fist passed right through Fanjin's body, so Lin Shu's attempt came to nothing. The young man was taken aback, as he hadn't expected his opponent's body to actually be fake. Meanwhile, the mercenary was already behind the protagonist and was about to attack before anyone noticed him. At the last second, Lin Shu managed to successfully dodge the enemy's furious attack. As the sharp blade whizzed past his face, the thug clicked his tongue in frustration, unable to land a hit on our hero. The young man himself watched the enemy closely while checking a small cut on his shoulder. Fanjin decided to unleash all his might against him, so he suddenly leaped into the air. The mercenary raised his blade high and gripped its hilt tightly as he was about to use the golden skill. It was an ability called Execution of 1,000 Illusions, which allowed the user to deliver countless strikes using his clones. The entire horde of clones pounced on Lin Shu in an instant, while the thugs shouted that he was about to cut the guy into 1,000 pieces. The protagonist wasn't the least bit intimidated by such a powerful attack from the enemy, because he considered it a piece of cake. The hired assassin didn't hesitate for a second to stop, because he intended to finish off the insolent youngster no matter what. With the help of the Eye of Analysis, Lin Shu had already seen that his opponent was using avatars. When the clones began attacking the young man, he quickly dodged every one of their strikes. After that, our hero spun around sharply and greeted the real Fanjin. The thug froze in place in surprise because he believed it was simply impossible to thoroughly identify his golden skill. And he also couldn't understand how the young man had learned his name. Lin Shu, preparing his skill, replied that he was simply a cheater. After that, the protagonist wasted no more time on pointless talk and, combining swift and shattering fists, attacked the real Fanjin. The opponent couldn't withstand such power, so he dropped his sword and helplessly took the blow. Lin Shu landed a punch right in the mercenary's stomach, causing him to scream in agony. But even so, Fanjin had no intention of simply giving up and planned to drag the young man down with him, since he himself was already doomed to die. A second later, energy began tearing him apart from the inside, bursting outward. The protagonist jumped aside as soon as he saw the attempt at self-destruction and was annoyed that lately his enemies hadn't been coming up with anything new. In the end, Fanjin truly sacrificed himself, so his body was simply torn to tiny pieces. A second later, a massive explosion rang out, its flash illuminating everything around it. The protagonist didn't have time to move to a safe distance, so he was hurled sideways at full speed. The shockwave was so powerful that it literally slammed the guy into the wall. Lin Shu thought once again that if it weren't for his good-for-nothing teacher, who had taught him how to boost his defenses, he certainly wouldn't have survived such an attack. It turned out the thugs had managed to take cover in time, so now they were back to finally take their revenge on the wounded young man. They saw that the boss's self-destruction hadn't finished off the protagonist, but now he looked as if he wouldn't be able to fight any further. One of the mercenaries told Lin Shu not to worry about it, because now they would finish what Fan Zhen had started and cut him to pieces. The protagonist immediately asked where this guy got the idea that he couldn't even lift a fist. The young man had one last ace up his sleeve in the form of Rage Burst, which he activated without hesitation. The thug saw that Lin Shu was back in action, even though just a few seconds ago he had looked weak. Then utter chaos broke out all around, with only the screams of dying opponents desperately trying to stop the guy. After that, the protagonist finally headed to the hotel to get some rest before his trip. Lin Shu felt lousy because while Rage Burst is active, he always feels great. But once its effect wears off, the young man feels completely drained. Tomorrow he would have to set off on the path of death, so it made sense to gather some information online now. The website warned the protagonist that he would need to pay 10,000 Alliance currency to view this post. The young man was shocked to see that he had to pay money just to view a single, measly page. Be that as it may, he currently had several million in his account, so buying access to the page with the information he needed clearly wouldn't break the bank. Now Lin Shu learned that the landscape of the Path of Death consisted entirely of black rock, inhabited by many third-rank beasts, including poisonous rock snakes and dangerous giant crows. The young man even began to worry a little about this, because in this place one could indeed encounter far too many mutants. Atom Smasher was also there. He was a 5th-rank evolved beast possessing unmatched strength and the ability to provoke a frenzy. In addition, a 5th-rank cockatrice could be found on the Path of Death, which was particularly strong at long-range attacks with stones and other projectiles. Lin Shu didn't want to clutter his mind with these thoughts, so he was about to close that browser tab. Then he decided to check how much the spear his wayward mentor had given him was worth. At the market, the young man found a pair of black raised blades made of meteorite black iron, which cost a whole billion. And that was just the starting price. So the protagonist was surprised that his miracle mentor turned out to be such a rich woman that she would give him such a valuable gift. Meanwhile, the girl herself had just sneezed at the very thought of someone remembering her, and began to suspect that her frequent sneezing lately wasn't just a coincidence. That very night at the Palace of Deification, they had already learned that our hero had also taken out Fan Zhen. The boss couldn't understand why he was surrounded by nothing but incompetents who couldn't handle some young upstart. He believed that this matter no longer concerned only the Tang clan, so their organization must also seek revenge. The leader ordered a 10 million yuan bounty to be posted for the guy on the Hunter's network, along with details about the target. He explained that if headquarters found out the Ascension Palace's Heihai branch was unable to deal with some greenhorn, morning came very soon, and Lin Shu had already boarded his train to head toward the Path of Death. People strolled calmly through the carriages, gazing at the scenery rushing past the windows. Our hero settled into his seat and scrolled through his phone to pass the time. The young man had no idea that he was now under even closer surveillance, so he smiled carefree at the screen. He was just reviewing his stats, which had already reached a high level. At that moment, someone called Lin Shu, even though he had only bought this phone yesterday and had only given his number to friends whose contact information he had. It turned out to be Teacher Luo, who wanted to know where his former student was at the moment. The protagonist explained that he was currently on the train to the Path of Death, and the man informed him that Lin Shu's name had already been posted on the Hunter's network. The young man tensed up when he heard such disheartening news from his teacher. The man explained that it was a website where bounties were posted, but no one knew either its founder or the server's location. That was precisely why he wanted to warn our hero to be more careful and stay on his guard, because there were surely plenty of people eager to cause him trouble. Lin Shu immediately began to wonder who could have put a bounty on his head, and he remembered the Palace of Deification. The young man found the website and saw that the bounty on him was only 10 million, and it stated that he was merely a 2nd-rank warrior. At that moment, the entire train shook violently, causing the cup on the table to start moving on its own. The protagonist tried to stay on his feet and tried to figure out why such a high-tech train had suddenly started shaking. The young man realized that something had happened outside because a loud noise was coming from there. At that very moment, someone burst into the car rather boldly, kicking the door open. This warrior immediately lunged toward our hero, trying to catch him off guard. Lin Shu easily dodged the blow and was already swinging to counterattack the bold stranger. His opponent was also agile, so he dodged the protagonist's attempt with a quick sidestep. But the young man had anticipated this, so he concentrated the energy of the sources in his knee and struck the assassin with all his might. The warrior collapsed to the floor exhausted, and now could only wheeze painfully from such a powerful attack. After that, Lin Shu saw that this man's accomplices had already stormed into the car, and he couldn't believe that someone had actually decided to hijack the train. The other warriors had already taken up defensive positions and were clashing with these bandits. But in such a confined space, fighters using large weapons were at a disadvantage. At that moment, fighter jets roared past the train with a deafening roar. Now the protagonist realized that the assassins had known about this and had prepared thoroughly. Meanwhile, the fighter who had attacked Lin Shu regained his composure and tried to attack him again. Lin Shu reacted with extreme ferocity to this audacious attempt and simply crushed his opponent. He gripped the fighter's limb tightly, with no intention of letting him go so easily. In addition, the young man used his ability to set the hired assassin ablaze. While the enemy was distracted by the pain, the protagonist used the shattering fist. The warrior didn't have time to react to Lin Shu's attack, which sent him flying to the other end of the train car. Thanks to his incredible reflexes and skill, the young man was able to quickly neutralize the dangerous opponent. After that, the protagonist heard that the rest of his opponents were behind him. The remaining mercenaries had already taken the train passengers hostage and were demanding money from them. Lin Shu used the shattering fist again and finished off this bandit. He calmly turned to the injured warrior and asked if he was all right. The man replied that he would survive and thanked the protagonist for saving him. Finally, Lin Shu tried to find out who all these people were who had suddenly appeared here. His new partner explained that they were the Black Tiger criminal gang, which specialized in robberies and scams. Now our heroes had to hold out until the arrival of Heihai's allied forces. The warrior asked Lin Shu to stand behind him, as he didn't want to risk the young fighter. But the latter clearly had no intention of doing so. In a matter of seconds, the young man took care of two bandits at once, so there was no cause for concern. The man was shocked when he saw the protagonist's brutal strikes, as he hadn't expected today's youth to be so strong. Meanwhile, more and more fighter jets could be heard overhead, having flown in to provide backup. The bandits understood this perfectly well, so they were planning to get out of there as quickly as possible. They all ran as fast as they could toward the exit to avoid encountering the armed soldiers. At that moment, one of the fighter jets was hit and began to plummet rapidly. In the end, the downed fighter jet crashed right next to the train with a deafening roar. The man was glad that the soldiers had finally arrived to help, but he noticed that the main character was running off somewhere. It turned out that Lin Shu had no intention of letting all these bandits go, because they were free, easy targets. At that very moment, Allied troops burst in and ordered everyone to stay where they were with their hands up. The man asked them not to shoot, explaining that they were just passengers. He also noted that the soldiers were a little late, since Lin Shu had already dealt with all the attackers from the Black Tiger gang. The soldiers weren't so quick to believe our heroes, so they asked to see their tickets. All the passengers showed the necessary documents, so the Federal Army soldiers were reassured. The conductor apologized to them for all the commotion and reported that everything was under control now, since the brave soldiers of the Allied Army had already neutralized the threats. The man immediately asked what would happen to the soldiers who had died due to their negligence. The girl replied that the company would also pay compensation to their families, so our heroes needn't worry about that. Lin Shu felt no sympathy for any of these people, because he had long since come to terms with the fact that if you've chosen the path of death, you must be prepared to die at any moment. Upon hearing this, the man immediately seized the opportunity to go to that place alongside the main character, who turned out to be a rather strong warrior and introduced himself as Tianji. The young man introduced himself in return and asked what he could offer if they were indeed able to form a partnership. Tianji explained that 3 years ago he had already been there with a group of adventurers, so he knew the first half of the route well and could help avoid many hidden dangers. Upon hearing this, the protagonist realized that such a person would definitely be useful to him, so he asked why he had decided to go there. The man explained that he wanted to find a certain plant there, but the problem was that the area where it was supposed to grow was inhabited by powerful, evolved beasts. Lin Shu was already about to return to his compartment to think it over and asked to be found once they arrived at their destination. A couple of hours later, they reached the starting point, the only place on the path of death where people lived. Tianji found the young man and told him a little about this settlement, which was called Iron City. After that, they set off to explore the area a bit. At that moment, someone reached out to stop Lin Shu. This warrior believed that the path of death was no place for such young men, since any carelessness here would lead to certain death. So he offered our hero a deal: hand over everything of value in exchange for his dubious help. The young man understood perfectly well that this man was simply trying to rob them, and he was glad of this fact, because he could earn experience points again. While the guys were talking to each other, the first evolved beast had already attacked them. In the end, this second-ranked predator grabbed the warrior, who couldn't keep up with the main character. The mutant's jaws were incredibly terrifying, so the guy simply collapsed to the ground, unable to do anything about his fear. The warrior couldn't handle such an opponent, so the beast began to devour him. With a smirk on his face, Lin Shu recalled his words when he had warned that any carelessness would result in you kicking the bucket. At that moment, the bloodied predator finally tore its attention away from its prey and turned its focus to our heroes. As the mutant lunged toward them, the partner tried to warn the protagonist to be more careful. The young man grew angry at the monster, for it seemed as though it considered him weaker than that guy. Lin Shu had already swung his arm and activated Shattering Fist to teach the evolved beast a lesson. The protagonist didn't hesitate and delivered a swift blow straight to the opponent's head, causing it to stagger. Thus, the mutated wolf was sent flying far to the side and no longer posed a threat. Tianji, who hadn't even had time to react to the threat, was shocked that Lin Shu had instantly dealt with the enemy. Meanwhile, the young man asked where the evolved beast had come from. His partner replied that such things happened here all the time, so for the city's residents, it was already an everyday occurrence. Our hero was surprised that even under such circumstances, there were those who had chosen to settle here. The other fighters began to notice that this guy only radiated the aura of a first-rank warrior, and yet he had torn apart a second-ranked beast with a single blow. One girl suspected that Lin Shu was one of those heading to Shengyu University on the outskirts of the path of death, and was already eager to team up with him. The old man, who was watching the newly arrived warriors from the sidelines, couldn't understand today's youth, who were so eager to rush toward their own deaths. In the end, the young people heard him anyway and thought he was trying to jinx them, but they also tried to find out what kind of evolved beasts lived in the area. The local replied that there were so many mutants here that he couldn't possibly name them all, and besides, his memory wasn't what it used to be these days. The warrior didn't like that answer at all, so he knocked the pipe out of the old man's hands and ordered him to answer properly. Tianji was already certain these guys were done for, because that old man wasn't as short as he seemed at first glance, and the protagonist saw that the man was a fourth-rank warrior. The young man would never have thought that in such a small town, the bar for strength would be set so high, though it wasn't surprising, because without such power, sooner or later, you could end up in the stomach of an evolved beast. For his part, the old man didn't react at all to the warrior's outrage, which made the warrior even angrier. In the end, Lin Shu decided to intervene in the conflict, as he was displeased that this young man lacked even basic respect for his elders. Now the warrior turned his attention to our hero, intending to teach him a lesson for such a brazen act. The young man wasn't the least bit intimidated by the threats, and insisted that the scoundrel either back off or leave the human world. The group of fighters realized it was best not to get into a fight right off the bat, so they had no choice but to grit their teeth and accept Lin Shu's terms. In the end, they decided to leave, but advised the main character to keep looking over his shoulder. Then the young man asked if the old man was all right, and the old man thanked him for his help. Lin Shu was glad he'd been able to help, and was about to say goodbye to the old man. The experienced warrior stopped our hero and took a long drag on his pipe before saying something important. He noted that it was rare these days to find young people who respected their elders, so he would be sorry to see a young man like him die before his time. The old man warned that in 500 meters, they would have to take a detour because of dangerous insects. And Tianji realized that his partner had figured out the old man's power from the very beginning. The cocky warrior, who had overheard the entire conversation, couldn't understand what kind of fool would turn off the smooth main road onto a rough trail. At that very moment, the partner tapped the boss on the shoulder, trying to get his attention. With fear in his eyes, he looked off to the side and asked what was over there. It turned out that the high mountains were completely covered by some strange dark sphere. Suddenly, these dark silhouettes began to move slowly toward the warriors. Eventually, these creatures emerged into the light, and huge insects appeared before the fighters. Only now did the team realize that these were second-tier black locusts. Their leader hadn't managed to escape in time, so the insects greedily pounced on his defenseless body. Within a couple of seconds, all that remained of the poor guy were gnawed bones. Only now did his teammates finally react to the deadly threat and, in terror, ran away from the huge swarm of hungry locusts. Their attempts were futile, so the insects caught up with the rest of them very soon. Our heroes watched this chaos from the sidelines, since they had taken a detour, just as the old man had recommended. Tianji was frightened by the sight and glad that they had listened to that warrior and turned off the main road. The protagonist believed this incident served as a lesson, so now they knew it was better not to mess with someone who appeared weak at first glance. After that, the guys went on to explore the area and entered the rocky terrain. Lin Shu could already see that, with all these mountain peaks, it was completely impossible to find the path. His partner replied that this wasn't a problem at all, since those who travel along the various paths on the path of death usually leave markers. While our heroes were trying to find some clues, the surviving warriors ran out from behind them. The girl heard that they knew what lay ahead and hadn't shared that information, which made her furious. Lin Shu asked why he should worry about such a thing, since he wasn't the other warrior's father. She couldn't believe the protagonist was such a cold-blooded person, so she couldn't even bring herself to reply. Meanwhile, Tianzhi finally found the first marker and called for the young man to follow him. After that, they simply walked away, leaving the rest of the warriors to fend for themselves. The girl wasn't going to give up so easily and wanted to follow them, since Tianzhi knew the area well. Very soon, the two made their way through the rocks, and Lin Shu praised his partner for finding the path so easily. Now they had reached the forest, and Tianzhi explained that this was the Azure Grove, so named because all the trees there were blue. At that moment, the protagonist noticed that a whole crowd of warriors had been following them the entire time. In addition, he caught a strange sound and guessed what it might be. Then from behind the sharp rocks, another huge swarm of hungry insects flew out, ready to instantly destroy absolutely everything in their path. Tianzhi was displeased that the locusts had appeared here again and suspected that they had been following those guys the whole time. The other warriors also saw this threat, so they rushed forward at full speed. Lin Shu himself charged toward the mutants and merely laughed at the fact that everyone around him was trembling at the very sight of the locusts. But he also understood that this was no surprise, since the insects were small, numerous, and bloodthirsty, which made dealing with them a truly tricky business. The young man wasn't afraid of such an opponent at all, so he had already prepared for battle by unpacking his weapon. The protagonist confidently grabbed his weapon, because all that fear was not for him. Lin Shu instantly used Phoenix's majesty and released the fiery bird toward the insects. In this way, he incinerated several mutants at once, earning 5,000 experience points for each. Although the experience points for them were meager, their sheer numbers more than made up for this shortcoming. The locusts simply couldn't reach Lin Shu in time and burned up in midair. The young man dealt with all the mutants quite quickly, after which he calmly landed on the ground. All this time, the countless insects simply burned in the Phoenix's merciless flames. Even with minimal skills, one could make a killing like this, as it offered the chance to obtain over 100 pieces of second-ranked anomalous crystal. All the other warriors who had been watching the battle from afar couldn't believe their eyes when they saw how quickly Lin Shu had dealt with all his enemies. Tianzhi tried to wrap his head around the fact that this young man had simply gone and incinerated over 100 black locusts in passing, and hoped that this time he would manage to get his hands on the plant he needed. Meanwhile, the protagonist had already moved ahead and reminded them that they still didn't know what other monsters were waiting for them up ahead. When they entered the forest, Lin Shu decided to ask if the plant they were looking for was in this area. Tianzhi explained that they would have to pass through the Azure Thicket and reach Black Lake, so quite a few evolved beasts still lay ahead of them. For now, the young man decided to see what rewards could be earned for collecting soil samples, the skins of mutated azure snakes, and salt crystals, for which the greatest reward was offered. For this reason, Lin Shu decided to ask his partner what these salt crystals were. The man had heard something about this mineral, which apparently could be found at the bottom of Black Lake, but it was also extremely rare, as it formed there only once every few decades. After hearing this, our hero began to consider trying his luck with this quest, since his companion's search was focused precisely on the Black Lake area. Suddenly, the young man interrupted their conversation, having sensed a thirst for blood somewhere nearby. A moment later, someone attempted to attack them from somewhere above. Ducking to the side, Lin Shu warned his partner that a sniper had attacked them. Then the enemy began firing shot after shot while the protagonist tried to pinpoint his location. He managed to pinpoint where the invisible enemy was firing from fairly quickly, The protagonist quickly leaped up and, dodging the bullets, rushed toward the enemy. It took Lin Shu just a few quick steps to easily climb a tall tree. In the end, he was indeed able to spot the sniper, who hadn't expected such a turn of events. The warrior froze in bewilderment and could do nothing against the protagonist. In the next moment, the young man's spear pierced right through the enemy's head. Besides, the protagonist sensed that this guy wasn't alone, so he was glad to earn some extra experience points. For his part, Tianji immediately realized that these were members of the Black Tiger gang, but he hadn't expected them to be operating even here. Now even he had to fight, so he concentrated the power of the origins in his hands and grabbed his weapon. The man used a skill called Shimmering Slash to neutralize the enemy hiding nearby. It turned out to be extremely precise, so the other bandit could no longer attack. When the enemy fell from the tree to the ground, Tianji prepared to use his abilities again. In this way, he decapitated the bandit with a single precise and lightning-fast slash. This brief skirmish had already drained a considerable amount of energy from Tianji, so now he was trying to catch his breath. At that moment, he noticed that the main character had already dealt with all the remaining enemies. The man thought that Lin Shu's strength was truly terrifying. While he was dealing with one, Lin Shu had managed to kill 6. Then the young man returned to his partner and asked if the Black Tiger faction's base was located in this area. Tianji wasn't sure, but nevertheless, the Azure Grove attracted many unscrupulous warriors, since it was easy to catch others off guard and rob them here. Lin Shu asked which way they should go now, as he had the feeling that the trees here looked exactly the same, both in color and shape, making the landscape too monotonous. The man had long been prepared for such a question, so he showed him a device that would help them with this. The guy thought it was just a regular compass, but his partner explained that a compass was useless here, so he'd brought a device that detected strong magnetic fields. The closer they got to the center of the azure thicket, the stronger the magnetic field became, so they didn't have to worry about getting lost as long as they had this gadget. At that moment, the companions heard some strange sounds coming from deep within the forest. Lin Shu immediately suspected there was a high-ranking beast there, and his companion suggested they go take a look to see what was there. The protagonist noted that the ground was a bit damp, so he asked if it ever rained here. And Tianji explained that precipitation does fall from time to time along the path of death, but only in a small area. Suddenly, the young man stopped abruptly, noticing something amiss ahead. Before him appeared the silhouette of some enormous evolved beast, the very one they had been trying to find. It was a third-rank royal leech, a rare species inhabiting the Azure Forest. The sight of this creature repulsed our heroes, so Lin Shu asked if his partner had any salt to scare the leech away. Surprisingly, Tianji did have a little salt after all, which surprised the young man, since he always kept everything on hand. The protagonist didn't hesitate and immediately opened the jar to use it against the beast. A second later, he threw the entire contents at the royal leech, which hadn't reacted to their presence at all so far. Lin Shu managed to carry out his plan, so the salt crystals hit their mark. In the end, this only angered the evolved beast, so it lunged toward our heroes. The guys immediately prepared for battle, because they realized that salt alone wouldn't be enough here. The royal leech tried to attack them, but they managed to scatter in different directions just in time. For a moment, the mutant froze, as its sharp teeth had sunk into the wood. After its strike, deep gouges remained in the trees, along with droplets of extremely dangerous venom. A few seconds later, the massive trunk simply crumbled and fell to the ground with a dull thud. Then the royal leech returned to its main target and lunged at Lin Shu. The protagonist reacted quickly to this threat and unleashed the Phoenix's majesty against his opponent. Thus, a bright flame completely engulfed the entire massive body of the evolved beast. The mutant screamed in agony as the scorching tongues of the merciless flame slowly burned his body. Lin Shu hoped that the leech was finished for good, because logically it should be extremely afraid of losing its internal moisture. Suddenly, the evolved beast tried to burrow underground. The protagonist immediately rushed to catch up with it, as he had no idea that this mutant was also capable of burrowing. Tianji began looking around in confusion, since the enemy was now nowhere to be seen. With the help of the Eye of Analysis, Lin Shu was finally able to spot the royal leech and warn his comrade of the danger. At that moment, someone laughed behind them at the fact that some newbies had wandered in here again. It was Wang Er, a third-rank warrior, who also turned out to be yet another bandit. Tianji warned the young man that this was a hunter, one of those who preyed on warriors. He also decided to speak to the bandit first and ask what he wanted. Wanger had already shown them his blood-stained blade and noted that the man had already answered his own question. He himself had no idea that the royal leech had been hiding underground all this time. The protagonist warned the bandit that if he took even a single step forward, he would most likely lose his legs. Wanger merely laughed at the fact that for the first time in so many years, his prey was threatening him. So he paid tribute to the boy's courage and promised to grant him a quick death. He had no intention of heeding Lin Shu's warnings and stepped forward. At that very moment, the leech reacted to the movement and bared its sharp fangs. Only now did the bandit realize that Lin Shu hadn't lied to him after all. Meanwhile, the royal leech sprayed its venom, which began to slowly corrode Wanger's legs. The bandit quickly swung his blade to finish off the beast that dared to attack him. The protagonist watched him closely and couldn't believe he had managed to kill the mutant so easily. Then hundreds of royal leech larvae appeared, moving at high speed and equipped with suction cups on their heads that allowed them to attach themselves to a person and suck their blood. All these tiny mutants immediately attacked Wanger, who hadn't had time to escape. The man desperately tried to shake them off, but the larvae crawled higher and higher up his body. The vile leeches tightly enveloped all his limbs, bloodthirstily sinking their fangs into his skin. In the end, the bandit couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the ground, so more and more mutants climbed onto him. Every single one of them wanted to get their hands on his blood as soon as possible. Within a couple of seconds, the leeches had drained Wanger's body, leaving nothing but skin and bones. Tianji thought they urgently needed to find another way, but the protagonist was already thinking about what a massive wave of experience points that had been. Clearly, Lin Shu had no intention of listening to his partner, as he simply couldn't resist the temptation of so much experience. The young man decided to use the pear-colored barrage to quickly deal with the overwhelming number of enemies. For every royal leech larva, he received 15,000 experience points, so it was truly worth it. Even the protagonist himself hadn't expected such a small creature to yield so much. Strike after strike, he destroyed every mutant, clearing the path ahead. Each time, Lin Shu used pear-colored barrage and hit every target with precision. Not a single leech could reach its target, so the young man continued to kill them without any trouble. In just a couple of moments, the protagonist had completely dealt with all the larvae. Tianji still stood to the side, frozen in place, watching his incredibly powerful partner. He was shocked that it hadn't even been a minute since the boy had destroyed all the mutants. At that very moment, our hero saw that the royal leech itself was still moving, despite its injuries. The young man was a little frightened. He hadn't expected this pest to still be alive. In the end, the evolved beast tried to attack Lin Shu again. He grabbed his weapon once more and prepared to fend off this attack. The protagonist was about to use the flame again to finally end the battle with this mutant. With the help of the Phoenix's might, the young man tried to set the royal leech ablaze. Behind him, the young man noticed that the second part had tried to escape somewhere underground. He wasn't going to let the leech get away that easily, so he immediately gave chase. Then Lin Shu decided to deliver a crushing blow, not to the mutant itself, but directly into the ground. The protagonist directed all the flames of the Phoenix's majesty straight at his feet. In this way, he was able to engulf the ground, leaving the royal leech with nowhere to run. Finally, the system informed Lin Shu that he had succeeded in destroying this giant, for which he received nearly 2 million experience points. The young man was delighted with such a large amount of experience, and the 4th rank anomaly crystal, which could be sold for over 1 million, and the leech's hide itself should be a decent material. In addition, it turned out that there was a quest on the Warriors Alliance website to collect royal leech hides with a reward of 10 million. Our hero also managed to reach level 17, so he allocated the 17 attribute points he received to strength. Finally, he called out to Tianji to keep going. Following this path, they would soon reach Black Lake. A couple of minutes later, they indeed reached the vast body of water without any further adventures. Lin Shu asked if they had come to the right place, and his companion confirmed that Black Lake was right in front of them. The young man immediately noted that this body of water was strange, because the water here was simply freezing. At that moment, his companion suddenly fell to his knees for no apparent reason. It turned out that he wanted to ask the protagonist to help him retrieve a plant called salt coral, which grows at the bottom of Black Lake. Tianji explained that his daughter had contracted a deadly virus that was gradually destroying her immune system, and once the symptoms fully manifested, even the slightest cold could take her life. In recent years, he had been running around, asking questions and searching for information, and finally discovered that the salt coral growing at the bottom of Black Lake could cure her illness. The man fully understood that this lake undoubtedly housed powerful, highly evolved beasts, but their strength shouldn't exceed the fourth rank, so this shouldn't be a problem for Lin Shu. For a while, the protagonist remained silent, intently pondering his decision. The young man admitted that without Brother Tian, he wouldn't have made it here so easily. And besides, he had already accepted the task of collecting salt crystals, so he planned to explore the bottom of the lake anyway. Tianjia was incredibly pleased with this news and immediately handed over equipment for our hero that would make exploring the lake easier. He also emphasized that salt crystals don't appear there every hour, so everything would depend solely on Lin Shu's own luck. The young man wasn't afraid because he wanted to at least give it a try and asked his partner not to worry, since he was sure he'd bring back the plant he needed. After that, he finally dove into Black Lake, leaving Tianjia alone on the shore. Now the protagonist felt even more acutely just how cold the water was. He immediately decided to try wrapping his body in the energy of the springs, which worked successfully, so now the cold didn't feel quite so intense. Lin Shu was immediately surprised that in such a large lake, he hadn't encountered even a single small fish. Very soon he reached the bottom of the body of water, but saw neither salt crystals nor salt coral there. Finally, he saw something white glinting somewhere in the distance and hoped it was a crystal. But it wasn't that easy, because suddenly a huge claw belonging to an evolved beast flew past him. It was a giant Io overglaze, which, just as Tianji had said, was a fourth-rank creature. The protagonist shone his flashlights right in its face and was now able to get a good look at his opponent. Meanwhile, the mutant didn't stop and tried to attack Lin Shu again. The guy tried to block the blow, but the opponent turned out to be quite strong. He hadn't expected such speed from the giant Io overlook, so now he realized he wouldn't be able to dodge its attack. The protagonist decided to activate Rage Burst to boost all his stats and stand up to the mutant. This instantly increased his speed, allowing him to break free from the enemy's claw with ease. The giant fish immediately lunged forward, determined not to let its target escape under any circumstances. Now Lin Shu wasn't afraid of its speed, so he had already prepared his next attack. It was the Shattering Fist, which flew straight at the giant Io overlook. The blow struck the mutant squarely in the head, causing it to freeze in place for a couple of seconds. Eventually, the giant fish flew off to the side and fell into a nearby lake. However, because he was underwater, the Shattering Fist couldn't unleash its full power, so it was unlikely that the monstrous fish had died from the blow. Before the mutant could attack again, the protagonist decided to examine the lake bottom, where he saw a strange glow. There lay a huge number of bones from various creatures, among which the salt crystal shone. Lin Shu was immediately overjoyed when he saw what he had been searching for so long. Looking around, the young man also noticed that there was a salt crystal for Tianji here as well. He swam to the bottom as quickly as possible to collect all these rare finds. The giant Auverhug immediately reacted to this attempt and tried to attack Lin Shu again. Now the protagonist realized he wouldn't be able to escape from here so quickly. On top of that, the young man confirmed that the Shattering Fist didn't work underwater. Despite this, he tried once more to strike the giant Ao overlook. This did manage to distract the mutated fish slightly, allowing the protagonist to swim a short distance away. The giant monster's sharp claws instantly gave chase. Now Lin Shu realized that the Shattering Fist's power was too weak in the water to pose any threat to his opponent, but he had no way to bring his weapon with him either. The protagonist decided to make his way to shore, because once the rage explosion's effect wore off, his chances of survival in the water would be zero. The mutant was already too enraged, so there was no way he was going to let the young man go just like that. Lin Shu desperately tried to surface, but his opponent was already too close. The boy could clearly feel he was being pursued, and it infuriated him that this creature wouldn't let up. In the end, our hero had no chance of making it to shore because the enemy was already too close. The top viewer managed to grab the young man after all, so he didn't have time to surface. Lin Shu masterfully outwitted his opponent by using his golden cicada technique to shed his shell, leaving him naked. He hoped this combat gear would prove durable enough, since he'd shelled out several million for it. Thus, the protagonist leaped onto the surface and dragged the giant Auverhoglas after him. Tianjia was shocked when he saw such a huge fish alongside his companion. The guy didn't manage to get ashore in time, so he pushed the mutant away from him with all his might. On land, the Overlord was completely useless, so it just glared angrily at the protagonist. Lin Shu landed nearby and asked if he thought he had any chance at all on land. With a single precise strike, the young man hit the evolved beast right in the head, killing it he gained 350,000 experience points. Tianjia immediately ran up to the young man, as she was deeply concerned after what she had seen. She asked if the protagonist was all right after such an exhausting battle. The young man immediately told his partner that he had managed to find both the crystals and the salt coral. After defeating the mutated fish, the protagonist immediately jumped into the water to retrieve all his finds. He had just brought the coral ashore to ask if this was the plant Tianji so desperately needed. Tears immediately welled up in the man's eyes, for this was the very salvation his daughter needed. He couldn't stop thanking the protagonist, for now his child would be saved. The man also decided to give Lin Shu the movement technique battle card, which he had inherited from a warrior ancestor, because he no longer had the ability to master it. He held out a small box with ancient symbols for our hero to accept this gift. The young man immediately began saying that he couldn't accept such a valuable gift as a gold-rank movement technique. His companion quickly explained that the salt coral was worth about the same, and that it was all the more vital to him, so he asked Lin Shu to accept the card. The protagonist finally agreed to take the gift, and then asked if his companion was planning to head back now. Tianjia explained that he now needed to hurry and deliver the coral to the doctors so they could make medicine. So the young man asked where he would end up next if he continued on. The man said that the next 50 kilometers were the Azure Thicket, but he didn't know what lay beyond that. So he bid farewell to Lin Shu and headed back. After that, the protagonist built a fire and grilled the fish meat, which turned out to be surprisingly delicious. He also pondered the silent stride technique that had been given to him. As he studied it, the young man could already feel his body becoming light and fluid, like a swallow. At that moment, a clap of thunder sounded overhead, heralding rain just as the protagonist had hung his clothes out to dry. The rain turned out to be too heavy, so Lin Shu began to doubt that he would be able to find a good shelter for himself. Then a girl ran out of the forest calling for help, as if she had been attacked by a high-rank evolved beast. It was Wang Xiaohua, a third-rank warrior who had now collapsed to the ground in fear. The protagonist quickly ran over to the stranger, urging her to get up and run away. It turned out that the young man had become wary for some reason, so he was about to attack the suspicious girl. Wang Xiaohua hadn't expected such a turn of events, so she looked at Lin Shu in fear. She managed to dodge just in time, so the young man's powerful fist only whistled through the empty air. The girl was outraged by our hero's behavior, so she asked why he had attacked her. It turned out the young man suspected she was one of the hunters operating in the Azure Forest, and he emphasized that she certainly had no future as an actress, since her intentions were plain to see. Wang Xiaohua was very surprised when she heard that this guy knew her name from somewhere. In the end, she figured none of that mattered, since Lin Shu was prey that the Hunter's Network had rated as C+ difficulty, so all she had to do was snap her fingers, and such a frail little chick would die. After that, the girl called all her partners over, since there was no point in hiding anymore. The warriors immediately attacked the protagonist from all sides, hoping to eliminate him. They were too slow, so Lin Shu dodged their blows with ease. After that, he landed successfully and looked around to figure out his next moves. In the end, the young man decided to use the pear-colored barrage. The bandit who had tried to strike first didn't expect our hero to be so strong. Lin Shu quickly dealt with this second-rank warrior and earned 16,000 experience points for him. The remaining bandits tried to attack the protagonist from behind and were certain he wouldn't escape from here alive. The beaten man used a skill called 5-link lightning chain. Another bandit, who wielded a strange blade, possessed the Mad Dog's fist ability. And the last guy, who used a wrench instead of a weapon, activated stylish slash. The protagonist hadn't expected to see such abilities, so he had no idea what the hell was going on. With a single sweep, Lin Shu activated his skill, Verdict, so all the thugs' attacks turned against them. Only now did his opponents realize they'd let their guard down too much, so they couldn't dodge. The young man had no intention of stopping there, so he gripped his spear tightly. After that, the protagonist used pear-colored barrage again, wiping out all of these second-rank opponents. Wang Xiaohua couldn't understand how this was possible, since they were certain this guy's strength should match that of a first rank. In fact, this fact didn't scare the girl, because it would make things even more interesting. Nothing could excite her more than the chance to take down a powerful opponent. A second later, she had already leaped from her spot to attack the protagonist. Lin Shu noted that his opponent had astonishing speed, so he suspected she was using the movement technique. She tried to attack the protagonist with sharp blades, but he parried all her strikes. Wang Xiaohua was too fast, so she easily dodged all of the young man's strikes. Pausing for a couple of seconds, the girl admitted that the protagonist was a pretty good fighter. Then she realized that ordinary attacks wouldn't be enough here, so she used the fallen dragon's curse. Her energy coalesced into a massive dragon with blades in its jaws. The protagonist was genuinely taken aback by such overwhelming power, but he still managed to dodge it just in time. A smirk had already appeared on Lin Shu's face, as he was certain the attack was over. Only now did he realize that the dragon was returning and was about to attack him from behind. Our hero quickly spun around to block his opponent's next powerful strike in time. The sharp blade swiftly traced an arc through the air, turning toward Lin Shu. Again and again, Wang Xiaohua tried to break through our hero's defense, but he held the spear firmly in front of him. The young man didn't understand what was going on, because those blades wouldn't let go of him. The warrior laughed maniacally and explained that the more strength the protagonist put into his attack, the faster her weapon would bounce back. Lin Shu realized he wouldn't be able to overcome her skill, so he decided to deal with Wang Xiaohua herself first. The protagonist paid no attention to the deep cuts all over his body and with a shout lunged at his opponent. He tried to thrust his spear into the girl, but she dodged the attack with ease. Despite this, Wang Xiaohua also realized that the fight wouldn't be easy, since she'd run into a reckless kid. Now the gangster admitted that she hadn't given the protagonist his due after all. The girl used Crescent Slash to finally finish off Lin Shu. Our hero wasn't intimidated by this move, as he had already prepared the accumulated power strike. He also combined this skill with the pear-colored gale, leaving Wang Xiaohua with no chance at all. After his strike, a massive explosion rang out, sweeping away literally everything in its path. The warrior couldn't understand how this was possible, since the young man's power had suddenly surged out of nowhere. In the end, the explosion hit her as well, so the system reported the destruction of a third-rank warrior. After this battle, Lin Shu continued on his way and entered a vast desert. He found this region utterly bizarre, because right next to it was a dense forest where it was pouring rain, while here it was a parched desert, hot as hell. The protagonist knew he wouldn't last long here without water supplies, but fortunately, he had brought along a drink capable of maintaining his body's hydration. He calmly continued on his way, but suddenly stumbled upon quicksand. Lin Yu instantly leaped high into the air to avoid falling into the sand trap. Then the young man noticed that the sand had begun to move on its own, as if someone were sitting there. The protagonist realized that he had just accidentally encountered yet another evolved beast. This creature turned out to be the Almacina worm, a fourth-rank mutant capable of blending perfectly into the sand. The enormous beast was already looming over Lin Shu, preparing to pounce on him immediately and tear his victim to pieces. The young man reacted instantly to the enemy's advance and unleashed the Phoenix's majesty against it. Tongues of flame surged toward the Almacin worm, which hadn't expected such determination. Ultimately, the strike landed squarely on the mutant's snout. Due to its massive size, it couldn't easily dodge. After the very first attack, the enormous worm collapsed lifelessly to the ground and stopped moving. It opened its terrifying maw and simply trembled all over. The protagonist hadn't expected this enormous monster to die so easily, given its incredible size and terrifying strength. At that moment, he heard someone's loud laughter behind him, which distracted him from the Almacin worm. It turned out to be a group of warriors who had spotted the desert monster from afar. One of the men stopped next to our hero and asked who had killed the giant. His partner believed there was no need to overestimate some insignificant first-rank warrior who was just looking to get a free ride. With confidence in his voice, the young man declared that this loot belonged to him, but the warrior refused to believe it. The man ignored Lin Shu and was already about to extract the anomalous crystal from the worm, then pull out its teeth, which would make top-grade material for forging weapons. Finally, another female warrior intervened in their conflict, asking them not to do anything foolish or lay claim to someone else's loot. That scoundrel wasn't about to listen to her either, since he thought she simply melted at the sight of that cute little guy. The girl suggested her partner repeat all that nonsense once more, and noted that she'd already put up with his antics long enough. The protagonist silently watched their squabble within the group and didn't expect it to arise simply because he was so amazing. Meanwhile, the Almacin worm had already regained consciousness, which the warriors were completely unaware of, and they continued to laugh at their partner. Only one female warrior noticed that the mutant was still alive and tried to warn her teammates about it. Only now did the man decide to finally pay attention to the movements behind his back, but it was too late. Everyone feared for Chen Kun, But the Almacina worm had already devoured him before the second warrior managed to jump aside. While all the other warriors stepped aside, the protagonist was angry only because that damn mutant had taken his experience points. The deceased man's friend lashed out at Lin Shu, thinking he knew the creature was still alive and kept quiet anyway. The young man reminded him that he had actually warned them that it was his prey. The warrior was greatly angered by such indifference on the part of our hero, so he attacked him. Lin Shu emphasized that they must be well aware that they were on the path of death, and since that was the case, they needed to be prepared to die at any moment, and simply finished off that insolent man. All the other team members were shocked by this turn of events. Then the protagonist turned to them as well, asking if they were going to attack him. The girl explained that they weren't with them, but had simply stumbled upon them by chance and decided to travel together. Nothing more. Another female warrior immediately warned Lin Shu that the worm was approaching again. The protagonist wasn't the least bit frightened. He was merely annoyed that the mutant hadn't been thoroughly roasted the first time. Lin Shu gripped his weapon more tightly and prepared to unleash another torrent of flame. His eyes literally burned with unwavering determination, so that the Almacin worm didn't stand a chance against him. The young man unleashed the Phoenix Majesty with renewed strength, and a blinding torrent of fire instantly filled the entire space around him. This devastating attack once again proved effective against this terrible monster. The hideous mutant could not withstand the incinerating flames for long, so it fell to the ground in disgrace once more. The other warriors couldn't fathom what kind of combat skill this was, and they also sensed that this man's power was terrifying. They hadn't seen such skills before, because the Almacin worm had an exceptionally durable outer shell, but his attack was specifically aimed at causing internal damage. In the end, Lin Shu finally defeated the evolved 4th-rank beast, earning over 1.5 million experience points. After that, the protagonist hurried to retrieve the anomalous crystal so he could sell it later. For their part, the warriors concluded that this young man was quite strange, as he had an unusually weak aura. Yet in battle, he displayed immense strength and was able to single-handedly kill the worm. Their leader decided to speak with Lin Shu after all, as he turned out to be a complex individual. The protagonist immediately saw the girl approaching him, and she explained that the Almacin worm had many teeth, so he could share a few with them. Of course, all this wasn't for nothing, so they could trade the teeth for other materials they had at their disposal. The young man didn't care about that at all, so he allowed the warriors to take whatever they wanted. The girl hadn't expected things to be so simple at all, and she thanked our hero for such generosity. She immediately called the rest of her teammates over so they could start extracting the teeth as quickly as possible. Her friend hadn't even imagined that the young man would agree so readily to give up the entire reward, and suspected that Zhang Yin had caught his eye. While their team was busy extracting the teeth, they didn't even notice that the main character had already left. Lin Shu calmly continued on his way, as he wanted to cross the desert as quickly as possible. The young man wasn't stepping carefully on the sand again, not expecting to sink into it once more. The protagonist tried to get out of there and couldn't believe he'd stumbled upon a giant worm again. Lin Shu seemed to have stepped onto solid ground, but the sand kept crumbling away. In the end, he fell down somewhere anyway, disappearing into a cloud of dust. With a loud, desperate scream, the young man plummeted downward into the deepest, impenetrable darkness. Very soon, he crashed onto the hard floor of a hidden dungeon, and the sharp impact knocked the wind out of his lungs. Lin Shu's head was splitting from the blow, and now he was trying to figure out where he had ended up. He tried to get to his feet and saw a secret passageway ahead of him. The protagonist began to suspect that he had ended up in the ruins left over from the war between humanity and the alien invaders that had taken place in the last century. On a nearby wall was a rather strange indentation that might have been some kind of switch. At that moment, he looked into the dark passage and saw 4 pairs of glowing eyes there. Now Lin Shu distinctly sensed that someone was slowly approaching him in this eerie silence. It turned out to be a yellow rat, a 3rd-rank evolved beast. There was a whole crowd of small monsters here, running toward the young man. The protagonist immediately grabbed his weapon and prepared to defend himself against these enemies. He used the pear-colored barrage to strike blow after blow at each rat. For each of these 3rd-rank beasts, he received 180,000 experience points. In a couple of seconds, Lin Shu had dealt with all the enemies and was now breathing heavily after the grueling battle. Of course, these mice posed no real threat, but killing them in such numbers was incredibly exhausting. However, our hero's efforts were not in vain, as the Hall of Experience, an anomalous crystal, turned out to be quite substantial. Most likely, these mutants had rushed toward him because someone had startled them. Most likely other people. Lin Shu walked further down the corridor, suspecting that there was someone else here. Suddenly, he stumbled upon someone's sharp blade, which stopped a millimeter from his face. The guy quickly thrust his spear forward to block the weapon and asked who it was. Looking closer, he saw Zhang Yin standing before him, the girl he had just passed by a short while ago. The protagonist hadn't expected to see these warriors in this forgotten place at all. He immediately asked how the group had ended up here and inquired if they were the ones who had disturbed the pack of yellow rats he had encountered. Zhang Yin explained, somewhat embarrassed, that they had been in the desert, and then the sand around them began to settle, causing them to fall into this place. Now the girl believed that their meeting was indeed no coincidence, so she suggested they get to know each other better and introduced her team, which included Lei Lei, Zhang Li, and Peng Yu. The protagonist also introduced himself to them and agreed to continue on their journey together, since they had happened to meet somewhere at the edge of the world. None of them could figure out what kind of secret passage this was, where there weren't even any other paths. Lin Shu suggested that they had ended up in the middle of historical ruins, left behind as far back as 2554, and this greatly surprised Zhang Yin, who hadn't expected to see ruins with such a long history. He also mentioned that he had discovered a strange seal on the wall when he had passed by earlier. In addition, our hero noted that the shape of the recess in the wall looked quite familiar, but no one else had noticed it. After thinking for a while, the young man finally came up with an interesting idea. He took out the anomalous crystal he had obtained from the yellow rat to try inserting it into the recess. The young man admitted that he had been greatly surprised upon encountering these creatures, as he hadn't expected mutants to be here, but now he suspected that they were the key to the secret passage. The shape of the stone did indeed resemble the opening, so Lin Shu didn't stop. In the end, the anomalous crystal fit perfectly into the recess. The protagonist was delighted when he saw that his hunch had turned out to be correct after all, and the door opened. He explained that in the last century, humanity had widely used the anomalous crystals of evolved beasts as a new energy source, and it seemed these ruins were also powered by such stones. Now they had entered another room containing strange tanks. No one could figure out what the hell this was, but Lin Shu guessed that it was most likely a laboratory from the last century. Looking around more closely, our heroes saw what was hidden in the darkness. It turned out that these enormous sealed tanks contained mutants. During the war with the alien invaders, Earthlings had also been creating new human species by combining human DNA with that of evolved beasts. The strength of these new humans turned out to be extraordinarily high, but due to their extreme brutality, they were difficult to control. Therefore, ultimately, research in this area was shut down, and all the mutants were eliminated. Lin Shu couldn't even imagine that, a whole century later, such terrifying creatures hadn't completely disappeared. While our heroes were looking around, they didn't notice a vine creeping up to their feet. The terrifying mutated plant instantly wrapped itself around one of the warrior's legs. The mutant targeted Peng Yu, who didn't have time to react to the threat. None of our heroes had expected such a turn of events, so the young man was quickly dragged away. Meanwhile, other vines were already closing in on the rest of the group. The young man cried out for help as he was dragged farther and farther away. It all happened too quickly, so none of his companions managed to grab him. Zhang Yin immediately rushed to save her friend and begged him to hold on just a little longer. Meanwhile, the plant lifted Peng Yu into the air, causing him to scream even louder. Suddenly, the mutant pierced right through the young man, so no one had time to come to his aid. Everyone was shocked and desperately tried to shout to their friend. Only now was the protagonist able to reach the vines and cut them. Everyone froze in tense anticipation, sincerely hoping that Peng Yu was still alive. Lin Shu explained that there was no helping their friend anymore, and noted that this was a strange place, so they needed to find a way out as soon as possible and get out of there. At that moment, they noticed that something strange was happening to their friend. Suddenly, Peng Yu stood up, but his body began to swell strangely and twist in all directions. The protagonist realized that, in fact, the stuff that had grabbed their partner contained the AMZ virus. At that moment, Lei Lei and Zhang Li shouted that they had managed to find a way out. Lin Shu immediately rushed over, grabbing Zhang Yin by the hand and pulling her along with him. The mutants were nearly consumed by the flames from the protagonist's ability, but they remained safe and sound nonetheless. Our heroes had almost managed to run out of the room, But the monsters weren't going to let them go that easily. Lin Shu could clearly hear that the enemies were still chasing their team. In the end, the monsters managed to break out of the burning room and gave chase. The infected Peng Yu kept up as well, trying to finish off his former comrades. Now there was almost nothing left of the guy, and the warriors faced nothing but a terrifying monster. For this reason, the protagonist had not a shred of doubt left and mercilessly dealt with this mutant. He explained that AMZ was an exceptionally powerful virus, which is why infected warriors immediately turn into zombie monsters of the same rank. Furthermore, even if their heads are severed, the infected's bodies continue to move, and the slightest bite leads to instant infection with the AMZ virus. To deal with such a mutant, you must completely deprive them of their mobility. At that moment, new vines flew toward our heroes again, attempting to infect even more people. This attack was quite risky, so Lin Shu managed to dodge it only at the last moment. The plants began to envelop the young man from all sides, making the situation only more dangerous. The protagonist seriously doubted that these were ordinary vines, as they resembled more a peculiar kind of evolved beast. He asked his comrades to be careful, no matter what happened during this battle. At the same time, the vines reacted instantly to the people's movements and immediately headed toward them. In an instant, they pounced on our team with renewed force, making it even harder to escape. The warriors were unafraid of all these attacks and quickly cleared a path for themselves with their sharp blades. At one point, Zhang Yin didn't have time to react to the mutant, so the vines entangled her body. Lin Shu managed to help his partner in time and freed her from this trap. Seeing the endless number of vines, the protagonist realized it would be difficult for them to handle such an enemy. Now the young man decided to test whether these creatures, which at least outwardly resembled plants, were afraid of fire. He used the phoenix's might, which did indeed work against these mutants. A smug grin immediately appeared on Lin Shu's face because his latest plan had worked. The protagonist knew he couldn't stop under any circumstances, so he unleashed the flames again. The thin vines continued to smolder slowly and no longer posed any danger to the squad. It turned out that things weren't so simple after all, and the mutated flora was about to smash the tanks containing the mutants and release them. The protagonist saw that this creature was too clever, so he asked his comrades to stop it. The experienced warriors quickly scattered in different directions to cut through all the infected vines as quickly as possible. This didn't help at all because the plant was squeezing the glass of the tanks tighter and tighter. In the end, the vines achieved their goal and the mutants broke free. For a moment, the monsters fell to the floor, trying to come to their senses after a long slumber. Now our heroes faced even more dangerous foes who had surrounded them on all sides. A few seconds later, the monsters regained consciousness, and their eyes already glowed with a dangerous green light. These were third-rank mutants, characterized by explosive strength, immunity to pain, and the ability to relentlessly pursue their target until it was destroyed. The protagonist, having assessed the enemy's characteristics using the Eye of Analysis, warned his companions of their power and urged them to run quickly toward the exit. Before Lin Shu could even turn to flee, the beast's clawed paw was already near his head. The mutant tried to strike the boy with its claws, but he managed to duck just in time. The young man himself was shocked when he realized he had come very close to death. After that, he quickly regained his composure and tried to land a few blows with the pear-colored squall. Lin Shu's audacity only enraged the monster further, so it pounced on the young man with renewed ferocity. The enemy delivered a crushing blow to the protagonist, sending him flying instantly into the nearest stone wall. Zhang Yin was seriously frightened when she saw what had happened to their partner. After that, the monsters pounced on our heroes with even greater ferocity. The warrior immediately responded with an attack using the skill, Slicing the Firmament. Her strike was quite powerful, but the monsters continued to charge forward madly. The girl couldn't believe that in the end, her efforts had had no effect. At that very moment, a new powerful stream of flame suddenly burst from behind her, unleashed by the main character. Finally, the mutants stopped, at least for a moment, so Zhang Yin was relatively safe. But this trick didn't last long, so after a couple of moments, the monsters resumed their pursuit of our heroes. Lin Shu shouted for Zhang Yin and the squad to leave first while he covered them. He was well aware that these ruins still harbored many unknown dangers, so he needed to conserve his strength and avoid using Rage Burst and Accumulated Power Strike. In that case, the young man decided to use the method his wayward teacher had taught him and coat his weapon with primal energy. Concentrating all his power around the black beam, the protagonist immediately used the pear-colored barrage and landed several sharp strikes on the enemy. Finally, he managed to hit his target and land his devastating blow right on the mutants. Now, Lin Shu had definitively confirmed that his power increased significantly when using this method. The protagonist then decided to channel even more energy into his weapon to ensure it would work effectively against such a powerful opponent. In this way, he was able to destroy the first third-rank mutant, which yielded nearly 600,000 experience points. The young man hadn't even expected such a decent reward for these monsters. For this reason, our hero was no longer afraid of his enemies. On the contrary, he wanted to gain as much experience from them as possible. He boldly rushed toward these terrifying creatures and began to wield his sword with incredible skill right among the monsters. Despite the monsters' hard exteriors, their insensitivity to pain, and the fact that dealing with them was far from easy, it was impossible to resist such a large amount of experience points. Moreover, due to the limited space, it wasn't easy for the mutants to surround the protagonist, and their numerical advantage didn't play a significant role. The other warriors watched from the sidelines as Lin Shu destroyed the powerful evolved beasts one by one. Lei was shocked, as she hadn't expected this young man to be such a fierce fighter. At that very moment, the protagonist took a blow to the face, causing the girl to begin doubting her partner's abilities. His comrades saw that Lin Shu was in danger and immediately returned to help him. At the last moment, Yang Yin rushed to the young man's aid and blocked the blow just in time. But the protagonist wasn't about to give up his reward so easily, so he stepped in front of his friend. His partner hadn't expected the young man to recover so quickly after such a powerful blow. In this way, Lin Shu was able to level up to level 18, for which he received the corresponding number of attribute points. Our hero wasted no time and invested 12 points in strength and 6 in stamina. He immediately felt his strength increase significantly, so it was now much easier to swing the black beam. Zhang Yin couldn't figure out what was wrong with their partner at all, because it felt like his strength was only growing as the battle went on. Suddenly, all the warriors felt the entire dungeon shake violently. Immediately afterward, a powerful shockwave swept through all the long, gloomy corridors. Lei was shocked by this unknown phenomenon and immediately approached her friend to ask what on earth it was. The protagonist noted that the sound of an explosion had come from the other side of the passage, along with a kind of roar, undoubtedly emitted by a powerful, evolved beast. At that moment, all the mutants stopped and began screaming frantically, as if reacting to the presence of another monster. Eventually, they quickly disappeared around the dark bend of the long corridor. Lin Shu suspected that something had summoned the mutants, but he couldn't even imagine what kind of monster was powerful enough to command third-rank mutants. He suggested that the group move on and forget about the monsters, since they couldn't afford to stop. Our heroes walked further down the corridor and found new doors that led them into another dark hall. They paused for a moment on the threshold, hesitating to go inside. There were no enemies here, so the warriors went inside and, after looking around, realized that it was actually an entire armory. This place was stocked with old model laser cannons, as well as grenades, which could fetch a hefty sum. The protagonist reminded them that they needed to get all the weapons out of there first, but the problem was that they didn't even know if they'd be able to get out of there. Lei suggested to her comrades that they shouldn't argue, but listen instead, because the sounds of battle could be heard nearby. All the warriors obeyed their friend and grew alert, listening to the eerie silence. Lin Shu did, however, catch strange and frightening conversations in which someone was ordering others, in a commanding voice, to kill immediately. Our heroes now realized that the sounds were coming from behind that door, which meant they weren't alone here, and other warriors had also broken in. They decided not to waste any time and simply opened the doors to find out for themselves. Now the squad could hear more clearly the screams of the warriors who didn't want to die. The guys couldn't make out anything because the explosions just wouldn't stop, and there were more and more mutants. Lin Shu was the first to step forward and was greatly surprised when he fully saw what was happening here. A huge number of people and monsters had gathered here, causing complete chaos all around. None of our heroes could understand why a battle had suddenly broken out here, in the middle of the ancient ruins. The young man immediately recognized the very same mutants they had encountered just recently. One of the newly arrived warriors was sent flying right toward the squad by a powerful blow from a monster. The guy crashed right into Lin Shu, who had to struggle to stay on his feet. The warrior thanked our hero for catching him and immediately noticed that they were all new recruits. Besides that, all of Lin Shu's teammates immediately recognized Qin Feng, whom they had met before. Eventually, he even recognized Zhang Yin and realized that this was her team. The girl immediately asked her acquaintance what was going on here. Her companion explained that he and his group had wandered in here by mistake, but there were also those who had come here specifically to hunt. He added that deep within the hall, there was a path to the surface, but it was guarded by a 6th-rank Kui beast, which shocked the heroes, as they weren't prepared to face such a powerful opponent. It was a massive creature 10 meters tall, shaped like a sea anemone with tentacles writhing everywhere, possessing unmatched hardness and capable of easily piercing even sheet steel. Zhang Yin couldn't believe that the warriors actually had the nerve to take on such an opponent. Qin Feng explained that over 100 3rd and 4th rank warriors had gathered here, along with one powerful 5th rank fighter, so they would definitely be able to handle the mutant since the creature had blocked the only exit. Even the protagonist didn't understand why they were so recklessly charging at a 6th rank beast, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something strange was going on with these people. Qin Feng, with a touch of madness in her eyes, suggested that the squad take fate into their own hands and finish off this beast, rather than wait here to die. Besides, their partner, Liu Chang, had the latest L2 model bombs with him, and he had surely already managed to inflict significant damage on this monster with them. Just then, the warrior threw one of the grenades, which hit the target dead on. The vines immediately began to writhe violently, as the bombs were indeed quite powerful and had managed to wound the enemy. Only now did Lin Shu notice that these were the very vines that had attacked them in the laboratory, and he was surprised that the tendrils could reach such distant places, controlling the entire area of the ruins. At that moment, a new wave of mutants rushed at the warriors, literally crawling out of every crack. Meanwhile, Liu Cheng suggested that the entire team split into 2 groups so that some could hold back the mutants while the rest, along with him, dealt with the beast itself. The warriors didn't go against their leader and pressed on, killing every mutant in their path. They were all in a rather combative mood, so no one was afraid to move forward. Each of the guys faced dangerous monsters, but managed to quickly finish them off with incredible ease. Lin Shu also prepared for the next clash and asked his friends to be careful, because these mutants were controlled by the beast Koi. The young man felt a strange sensation again, as an irresistible thirst for battle suddenly welled up inside him. At that moment, one of the evolved beasts finally noticed our hero, who was standing off to the side. It immediately pounced on the young man, opening its terrifying jaws wide to reveal sharp fangs. Lin Shu needed only a single precise thrust to pierce his opponent with his spear in a split second and finish him off. Zhang Yin also wielded her weapon with ease and disposed of her opponent without any trouble. The protagonist paused for a moment and watched the rest of his comrades closely. He noticed once again that Zhang Yin and her group had become just like the rest of the people in the hall. They all seemed to be overcome by a kind of euphoria, and on top of that, the combat effectiveness of all the warriors had suddenly increased. Very soon, the young man noticed that their large team had already dealt with all the mutants. Zhang Yin called our hero over and showed him that it seemed the beast Kui was already on its last legs. The monster's body was indeed trembling from all the wounds it had sustained, so the warriors shouted for everyone to keep up the pressure, as victory was already within reach. With excitement in their eyes, they all rushed forward, eager to get their hands on the 6th-rank anomalous crystal. Zhang Yin also got caught up in the excitement and called out to the protagonist to follow her. Finally, the young man decided to stop her and asked if anyone had noticed anything strange. He explained that when they all found themselves in this hall, everyone inexplicably became extremely agitated, with the exception of Liu Cheng, who was most likely throwing around bombs containing a gas that stimulates adrenaline. Gas of this kind sharply increases adrenaline levels, and despite the short-term boost in combat effectiveness, it also has a detrimental effect on the body. Thus, all the warriors had simply become cannon fodder for Liu Cheng, and what's more, now he could just sit back and wait for the beast Kui and his companions to kill each other. At that moment, the mutant began to stir again and emitted strange sounds from its maw. The warriors realized the beast had only been playing dead, but they were certain the mutant didn't have long left anyway, and that they couldn't let up on the pressure. That was the fighters' mistake, because they were all instantly pierced by vines. Those who had stayed on the sidelines noticed that something strange was happening to their comrades, so they asked anxiously if they were all right. Due to contact with the vines, the warriors were instantly infected with the virus and became mutants themselves. Now they all saw that the beast Kui was actually a carrier of the AMZ virus. When Ye Liangqin's girlfriend pounced on him, he desperately tried to shout at her to stop, but it was all in vain. The soldiers simply couldn't bring themselves to fight their own close friends, so they were simply being killed by these mutants. Zhang Yin was relieved that they hadn't gone on the attack after all, since the enemy had deliberately lured the soldiers closer to create new puppets for himself. Lin Shu noted that in any case, judging by the beast's condition, it wouldn't last much longer anyway. Lu Cheng continued to direct the operation from the sidelines, shouting that these creatures were no longer their comrades. Meanwhile, the warrior himself used the mountain-splitting blade to attack the main target. His precise and devastating strike instantly sliced Kuya's beast in half, so that this once dangerous monster no longer posed any threat. The massive carcass of the defeated mutant crashed to the cold ground with a deafening roar, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Now all that remained before the warriors were the creature's entrails, among which lay the coveted 6th-rank crystal. The fighters' eyes lit up even more when they saw the crystal before them, which could bring them a huge amount of money. They immediately rushed forward, as they had no intention of sharing it with their teammates. Lu Cheng was the main contender for this crystal, so he had no intention of letting the others get any closer. With a single swing of his sword, he finished off all the warriors who dared to lay a hand on his prize. Zhang Yin asked our hero if they should fight for the crystal, to which he confidently replied that this scoundrel certainly didn't deserve anything like that. Meanwhile, Liu Cheng himself had already begun rummaging through the body of the beast Kuya and emphasized that no one should even try to compete with him. He laughed loudly, rejoicing in his enormous reward, and didn't even suspect Lin Shu, who was already flying in to attack him from behind. The boy gripped his spear tightly and swung it to finish off the warrior, who had so treacherously deceived everyone. Lu Cheng couldn't believe that some kid had actually decided to compete with him for the crystal. In the end, he managed to stop the young man by holding his weapon in front of him. With a smirk on his face, the protagonist noted that he had long since figured out the warrior's devious plan. The other fighters heard that they were going to be used as cannon fodder and asked Lu Cheng to explain what was going on. This made them furious, so they planned to kill their leader and take the anomalous crystal for themselves. The warriors surrounded the scoundrel on all sides and pounced on him all at once. Lu Cheng wasn't intimidated by their attempt at revenge, as he was confident he would send all these arrogant scum straight to hell. Lin Shu realized he wouldn't be able to fend off a 5th-rank warrior's attack using Verdict, but the warrior must have already expended a considerable amount of source energy, so his power shouldn't be too high. The protagonist decided to take the risk after all and use the skill against the high-ranking warrior. In the end, the young man's cunning plan worked, and his powerful opponent was instantly sent flying high into the air. Immediately afterward, a loud explosion rang out, its powerful sound instantly filling the entire vast hall, causing the stone walls to tremble. Everyone else immediately rushed over to ensure that Lu Cheng could not possibly escape from there alive. All the warriors wished him dead, because he had dared to send them all to their deaths through deceit. The scoundrel immediately began to fight back, paying no attention at all to the fact that just a short while ago, he had been fighting side by side with them. Meanwhile, the warriors were already attacking Lin Shu as well, because he was standing in the way of the crystal. The protagonist wasn't about to tolerate such insolence either, so he unleashed a pear-colored barrage. At that moment, the beast Kuya began to slowly move its long vines again. Lin Shu immediately took his eyes off his opponents because he noticed this strange movement beneath his feet. The young man realized that despite its severe injury, this monster was still alive. This didn't scare the protagonist at all because he immediately thought about how he could gain a huge amount of experience points. He reacted instantly to this opportunity and pounced on the monster with Phoenix's majesty. Now the system reported the destruction of the Kuya beast, for which Lin Shu received nearly 9 million experience points. The protagonist was immediately surprised that he had been given such a meager reward for a 6th-rank mutant. Eventually, he realized that it was probably because he had dealt less than 40% damage to it. Lu Kang had already broken through the other warriors and was running toward Lin Shu to prevent him from taking the crystal. The young man immediately turned away from the beast's entrails and prepared to defend himself. The scoundrel kept swinging his weapon in all directions, trying to strike our hero in his rage. The young man parried Liu Cheng's blows without pause, even though he was a high-ranking warrior. Now the protagonist realized that a 5th-rank warrior was too much for him to handle right now. And if he didn't do something, he would lose one way or another, so he needed to figure out a way to turn the situation to his advantage. Lin Shu decided to use the accumulated power strike to significantly boost his power and crush his opponent with a single precise lunge. He noticeably amplified the pear-colored barrage with this unique ability turning his rapid attacks into a veritable deadly whirlwind. Liu Chang was shocked by this turn of events, as he couldn't understand where such a sudden surge in power had come from. Then the protagonist began to laugh, saying that this was all a fifth-rank warrior was capable of. Now, however, the young man was about to demonstrate his most powerful skill to his opponent. Liu Chang began to panic when he heard that the previous attack wasn't even his strongest. The protagonist concentrated his strength to the maximum and began shouting loudly and aggressively to intimidate his enemy. It turned out that all of this was just a diversionary tactic to escape from Liu Chang. This behavior infuriated the warrior so much that he was about to tear Lin Shu to shreds. Meanwhile, the young man stopped in front of a door that was closed and blocked his escape. He summoned all his accumulated strength to clear a path for himself. Lo Qing immediately gave chase after the protagonist, as he had no intention of letting him get away so easily. Lin Shu exerted such tremendous effort that his teeth began to grind loudly from the unbearable strain. In the end, he had just enough strength to push those heavy doors open. Despite this success, Liu Chang was already very close and had already swung his arm to destroy the brat. The protagonist only needed to take a step to the side to dodge his opponent's direct attack. In doing so, the warrior knocked the doors open with his own body and flew further. He couldn't stay on his feet, so he slid a couple of meters across the hard ground. Lin Shu quickly took advantage of this moment and threw a grenade straight at Liu Chang. The opponent didn't have time to react to the grenade right in front of his face and could only think about what a pest the kid was. A second later, a massive explosion rang out, finishing off the scoundrel and earning our hero 12 million experience points. Now Lin Shu was able to quickly level up to level 19 and receive stat points. He wasn't particularly thrilled by the news, as he was trying to compose himself after the explosion. After that, the guy quickly allocated 10 points to strength and the rest to stamina and speed. At that very moment, his frightened teammates ran up to him to see if he was okay. Lin Shu replied that he was perfectly fine, and Zhang Yin asked where Liu Chang had gone since he'd run after our hero. With pride, the young man explained that he'd lured that scumbag into the armory and simply blown him to bits. His comrades couldn't believe that the young man had really dealt with a fifth-rank warrior so easily. The protagonist called for the whole team to move forward, since the beast Kui was no longer blocking their exit. Now nothing would stop them from getting out of these damn ruins. Now the guys could look around and see that they were the only ones left alive. Lin Shu suggested they tend to all their wounds first and then head for the exit. He also noted that they could surely extract quite a few useful materials from the remains of the beast Kui, and he also remembered that it wouldn't hurt to search the bodies of the fallen warriors. An hour later, our heroes had sorted everything out, so Lin Shu suggested they move on. None of them knew for sure if they would be able to leave the ruins by walking straight ahead the whole time. Liu Chang assumed that this would indeed be the case, because before ending up here, he and the group had managed to explore the ruins from top to bottom and found no additional passages. Very soon, they came across another iron door, which made Lin Shu think that the creator of this place had completely run out of imagination. The group had to use some force to unlock the door and continue on their way. The protagonist was greatly surprised when he saw what was hidden inside. It turned out they had found a room containing a control panel. Zhang Yin immediately remembered that Qin Feng was supposed to be tech-savvy, so she hoped he could activate the mechanism. But he warned her that all the equipment here was ancient, and he knew absolutely nothing about it. The protagonist told them that everything in these ruins ran on anomalous crystals as a power source, so they needed to look for equipment with connectors for them. After examining the room, the guy quickly found a compartment that looked like just the thing. There were many slots here, so Lin Shu would have to use a considerable amount of crystal. Gradually, the protagonist began filling every empty compartment. For a moment, the guy paused to think, realizing he was spending his own resources. Eventually, he got really angry because this thing was eating up quite a lot of crystals. Very soon, he had filled the entire mechanism, but now he had to figure out how it worked. For a few seconds, our hero simply waited to see if the control panel would activate using the crystal's energy. Lin Shu got angry because there was no reaction despite him having spent a full 20 anomalous crystals. When he gave the mechanism a good whack, it finally started up and was powered by the energy. The protagonist saw that the system had indeed started up and realized he had done everything correctly. Zhang Yin was delighted when she saw that their comrade had found the switch, but he explained that it was merely a power supply unit that needed to be powered by anomalous crystals. Qin Feng quickly concluded that there was an entire portal here that would help them escape. Lin Shu asked if his partner could activate it, and he confidently said he could. The guy quickly examined the entire control panel and found the lever needed for this. His guesses turned out to be correct, so a few seconds later, the teleportation portal lit up behind them. It was this mechanism that was supposed to finally transport the entire team to the surface. However, the energy from the anomalous crystals wouldn't last long, so Liu Chang asked everyone to hurry. They all quickly ran into the teleport and were now waiting for it to send them to the surface. The teleportation process began successfully, and the protagonist felt its effects on himself. A moment later, the entire team shot out of the sand at tremendous speed, scattering in different directions. Only Lin Shu managed to land successfully, while everyone else cried out from the impact with the ground. Once they had recovered, everyone began to rejoice that they had managed to survive and leave this cursed place. Meanwhile, the protagonist announced that they would part ways at this point and said goodbye to his teammates. Jung-in was surprised that he was leaving so soon and asked where the young man was headed next. Lin Shu didn't reveal where he was headed and replied that he was simply continuing on his way, straight ahead and nothing but straight ahead. Lei Lei immediately decided to tease her friend and suggested she catch up with our hero so she wouldn't miss him. The girl got very angry at her partner and asked her to be quiet. Evening fell very soon, so Lin Shu stopped in the middle of the ruins to set up camp and build a fire because it was surprisingly chilly in the desert. In all the commotion, he hadn't had a chance to examine the 6th rank anomalous crystal closely, so he decided to take a look at what this creature was all about. Opening his bag, the protagonist saw a strange creature in front of him that was devouring the remaining crystals. This little monster was also frightened when it saw the owner of all these resources standing before it. Lin Shu didn't understand what this nonsense was and couldn't believe that the 6th rank anomalous crystal had gained a spirit. The creature quickly hid the crystal behind its back and pretended it wasn't going to eat it. The protagonist couldn't make sense of what he was looking at and noted that this crystal had absolutely no manners or fear. He began to suspect that this damn thing was an evolved beast that had secretly snuck into his bag. On top of that, Lin Shu realized that this creature might have swallowed his 6th rank anomaly crystal. So he was planning to kill the little thief, cut open its belly, and retrieve the stone. The little monster was terrified upon hearing such threats directed at it and began to wave its arms innocently. Now the protagonist was at least certain that this creature could even understand him. He decided to see if there was anything written about it online and took a photo of his find. Nothing came up for that search, so Lin Shu figured he was holding an alien creature that looked like some kind of weird crystal. The young man also noticed that the monster's surface was soft, even though it didn't seem that way at first glance, and decided to let it live after all. The protagonist thought he would get bored on the road, so he decided to keep his new companion, naming him Gun Gun. The next day, Lin Shu set off, killing 3rd rank red desert scorpions along the way. The companion immediately ran up to the mutants' bodies and took the anomalous crystals from them to replenish his energy. The protagonist decided to reward his assistant in this way, since he had already collected many crystals for him along the way. Despite its plump appearance, this creature possessed extraordinary speed, allowing it to quickly extract the anomalous crystals from the beasts and hand them to Lin Shu. At that very moment, the young man noticed that they had finally reached a marvelous oasis, which stretched out right in the middle of the endless desert. Lin Shu immediately decided to enjoy the cool water of the clear lake for a bit, to wash away the age-old dust of the road and regain his strength after the long journey. His companion also genuinely enjoyed this swim alongside our hero. Suddenly, the young man heard someone's sharp blade whistle past right next to his ear. He reacted instantly to this threat and thrust his spear forward to stop the enemy. Lin Shu was completely unable to withstand this powerful blow and was sent flying to the side. He immediately noticed that a terribly ferocious sword technique had been used against him, so it was obvious that the opponent was a master of his craft. At that moment, he looked up to see who had dared to attack him and was greatly surprised. It turned out to be his old acquaintance, Luo Yue, who appeared to be wounded. The girl herself had also not expected to see a familiar face in this godforsaken place. Suddenly, she lost the strength to even stand on her feet, so she fell right onto Lin Shu. The protagonist calmed down, realizing he was in no danger, and asked if she was okay. Suddenly, he noticed blood on his hands and realized that Luo Yue had been injured. He remembered he had medicine and was about to help her apply the ointment to the wound. With a single smooth movement, Lin Shu turned the girl onto her stomach and saw that she had a serious wound on her back. At that moment, she began to panic and begged our hero to let her go, fearing that he had no intention of helping her at all. The young man was annoyed by Luo Yue's behavior, since after all, he was sacrificing his precious restorative potion for her. In the end, she resigned herself to the fact that she would have to trust Lin Shu, and now she merely trembled from the unpleasant pain as the medicine touched her wound. Meanwhile, the young man decided to find out who had so seriously wounded his acquaintance. In the past, our hero hadn't been able to see the girl's level, but now he saw that she had only reached the 4th rank, although her combat effectiveness surpassed that of the average representatives of the same rank. Finally, Luo Yue came to her senses and asked how he had ended up here. Lin Shu suggested that his friend guess for herself and promised there would be a reward for her if she did. The girl had no intention of falling for his tricks, so she simply turned away since she didn't care about our hero at all. In the end, the young man admitted that he was actually here because he was on his way to Shengyu University. Luo Yue hadn't expected to hear that particular news at all, so she became interested after all. The protagonist immediately asked her not to read too much into it and emphasized that he wasn't going there just because of her. The girl resumed her usual indifference and slowly turned away from Lin Shu, her whole demeanor showing that she didn't care. At that moment, the young man sensed that someone was approaching them, and not alone. Luo Yue made no secret of the fact that these people were looking for her, so she asked our hero to hurry up and get out of there as quickly as possible. Lin Shu, like a true gentleman, had no intention of abandoning the girl in trouble, so he offered to let her climb onto his back. She didn't hesitate and, without a word, climbed onto the protagonist, gripping his shoulders tightly. After that, the guy sprinted forward and told his companion to hold on tight. Gun also handed another bottle to Luo Yue, and his owner explained that it was another restorative potion. The girl paid no attention to the medicine at all, as she was shocked by the evolved 6th-rank beast. The protagonist explained that it was his pet, and emphasized that she had no right to even think about coveting the anomalous crystal inside its body. Luo Yue took the potion and replied indignantly that she had absolutely no need for that worthless crystal. At that moment, Lin Shu hinted to her that he had actually already drunk from that bottle. The girl didn't attach any significance to this fact, so our hero resigned himself to the fact that his partner was not at all sweet. Luo Yue decided to change the subject to something more serious, because she understood perfectly well that with her on his back, the young man simply couldn't get away. Looking back, she saw that they were already practically catching up to them, rapidly closing the distance between them. It turned out the girl had killed over 100 members of the Black Tiger gang, so they weren't going to let her get away that easily. At that moment, one of the bandits stopped and aimed his spear. The weapon flew right over our hero's head, so Lin Shu had to work hard to avoid getting hit. In the end, the guy managed to time his speed so that the spear stuck into the ground. More projectiles followed, but the protagonist had already accelerated and pulled away from the bandits again. But it wasn't that simple, because the enemies had blocked the road from this side as well, so the guys had fallen into an ambush. Lin Shu quickly activated the Eye of Analysis, and now knew that all his opponents were 3rd-rank warriors. He was surprised because he now realized that Luo Yue's strength was terrifying, since she had managed to break through their encirclement and kill over 100 people. The gang leader told the girl not to waste their time, since he was certain she couldn't escape now. She wasn't about to give up that easily, so she declared with confidence in her voice that they would all die. Then the gangster reminded her that after their recent attack, there wasn't a single spot left on her that wasn't injured, so they weren't about to be afraid of some little girl. He saw that Luo Yue had managed to dig out a pretty young lad as well, but he didn't think such a weakling could stop them. The man suggested the beauty hurry into his arms so he could give her plenty of rough love as soon as possible. The girl immediately asked the main character to let her go down so she could deal with these scoundrels. Lin Shu decided to simply accept that he wouldn't even be taken into account in this fight. The bandit leader was overjoyed when he saw that Luo Yue was, after all, going to fight them. In the end, he ordered his men to take the beauty alive, since it would be a shame to kill her and to kill the guy. All the bandits instantly rushed at our heroes, laughing loudly with delight at the battle. All this time, Lin Shu continued to stand motionless, waiting for the right moment. His opponent had already swung his machete to finish off the protagonist. At the last moment, the guy finally decided to act and quickly pulled his spear out of the case. The protagonist began to concentrate flames around his weapon to stop the opponent with a single strike. Lin Shu aimed the spear at the bandit and unleashed the Phoenix's majesty upon him. The opponent was shocked by this turn of events, as he had never seen such a skill before. In the end, the protagonist simply burned the bandit to ashes, leaving him no chance of survival. On the other side, Luo Yue was fighting several opponents at once. The bandit leader couldn't understand where the girl had gotten so much strength since they had seriously wounded her just a short while ago. The nasty bandit wanted to be the first to reach the beautiful girl so he could capture her and use her for his own devious purposes. He quickly joined the two spears together to switch to close combat. The warrior cowardly attacked the girl from behind while she was desperately trying to fend off the other opponents. Lin Shu arrived just in time to help and blocked his powerful strike by thrusting his weapon forward. The young man immediately asked if his partner was okay, and she replied by asking if our hero could hold out any longer. In the end, they quickly scattered in different directions to deal with the bandits as soon as possible. At that very moment, 3 armed bandits attacked Lin Shu at once, surrounding him on all sides. The bandit became even more intrigued when he saw that the protagonist was also fighting with a spear in his hands. The young man kept his eyes fixed on his opponent and was already preparing to attack him. His opponent was already charging at full speed toward our hero, preparing to unleash a meteor strike. Lin Shu considered this guy nothing more than a shameless braggart, since the bandit hadn't even come close to impressing him in the slightest. The young man countered his attempt with Phoenix Majesty, leaving him no chance of escape. Immediately afterward, a blindingly bright flash erupted, instantly illuminating the entire oasis around them. The thug managed to survive the attack after all, and admitted that this kid actually knew a thing or two. In turn, the protagonist boasted that this was only 1/10 of his power. Despite this, the other 2 opponents proved to be more cunning and now attacked Lin Shu. The young man immediately reacted to this sudden danger and turned to face the schemers. With a single precise and incredibly powerful strike, our hero easily sent these weaklings flying far to the side, forcing them to fall to the ground. This didn't stop the scoundrel, so the spear was already approaching Lin Shu's back. Suddenly, the young man leaped into the air so that his opponent's weapon sliced through the air. In turn, the protagonist was already fully prepared to deliver his crushing blow to the insolent bandit. At the very last moment, the cunning opponent managed to stop Lin Shu's powerful attack. The only problem was that the young man's weapon was too heavy, making it too difficult to withstand. Looking closely, the bandit only now realized what kind of spear the protagonist was holding. Finally, he realized that he was actually facing the legendary Black Ray. Lin Shu was surprised because this was the first time he had met someone who could recognize his blade. The bandit believed he was simply lucky to have encountered a weapon of this caliber and planned to take the Black Ray for himself after the young man's death. He had been talking too much, so he didn't even have time to react to our hero's sudden strike. The protagonist saw that his opponent was interested in his weapon and joked that he was ready to give it to him. Then Lin Shu threw his long spear with all his might straight at the bandit. The opponent tried to catch the weapon with his bare hands, but suddenly felt its full weight. He had to struggle to hold on to the incredibly heavy Black Ray. The protagonist's eyes immediately lit up with excitement, because this idiot had fallen for his trick. Lin Shu didn't hesitate and used Chain Strike, causing the bandit to drop all his weapons. He decided to deliver a fatal blow to finally teach a lesson to the fool, who was never worthy of wielding the black beam in the first place. Then our hero moved on to the next bandit, who also tried to attack him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battle, the gang leader had already sustained serious injuries from Luo Yue. Then another opponent tried to use 1,000 piercings against her. All the while, the girl dodged all these attacks with frightening composure. The thug hadn't expected to encounter such a nimble and dangerous beauty in his path. Luo Yue used boundless falling petals, which ultimately sliced the opponent in half. At that very moment, the protagonist warned his partner that there was already a thug behind her. Lin Shu was thoroughly displeased that the young lady wasn't taking care of herself at all, because it would be a disaster if scratches were to mar such a beautiful face. The girl remarked irritably that he'd better watch his own back, because the bandits had surrounded him as well. Suddenly, one of the bandits managed to strike our hero and tear his clothes. The young man noticed that this trio was acting with remarkable coordination. Moreover, they were perfectly combining the advantages of short and long weapons. Finally, the enemies declared that the time had finally come for this insolent lad. The scoundrel used Meteor Strike against our hero and ordered him to go to hell to report his arrival to everyone there. In fact, Lin Shu hadn't expected such a powerful technique to be used against him. The protagonist looked around and saw that he was already surrounded on all sides, so he had no choice left. The young man realized he would have to resort to a last resort and activate Rage Explosion. He used his strongest skill and released a massive amount of source energy. Suddenly, the thug stopped, sensing that the young man's power had suddenly intensified. In turn, the protagonist had already lunged forward to quickly deal with all his enemies. Lin Shu used an enhanced pear-colored barrage, unleashing a whole series of strikes. His opponent didn't even have time to react to this rapid attack, so he simply watched as the spears flew straight at him. In this way, the protagonist easily destroyed the third-rank warrior, earning 300,000 experience points. The other bandits also couldn't understand why this guy had suddenly gotten stronger and were already preparing to use their most powerful skills. They had no choice now either, so they had to do their best to stand up to Lin Shu. The first opponent swung his blades and unleashed Red Lotus Fury. The protagonist took notice when he saw that the bandit also possessed a fire attribute ability. In response, Lin Shu instantly unleashed the incinerating flames of the Phoenix's majesty upon the bandit. The Firebird was so enormous that the opponent simply couldn't withstand such power. In the end, the protagonist finally destroyed this dangerous enemy as well, reducing him to ashes in a blaze of fire. The last thug had no intention of giving up, so he was already preparing to unleash his most powerful move. It was the mountain-shattering slash, which was meant to finish off Lin Shu. Our hero rushed toward the enemy's attack, also intending to kill him. The gangster didn't expect the guy to dodge his attack so easily, so he wasn't defending himself at all. Thus, Lin Shu pierced right through the last opponent in his path and ended the fight. With a slight smirk on his face, the protagonist announced that the job was finally done. Meanwhile, Luo Yue was still fighting the gang leader and hadn't had much success yet. The man laughed at the fact that the beauty was still holding her own and told her not to get her hopes up, because very soon she would be left without a partner. He was confident that his men would easily handle the weakling, but at that very moment, Lin Shu had already attacked him. The thug managed to jump out of the way, so the protagonist crashed into the ground. Lin Shu asked if the old man was really waiting for his comrades and advised him to open his eyes. Now the gang leader realized that all his partners were dead, and he became furious with this trio of scum. Rage flared up inside the man, so he was ready to do anything to destroy our heroes. He poured all his strength into sending Luo Yue and Lin Shu straight to hell. The warrior leaped high into the air and was about to unleash his devastating thunderous charge, bringing all his accumulated power down on the boys. The main character declared that he had saved something special just for the old man. A second later, their sharp blades clashed, and a deafening clang of metal echoed throughout the area. Lin Shu's strength proved far greater, so she was able to strike her opponent's weapon and shatter it from within. Next, our hero unleashed a strike of accumulated power and finished off the last thug. After dealing with the entire gang, the protagonist gathered all his belongings and returned to his rival. Together, they sat down on the ground to catch their breath a little after such a battle. Lin Shu handed the girl a bottle of medicine and asked his partner to drink it. The girl accepted his help without hesitation, as she now realized that the protagonist's rate of power growth had been quite rapid. The young man was very pleased with the praise and began to talk about his exceptional talent. Suddenly, his partner stood up and walked away, so Lin Shu asked in confusion where she was going. Luo Yue explained that she was going to Shengyu, so the protagonist immediately asked her to let him accompany her. The young man suggested she wait a little while so he could go with her after regaining his physical strength. The girl completely ignored our hero, even though he asked her not to leave so quickly. Very soon, they finally emerged from the desert, and Lin Shu was delighted to see something resembling a normal forest. Besides, the young man already sensed that Shengyu University was just a short distance away. At that moment, someone behind them said that they wouldn't just get into the university that easily. It turned out this wasn't directed at our heroes, but at Zhang Yin's group, who was outraged by such a statement. Kong Hyodian had heard that applicants to Shengyu still had to take a test, and he was doing this to ensure the group's success. He emphasized that eliminating competitors in advance was a perfectly reasonable move, which is why Zhang Yin was outraged. The girl couldn't believe he was planning to kill them just for that, but the schemer pretended that everyone here was on their side, so he hoped their team would turn around and head back. All the warriors were outraged by such audacity because there were too many dangers on the path of death, and this was tantamount to murder. Li Yue, who had been watching their conflict from the sidelines, asked her companion if he knew these people. Finally, the protagonist decided to intervene in their quarrel and greet the group. Zhang Yin was delighted when she saw Lin Shu's brother there, whom they had just recently missed. The young man turned to Kong Hyoshin and asked if he would make them turn around and leave. In turn, our hero's friends were surprised to learn that he was indeed a college applicant, since the difference between them was simply enormous. For his part, the warrior who had been chasing everyone away noted that Lin Shu was quite tactful and had such a rather attractive beauty by his side. He declared that he would let our heroes pass only if Luo Yue became his girlfriend. The girl didn't appreciate such rhetoric at all, so she immediately drew her sword. Kong Haoyan still hoped that the beauty would accept his proposal. The warrior delivered a precise warning strike, grazing only the very tips of this scoundrel's fingernails. The guy was terrified when he saw that his finger had nearly been severed, and his friend warned him that she was a fourth-rank warrior. Kun Haoyan didn't think it was a problem, since the girl was wounded and you simply couldn't let a hot beauty like that slip away. Then the main character turned to him, intending to solve this problem a little differently. Lin Shu decided to ask if these guys knew anything about the Black Tiger faction. Kong Haoyan explained that the organization had about 100 members, with fewer than 10 third-rank warriors, and asked if the young man had any connection to them. The protagonist admitted that they did indeed have some connection, since these people had gone against their team, and now they no longer existed. The guys were shocked because they had managed to wipe out over 100 people, and on top of that, at least 5 of them were at the peak of the third rank. The warriors began to seriously fear that they really shouldn't provoke these brutal thugs. Kun Haoyan didn't particularly trust Lin Shu's words, since they were just words. The protagonist smirked at this reaction and suggested he check for himself. The young man appreciated Lin Shu's confidence and noted that he was no pushover. In the end, he reached for his weapon after all, to test our hero's strength in battle. Kun Haoyan pointed his blade at the brave man and declared that he didn't mind testing his capabilities. The young man didn't even bother to draw his spear, as he intended to deal with his opponent in hand-to-hand combat. He effortlessly dodged the warrior's lunge and unleashed a shattering fist. In this way, the protagonist managed to strike his opponent squarely in the shoulder, causing him to let out a muffled cry. At that very moment, Kun Haoyan's comrades intervened in their fight, unable to simply stand by and watch Lin Shu's audacity. The young man himself also shouted for everyone to attack the scoundrel who dared to go against them. A moment later, the blade of Luo Yue's sword was once again mere millimeters from Kun Haoyan's body, causing him to stop abruptly. The warrior warned that if he tried to move, he would be the one to die. Another warrior immediately tried to stop her and shouted for the girl to let their partner go at once. In turn, the protagonist declared that he was giving these guys just 3 seconds. With a smirk on his face, Lin Shu asked if they were going to leave or stay here. Zhang Yin and Lei Lei were also ready for a fight, so they had already reached for their weapons. Qin Feng and Zhang Li radiated confidence and were ready to battle such insolent fools who had so shamelessly blocked their path. For a while, the opponents simply remained silent, pondering how to respond to our hero's proposal. In the end, Kong Haoyan resigned himself to the fact that they couldn't win, so he replied that they were already leaving. Before leaving, he shot our heroes another resentful glance, but said nothing. Zhang Yin immediately ran up to Lin Shu to sincerely thank him for saving her, and explained that this Kun Haoyan had come from another academy in their city and possessed great strength, but his reckless nature caused trouble. She also addressed the young man's partner, unsure how to address her, since she hadn't yet had a chance to get to know this warrior. The girl didn't respond to the thanks directed at her, and the protagonist asked his friend not to worry about it since they weren't strangers. Then Lin Shu asked Luo Yue if they would reach the end of the path of death if they continued moving forward. Zhang Yin was a little embarrassed, but she still asked if her squad could join their group. The protagonist couldn't refuse his friend, and he also believed they could watch each other's backs. They stopped to rest for a bit and noticed several similar groups nearby. The young man guessed that those people were also heading to Shengyu and noted that there were quite a few of them. Lin Shu decided to ask his teammates if they knew the approximate number of people who entered the university each year. Zhang Yin didn't know anything about it either, but 5 candidates had been selected from their academy, including Peng Yu, and another 5 from the academy where Kong Haoyan studied. The guy was surprised to hear that there were as many as 10 people from their city, and now he thought that Starlight was a fairly small city, since he was the only one from there. For her part, the girl believed that numbers didn't matter, because, for example, there were 5 of them, but in terms of strength, they were far from Lin Shu's level. She had also heard that this year, a person from Heavenly City had been admitted to the university who had reached the 5th rank at the age of 18, and, as it turned out, Luo Yue had studied with him at the same academy. All her companions were shocked by this information, as they hadn't expected their new acquaintance to be from Tiankun. After that, all the applicants headed to the end of the path of death and stopped at the cliff's edge. The protagonist was growing increasingly surprised, as he could now see that the number of applicants had surpassed 1,000. Jong-in still couldn't figure out where the entrance to Shungyu was, so the young man assumed it was some kind of teleportation mechanism. At that very moment, he noticed something and realized his guess was wrong. A huge ship flew up to the cliff, ready to take all the prospective students on board. The airship hovered at the right height, and a staircase appeared from it. Then Sima Cheng appeared, introducing himself as the instructor for the first-year students and explaining that he had been tasked with escorting them all to the university. However, first he had to inform them that the reason they had all gone through the path of death was to weed out the weak. The warriors were outraged by this news, since they had risked their lives and shed blood because of their damn lies. They also remembered their friends who had died there, but Sima Cheng replied sternly that Shungyu did not accept rejects. One of the applicants finally snapped and suggested that they all kill this scoundrel for the deaths of their brothers. Watching this conflict unfold, the protagonist felt completely calm and considered them all nothing more than a bunch of idiots. The guy who couldn't come to terms with the loss of his friends shouted that Sima Cheng could say goodbye to his life. At that very moment, several rapid bullets pierced his body, catching him off guard. These wounds proved fatal, so the young man finally lost his strength and slowly collapsed to his knees. Everyone present was truly shocked when they saw that their comrade was dead. Behind Sima Cheng stood a whole squad of armed soldiers, so no one could approach him. Then he signaled to his subordinates to begin their task. Without warning, the soldiers began shooting the students who had dared to defy their teacher. They were all completely defenseless in the face of this imminent threat. Sima Cheng himself emphasized that this was the fate awaiting anyone who disregarded the rules. Now he asked those gathered to produce their admission notices. The students no longer objected to his orders and produced the relevant documents. Next, they had to peel off the layer on the back of the invitation. After that, Sima Cheng asked everyone to attach it to their bodies. Having demonstrated on himself all the steps that needed to be taken, the teacher announced that it was now time for the final test. The protagonist began to suspect what their final task would entail. With madness in his eyes, Sima Cheng declared that only those who presented 3 notices would have the right to board the ship. This was exactly what Lin Shu had been thinking, but he was still surprised by such strict requirements. Finally, their supervisor announced that the trial was beginning right now. With an anticipatory smirk on his face, Sima Cheng wished everyone good luck and was already looking forward to some exciting battles. One of the warriors immediately approached Luo Yui and demanded she hand over her notice. The girl gave him a cold stare and advised the guy not to overestimate himself. Then he tried to touch the beauty's face and still coaxed the document out of her. In the end, Luo Yui couldn't take it anymore and defeated several opponents at once with a single strike. In this way, she managed to keep her own notice and collect a couple more for herself. All the warriors around were truly shocked that a girl who seemed so fragile at first glance possessed such overwhelming strength. Meanwhile, Luo Yui handed the collected notices to the main character, but he refused her help. Then the girl decided to help Lei Lei, who hadn't expected such sudden help from a girl she'd known for only a few hours. Her partner's eyes immediately lit up with sincere gratitude, since now she wouldn't have to take any more risks. At that very moment, the defenseless Zhang Yin was already attacked, and her invitation was forcibly taken from her. Lei Lei immediately rushed to her aid and explained that Sister Luo Yue had given her so many invitations that there were enough for 3 people. Her partner was too stubborn, so she replied that she didn't need them and asked the girl to share them with Qinfeng and Zhang Li. Then Kong Heochin approached them, having already noticed that our heroes had many notices. He didn't stand on ceremony and also tried to forcibly take them from Lei Lei and then kill his rivals. Zhang Yin immediately stepped forward and blocked the blow with her weapon. The 2 warriors had already approached Sima Chen, who praised them for their impressive speed and asked them to present 3 notices. The prospective students didn't hesitate and handed over the required documents. It turned out that the second warrior to successfully pass the test was Zhao Qixin, a friend of Luo Yue. The girl didn't react at all when he tried to strike up a conversation with her. She simply walked on ahead. The young man wasn't particularly offended by her reaction and merely smiled calmly. He noted that Luo Yue remained as taciturn as ever and said goodbye to her, telling her he'd see her in Shungyu. Sima Cheng informed her that she could also board the ship, but she wasn't in a hurry because she wanted to wait for her friend. Meanwhile, Kun Haotian was still trying to defeat Lei Lei, who had so far successfully dodged his attacks. Zhengli saw that his partner was in great danger, so he was very worried about her and frantically searched for a way to come to her aid as soon as possible. At that moment, Lin Shu came to the rescue, using the Phoenix's majesty just in time. Kong Hyodian had to work quite hard to avoid the protagonist's swift strike. Suddenly, something darted through the ranks of warriors, snatching the notices pinned to their chests. Our hero merely had to use a movement technique called silent stride to deftly deal with his opponents without even spilling a drop of blood. After that, he returned to his team and noted that, given what Luo Yue had obtained, there should now be enough rewards for all his friends. Kong Hyodian was furious that some scoundrel had decided to show off in front of the girls like that, and he wanted to take revenge for such humiliation. The protagonist merely noted that he hadn't liked these guys since yesterday. One of the men had already rushed forward and was about to finish off Lin Shu with the god sickle. The young man responded with a pear-colored gale and quickly destroyed the warrior, who had been far too overconfident. Kun Hyoshin was genuinely frightened when he saw that our hero had managed to finish off his partner with just a single attack. The other warrior asked his senior to let him handle this task and lunged at Lin Shu, using forced advance. The protagonist merely laughed at the fact that he was wielding a spear despite having such laughable strength. Then the guy drew his weapon and invited his opponent to assess his skill. The warrior grew even angrier at Lin Shu's overconfidence and believed he could fight him on equal terms. Such audacity was the young man's undoing, as the protagonist easily finished him off with a single blow. Kun Haoshin immediately ordered all his companions to prepare to attack the young man together. At that moment, the three of them used their strongest skills, trying to strike Lin Shu. Our hero believed that the number of opponents wouldn't change the outcome of their battle anyway. With a single sweep, the young man activated Verdict and turned all their skills against them. Kun Hyodian hadn't expected Lin Shu to possess such abilities, so he didn't have time to react to his attack. Before the final blow, the protagonist advised his opponent to be more careful in his next life. The guy was terrified when he looked death in the eye and begged him to stop. Lin Shu used the accumulated power strike and finished off the gang leader. The others were shocked when they saw that the protagonist had killed 5 of them in one fell swoop, and they realized it was best not to mess with such a ferocious man. His friends immediately ran up to the young man to thank him for his help, and he replied that it was all just a small matter to him. At that moment, Lin Shu himself noticed an interesting detail. He saw that Luo Yue had been standing by the airship the whole time, waiting for him. The girl merely snorted indifferently and finally went inside, while Lin Shu thought she was just an extreme tsundere. Eventually, all the students took their seats, and Sima Cheng announced that they had now officially been admitted to Shengyu University. He happily declared that from this moment on, they were all fellow students, so they must adhere to the main rule: do not kill other students. Our heroes remembered all too well that just a short while ago, they'd been forced to go for each other's throats, and now the teacher was acting like such a nice guy. Their advisor informed them that the journey to the sacred realm would take about 3 hours, so the students would have some time on board to catch their breath. Lin Shu was surprised that there wasn't a single porthole on the ship, and suspected that they didn't want them to know the exact location of the university. Luo Yue explained that while the 4 universities of the South and North were considered the most prestigious in the country by the general public, in reality, it was the mysterious Shengyu University that truly deserved the title of the highest. In terms of faculty qualifications and strength, research capabilities, and the caliber of its warriors, it stands at the pinnacle and is in no way inferior to the strongest universities abroad. The protagonist understood this perfectly well upon seeing how applicants were treated, because those considered geniuses at ordinary educational institutions wouldn't even be fit to be trash here. In a single sweep, they had weeded out the lion's share of the arrivals, and now Lin Shu didn't even know if those whose consciousnesses had been taken away would return safely. Meanwhile, their airship was already approaching a majestic building hidden somewhere among the mountains. There was a large landing pad here, where the ship could land without any trouble. Finally, Sima Cheng announced loudly that they had arrived at their destination. They all disembarked, and the teacher welcomed the new students to Shengyu University. At that moment, a huge bird appeared before them, its shadow blocking out the sun. The students immediately recognized it as a 9th-rank fire Xuanyao. The teacher explained that they had no reason to worry, as this evolved beast was a friend of Shengyu. Lin Shu had heard that Xuanyao was one of the 12 most dangerous evolved beasts living on Earth, but he hadn't expected her to be right here. Now, first and foremost, the university needed to collect data on the new arrivals. They were greeted by another of Sheng Yu's staff members, who asked everyone to line up and go through the scan one by one. The students obeyed and began approaching the designated spot so the machine could scan them. Each was given a university card with a number on it. The old man explained that this was their university ID and at the same time a points card, since the alliance currency wasn't used on Sheng Yu's territory, and they would be credited with 500 points every month. Only then did one of the students point out that they had been referred to as students from the southern regions and asked if newcomers from other places would be arriving here. The teacher explained that in addition to them, there were 641 applicants from the northern regions, whose trials had begun a little earlier. Very soon, the protagonist also went through the scan and received his card. Then he decided to ask Luo Wei what the number on the card meant. They compared their cards, and the girl explained that it was the group number. The protagonist guessed that because of the camouflage's effect, the system had placed him in the 10th group, and given Luo Yue's strength, she had been placed in the first group. Meanwhile, Sima Cheng asked everyone who had already received their cards to come to him, as the research supervisors who would lead their groups were due to arrive any minute. Zhang Yin had already approached our hero to ask which group he had been assigned to. Lin Shu replied with a displeased expression that he was in the 10th group. Everyone was overjoyed when they saw that their friend had also ended up in their group. Luo Yue watched all this with displeasure, as it seemed she also wanted to be in the same class as the main character. Meanwhile, Sima Cheng announced that the research supervisors had already arrived. The instructors displayed the group numbers using holograms so the students could quickly get their bearings. Now the students had to follow a specific research supervisor, according to the number on their card. With a note of regret in his voice, Lin Shu told Luo Yue that this was where they would part ways, but the girl calmly pointed out that the university wasn't very big. The protagonist tried to figure out his girlfriend's behavior. She was clearly hinting at something when she mentioned the small size of their school. Zhang Yin urged the young man to hurry up and join them to find their supervisor. Lin Shu said his final goodbyes to his partner and set off with his classmates. Very soon, he ran into the teacher of the 10th group, who turned out to be Nian Zhengjun, whose characteristics and combat prowess the protagonist could not perceive. The young man now understood that this man was very powerful, since the eye of analysis could not determine his strength. After that, the students were led to a building that was entirely reserved for their 10th group. The leader explained that to claim a seat, one simply needed to insert their card into the device on the desk. In addition, the daily schedule, aside from theoretical basics, also included combat drills, practice with combat robots, and special warrior training. Nian Zhengjun also announced that today they would need to elect a person to serve as the group leader. Lin Shu immediately inquired about all the perks of the position, and the teacher explained that the leader would be able to train at any convenient time and receive an additional 500 points, but would also take on serious responsibilities. All the students immediately became interested in these perks, so they weren't opposed to trying to take the position. To begin with, the leader asked all the students to take their seats. He already suspected that the group wasn't unanimous in choosing a candidate, so a vote would decide everything. Then a hologram appeared right on the desk with a complete list of all the students. The protagonist kept thinking that he simply had to get all these perks for himself and was already about to vote for himself. The others also began voting for themselves because no one was going to give such an advantage to someone else. In the end, Lin Shu emerged as the winner, securing 5 votes and becoming the class representative of Group 10. The others were dissatisfied with this outcome because they fully understood that this clique knew each other well, and it seemed unfair. Nian Zhengjun asked what they thought would be the fair thing to do in this situation. One of the students suggested that a fight could settle everything, since the group leader should be the strongest among them. The teacher agreed with him, but also warned that time was running out and they definitely wouldn't be able to hold a fight. So he suggested using a device to determine the winner. The man explained that the one with the highest punch power would win. The guy replied that this suited him just fine, so he asked teacher Nanya to let him go first. He clenched his fist tightly so that all the students around him would finally witness his true power. The next moment, the student lunged forward and his strength was indeed considerable. All the students admired their classmate, believing they could never achieve such a feat, but Lin Shu remained completely calm. Nian Zhengjun also smiled, as this result was quite good. Li Ping also mocked the fact that our hero wasn't yet mature enough to be the class representative, but he wasn't afraid at all. The young man also asked if he would have to reimburse the cost of the equipment if it got damaged, And the instructor replied that he could hit with all his might, as there wouldn't be any problems with that. The other students couldn't hold back their laughter at Lin Shu's confidence and his attempt to look cool. For his part, the protagonist paid no attention to their laughter and prepared to demonstrate his strike. The young man combined the swift and shattering fist techniques to maximize the power of his attack. His fear of breaking the equipment turned out to be justified, as the device was simply torn to pieces by Lin Shu's strike. Nian Zhengjun hadn't expected such a turn of events at all, so he silently watched the device shatter. Li Ping, seeing this turn of events, couldn't believe that our hero was just an ordinary person. The teacher also guessed that this sly fellow had secretly resorted to combat skills, but even so, he knew full well that this equipment wasn't that easy to break. Zhang Yin was delighted by her friend's success and noted that she had never doubted he would be number one. In the end, the director announced that the duties of the 10th group's leader would be entrusted to Lin Shu. The man also added that by scanning the card with their phones, the students would be able to access the university's website, where they could find brief information about their school. That concluded their meeting, but Zhang Yin still wanted to ask where their dormitory was located. The director explained that Shengyu University does not provide housing, so students need to find their own and pay the rent with points. He advised everyone to go to the registration office, where they could find a suitable option and pay the rent. The students saw that a standard apartment was 50 square meters in size, with a monthly rent of 50 points. In turn, the rent for a cottage in the Bamboo Grove was 500 points, but it also had a gym with all kinds of equipment. Lei realized that, in terms of housing, there simply wasn't a better option, so she had already set her sights on this decent little place. Our hero immediately reassured her, because with such expenses, she wouldn't have enough points left for even basic food. For this reason, Lin Shu believed that only a fool would spend a full 500 points on some fancy accommodation. At that moment, someone hit the young man who was spouting such words hard on the head. It was Luo Yue who immediately took those words personally. The protagonist couldn't believe that his girlfriend was actually going to pay such a price for a cottage. Then the girl asked if the guy had chosen a place for himself and asked him to hand over his card. Lin Shu didn't resist, but he still wanted to know why she had taken his card. Then Luo Yue finally explained that the cottage she had rented had 2 floors, so they could each chip in 250 points to live together. Our hero asked, bewildered, if that meant they would be roommates with his girlfriend. The girl didn't like that phrasing, so she promised to kill Lin Shu if he said a single word. After that, the two headed to the cottage they were now renting together. Lin Shu immediately admitted that this house was on a completely different level, and his points hadn't been wasted. For now, the guy decided to check out the university's website, where he found a map, a store, a ranking system, and a list of tasks. He could become a sparring partner for 150 points, clean the women's restrooms, participate in the Glory of the Dead event, or help inflate positive ratings. The protagonist didn't appreciate this list of completely silly tasks at all. Then he noticed there was also an exchange counter where Lin Shu could trade his items for points. The young man was already looking forward to his huge reward because he had managed to get his hands on all sorts of things on his way here. He didn't waste any precious time and immediately headed to the local exchange point. The place was quite crowded, and all the visitors were enthusiastically discussing their successes with one another. At that very moment, they noticed the protagonist and lowered their voices slightly as they discussed the newcomer. The news was spreading rapidly among the students, so they watched Lin Shu closely. The upperclassmen thought he looked foolish, so they no longer had high hopes for this year's freshman. The protagonist paid no attention to all this chatter and approached the staff member, who was surprised that the young man hadn't received his uniform yet, but had already acquired some items. He was also warned that purchases could only be made with points, but Lin Shu was already well aware of all these conditions. The old man's eyes lit up when he saw that they had brought him a royal leech hide, a rare, evolved 4th-rank beast to trade, for which he offered 10,000 points. The disciples couldn't figure out where the protagonist had gotten such resources, and some began to suspect that he had obtained it on the path of death. The young man himself agreed to this price and presented the next item. The old man immediately recognized the salt crystal, which was an incredibly rare item, so he agreed to pay 100,000 for it. No one could understand where such a novice had gotten the luck to acquire a mineral of that size and saturation level. But our hero's haul didn't stop there, and he presented something else. The center's employee couldn't believe that what lay before him was truly the flesh of a 6th-rank beast. The students were also shocked when they heard that Lin Shu had actually killed a 6th-rank mutant. They began to think the guy must come from some prominent family, but Lin Shu didn't look like that sort of person. The old man explained that the flesh of the Kui beast was extremely expensive, so he had paid $500,000 for it, bringing the total to 610 points. The protagonist thanked him for the exchange and asked if they accepted combat skill cards. The employee explained that the university produced cards, as well as weapons and equipment, in large quantities itself, so they didn't accept any of those items. Lin Shu was not pleased with this news because he had recently used 4 spins accumulated by the system and as a result had drawn a diamond-grade blade technique combat card. Then the young man said he wanted to purchase a 6th rank anomalous crystal, for which 80,000 was deducted from his card. Despite such a successful transaction, the protagonist still left the center dissatisfied. It turns out he had suspected from the very beginning that he was being followed, and he himself suggested to the robbers that they step outside, since they had just entered a deserted area. They were students who had already noticed that he had been selling a lot of points at the exchange center. The guy hinted that he urgently needed 10,000 points and seemed to hope that our hero wouldn't refuse to lend them to him. Lin Shu asked how he planned to do that if there were no card readers nearby. The upperclassmen immediately thought that all freshmen were that clueless, since these cards already had a built-in transfer function. The protagonist was surprised by this news and praised technology for such capabilities. In that case, the guy decided to turn the tables and suggested that the students transfer their points to him. Nakajima Daisho admitted that this kid was too cool for his own good and explained that they were actually planning to rob our hero. Lin Shu was clearly not afraid of some students at all because he knew he could handle someone like Nakajima. Such audacity infuriated the bully, so he was going to teach the young man a lesson. The high schooler simply couldn't contain his rage because the newcomer wasn't afraid of his threats at all. The protagonist didn't lose his composure and immediately used Silent Step to quickly dodge the attack. In an instant, he vanished right from under Nakajima Daisuke's nose, whose fist sliced through the air and missed its target. Meanwhile, the other students sensed they were under attack but couldn't catch the lightning-fast Lin Shu. After that, the young man appeared near the bewildered bullies, who now looked at him with frightened eyes. Nakajima Daisho immediately recognized the movement technique our hero had used. With a smirk on his face, the boy asked how his senpai would rate his Kohai's skills. Lin Shu didn't stop there and also demonstrated the chain of strikes. He also used the flaming palm, enhancing his hand-to-hand combat with fire. The high school senior couldn't let them defeat them so easily, so he also activated a skill called the Great Serpent's Fist. For the first time, the young man was surprised while fighting such ordinary opponents, as Nakajima Daisho used a rather powerful ability. In the end, Lin Shu was still unable to withstand this blow, which landed squarely on his face. The bully reminded him that he had wanted to treat the newcomer kindly, but now the latter had provoked him and brought trouble upon himself. The protagonist emphasized that his opponent was simply lucky they were in Shangyue, since here he couldn't break the rules and use his skills to their full extent. Nakajima Daisho asked what would have happened if they had been outside the university walls, and the young man, activating his shattering fist, replied that they would all have long since become his experience points. The high school senior didn't mind trading blows with a puny freshman and was already about to break his arm. A second later, their fists collided with tremendous force, and the powerful impact generated a shockwave that made the ground tremble beneath their feet. Suddenly, Nakajima Daisho felt as if his arm were being twisted from the inside. His teammates were horrified when they saw that their friend had a comminuted fracture, while the boy himself screamed in pain and begged to be taken to the hospital. Meanwhile, our hero asked who had given them permission to leave as if nothing had happened. Nakajima Daisho hadn't expected the kid to be such a cruel person. With a smile on his face, the young man suggested that each thug give him 10,000, and then the matter would be settled. The guys thought that was simply impossible, since earning that much money would require completing an unimaginable number of tasks. Lin Shu had no intention of listening to all these excuses and promised to break all their arms and legs if they didn't pay up. The high schoolers immediately calmed down and promised to transfer 10,000 each, since they didn't want to get beaten up. Our hero saw that it had finally sunk in and asked how to make the transfer. Nakajima Daisho, with tears in his eyes, explained that he needed to press the button on the side of the card, and then a display would appear on the front. After that, he asked what Lin Shu's ID was, and Lin Shu recited it from memory. With a look of dissatisfaction on his face, the bully announced that he had fulfilled all of the protagonist's conditions. Now the young man was simply beaming with happiness as he had successfully received 30,000 in his account. He thanked the students for their points and calmly said goodbye to them, hoping to see them again soon. The beaten-up Nakajima Daisho had no intention of letting this slide, so he promised that our hero wouldn't get away with this fight. His teammates noted that Lin Shu looked completely weak, but somehow drew on such immense strength, so they began to suspect that the guy had deliberately pretended to be an easy target. The guy was so offended that he was going to spend 5,000 to have the third-year seniors break every bone in our hero's body. Meanwhile, the main character had already returned home and invited Luo Yue to have dinner together. At that moment, the girl was in the middle of her workout, so she didn't respond to his offer right away. After finishing her exercise, she mentioned that they could order delivery using the monitor in the living room. Lin Shu suggested that his roommate take a shower for now, while he would order everything and pay for the entire bill. The girl finished up in the bathroom fairly quickly and was surprised that the food arrived so fast. Before her stood a whole table of varied dishes, which looked quite appetizing and enticed her with their delicate aroma. The protagonist invited his girlfriend to join him and complained about his diet of protein bars and bland fried meat from evolved beasts. Lawyer immediately noted that there was enough food here for at least 100 points and asked where he'd gotten so many points. Lin Shu hinted that she could kiss him on the cheek and then he would tell her his secret. The girl, pressing a blade to our hero's neck, asked if he dared to repeat his conditions again, and he tried to explain that it was just a bad joke. She got even angrier when she heard the guy call her Big Sister. Lin Shu dropped to his knees and suggested that he would call his girlfriend Zhao Weiyue, since they were roommates now after all. The girl kicked our hero with all her might, telling him to get out of there. In the end, Luo Yu suggested that the young man train so he could show just how strong he had become. Lin Shu pointed out that she had already showered after her previous exercises and couldn't understand why she wanted to train again. He began to fear that his girlfriend, following the example of a certain petty mentor, had decided to use training as an excuse to give him a beating. Luoya noticed that the guy had dared to let his guard down during the fight, which made her even angrier. In the end, she lunged at the protagonist without warning. After the very first blow, Lin Shu couldn't hold on, and the first blood was spilled, as he was already exhausted from the recent battle. The girl was surprised, as she hadn't expected to be able to hit her sparring partner so easily. She guessed that the young man was injured, so she asked when he had managed to get hurt. The protagonist explained that earlier that evening, he had visited the exchange center to trade materials from evolved beasts for a substantial number of points, but a second-year student had noticed him and started a fight. Lo Yuan noted that the young man certainly shouldn't be showing off after getting injured, and handed him some medicine to heal the wound and restore his blood vessels. Lin Shu couldn't understand why she'd go to the trouble of getting medicine for just a scratch if he wasn't actually sick. The girl pointed meaningfully at her own head and hinted that our brave hero was sick right there. In turn, the guy noticed how worried she'd become upon seeing him injured and began to suspect that his friend really did like him. Then Lin Shu decided to work on the stone he'd bought at the exchange center and immediately felt that as it absorbed his energy, his experience points were skyrocketing. However, the 6th rank anomalous crystal contained a colossal amount of energy that his body could barely handle, so it felt as if his body were being torn to shreds. A warrior's body is a vessel, and only by strengthening it can one contain a greater amount of source energy within it, thereby steadily increasing one's power. Suddenly, the young man was distracted from his training because he saw some strange movements in front of him. It turned out that the protagonist had noticed his roommate had been drawn away somewhere at such a late hour. Lin Shu immediately began to think that she had gone on some secret date, but decided not to let his imagination run wild, and instead focused intently on honing his skills. At the same time, Nakajima Daisho was already complaining to his other friends about our hero, and hoped that Kaido-senpai would agree to help with this matter after all. This upperclassman demanded 10,000 points for his work and had just arrived for a meeting with this guy. Kaido Arama laughed at the fact that the young man had been given such a scolding by a freshman, but he wasn't at all opposed to helping for that amount. As soon as this powerful warrior entered the room, he immediately felt a strong blow from behind. The attack was so powerful that even such a giant simply fell to the ground. The upperclassman turned around in annoyance to see who dared to kick him. It turned out to be Luo Yue, who introduced herself to them as yet another freshman. The warrior became incredibly angry when he heard that yet another freshman had gotten in their way. In reality, he didn't care what year she was in. He was going to teach her a lesson anyway. She considered this giant to be nothing but a talentless fool and struck back. The cold beauty acted quite harshly, so she pressed the blade of her sword against his neck and emphasized that he must not move. She promised to kill Kaido if he dared to break her rules. Nakajima Daisho immediately intervened in the conflict, reminding them that murder was forbidden on Shungyu's territory. The girl asked him if he wanted to test her courage by breaking that prohibition. At that moment, the giant finally recognized her and remembered that she was Luo Yue, this year's talented newcomer. The guy panicked immensely when he realized who they had run into. For his part, Nakajima Daisho became agitated for some reason when he heard the name of their unexpected guest. It turned out the guy knew she was from the Luo clan, which was based in Heavenly City. Arima Kaido also stopped in his tracks when he heard that such a respected person was standing before them. Meanwhile, the high school senior had already dropped to his knees, trying to somehow salvage the situation. He realized that a murder within the university walls would indeed go unpunished for Lo Yue if this turned out to be true. With a trembling voice, he apologized to Lady Lo, explaining that he simply hadn't understood who he was dealing with and had gone against her friend, and begged her to show mercy and spare them all. Nakajima Daisho promised never to stand in our hero's way again, so the girl began to reconsider her decision. In the end, she accepted his apology and simply turned away in silence to leave. The giant also collapsed to the floor in shock, for just moments ago his life had been hanging by a thread. He was trying to catch his breath, as he had been thoroughly frightened by the atmosphere that Luo Yue's presence had created. Then Arima Kaido started yelling at the upperclassmen who had dared to block such a person's path, while the young man tried to explain himself. Since he truly hadn't known about the newcomer's connections, they had simply intended to give him a little push. Morning came very soon, and Lin Shu, having slept soundly, had no idea where his roommate was. The young man got up quite early, put on his new uniform, and was now trying to find Luo Yue. When he went into the kitchen, he saw only a plate with breakfast, but his girlfriend was nowhere to be found. In fact, the protagonist hadn't expected the girl to even make him breakfast, and now he realized that while she might seem as cold as an iceberg, she was actually quite caring. After breakfast, the guy immediately headed off to class, and a group of friends was already waiting for him near the house. The guys immediately wanted to know how their class president's first night with his new neighbor had gone, but he told them to back off. They then headed to their dorm and soon finished their lectures, moving on to self-study and training. The instructor emphasized that their university had an exceptionally relaxed academic atmosphere, so students could attend lectures at their own discretion, and their absence wouldn't affect their grades. In fact, the students hadn't expected things to be so simple, so they were delighted by the news. Nian Zhengjun added seriously that assessments at Shungyue are held monthly, and exams take place every 6 months. So if they receive low grades, students shouldn't blame their teacher for the subsequent harsh punishment. Everyone immediately calmed down, realizing that there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Meanwhile, the director informed them that the floor above housed training and weightlifting rooms, where they would find everything necessary for their daily workouts, and handed the access card to Lin Shu. He emphasized that the training room opened at 6 in the morning and closed at midnight every day, and asked Lin Shu not to forget to tidy up after using it. In addition, the instructor asked our hero for his card so he could transfer an additional 500 points to him. Afterward, the man inserted it into a special sensor in his desk to carry out the transaction. He was incredibly shocked when he saw that Lin Shu had over 600,000 points in his balance. Nan Zhengjun immediately decided to ask where the young man had already acquired such a huge number of points. The other students also became curious upon hearing that number and thought that teacher Nan must have made a mistake somewhere. They believed that such a thing was simply impossible, since just yesterday the protagonist had the same number of points as everyone else. Eventually, the envious students began accusing our hero of hacking the university's system to pad his score. The teacher ordered everyone to be quiet, since they were accusing the university of having such a weak system, and explained that these points had been earned by Lin Shu in exchange for materials from evolved beasts. It turned out the students simply didn't know there was an exchange center here, and now they were planning to go there as well. The protagonist, who had been silently watching this argument the whole time, thought they were all just a bunch of idiots. Nian Zhengjun gave credit to Lin Shu's skills, because it was amazing how much he had managed to acquire on the path of death. At that moment, he noticed some strange entries on the student's card and thought that he must have had friends among the sophomores. The young man immediately made up a story that yesterday he had met 3 acquaintances at the exchange center who were worried about his lack of credits for post-admission needs, so they decided to show their generosity. At that moment, all those upperclassmen started sneezing at the mere mention of their names and couldn't figure out what on earth was going on. Nian Zhengjun decided to believe the story, but still asked our hero to be more careful. Just then, the teacher announced that he had to go to a meeting and warned that there would be a gathering for the freshmen in a week, so the students needed to train properly. He promised to select the 5 strongest students to compete against the rest of the freshmen for the title of best. So everyone immediately got fired up with motivation to make sure Group 10 didn't lose face. After that, the whole class immediately headed to the training room to hone their skills. He grabbed a training spear and began swinging it vigorously in all directions. At that moment, a classmate approached him and asked if our hero would be interested in exchanging tips. Zhang Yin immediately took Lin Shu's side and asked what Li Ping was trying to achieve. The boy replied that he hadn't meant anything like that and had simply wanted to warm up with their class representative. In reality, he simply suspected that yesterday the protagonist had used some kind of trick to break the strength measuring device, since the young man's aura wasn't detectable at all. In the end, Lin Shu declared that he would pass, since his opponent was too weak and he didn't want to injure him. Those words still angered Li Ping, and he lunged at the senior without warning. The protagonist easily dodged his straight punch and watched his attempts with a smirk on his face. Lin Shu noted that his opponent's attacks were too slow, and now he was going to show him how to fight properly. He demonstrated his pear-colored squall technique with lightning speed, landing several strikes in a single second. In turn, Li Ping had to work hard to block all these attacks. In the end, he couldn't withstand the onslaught and was sent flying to the side by our hero's powerful strike. Then the beaten student's friends decided to intervene in the fight to help their comrade. Zhang Yin thought these guys had completely lost all sense of shame and suggested that her friends help brother Lin as well. Lin Shu immediately stopped his companions, as he believed he alone was more than enough for these weaklings. Li Ping was still convinced that the protagonist would bitterly regret his decision to go against him. Not even a second had passed after the students tried to attack the class monitor when they were sent flying to the side. The young man used verdict against his opponents, then unleashed a flurry of strikes. As a result of the protagonist's precise attacks, all the boys simply fell to the ground, unable to properly counter his strength. After the rout, Lin Shu slowly approached his defeated classmates and asked if that was enough, or if they wanted to continue this pointless argument and experience his crushing power once again. Only now did Li Ping come to his senses after such a blow and realize what had happened to them. He didn't say anything in reply. Instead, he stood up and looked intently into the protagonist's eyes. It turned out the boy had decided to accept his defeat and the fact that the class monitor had beaten him fair and square. Zhang Yin pretended that she had known all along that brother Lin could handle it on his own, even though just a moment ago she had been worried and wanted to help him. At that moment, the protagonist turned to the rest of the class to ask if anyone else was still dissatisfied. He reminded them that during their admission, a scan had revealed that their combat ability was the weakest, and asked directly if they all wanted to remain at that level. Lin Shu emphasized that everyone had to get serious about training if they didn't want to lose face at the freshman assembly, and suggested that everyone go to the gravity chamber. Zhang Yin, who was walking in front, immediately pointed out that it seemed you had to swipe a card to enter. Regular warrior training gradually toughens the body, but it is completely ineffective when it comes to strengthening internal organs. However, the gravity chamber is a different story. In this chamber, the body cells are in a state of exhaustion, and the strain on the organs is great, so the training and improvement techniques have a significant effect on strengthening the entire body. Then Lin Shu swiped his access card at the doors, and a huge room appeared before the students, equipped with various devices to create specific conditions. The students immediately began examining everything in the room, and Zhang Yin noticed one interesting detail. It turned out that one of the screens displayed a warning stating that points were also required to use the gravity chamber. The students immediately calculated that 1 hour of double load training would cost 120 points, and, given their 500 base points per month, no one could possibly afford such a luxury. The main character just remembered that Zhang Yin's company should still have the flesh of the beast Kuei, which was quite expensive. He also mentioned that in addition to exchanging items for points, students could complete tasks posted on the university's website and earn points for doing so. In addition, the class representative announced that he was treating everyone today so anyone who wanted to train in the gravity chamber could join in. All his classmates were delighted by the news and began to respect the main character even more. He wasted no more time and swiped his card to pay for the training session. Very soon, the system announced that the double gravity training session had been successfully initiated. A second later, the students already felt the force pulling them toward the ground. They couldn't believe that just double the gravity made moving around so much harder. Now, Lin Shu realized that under increased gravity, the body's cells remain in a state of exhaustion and continuously break down, giving birth to new cells that become stronger and larger. Under such conditions, using the refinement technique to absorb the energy of the anomalous crystal sources would be much more effective. So our hero immediately remembered his 6th rank stone. Meanwhile, all the students found comfortable spots and began their Iselin training. An hour later, many could no longer withstand the strain, while Lin Shu didn't even bat an eyelid. Eventually, our hero's friends were about to leave, as they felt they would fall apart if they stayed here much longer. 3 hours later, the boy opened his eyes for the first time because he felt things were getting a little tougher. Looking around, Lin Shu realized he was the only one left in the gravity chamber, so he decided to try triple gravity. He swiped his card on the computer again, and the system confirmed that the triple gravity training session had been successfully activated. Even the main character couldn't withstand such force, so he slammed his face into the floor. Now, the guy truly felt that such intense training under high gravity was extremely brutal. His body was literally tearing apart with pain, and it felt as if his internal organs and skeleton were about to burst into pieces. But nevertheless, the system showed that his experience points were rising at a frantic pace. At the same time, the students were still in the training room, continuing their exercises. Jung-in noticed that their friend had already spent a full 5 hours in the gravity chamber, so she began to worry that something might be wrong with him. At that moment, another student entered the hall and reported that the class representative was currently training under triple intensity. His friends thought that Lin Shu couldn't be an ordinary person, since he was able to withstand such superhuman exertion. Meanwhile, our hero had already finished absorbing the energy of the anomalous crystal sources, so he was planning to head to the exchange counter and buy a few more. He also noticed that under triple gravity, his speed and reaction time had slowed significantly, and the power of his shattering fist had also weakened considerably. At that moment, Lin Shu noticed that there was also a training system here designed for high-gravity conditions. The young man decided to take a close look at exactly how the first level of the new system would work, so he activated the mechanism and began observing the changes taking place. The system officially announced the start, and then a strange cannon appeared on the ceiling, which immediately began to rotate slowly. A second later, the strange weapon fired its first shot directly at Lin Shu. He was shocked by this turn of events because he hadn't put on his combat gear, so the laser could hit him. The cannons didn't stop for a second, so our hero had to do his best to survive this training session. Despite these complications, Lin Shu still dodged the lasers and used the silent footsteps movement technique to move quickly and evade all attacks. Finally, the system ended the training, and the young man exhaled after having come within a hair's breadth of death. Stepping out of the room, Lin Shu calculated that those 5+ hours had cost him 820 points, yet their effectiveness was roughly equivalent to 2 weeks of his previous training. Jung-in immediately ran up to her friend to see if he was okay after such intense exercise. With a smile on his face, the protagonist replied that he was fine, since nothing bad could happen to such a strong warrior, and asked them to continue their classes while he stepped away to take care of something. His classmates marveled that the class representative had spent 5 hours in the gravity chamber, yet looked as if he'd just been for a walk. It turned out he'd gone to the exchange counter again, but he hadn't been able to buy many 6th-rank crystals with his current balance. Lin Shu knew he couldn't just sit back and rest on his laurels, so he wanted to find a way to earn more points. That's when he noticed a tall structure on campus, the Tower of Competition, where students competed for rankings, seeking to prove their complete superiority over others and earn points. The competition tower in general consisted of 100 floors, and the university ranked students based on their strength. Students in the top 100 became the masters of their respective floors, but the rankings and floor assignments were updated weekly to reflect all matches. There is also a weekly ranking among students in each year, and the university awards a prize for making it into the top 10. The protagonist was surprised when he noticed that Luo Yue had also managed to make it here and had defeated the master of the 17th floor. At that very moment, other students were discussing how this year's freshman turned out to be quite strong, and they happened to spot another freshman, suspecting he was just another clueless newbie, unaware of his own potential. Lin Shu paid no attention to the chatter behind him and immediately headed toward the ring. Just then, the fight ended, and the referee declared a victory for a sophomore named Euler. He then asked the next pair of fighters to get ready, and the protagonist was among them. The young man hadn't expected his turn to come so quickly and suspected that there were simply no other challengers left. The students continued to laugh at the fact that yet another newcomer had come here to try his luck. Even the referee himself was sure that would be the case, because according to the information card, this freshman was only a third-rank warrior, while the challenger who had just lost held a fourth rank. The protagonist had already entered the ring, and his opponent asked if he intended to fight with weapons or with his bare hands. With confidence in his voice, Lin Shu noted that this was only the first floor, so he wouldn't need a weapon. Such audacity only angered the upperclassmen even more, so he was going to teach the cocky brat a lesson. The opponent was the first to attack the protagonist with his explosive fist. In fact, the young man was even a little surprised that he had managed to meet another person who mastered this technique. The sophomore Euler was certain that some brat wouldn't be able to withstand such a powerful attack. He unleashed several powerful strikes in quick succession and wondered what the newcomer would have to say about that. Lin Shu wasn't the least bit intimidated by such an attack, because he used silent footwork and quickly dodged all the fists. At that moment, his opponent noticed how nimbly he was moving, even with such a huge box on his back. Finally, the protagonist decided to act and warned him that he also possessed the shattering fist. Literally a moment later, he had already activated his skill to attack the opponent in return. The students were shocked to see that the freshman was also mastering the shattering fist, but they were still certain that a fourth-rank warrior would prove stronger than a third-rank novice. For his part, the referee noted that our hero's skill was, after all, somewhat different from that of the upperclassmen. This was because the young man had decided to also use the swift fist, which only made him stronger. In an instant, the students clashed with their powerful attacks, releasing a massive amount of energy. At that very moment, the opponent felt something strange happening to his arm, which prevented him from continuing the fight. Very soon, the referee announced that the freshman Lin Shu had won. The young man himself merely waved his hand and remarked that it was too weak for him. The students, in turn, couldn't believe that Euler had lost to just a single precise strike. The referee began to fear that there was something wrong with his equipment, since the newcomer's power differed too much from the readings shown by all the devices. The protagonist rushed as quickly as possible to the second floor, where he also easily defeated his opponent. In this way, he made it to the third floor, which also posed no obstacle for him. This continued over and over again. All the experienced upperclassmen simply couldn't stand up to this newcomer, who parried every one of their attacks with incredible ease and made everyone doubt their own abilities. The referee, who was closely watching the young man's success, couldn't help but be amazed when he saw that he had reached the fourth floor with his bare hands. Now the student was absolutely certain that there was something wrong with his equipment, since it had clearly miscalculated Lin Shu's strength. Very soon the protagonist had already reached the fifth floor, where an even stronger opponent awaited him. It turned out to be a girl who couldn't believe that some punk had decided to fight her with his bare hands, and she advised him to take out the weapon he was carrying on his back. Lin Shu admitted that he used a spear and asked the girl not to worry, since he didn't carry his blade just for show. Without warning, the young man used the Phoenix's majesty so that his opponent could witness his full power. The girl was unable to react to the sudden attack, so she flew helplessly into the air. The boy continued to win time and time again and had already reached the seventh floor, where the same fate awaited him. The judge couldn't contain his emotions, as it was the first time he'd seen a freshman make it all the way to the 20th floor in one go. Now Lin Shu had to face off against a sophomore, Becker, who was a fifth-rank warrior. Finally, the protagonist sensed that a serious battle was brewing, because Zhao Qiqian, a freshman from the same academy that Luo Yue had graduated from, had lost to this guy. Meanwhile, the opponent acknowledged that the current freshman had made it clear to everyone that they should not be underestimated. After defeating the freshman from Tiankun Academy, Becker was now curious to see how long Lin Shu would last. The protagonist remarked with obvious mockery that he had absolutely no reason to rush. After that, they immediately clashed in a fierce battle. The air around them was instantly filled with the clang of metal and bright sparks. Meanwhile, Zhao Qiqin's friends suggested he watch the live stream of the Tower of Trials, since they'd noticed that some guy had also made it to the 20th floor. The news piqued the guy's interest, so he asked if this student was from their group. His friend explained that this student was from the 10th group, which was hard to believe, since that was where the weakest warrior studied. Opening the broadcast, Zhao Qiqin immediately recognized the young man he had met before entering university. His friend was surprised when he realized he knew this talented freshman, while the young man himself explained with some displeasure that it was his friend's friend, that is Luo Yue. Meanwhile, the protagonist began to feel like he was barely holding on, while his opponent looked quite relaxed. Be that as it may, Lin Shu had already discovered certain patterns in Becker's movement technique. For his part, the high school senior considered all of this pointless, since the young man couldn't land his attacks on him. Then our hero, using silent footwork, advised his opponent not to think he was the only one here who mastered movement techniques. In the end, he managed to predict where his opponent would dodge, which threw the latter off balance. As a result, Lin Shu landed a successful spear attack and managed to strike Becker. His opponent had to step back slightly to avoid getting caught in our hero's next lunge. In fact, the high schooler began to get worked up because he, a 5th-rank warrior, had been struck by a 3rd-rank greenhorn, and in front of so many witnesses at that. This only angered his opponent even more, so he lunged at Lin Shu with renewed vigor. The young man had to work hard to block his rather powerful attack with the hilt of his weapon. Becker immediately took advantage of the rookie's position and shoved him away with all his might. The protagonist quickly regained his composure and paused, noting that this opponent possessed truly formidable energy. Meanwhile, murmurs were already rising from the stands that the freshman had actually managed to land a hit on Becker, who was at the peak of the 5th rank. The guy himself admitted that the rookie had managed to really piss him off, so from that moment on, he was going to fight with all his might. He also promised to add a few new holes to the protagonist's body with his sword. Becker leaped toward Lin Shu in a single bound and began delivering furious blows. The freshman was still on the defensive, but he was already starting to feel some of the attacks land on his body. More and more often, his opponent broke through his block and tore at his uniform. Now, the young man fully felt the power of the 5th rank, which could injure him even with the residual energy from the swings of the weapon. Becker noticed that the kid was only getting worse, so he wanted to see how many of his attacks the boy could still dodge. The protagonist hadn't faced such a serious opponent in a long time, so he felt complete exhilaration at the necessity of fighting with all his might. Since neither side was going to give up, they clashed again in a merciless battle. Becker understood perfectly well that, no matter how you looked at it, Lin Shu was weaker than him, but for some reason, there wasn't a hint of fear in the boy's eyes. Only the will to fight. He knew full well that this couldn't go on, because eventually he would become a laughingstock. Then his opponent decided to use his golden skill, which was called 3 feet of ice. The protagonist wasn't afraid of the ice at all, because he was confident he could stop such an attack with his Phoenix's majesty. Their attacks collided immediately, but Lin Shu's flames were powerless against the ice crystals. The young man realized things were looking very bad, since the Phoenix's majesty had failed to hold back his opponent's skill. In the end, the rookie fell into this icy trap and was completely unable to move. The students hadn't expected Becker to completely submerge the freshman in ice, and now they understood that this was exactly what the power of a 5th-rank warrior looked like. The protagonist couldn't let it end this way, which meant his only option was to use Rage Burst. Meanwhile, the upperclassman asked why his victory hadn't been declared yet, and the referee explained that Lin Shu had to either not resist for 10 seconds or end up outside the arena. The opponent thought it would be a piece of cake if he simply dragged the block of ice out of the ring. At that very moment, he noticed strange cracks beginning to appear on the ice. Becker froze in place, as he hadn't expected the rookie to be able to escape the trap. It turned out that Lin Shu was indeed able to use the Phoenix Majesty, which had been enhanced by the explosion of rage. The entire audience couldn't believe their eyes when they saw that this guy had managed to use a combat skill while trapped in the ice. Just a split second before he completely lost the ability to move, the protagonist managed to activate the skill, which combined with the flames easily helped him escape the trap. Now he decided to finish off his opponent in one fell swoop and unleash several strikes using Phoenix's Majesty. Becker didn't expect such a turn of events and couldn't keep up with all the young man's attacks. Lin Shu was soon right next to his opponent and aimed his spear at him. Despite this, the high schooler managed to raise his blade in front of him and stop the protagonist. The protagonist had no intention of stopping there, so he put even more strength into it. Finally, he unleashed a power strike, and Becker was unable to withstand its crushing force. The referee then declared Lin Shu the winner, and the students eagerly discussed how a third-rank fighter had challenged a fifth rank and won. He asked if the young man was going to challenge the 21st floor. The protagonist replied that he wanted to rest today, and tomorrow would be a new day for the competition. Before leaving the arena, Lin Shu glanced at the screen displaying the competition tower rankings. He hadn't expected to end up at the top of the rankings, and now he realized that Zhao Qixin hadn't been able to defeat this Becker. Meanwhile, the friends of the warrior our hero had overtaken were baffled that such a strong student had ended up in the 10th group. Zhao Qixin admitted that he was a very interesting character and had now taken note of him. For his part, Lin Shu was barely breathing as the side effects of the rage explosion were taking their toll. At that moment, he was stopped by students who had already noticed that the guy had seriously overexerted himself in the recent battle in the arena. The upperclassmen noted that he had looked quite impressive in the ring, but now for some reason, he looked like a beaten dog. They believed that the protagonist should have died after challenging a fifth-rank opponent, but Becker was seriously exhausted after 2 consecutive battles with freshmen. Lin Shu, upon hearing their accusations, suspected that his opponent was a petty type who couldn't accept the humiliation, so he sent his friends to restore his reputation before he had a chance to recover. In reality, the upperclassmen were unhappy with the fact that this year's freshmen were getting way too big for their britches, so they simply had to knock the newcomers down a peg. Besides, they had already checked out the top-ranked freshmen and found out that all of them had influence and backing. But Lin Shu was just an ordinary guy, so he could be an easy target. The bullies were annoyed that our hero wasn't the least bit intimidated, so they planned to beat him up first, rather than waste time talking. One of the guys was just about to punch the young man when he suddenly felt someone stop his hand. It turned out to be Luo Yue, who ordered the bullies to keep their hands off her friend. The exhausted Lin Shu noted that the girl was easy to spot, since they had just been talking about his patronage. Meanwhile, the warrior sternly asked if the high schooler hadn't heard her clearly, since he hadn't obeyed her order at all, and then with a sharp movement twisted his arm. The guys immediately forgot about the main character and pounced on the beauty, thinking she was completely helpless. Luo Yue masterfully struck them from a spin and emphasized that they were the ones looking for death here. Lin Shu hadn't even imagined that her skill would be so refined, not only in weaponry, but also in hand-to-hand combat techniques. On top of that, his girlfriend even possessed the shattering fist technique. In this way, she struck several guys at once with a single blow and taught them a lesson for their overconfidence. The protagonist was even more surprised when he saw that Luo Yue possessed this technique, and moreover, her power seemed fiercer than the young man's own. As a result, the bullies no longer dared to go against the freshmen and fled in terror. Lin Shu, laughing awkwardly, thanked the girl for her help and asked how she knew where he would be. It turned out she had watched the broadcast of his performance in the Tower of Trials and thought that the prospect of being beaten to death didn't scare the guy at all, since he was going into battle after 5 hours of training in the gravity chamber. After that, Luo Yue asked if our hero would be able to make it home on his own. Lin Shu immediately acted as if he felt terrible and sensed that the girl was genuinely worried about him. In the end, she decided to carry the guy on her back and kept complaining about how much trouble he was causing. The main character was a little taken aback because he hadn't expected he could so easily get a fragile girl to carry him on her back. Luo Yue asked him not to read too much into it because she simply wanted to repay her debt. All the students noticed how the beauty was carrying the guy on her back and suspected they were a couple. Some thought he was despicable for doing such a thing, while others envied our hero's luck. In the end, Luo Yue carried her friend all the way to their mansion without any trouble. Meanwhile, Lin Shu noticed that his partner looked truly beautiful in profile, and a pleasant, barely perceptible scent emanated from her hair. The young man couldn't resist such beauty and gently kissed his savior on the cheek. Only a second later did the protagonist realize what he had just done, and he understood what he was about to get for such a rash act. With a trembling voice, he tried to explain that he hadn't meant to do it, but it seemed it was already too late. In the end, the girl shoved Lin Shu far away for daring to kiss her. The young man could feel the murderous aura emanating from her, which frightened him even more. Without hesitation, the protagonist admitted he was wrong and begged for mercy. When they went home and sat down at the table, the boy noticed that something was off with his girlfriend because he had clearly overstepped the line. Yet surprisingly, she didn't lash out at him. Lin Shu's cheeks immediately flushed at the realization that this cold beauty might actually like him. Besides that, the girl asked how her roommate was feeling after all that beating. The protagonist immediately cut off his train of thought and replied that he was feeling much better already. Finally, Luo Yue asked the young man to finish his meal and spar with her. Now Lin Shu began to suspect that she had decided to use this as an excuse to beat him up, since she was still harboring some resentment over what had happened recently. The young man decided not to go against his girlfriend's wishes, so he picked up a training weapon and faced her in combat. He immediately noticed that Luo Yue was demonstrating much more strength than she had yesterday. Our hero understood perfectly well that the higher a warrior's rank, the harder it becomes to progress further, but in his girlfriend's case, it seemed as though improvement posed no difficulty for her at all. Lin Shu couldn't shake the desire to find out how this warrior was improving. Meanwhile, the girl intensified her attack, so he asked her to calm down a bit if she didn't want to kill her husband. In turn, Luo Yue ordered the protagonist to be quiet and knock the spear out of his hands. In the end, the young man froze in place with his hands raised, signaling that he had lost. Then the girl unexpectedly admitted that the protagonist's spear technique was quite decent. This sudden compliment made Lin Shu smile, and he reminded his girlfriend who he was. Meanwhile, Luo Yue suggested they not waste any time, as she clearly remembered that the young man also possessed the shattering fist. She also tossed her weapon aside and assumed a fighting stance to test the strength of their techniques against each other. The protagonist hadn't even had time to react to her attack when the girl had already swung her fist. With a shout, Lin Shu dodged to the side and reminded her that, actually, she should have asked for his consent first. Then his opponent jumped back so quickly that the young man didn't even have time to notice her. It turned out that Luo Yue had stopped right behind him and used the shattering fist again. It happened so suddenly that Lin Shu simply didn't have time to react to her attack. She emphasized that the protagonist shouldn't rely entirely on his eyesight, since it's much better to release the energy of the origins for perception. For his part, the young man couldn't believe that those were the girl's delicate fists and decided to immediately put his sparring partner's advice into practice. In the end, Lin Shu used silent footwork to dodge Luo Yue's strike once again. The girl noticed that he possessed simply astonishing perceptiveness and insight, so it was no surprise that he had managed to make such rapid progress in just a few months. At that moment, the protagonist decided it was time for him to attack and demonstrate his shattering fist. The warrior was just pondering Lin Shu's successes, so she didn't react at all to his attempt to strike. The young man himself couldn't understand why his opponent had suddenly frozen and tried to warn her. He desperately tried to stop his shattering fist so that the blow wouldn't reach his target. In the end, the protagonist touched Luo Yue's chest and realized he had only made things worse between them. Lin Shu desperately tried to prove he hadn't meant to do it and asked why she hadn't dodged. Meanwhile, Gun Gun, absorbing his anomalous crystals, calmly watched as his roommate brutally beat the protagonist, who was screaming for her to stop. The next day, the battered boy went to class, and everyone in the room noticed his exhausted face. A friend immediately guessed that it was Luo Yue, so he was already about to give him a few tips on how to win her over without using any force. Lei Lei overheard them, grabbed Zhang Li by the ear, and laughed at the fact that he certainly wasn't such an expert. Meanwhile, Qin Feng congratulated the class monitor on taking first place in the Tower of Trials rankings among freshmen, and admitted that he hadn't even realized before just how strong their leader was. The others were surprised to hear that our hero had indeed made it to the 21st floor, while the genius from the first group had only managed to reach the 20th. Now his classmates wanted to know how Lin Shu trained to achieve such success. The class monitor didn't mind helping his friends, but first they had to undergo a 5-hour training session in the gravity chamber under double intensity. The students didn't object to these conditions and headed to the gym together to train. Qin Feng felt that under double gravity, he couldn't even move a finger, and couldn't understand how their class president managed it. At that moment, the boy noticed that Lin Shu was dancing with his spear with ease, as if he didn't feel any pressure at all. Finally, the protagonist announced that 5 hours had passed, so everyone could relax. Now he was going to switch to triple reinforcement and asked if anyone wanted to continue with him. All the students immediately claimed to have urgent matters to attend to, so they declined the training. A second later, the room was completely empty, though Lin Shu hadn't expected such a startled reaction from his teammates. He noted that all the guys had scurried away as if they weren't tired at all, and he was going to make them do the triple intensity training tomorrow. Just then, a classmate came in and reported that a young lady, who turned out to be Luo Yue, was looking for the class president. The protagonist immediately asked why his girlfriend had come here, and she replied that she had run out of points. The guy didn't quite understand why she had come to him specifically, since he wasn't her husband. All the students were intrigued by this beauty, as they suspected she was the flirtatious Lin Shu. The young man was annoyed that they seemed to have too much free time and suggested they hold a triple-intensity training session after all. The students immediately ran off, slamming the doors behind them, and promised not to bother the class monitor anymore. The protagonist was incredibly outraged by how his classmates were behaving. At that moment, the system suddenly announced that a training session with 5 times the gravitational force had been initiated. Lin Shu was definitely not ready for 5-fold gravity and thought the girl just wanted to kill him. For her part, Luo Yue couldn't believe he wouldn't be able to handle something as trivial as 5-fold gravity. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the academic building of the first group of first-year students. Xiao Qi had already noticed that Luo Yue had disappeared somewhere, and Luo Xiaoqi explained that she had apparently gone to the 10th group. He immediately suspected that the girl had gone to our hero, so his partner immediately suggested teaching that brat a lesson. The guy asked not to rush into it and to first gather a few people to teach that bunch of trash from the 10th group a lesson. At that moment, Lin Shu finally persuaded his girlfriend to turn down the quadruple boost, which he could still handle. The girl still didn't think it was enough, since she couldn't feel a thing. Then Luo Yue decided to start the training with a voltage of 10,000 volts. The protagonist began to doubt that she was a normal person, since she used such brutal training methods. His girlfriend explained that there was a similar room in her house too, and she had been training that way since childhood. Besides, she noted that Lin Shu had just said she wasn't human, so she was going to teach the young man a lesson for such insolent words. The young man realized he had accidentally said too much and pretended he hadn't said anything of the sort. Luo Yue refused to listen to the protagonist's excuses and decided to strike him. Lin Shu immediately felt a powerful electric current run through his entire body, causing his muscles to contract involuntarily and his mind to plunge into complete darkness for a moment. The other students thought they had decided to start a fight, during which their class monitor was screaming frantically in pain. Zhengli believed that the prettier a girl was, the scarier she was, which made Lei think she was scary too. She started pulling her classmate by the ear again, which made the other guys realize that girls really were scary. Meanwhile, Lin Shu felt as if he were dying, because he could literally smell the scent of burning flesh coming from his body. It felt as though all his strength had been drained from his body, so the boy resigned himself to the cancellation of the evasion training. But at the same time, he saw that his experience points had jumped significantly. Luo Yue finally took pity on our hero and gave him an anomalous crystal as a reward for using points from his card. Lin Shu immediately snapped out of it because he couldn't believe he could receive such a valuable reward for such a trifle. The girl offered to take the stone back since the young man didn't need it, but he immediately replied that he couldn't refuse a gift from Luo Yue. 2 hours later, the protagonist continued his grueling training in the gravity chamber. In the end, he managed to reach the 20th level and became a 4th-rank warrior, earning 50 stamina points for it. The young man asked to invest all 20 points into stamina as well, and also decided to see what the scope of application was for his new absorption ability. So far, he suspected that this skill wouldn't be much use, but upon seeing his stats, Lin Shu wasn't at all discouraged by this. The young man also remembered that the freshman orientation would begin any day now, so he needed to be fully prepared by the time it started. Therefore, that very evening, they would begin studying the fall of the Milky Way. Meanwhile, it was already evening outside and a fight had broken out in the university courtyard. The students from the first group had indeed heeded Zhao Qixin's words and set out to teach the students from the 10th group a lesson. Qin Feng asked Jie Jun how they were supposed to make sense of all this, but Jie Jun replied that he was simply announcing that, starting today, this path was closed to the renegades from the 10th group. The young man immediately pointed out that this path wasn't anyone's property, so the whole thing sounded too strange. He also pointed out that this was the only way to reach the exchange point, so Jie Jun agreed to let them pass only if they all crawled between his legs. At that moment, someone finally dared to teach this insolent bully a lesson, and instead of the humiliating crawl on their knees, delivered a sharp kick between his legs. It turned out to be Lin Shu, who asked if Jie Jun had any objections to him passing through his path in this manner. Now the student from the first group was silent, as he tried to cope with the excruciating pain in his groin. All the students immediately cheered for their class representative, who had taught their bully such a cool lesson. Their classmates did not appreciate the fact that some scoundrel had dared to treat Jae-jun that way. One of the guys immediately used a golden skill called Wolf Fist against our hero. In response, Lin Shu was already prepared to use the Shattering Fist to stop his opponent. Their fists collided, and the young man easily won the clash against the gold-rank skill. The first-year student immediately cried out in sudden pain and clutched his injured arm. The guy asked Lin Shu what kind of fist technique this was, as he had never seen it anywhere before. The protagonist explained that it was a bronze-level skill called the Shattering Fist and asked if his opponent had appreciated the move. He offered to let the guy see the skill again, but the guy asked him to stop. It turned out to be Jae-jun, who decided to pretend that there had been a minor misunderstanding between them and leave it at that. The bully realized that even though Lin Shu's aura seemed weak, the power of his punches was extraordinarily great. In turn, the protagonist agreed to let it go, but he had some conditions. He suggested that his classmates crawl under Li Ping, and then they could consider the matter settled. All the bullies, despite their recent actions, felt that the kid had gotten too cocky and that this was completely out of line. The protagonist immediately demonstrated the chain of strikes, combining it with the fire palm to shut up the overly confident guys. Jae-jun had also regained his composure and decided to deal with Lin Shu the hard way, since he didn't want to settle things amicably. He used the golden skill Thunder Palm, which seriously scared all his classmates for their class representative. The guy emphasized that the discharge from his palm was capable of instantly killing a third-rank beast, so he suggested our hero enjoy it properly. At that moment, the system notified Lin Shu that an external energy attack had been detected, allowing him to use the absorption ability. The protagonist decided to test his new ability, but was quickly disappointed, as absorbing an external energy source only earned him 1,000 experience points. In the end, Jae-jun's attack no longer affected him, so he asked indifferently what the other guy was trying to achieve. The first-year student was shocked by this turn of events and asked, bewildered, why the young man was still fine. Lin Shu replied that it was all because his ability was too useless and punched the bully right in the face. The boy collapsed to the ground, completely drained of strength, managing only a quiet cry of pain from the blow. At that moment, a teacher finally intervened in their conflict and ordered everyone to stop, since fighting was prohibited on university grounds. The students immediately forgot about each other and turned their attention to the teacher. He knew full well that the students from the first group had started it, but they had already gotten their comeuppance, so he suggested they leave it at that. The teacher also asked the students to take the injured students to the hospital as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Li Ping approached our hero to thank him for standing up for him. Lin Shu decided to ask what had suddenly caused the conflict, and the boy himself didn't understand, since they had just been heading to the exchange office. The class representative became even more puzzled, not understanding why these classmates had decided to attack his friends for no reason. The teacher immediately suspected something was up, so at the infirmary he asked the students directly who had sent them to pick a fight with the 10th group. Jae-jun lied, saying he was the only one to blame, and pretended that the students had just happened to cross his path. The instructor emphasized that they had simply been used as cannon fodder, and explained that the young man they had gotten into a fight with was named Lin Shu, and that he had managed to rise to first place among the freshmen in the competition tower. It turned out the guys hadn't even realized that their opponent was the very same warrior who had broken through to the 21st floor, overtaking Zhao Qiqin. Now the student understood that that damn Liao Xiaoqi had really set him up by pitting him against such a person. Meanwhile, their leader reminded them that the freshman assembly would begin in 2 days and emphasized that they would face punishment if they lost to the 10th group in the competition. Finally, all the students were able to calmly make their way to the exchange center, where an employee immediately recognized Lin Shu. The old man asked what had brought our hero here this time. The young man then said he wanted to buy gold skill cards for spear techniques and hand-to-hand combat techniques. The man immediately showed him a tablet with the entire catalog and asked Lin Shu to choose what suited him best. The first card our hero noticed was the golden skill of the Shattering Thunder Fist. The old man was surprised when he saw that he had chosen this particular card and warned him that mastering this skill would not be easy, because as far as he knew, everyone who had tried to learn it had been seriously injured. He recalled the Shattering Fist skill, and its advanced version, the Thunder Fist, generated a powerful electrical discharge that, combined with the shattering effect, significantly amplified the overall power of this technique. But even warriors who already mastered Shattering Fist would have to endure extremely powerful electrical discharges while learning the advanced version. The protagonist wasn't at all opposed to such trials if they meant becoming even stronger, so he confidently declared that he would take this card. In addition to this, he would also need a skill called the Fallen Hero's Leg. Given his daily training with electric shocks and his mastery of the basic technique, this fist technique was a perfect fit for him, allowing him to combine his accumulated experience and new skills into a single devastating strike. Lin Shu left the center with thoughts of the upcoming freshman gathering, so he decided to focus all his energy on training the Shattering Thunder Fist, the Fallen Hero's Leg technique, and the Milky Way Fall. Zhao Qixin was waiting for him nearby. He had decided after all to meet the newcomer, whom everyone already knew about, in person. Lin Shu was highly wary of such a sudden encounter, so he asked his classmate directly if he wanted something specific from him. The guy explained that our hero's victory over Becker proved he possessed considerable strength, but that didn't mean he could be with Luo Yue, since they were from completely different worlds. He advised the protagonist to cut all ties with this girl himself if he knew his place. The protagonist realized these were threats directed at him, so it became clear that Jun and his crew's antics were also because of Zhao Qiqing. The young man emphasized that he wasn't threatening Lin Shu, but was simply trying to explain how things really stood, since he'd already done some digging and found out that Lin Shu was an orphan who'd grown up in poverty, so he certainly wasn't on the same level as Luo Yue. The young man simply asked him not to worry about his affairs and to mind his own business instead, reminding him that the freshman orientation would take place in just 2 days. A friend who had been by Zhao Qixin's side the whole time remarked that this Lin Shu seemed to be taking on too much. Our hero's rival was certain that the guy wouldn't be showing off for much longer, because at the freshman assembly, he would make it clear where he belonged. Meanwhile, Lin Shu had already made it home and kept thinking that, of course, an ordinary family couldn't raise a warrior as strong as Luo Yue. In fact, the young man himself didn't know why he was thinking about this, since he wasn't even planning to propose. Next, the protagonist went inside the house and saw that dinner was already waiting for him on the table. His roommate, who had already gone off to training, explained that she had already eaten and that there was something left on the table for Lin Shu. The guy decided to talk to her about the freshman orientation in 2 days and noted that it seemed like they'd be able to choose between 2 districts for their internship. The protagonist wanted to know if his girlfriend had made up her mind. Luo Yue just smiled mysteriously and replied that he'd find out when the time came. Lin Shu couldn't figure out at all when this girl had learned the art of creating intrigue. The 2 days leading up to the competition flew by, so all the freshmen gathered at the arena. His friends quickly spotted the main character in the huge crowd and immediately called him over. In fact, the boy was worried that Luo Yue had vanished without a trace when he woke up, and she was nowhere to be seen among the students in the first group either. At that moment, Nian Zhengjun appeared before them, accompanied by another student. With a smile on his face, the teacher introduced the new student to the group, who turned out to be none other than Luo Yue. The headmaster wanted to tell them about her, but the girl felt there was no need to reveal the circumstances of her transfer. In short, he asked the students to befriend the newcomer and not to hurt her feelings. But his students were already familiar with this girl. The protagonist didn't expect that Luo Yue had planned exactly that and asked how she had ended up there. In turn, Nian Zhengjun was surprised when he realized that, in fact, everyone was already familiar with this girl. Zhang Li was the first to answer, explaining that she was, after all, their class monitor's girlfriend, so they knew her very well. Lin Shu immediately cut his friend off and asked why Luo Yue had suddenly decided to transfer to their class from the first group. His friend still wouldn't let it go and insisted that the young man didn't understand a thing, since she'd done all this in the name of love. Then the protagonist decided to teach his friend a lesson with a kick in the butt, so he'd finally calm down. It turned out that Luo Yue simply thought it would be completely boring if the other groups crushed the 10th group because they were too weak. In fact, the young man had initially been afraid that he would have to compete with Luo Yue at the freshman orientation, but that was no longer an issue. The protagonist began to wonder again whether his girlfriend really did like him after all. Meanwhile, the university president had already taken the stage and greeted the freshmen. The man introduced himself to everyone as President Bo Li and promised not to ramble on too much in front of the students. Upon hearing his surname, Lin Shu immediately recalled his wayward teacher, Bo Li Howlin, who might turn out to be his relative. Even from such a distance, he could sense the power emanating from the man, which was to be expected from a 9th-rank warrior. At that moment, the director asked the students to look closely at the screen behind him. He announced that the students could choose one of two locations for the trial, where the main objective would be to collect anomalous crystals, and the top performing group would be rewarded with valuable points and rare collectible cards. The first test site was the Emerald Grove, located south of Shengyu, where the danger was relatively low despite the presence of high-rank mutants. Next, the director announced that the second area would be the dangerous ruins of G17, where groups would need to send only 7 people, while the rest could choose any other location they wished. Li Ping was genuinely terrified when he heard about this place, because he seemed to know that one could easily lose their life there. The guy explained that a terrible virus had recently broken out in that area, so the soldiers who were carrying out a cleanup mission there were all infected and turned into high-rank zombies. On top of that, all the beasts living there are rank 4 and above, so some had even encountered 7th-rank mutants. Meanwhile, Neon Jungjun turned to our hero and asked him to lead the assignment to decide who would go to the Emerald Grove and who to the G17 ruins. Then the young man stepped into the center and asked his comrades to pay attention to him and be quiet, as they needed to split into teams. The protagonist immediately asked if Luo Yuzhe was also going to the ruins, and she replied that he didn't even need to ask. Finally, as class representative, he addressed his classmates and asked if anyone wanted to go there with him and Luo Yue. The young man decided to try to encourage the others and explained that despite the dangers of the G17 district, risk always comes with opportunity. Zhang Yin, apparently without hesitation, agreed to go to the dangerous place with our hero. Lei and Zhang Li quickly exchanged glances and nodded to each other at the same time, deciding to take the risk. The boy told the class monitor that he would go too, gripping his partner's hand tightly. Xin Feng felt that if 3 of the 4 were going, he couldn't just stand on the sidelines either. Very soon, the main character had assembled a team of 6, but they still needed to find one more partner. Then Li Ping, despite all his fear of this place, declared that he would go with them. Lin Shu was delighted that he had been able to assemble a team for his class so quickly. In the end, he turned to the other students and asked them to also give it their all in the Emerald Grove to achieve a decent result. After that, our heroes immediately boarded the planes and took their seats to reach District G17, while Li Ping continued to worry intensely about this mission. The other students started teasing the guys and asked why he was going if he was so scared, while Zhang Yin tried to defend her friend. For his part, Li Ping decided to admit that he had actually been to this place once before. His friends hadn't expected to hear anything like that, so they immediately wanted to know more details. The young man explained that he had a rather hot-tempered nature, so it was easy to provoke him. That's why his classmates once bet that he wouldn't dare to undergo combat training in the ruins of G17. In the end, wanting to prove himself, he went there with his friends. On the very first day of their stay there, all of Li Ping's friends were bitten by beasts in turn. In the end, he was the only one who managed to escape from that dangerous trap. After hearing this story, the protagonist decided to ask whether those beasts were carriers of the virus, since all the guys had turned. Li Ping confirmed his suspicions and explained that 24 hours after being bitten by those animals, a person turns into a zombie. Very soon, several planes successfully landed amid the abandoned ruins of G17. The leaders announced their arrival and asked everyone to disembark and gather in one place. The teacher warned that he needed to inform them of some details and explained that both the zombies and the evolved beasts in this area were carriers of the virus. In the event of a bite, the students had to return within 24 hours and receive medical treatment to have a chance of survival. Finally, the teacher said that all that was left for him to do was wish them all good luck before the expedition. Many students began to panic upon hearing this news and now realized that Li Ping hadn't been lying at all. For his part, the protagonist remained calm and composed and suggested that Luo Yue go ahead. Despite their comrades' anxiety, the whole team looked fairly composed and tried to keep their nerves in check. A couple of minutes later, all the students chose a direction and went their separate ways. Our heroes soon reached the first ruins, which were covered in a vivid array of colors. They moved forward calmly and hadn't encountered any enemies yet. Just then, the first rustling sound of mutants lurking in the nearby bushes could be heard. It was a 4th-ranked zombie, a warrior who had once mutated and turned into a walking dead. It immediately lunged at Luo Yue, who managed to react in time and stop the enemy. With a single precise swing of her blade, the girl effortlessly cut the mutant in half. Lei admitted that she had been very frightened by this monster and thanked her sister for her help. Zhang Li immediately checked to see if the girl was okay, while Zhang Yin was surprised that these creatures were even capable of setting up real ambushes. The protagonist wasn't the least bit frightened by the zombies' sudden appearance, because he wanted to find out as soon as possible how many experience points a 4th-rank zombie would yield. Luo Yue asked her teammates to keep their eyes peeled, since they would encounter many more such dangers along the way. Then the team wasted no more time and continued on their way, looking around carefully. Lin Shu was calmly yawning when another zombie suddenly appeared right behind him. The young man reacted instantly to the threat and finished off the 4th-rank mutant with a single blow, earning 150,000 experience points for it. He was not at all pleased with the system, which awarded so little experience for a fairly strong opponent. At that moment, the next zombie also tried to attack Lin Shu from behind, causing him to sigh heavily, as such tactics quickly became tiresome. The protagonist instantly pierced his enemy with a sharp spear, leaving the opponent not a single chance to reach his coveted target. In this way, he pinned the zombie against the wall, causing it to thrash about frantically, trying to break free from its trap. Leaping asked why the village head hadn't killed the monster, since letting it growl would attract even more zombies to the area. In fact, that was exactly what Lin Shu was aiming for, as he was furious that the zombies were popping out one by one, so he wanted to take them all out at once. In the end, the protagonist's plan worked, and a huge number of mutants rushed toward them. His partner, seeing the sea of enemies, began to panic, and was already shouting for the leader to run away from there as fast as he could. The young man didn't hear him at all, because he believed that all these creatures were merely part of his experience. At that moment, Li Yue appeared beside him, completely unable to understand why her friend was so drawn to death every time. Our hero again thought his partner was worried about him, but she simply asked him to be quiet. The rest of the group thought the two of them were just crazy for getting into such a dangerous fight. Lin Shu felt no fear at all and was simply enjoying the fact that he could once again put his powerful skills to use. To start, he decided to incinerate the entire horde of zombies using the Phoenix's majesty. In this way, he destroyed several enemies at a time and gained a large amount of experience in literally a second. His friends noticed that the power of Lin Shu's combat skill had increased significantly and had most likely risen to the gold category. Luo Yue was keeping up with her partner, killing every zombie in her path. Zheng Li believed that their leader's wife would become even stronger, and now he admired the pair. At that moment, one of the zombies tried to pounce on Li Ping, who was completely unprepared to defend himself. The boy froze in the face of the threat, so the mutant had already opened its jaws to bite him. The protagonist arrived just in time to help and pierced the enemy's head with his spear. Lin Shu decided to be harsh, so he told the young man to get lost if he wanted to die so badly, because they didn't need a partner who would only get in the way. Li Ping himself also understood perfectly well that the leader was right and that he was only letting his comrades down. These words had an immediate effect on the boy, so he rushed forward to deal with everyone who dared to look down on him. After this skirmish, our heroes moved on and were greatly surprised, because they had reached the area where the largest number of evolving beasts were supposed to be, but for some reason hadn't encountered a single one along the way. Lin Shu suspected that some powerful beast had made its way here, which was why the others weren't daring to venture in. Finally, the leader calmly informed his companions that their new opponent had already been here. At that moment, the ground beneath the group's feet shook, signaling that something massive was approaching. Luo Yue immediately realized that the mutant was somewhere ahead, and Lin Shu surmised that it was a 4th-rank beast, judging by its sheer power. Just then, a massive bull suddenly appeared before them, trying to knock the group off their feet. It was a golden-backed buffalo, an evolved 5th-rank beast with enormous size and extremely high defensive capabilities. The protagonist hadn't expected them to encounter such a powerful opponent, so he asked Luo Yue to be careful. Meanwhile, the girl deftly jumped onto the mutant's back, so it couldn't touch her. She tried to attack the opponent, but suddenly realized she couldn't pierce its hide. Eventually, the buffalo threw Luo Yue off its back and struck her with its hoof. Frightened, Lin Shu immediately rushed forward to save his partner. He deftly caught the girl in his arms and, with a few leaps, ran away from the mutant. After that, the protagonist stopped and asked if his friend was okay. Luo Yue replied indifferently that she was fine, because she had used the energy of the origins and reduced the force of the blow by 90%. The golden-backed buffalo was furious that his prey had escaped. Eventually, the monster spotted where our heroes were hiding and charged toward them at breakneck speed once more. The girl decisively pushed Lin Shu aside so he wouldn't get in her way during the battle with the raging beast, and prepared to strike this dangerous opponent herself. The young man tried to warn his partner to be more careful, but she stood her ground and waited for the buffalo to get as close to her as possible. Luo Yue instantly readied her sharp blade and resolutely aimed it at the enemy, demonstrating her complete readiness to defend herself. With one sharp movement, she slashed the monster right across its eyes, which turned out to be the buffalo's only vulnerable spot. In the end, the mutant was left completely blind, so now it was much weaker and could no longer effectively track down its prey. The protagonist watched his Yue with admiration. She was such a fierce warrior. The golden-backed buffalo began stamping its hooves on the spot and kicking up a cloud of dust around itself. The rest of the team was also shocked by how impressive their sister was, and wondered how they could get close to the enemy now that it had gone into a rage. Lin Shu explained that they didn't need to get close to the enemy, since they could unleash ranged attacks on him. The protagonist unleashed the Phoenix's majesty and announced that they would be having roast beef for dinner tonight. All the while, the guys were shouting words of encouragement to their leader, trying to give him more confidence and strength. Zhang Yin had already rushed forward, as she also wanted to help in this battle. The team simultaneously used crescent slash, slash combo, and light stab. All the strikes hit the golden-backed buffalo, as he could no longer see any of these attacks. The enemy's entire body was severely lacerated by deep wounds from the precise strikes, causing him to bleed profusely. Despite his severe wounds, the enraged mutant still stood firmly on his feet and was already preparing to take brutal revenge on his attackers. The enraged mutant lowered his head and prepared to impale the pitiful humans on his sharp horns, intending to finish them off with a single powerful strike. Lin Shu decided to simply drive his opponent into the ground if he couldn't pierce its back. The young man instantly infused his long spear with the energy of the origins and delivered a precise, crushing blow right between the buffalo's horns. Then Luo Yue rushed to his aid, unable to stand by and watch the battle unfold. It took her just one precise strike to sever the head of the enormous beast, which instantly collapsed to the ground. The protagonist was shocked when he saw this feat and asked how his partner had managed it. The girl was surprised that Lin Shu hadn't noticed himself that he had managed to scorch the skin on his back and neck. Now the young man realized that the monster was already finished, so Luo Yue had simply finished it off. At that moment, other students from the academy approached our heroes, examining the defeated mutant with obvious curiosity. It was the arrogant Jiang Ya, who confidently declared that the group had managed to kill their very own prey. It was a guy from the fourth group who claimed that they had been chasing this golden-backed buffalo and had driven it here. He thanked the team for their support and was about to take the anomalous crystal from the beast, while the 10th grade students could take all the other materials from it. Zhang Yin was quite unhappy with these terms, as it all looked like a simple robbery. Zhang Yin believed they had misunderstood the situation, since their team simply wanted to reclaim their battle trophy. The guy explained that they had just recently fought a rather lengthy battle with it, and asked them to look at the hoof, which bore a mark left by their colleague Sun Wuhai. This warrior was unhappy that a bunch of misfits from the Southern Institute had dared to go against them. The protagonist laughed at the fact that they seemed to have decided to give the buffalo a pedicure, since 5 or 6 fourth-rank warriors had left only a couple of scratches. Lin Shu thought it was a truly pitiful sight and hinted that the university wouldn't ask any questions if a couple of weaklings died in such a dangerous place. Luo Yue immediately reacted to her partner's hint and drew her sharp blade. In an instant, the girl lunged at one of the students to teach them a lesson for such insolence. The guy asked indignantly what she thought she was doing and asked point blank if she really intended to kill them all. Lin Shu explained that they weren't in Shengyu right now, so anyone could dare to take out a couple of robbers. The young man attacked Zhang Ya, who raised his sword in front of him at the last moment to block the blow. Zhang Yin also followed their leader's example and, along with the rest of the group, went on the offensive against their opponents. The leader of the fourth group considered them a bunch of lunatics for daring to lay a hand on their anomalous crystal. Our hero sincerely believed that he was simply a master at twisting the facts, trying to portray himself as a victim and take someone else's loot. Zhang Ya hadn't expected such complications, since he'd considered the students from the 10th group to be ordinary losers. But it turned out that not only could they fight, but they also knew no mercy. Lin Shu truly didn't stop for a second, delivering powerful blows with his heavy spear. The young man, using the golden skill Gloomy Shadow, decided to act exactly as our hero intended. making it clear that killing him wouldn't be so easy. Suddenly, the opponent simply vanished from sight, so the protagonist was very surprised by this unexpected turn of events and began looking around carefully. Now, Zhangya agreed with Lin Shu's words that the university wouldn't investigate the deaths of a couple of weaklings who had died during training. The protagonist wasn't impressed by his skill at all, because compared to the lasers in the gravity chamber, his speed didn't surprise him in the least. The opponent was startled when he spun around abruptly because he hadn't expected him to sense a presence behind his back. Lin Shu warned the guy that there was still a lot he didn't know and was already preparing to use the shattering Thunder Fist. Zhangya didn't expect our hero to use such a powerful skill and took the blow with his stomach. The opponent couldn't withstand the crushing power the young man poured into this incredible ability for long, so he was helplessly sent flying to the side. The protagonist just laughed smugly because he saw that the paralyzing effect of the blow was quite good and now considered himself the Lord of Thunder. Meanwhile, Luo Yue was keeping up as well, deftly dispatching all the opponents in her path. Now the students from the other group flying back from her powerful strikes acknowledged that this girl was indeed strong. In the end, the girl immobilized one of her opponents by pressing the blade of her sword against his throat. She warned the guy that if he moved even slightly, he would simply die. The rest of the group was also actively fighting against their classmates, who were so desperate to get their hands on the anomalous Buffalo Crystal. Sun Wuhai just laughed at the fact that the naive third rankers had decided to take on them, the fourth rank warriors. On top of that, he was greatly angered by the fact that our heroes dared to mock his warhammer, calling it a pedicure tool. At that moment, Lin Shu came to his friend's aid, skillfully knocking the weapon out of his opponent's hands with his spear. In the end, the heavy hammer crashed down right on its owner, causing him to suddenly cry out in excruciating pain. The protagonist explained that he had simply decided to help confirm the effectiveness of his little hammer. With a smirk on his face, the guy asked how Sun Wuhai felt. Such insolence on his part only angered his opponent even more, so he was going to teach Lin Shu a thorough lesson. Having lost his weapon, the guy decided to switch to hand-to-hand combat. I used the crushing fist, directing this skill straight at him. For his part, our hero wasn't scared at all, because he believed that it was his opponent who had walked into a trap by deciding to trade blows with him. The young man then unleashed his signature thunderclap fist, and the two techniques collided. Clearly, Lin Shu's powerful ability prevailed in this clash, so Sun Wuhai was simply sent tumbling to the ground, unable to withstand it. The rest of the students from the fourth group began to feel apprehensive when they saw that even the strongest among them had been knocked down so easily. Zhang Yin, seeing the confusion in their opponent's eyes, immediately ordered the entire team to attack right then. It really was the perfect moment, so the students simply didn't have time to react to their combined strike. Now all the once cocky members of the fourth group sat helplessly on the ground, suffering from severe beatings. In the end, Zhang Ya admitted that they were indeed in the wrong, so he begged Lin Shu to let them go. With a smirk on his face, the class monitor said that this could indeed be done, but only if they handed over all the anomalous crystals in their possession, along with the points from their cards. The guy didn't mind giving up his points, but he wasn't in a hurry to agree to the crystal, because then the trial would be over for them. The main character didn't appreciate that response, so he reminded them that in that case, they would simply wipe out all their rivals. The students fully understood that their lives were far more important, so they begged not to be killed and agreed to hand over all their resources. Zhang Yin hadn't even expected that the fourth group from the Northern Institute would have as many as 2 fifth-rank crystals, which could serve as a solid foundation for their team's victory. Lin Shu wasn't in a hurry to celebrate because he believed one shouldn't underestimate those who dared to venture into these dangerous ruins, and besides, they still had a whole week ahead of them. At that moment, he noticed that Luo Yue was acting strangely, so she explained that she couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching them. The girl stopped abruptly and fixed her gaze on the building ahead. Literally a second later, she shouted for everyone to move out of the way because a threat was indeed looming over them. Suddenly, someone opened fire on our heroes, so everyone had to quickly jump out of the way. One of the bullets still managed to graze Lin Shu, so the system activated the absorption ability when it detected an external energy source. The guy just couldn't come to terms with the fact that this skill was so useless, it gave him a paltry amount of experience points. So he decided to use Silent Stride to move quickly and dodge the hail of bullets. Luo Yue already knew which building the sniper was in, so she ran ahead to deal with him. The The sniper immediately noticed that the girl was running toward their building, so he alerted all his teammates to the breach, instructing the first group to prepare to engage the intruders, while the second group continued firing. Meanwhile, Zhang Yin anxiously asked if the young man was okay, and he replied that he was fine. The squad leader asked all his teammates to take cover behind the fence while he went to help Luo Yue. The moment he stepped out of cover, he came under fire again, this time from the neighboring building. Now the young man had to decide which opponents to deal with first. His friends thought that this pair was truly a match for each other, so they simply charged into the attack while the rest of the guys were trying to decide whether to help. But Zhang Yin quickly stopped them and reminded them of the excessive risk. Chen Feng couldn't figure out what the hell was going on, and the girl explained that it wasn't just students who came here for experience. After all sorts of people frequented places like this, including those who deliberately robbed and killed. At that moment, they noticed students from another group hiding nearby, crouched behind a pile of debris and watching the battle closely. Zhang Yin was the first to hear the strangers and asked loudly who was hiding nearby. One of them replied nervously that they were on their side and explained that they were from the 10th group of the Northern Institute. Chen Feng laughed at the fact that they had run into the opposing group and noted that fate had literally brought these fellow sufferers together. The girl was still acting quite cautiously, so she asked how the freshmen had ended up here. The student explained that they too had arrived here just a short while ago and saw someone start firing lasers, so they quickly ran to find cover. Their group also saw two people breaking into the building, and our heroes explained that it was their class representative and his girlfriend who had gone to show what happens to those who ambush them. The guys were shocked to hear that the two of them had decided to take on an entire group armed with lasers, and they asked if all the students in the group were such madmen. At that moment, the first sniper had already been taken down by one of the students. Everyone down below also noticed that the first opponent had already been neutralized. Zhang Yin watched this with admiration and was already certain that the class monitor would handle every single enemy. The remaining opponents desperately tried to shoot their way out of the way of our heroes, who seemed to be literally invincible. Luo Yue also skillfully dodged all the bullets and quickly advanced toward her target. The sniper still couldn't figure out why he hadn't managed to hit this nimble girl even once. Meanwhile, the warrior had already ended up on the other side, and the opponent didn't have time to react to such a swift movement. With a single sharp blow, she knocked another sniper off the roof, leaving him no chance of survival. The protagonist, who was watching this from a neighboring building, praised his partner for such a successful advance. At that moment, he was distracted by new shots that nearly hit their mark. In fact, the young man hadn't expected there to be so many of them, and now under such concentrated fire, he was powerless against the enemies. Lin Shu also noticed that these shooters were well-trained and had excellent weaponry, so he suspected they might be bounty hunters. Eventually, the protagonist finally found a way to stop them. The thunderclap fist came to the young man's aid once again, and a powerful wave of energy instantly enveloped his arm. Since the building had iron supports, the electric current ran through them and reached all the way to the snipers. The enemies hadn't expected such a turn of events at all, so they were completely immobilized. Now Lin Shu had just confirmed that his title of Thunder King wasn't just for show. Then he wasted no time and quickly used Phoenix Majesty to simply incinerate all the snipers. The enemies couldn't withstand the protagonist's power, so they scattered in all directions, dropping their weapons. They all crashed to the ground from the tall buildings with a deafening roar, raising thick clouds of gray dust and debris amidst these silent, gloomy ruins. The students from the Northern Institute couldn't believe that this was truly the power of a student from the 10th group. Meanwhile, one of the hunters begged Lin Shu not to kill him and promised to give him all the anomalous crystal in exchange. The young man had no intention of listening to this man and took his life with a single swing of his spear. He was going to take all of the enemy's resources anyway, so he simply finished him off without a second thought. The protagonist also noticed the hunter's network website on the slain sniper's phone, which featured a bounty notice for his head. On top of that, he found a full 2 5th-rank crystals and 3 4th-rank crystals, as well as over 10 3rd-rank crystals, so it was worth the risk for that. After that, Lin Shu quickly went downstairs and saw Luo Yue there, who had also dealt with all the enemies. The girl showed him the bag she'd found on those people, which contained the anomalous crystals. Their teammates immediately ran over to check if everyone was okay after the clash with the hunters. The protagonist happily reported that everything was fine and also showed them the considerable amount of crystal they'd obtained. At that moment, he noticed some unfamiliar students standing behind his friends and immediately asked who they were. The guy decided to introduce himself first and explain that they were students from the 10th group of the Northern Institute. Lin Shu became interested when he realized that they were students just like them, only from a different part of Shengyu. It seemed the group leader had been gathering his courage for some time before addressing our hero. Finally, he asked if they could strike a deal with their team. The young man was surprised to hear such a proposal and asked what it would entail. The student stated that he wanted to provide them with important information in exchange for anomalous crystals. The protagonist asked what kind of information could be so valuable as to be worth the crystals, and the young man explained that he knew about a spatial rift, specifically its location. Lin Shu acknowledged that this information was indeed valuable, since it was possible that they might encounter beings from another world there or find valuable items. And yet he didn't fully understand how he could trust the words of some stranger. The student was prepared for this and was about to hand over his map as collateral to prove the truth of his words. It seemed to him that with such strength, their team could test themselves in the spatial rift, and if they had a chance to grow stronger there, the other students in the 10th group would only be happy for them. The protagonist praised the young man for his wise words and suspected that he was also a class representative. Lin Shu nodded that he didn't have to give him his card and agreed to give him 3 crystals instead. The student hadn't expected to meet such a generous person who would trust him so easily. The young man explained that they were also from Group 10, which everyone saw as nothing but a bunch of talentless weaklings, so they had to help each other out. The new friends thanked our hero for his trust, and the class representative promised to follow his example and make Group 10 of the Northern Institute stronger. In the end, all the classmates set off on their journey, saying goodbye to the Southern Institute team. Zhang Yin still wasn't entirely sure they could really trust these people, but Lin Shu had no doubts about his decision. The young man explained that it was all in their eyes, which showed a determination not to give up and to do everything in their power to become stronger. Finally, he suggested that everyone hurry on ahead to see what treasures lay hidden in the spatial rift. Very soon, they reached a massive skyscraper that had long since been completely overgrown with vines. According to the map they had been given, the spatial rift was supposed to be right here. Zhang Yin noted that there wasn't a single evolved beast in sight, which made her fear that the shopping center was inhabited by dangerous spatial monsters. Besides, everyone could sense an extremely dense energy of the origins here, which could only be emanating from the rift. The protagonist realized that the portal itself must be located in the central area, so he asked everyone to keep their eyes peeled. At that moment, he noticed that there were cobwebs and some kind of thick slime everywhere, hanging from the walls and ceiling. Despite this eerie and terrifying sight, our heroes continued moving forward to explore the area. Lele didn't appreciate the situation at all, as it felt like they had ended up in an insect nest. At that moment, some kind of mutant suddenly grabbed the girl by the leg, causing her to scream loudly. Zhang Lin immediately rushed to her aid to finish off the mutant, which had literally appeared out of nowhere. Looking closer after his strike, the guy quickly realized it was just a corpse, and Zhang Yin couldn't understand why she had to scream so loudly over a single poor corpse. Lele asked her friends to look more closely because this unknown body kept moving. Judging by the strange movements on the skin, there was some other creature inside this corpse. Eventually, a blue-winged scarab larva emerged. It was a creature from another dimension with a high reproductive capacity, parasitizing inside living beings and consuming the host's blood and flesh. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yin immediately began to fear that these creatures were also inside all the other bodies. Then the protagonist asked his companions to avoid contact with the corpses, as this was a parasitic form of the mutants. They slowly made their way through the entire hall, littered with infected corpses. All the while, Lin Shu kept thinking that there must be an adult scarab somewhere nearby, since there were young ones here. Eventually, our team reached the very center of the spatial rift. Zhang Yin saw such a phenomenon for the first time in her life and admitted that it was truly impressive and mesmerizing. For his part, Lin Shu sensed that some kind of creature had been hiding on the ceiling all this time. Then the protagonist decided to scan the area using the Eye of Analysis. In this way, he was able to see an adult 6th-rank blue-winged scarab, which possessed extraordinary biting strength, capable of tearing things to shreds with ease. The protagonist, along with his team, carefully searched the surroundings, trying not to wake the dangerous creatures. Zhang Yin took an interest in the unusual stones on the floor and touched them, discovering their incredible hardness and strange metallic sheen, reminiscent of alien metal. After testing the mineral with her weapon, she immediately noted its extraordinary hardness. Lin Shu also tested the stones with his spear and noted their remarkable resistance to high temperatures, which made this material ideal for creating powerful weapons. Zhang Yin didn't quite believe that this was the only object that had come from the spatial rift. At that moment, our hero sensed a powerful source of heat within the stone mountain, thanks to his innate ability to sense fire energy, and pointed the others in the right direction. As the team slowly climbed to the top of the stone mountain, everyone immediately felt a sharp spike in temperature. At the very bottom of a deep pit, they saw a strange blazing flower that radiated a powerful stream of thermal energy. Loya cried out in delight upon recognizing the plant as the legendary red lotus. She explained that this plant was an extremely rare concentration of energy, surpassing even the most powerful crystals in strength. The protagonist considered absorbing this thing using the refinement technique. The girl immediately stopped Lin Shu, who was about to absorb the flower, warning him of the deadly danger posed by the colossal power of the flame, capable of turning a warrior to ashes. The young man suggested picking the plant to study it later, but Luo Yue explained that special equipment was needed to safely harvest the lotus. The protagonist became incredibly angry at this, because now it felt like they had come here for nothing. At that moment, unfamiliar voices rang out behind the group. They belonged to students from the second group of the Northern Institute, who had also discovered this place and decided to take the treasure. Their leader was surprised to see that someone had managed to find this place after all and beat them to it. The guy barely paid any attention to our heroes, because all his attention was fixed on the flower. The leader of the arriving group arrogantly ordered his classmates to prepare containers for extracting the fire lotus. The main character noticed that these guys had indeed brought all the necessary equipment here. Lin Shu tried to assert his right to the find, but the rival group's leader merely laughed in response. He offered them a couple of cheap fourth-rank crystals as compensation. The student believed they were just losers from the southern group who certainly wouldn't turn down such a handout. The protagonist remarked sarcastically that such an offer was more like outright robbery. The guy didn't even try to hide his intentions, so he asked what Lin Shu was going to do about it. Luo Yu, who was far less patient than her partner, immediately attacked the insolent men with her sword, shouting that she would destroy them all. The students from the Northern Institute were stunned by the girl's strength and brutality. The rival faction's leader decided to play along with our hero's plan and ordered his men to beat them up. In turn, Zhang Yin sent those insolent men packing and promised to cut them to pieces. Meanwhile, their leader was fighting a warrior who was so beautiful and ruthless that she reminded him of someone. In the end, he suddenly recognized her as none other than Luo Wei, who was supposed to be in the elite first group. Noticing that the leader of the 10th group was just as strong, the man realized that if he continued to press them, he would still suffer serious losses even if he won. He immediately shouted to Hu Min to help his partner deal with the enemy. Hearing their commander's order, the warriors from the second group immediately obeyed and set about carrying out the task. For his part, Li Mo himself retreated from the battlefield and began extracting the red lotus. As soon as Li Mo approached the plant, he immediately heard Lin Xiao's warning that if he were in Li Mo's shoes, he wouldn't dare touch the red lotus fire. One of the rivals laughed at this warning, since it was obvious that our heroes had come here for the same flower. Li Mo took advantage of the ensuing brawl and began the process of extracting the lotus, ignoring Lin Xiao's warning that the plant was guarded by a dangerous creature. As soon as the greedy student touched the flower, the blue-winged scarab instantly awoke, confirming Lin Shu's worst fears regarding the guardian of this rare treasure. The young man sensed that things were going very badly, since they had angered such a highly evolved beast. The student himself had no idea what a mistake he had made and waved cheerfully at the class monitor. No sooner had he finished his sentence than the 6th-level monster immediately pounced on him from above. The scarab managed to decapitate him because someone else struck the beetle too late. The students from the Northern Institute quickly realized that this monster was a 4th-rank creature since it had been able to dispatch their comrades so quickly. Then more and more enemies began to appear in the middle of the shopping center. Enemies they simply couldn't stand up to. The leader of the students from the second group understood perfectly well that even with their combined strength, they couldn't handle such a large number of beasts from another dimension. The frightened group from the Northern Institute rushed to flee because such opponents were simply too much for them to handle. The main character wasn't the timid type, so he calmly watched as they all ran away. The young man didn't want to put his friends in danger either, so he immediately turned to Luo Yue and said it was time for them to run as well. Suddenly, the entrance to the shopping center was blocked by huge boulders and debris, cutting off the students' path. From the other side, they immediately heard the furious laughter of the leader of the second group, who announced that now the scum from the 10th group should be sent to the bugs as food. Realizing that these scoundrels had completely blocked their retreat, the friends immediately scrambled to figure out what to do. For a while, Lin Shu and Luo Yue stood in silence, pondering their next move. Finally, Lin Shu shouted loudly that he would distract the creatures, while the others looked for another way out. While our hero was thinking up a plan of action, he didn't notice several large scarabs charging straight at him. Eventually, an idea did occur to him, so with a few precise leaps, he broke away from the swarm of scarabs. He grabbed the container with the red lotus and ran off, because since these creatures were guarding it, there was no better bait to be found right now. In this way, Lin Shu was able to draw all his enemies away from him and quickly escape using Silent Stride. But suddenly, another enormous creature blocked his path, forcing the young man to stop and look on in surprise as he tried to quickly change course. The creature wasn't about to wait long, so it lunged at our hero and slashed his uniform with one of its sharp fangs. Grabbing the flower in his hands, Lin Shu immediately hissed that things were looking very bad. Unexpectedly, he felt a very warm sensation that enveloped his entire body. Seeing their friend engulfed in this massive cloud of flame, all the other team members rushed toward him in alarm. The protagonist's system immediately began absorbing the energy of the lotus flame. But since this was happening too slowly, the boy was in danger of being torn to pieces at any moment. Unable to endure the excruciating pain any longer, the young man's clothes ripped apart instantly, and he screamed loudly from the unbearable sensations. All this time, Luo Yue had been trying to reach him, and along the way, she sliced off the sharp fangs of all the blue-winged beetles, destroying them one by one. Noticing how much Lin Shu was suffering, the girl asked him anxiously how he was feeling. The poor guy clutched his face with his hands and began screaming that he was incredibly hot and could no longer endure this terrible pain. A crazy idea immediately popped into Luo Yue's head, and she rushed straight into that huge bonfire, clutching her partner tightly. She told the guy that her source energy was of the ice type, so only she could help him cope. Clung together in a tight embrace, the two froze, trying to survive this absorption together and emerge from it alive. Realizing they wouldn't be able to hold out for long, the girl immediately shouted to Lin Shu that he needed to hurry. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist realized that thanks to his partner, the absorption rate had increased, and he actually felt a little better. Zhang Yin, standing off to the side at that moment, was surprised that despite the flames surrounding their partner, Luo Yue immediately rushed to his aid. Not wanting to wait any longer, the girl decided to help as well, so she ran toward the huge blue-winged scarabs, thinking that Luo Yue wasn't the only one who could sacrifice herself for him. Remembering how the class representative had saved her many times, Zhang Yin realized that her fate had long been in his hands. Even if she had to risk her life, she still wanted to buy him enough time, so she continued to hack at these creatures with her blades. Distracting these terrifying creatures, Zhang Yin rushed forward so that they would all follow her. The rest of the guys on the team watched in amazement as this mad woman took on all the scarabs and tried to buy time for the team leader and his girlfriend. Qin Feng was the first to gather his strength to charge at these 6th-ranked beasts, which enraged Li Ping, who watched the events unfold from the sidelines with trepidation. Lin Shu felt the red lotus tearing through his flesh, organs, and bones, while the system regenerated him at an insane speed. And thanks to Luo Yue, he remained alive. Finally, the system issued a notification that the absorption was complete, and the young man received 310 million experience points, as well as advancing to the 21st level. These numbers delighted the young man immensely, but he had no time to celebrate such progress, so he immediately invested all his points into his stats. Suddenly, Luo Yue, who had been holding him tightly the whole time, nearly fell over because she had almost completely exhausted her source energy. The protagonist gave her a restorative potion so she could recover her physical strength, and then she absorbed source energy from the anomalous crystal while he helped the rest of the team. Glancing at the rest of their teammates, the group saw how fiercely they were fighting the 6th-ranked creatures. Not the least bit afraid of them, Lin Xiao felt an enormous surplus of red lotus energy, so he had to join the battle to expend it and avoid dying. As he watched the scene unfold, one of the scarabs knocked Zhang Yin off her feet and was about to attack her. Seeing that their friend was surrounded by a swarm of blue-winged scarabs, the group immediately shouted loudly, urging her to run as fast as she could. Just as one of these creatures nearly pounced on the poor girl, Lin Shu knocked it off its feet at full speed and threw it aside. He shot a menacing and determined look at his friends and asked if everyone was all right. Hearing an affirmative answer, the young man said he would deal with all the creatures himself, ordering the others to retreat and look for a way out. Now he could fully feel that powerful, searing energy, which was truly monstrous, uncompromising, and barely contained. All around him, he heard only the anxious cries of his group, who watched in horror as tens of thousands of scarabs rushed straight at the leader. The boy wasn't afraid of his opponents at all, and his eyes burned with an extraordinary flame that he urgently needed to unleash on someone. Feeling that his new fiery abilities were capable of burning even the stars, the young man decided to invent a new technique. Swinging his spear, he utilized the scorching of the starry sky and unleashed all his fury directly upon the blue-winged creatures. Before his eyes, a pile of marks for the destruction of 6th-ranked scarabs immediately appeared, for which Lin Shu received 10 million for each one. The beetles continued to explode one after another, unable to withstand our hero's devastating skill. The brave man couldn't stop rejoicing at his luck, because compared to a 6th-ranked beast like Kui, these opponents yielded over 1 million more experience points. Zhang Ying and the rest of the guys immediately gasped in surprise, unable to comprehend how this guy had taken down such powerful monsters with a single blow. But Lin Shu had no intention of stopping there and continued to fight the monsters. Although he had just managed to create a new combat skill, this technique required too much energy, and he couldn't use it twice in a short period of time until he mastered it perfectly. Now he could rely only on the Phoenix's majesty. The young man gripped his spear tighter and charged at the remaining monsters. Even so, this technique worked perfectly, so the protagonist had no trouble incinerating all the enemies in his path. Under such powerful attacks, the mutants fell helplessly to the ground, burning in the flames. Even after the energy in his body increased, the greatness of the Phoenix still couldn't burn them, unlike their wings without which the creatures could no longer fly. All the while, the young man was scattering the scarabs in all directions with his strikes. Lin Shu felt that after using Starry Sky Scorching and Phoenix Majesty, his energy began to wane significantly, for only then could it be consumed more quickly. He realized that piercing the armor of these monsters would be extremely difficult, because while the fire of the Phoenix's majesty dealt them inevitable damage, the tip of the black ray was only capable of leaving small holes on their surface. In the end, Lin Shu decided to ensure his enemies died from 1,000 wounds, since things had already come to this. In an instant, Ron unleashed the Phoenix's majesty and the pear-colored gale, for his body contained an infinite supply of source energy. His teammates watched in amazement as a 4th-ranked warrior single-handedly faced so many 6th-ranked spatial monsters. Only Zhang Yin noticed that something was wrong with Lin Shu's condition. The young man paid absolutely no attention to defense, focusing solely on attack, so it seemed as if he had fallen into a state of ecstasy. Hearing Zhang Yin's thoughts, Luo Yue explained to her that this was the energy of the Red Lotus fire, and that Lin Shu needed to release it, otherwise his body would explode. She also added that there was no point in stopping him, because the group needed to deal with the spatial monsters first. She swung her sword, harnessing the icy energy of the origins, and charged at those pesky mutants. Thanks to this power, the beauty managed to freeze one of the scarabs. The protagonist immediately noticed this assistance and quickly ran up to such a tempting target. With a single precise movement, he was able to pierce the ice and reach the beetle itself. When a notification about the destruction of the blue-winged scarab appeared before the young man, he was immediately delighted that he had managed to pierce their hard armor after all. In the end, Lin Shu looked at his prey with a proud expression, rejoicing in his strength. Luo Yue immediately approached him and explained that after his fire attack and her ice attack, the creature's shell had lost its strength, which is why he was able to break through it. But that didn't dampen his joy for a second. He was thrilled that, through the couple's joint efforts, they had managed to defeat every monster. Immediately feeling the beauty's heavy fist on his head, the protagonist heard her threatening words that she would tear his mouth off if he ever dared to speak that way again. Meanwhile, Xin Feng exclaimed in admiration that the village head had managed to engage in a lover's quarrel even in such a tense moment. Lin Shu, for his part, had no intention of stopping, so he immediately charged at the beast, unleashing the power of the Phoenix's majesty. The high-ranking evolved beasts were still unable to withstand such powerful blows. On the other side, Luo Yue also rushed toward them, covering the creatures in ice and weakening their armor. The beetles froze in place and waited helplessly for our hero to deliver his next strike. When the creatures were completely covered in ice, Lin Shu attacked them and shattered their shells with a pear-colored squall, destroying one scarab after another. At that moment, a swarm of second-rank blue-winged scarabs suddenly appeared in the room. The monster's offspring flew toward the elder at lightning speed, and he immediately realized they had just accidentally killed their queen. His team rushed to his aid at once, declaring they would handle this minor nuisance, even though their numbers were overwhelming. While the guys ran around and swung their weapons at these offspring, Lin Shu prepared to fight the huge monsters. Suddenly, one of the beetles leaped over the protagonist, heading toward his teammates. As usual, Li Ping had let his guard down and wasn't paying attention, which is why he didn't notice a large scarab charging at him from behind. He only managed to turn around at the excited shouts of his class monitor, spotting the creature that was about to devour him. But the creature immediately ran into the sharp spear of Lin Shu, who a moment later rushed to his classmate's aid. The scarab managed to grab his spear with its fangs, and Li Ping screamed in terror for the senior to hurry and let go of the spear. But the young man had no intention of giving up his weapon and snarled viciously at the creature that had decided to steal his black beam. He immediately unleashed the Phoenix's majesty, which swiftly reached its target. The flames scorched every part of the monster's internal organs, destroying it from within. The hideous creature crashed to the ground with a whistle, raising a cloud of dust and debris, while its body continued to convulse from the wounds it had sustained. Lin Shu laughed contentedly, because although they appeared strong on the outside, they were completely fragile on the inside. Seeing that only 3 large specimens remained before them, he excitedly shouted to his friends that there were very few enemies left. A few minutes later, Zhang Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief, because not a single living creature remained around them. The group looked around and marveled at how they had managed to survive after facing so many 6th-rank spatial beasts. They immediately heard Lin Shu's grumbling voice. He was sitting at the other end of the hall, asking why the others had strayed so far from him. Xin Feng replied that the guy now resembled a massive furnace, because when they stood next to him, they felt as if they were about to be charred. The class monitor looked at him with an annoyed expression and sarcastically remarked that for some reason, his friends hadn't complained when he'd saved their asses. As soon as the protagonist took a few sips of the healing potion, he immediately spat it out, coughing up flames. Seeing this, Luo Yue ordered him not to waste the solution, as she herself would continue to use ice energy to suppress the red lotus fire within his body. Since they had rested enough, Lin Shu suggested that the group head to the city center, as he now needed to fight strong opponents. Everyone else stared at him in silence, trying to grasp the full gravity of the words their leader had just spoken. When a few minutes later, the group finally entered the city, they stared in surprise at the pillars of fog that had suddenly appeared there. Lin Shu ordered everyone to stay alert, as evolved beasts could be hiding in the darkness. Suddenly, one of these creatures wrapped its tentacles around Zhang Ying, causing the girl to scream. A moment later, the mutant lifted her into the air and dragged her off in an unknown direction. The protagonist immediately grabbed his partner's hand to prevent the enemy from taking her away. He immediately attacked the creature, severing its strange tentacle with his sharp blade and freeing his friend. After surveying the monster lying on the ground, dripping with green blood, the group came to their senses and tried to make sure everyone was okay. Hearing some strange sounds ahead, Lin Shu immediately turned his gaze and saw something that seriously surprised him. He immediately let out a loud scream when he saw a huge herd of zombies moving straight toward his team. At the front were 4th-rank zombies with tentacles of varying lengths, perfectly suited for binding their prey. The creatures growled furiously and hungrily at the warriors, actively threatening them with their tentacles. At the same time, the squad leader clearly ordered everyone not to scatter and to cover each other. Lin Shu immediately rushed to fight these creatures, using the Phoenix's majesty. After tearing several zombies to pieces with his blade, Lin Shu landed on the ground and looked around at the remaining ones. When our hero realized that these zombies kept coming endlessly, he immediately exclaimed in outrage and turned to his friends. He called out loudly to Luo Yue and asked how things were going on her side, but heard only silence in response. When no one answered his question and silence reigned all around, broken only by the growling of the zombies, the young man realized he was alone. As he continued to fend off the creatures, he sensed that something was wrong with this fog, for it was precisely because of it that his teammates, without even realizing it, had been separated. Finding himself completely alone, our hero wanted only to deal with his enemies as quickly as possible, constantly resorting to the Phoenix's might. Stopping, Lin Shu looked around carefully to see if any living mutants remained. When the young man finally realized he had dealt with all the remaining creatures, he tried to find his friends. The protagonist took out his phone, but immediately realized there was no signal, so he wouldn't be able to determine his location. He shoved the phone back into his pocket and muttered that he'd figure it out on his own and get out of this place somehow. But suddenly, behind him, he sensed a strange concentration of energy flying straight at him. Lin Shu quickly dodged the attack coming at him and shouted loudly toward the attackers, trying to figure out who the enemy was. A moment later, he saw the guys from the university's Northern Corps standing before him. But the protagonist wasn't the least bit scared, so he immediately replied that he had just been about to track down the scoundrels from the second group and settle the score when suddenly they had fallen into his hands themselves. Seeing that none of Lin Shu's friends remained around him, the leader of the second group sarcastically joked that everyone had finally abandoned him. The young man replied with a slight smile that he hadn't meant to disappoint the scoundrel, but his team was alive and well and had simply scattered due to the thick fog all around. When the leader heard that Lin Shu and his men had killed 6th-rank beasts, he immediately asked suspiciously if our hero had been deceiving him all this time. But when the man sensed Lin Shu's aura, he immediately realized it was the fire of the Red Lotus, and all doubt vanished. He immediately cried out in shock, realizing that this weakling had consumed the flower and survived, something that defied science since his body should have exploded. Lin Shu smirked smugly and ordered the scoundrel not to lump him in with nobodies like them. Hearing such harsh words from him, the leader of the second group immediately clenched his teeth in fury, trying to restrain himself. He immediately added that, based on his observations, the young man had never absorbed the energy of the Red Lotus because he was too insignificant for such a great and complex task. The protagonist immediately reminded him that he had recently dealt with 6th-rank spatial beasts, so a bunch of 4th-rank warriors didn't stand a chance. But that didn't stop the leader of the second group, and he immediately attacked Lin Shu, shouting that there were more than enough of them to finish him off. Noticing how deftly the protagonist dodged their blows, the guys nicknamed him the Vine. Sun Hai was the first to reach him, shouting loudly at the guy to stop dodging if he was a real man. Our hero smiled and agreed, countering his mountain-shattering blade with his own pear-colored gale. As soon as the giant felt the barrage of strikes from his sharp spear, he immediately growled in irritation, noting that this little guy's energy was truly terrifying. But that wasn't all Lin Shu had in store for him, so he lit a fire in his eyes and charged at him with renewed vigor. Swiping his Phoenix Majesty sharply toward the villain, the young man immediately directed a stream of flame straight at his opponent. Fear immediately appeared in Sun Wuhai's eyes when he realized there was no way he could dodge this ferocious attack. The immense force of the young man's strike instantly sent the burly warrior flying through the air, causing him to scream and flail his arms helplessly. When the students from the second group realized that this guy had taken down the bald man in just 2 strikes, the determination in their eyes vanished instantly. Their leader realized that their opponent's high body temperature was due to the power of the Red Lotus's fire, and he was extremely annoyed by just how strong this guy's combat skills had become. Since he had no other way to win, the guy began calling out loudly for Hodaka-senpai and begging him for help. Suddenly, through the fog, our hero spotted 3 more warriors heading his way, indignantly discussing how this worthless class representative couldn't even handle a single freshman. Standing before Lin Shui were 5th-rank warriors, specifically 4th-year students. Katsuya Hodaka was the first to respond, confirming their participation in this trial, though their objective differed slightly from that of the freshmen. Assessing the newcomer with a mad look in his eyes, he said that their task was to hunt down people like him. Lin Shu immediately recalled the words about how, during the trials, freshmen often died not at the hands of monsters, so now everything fell into place, because the real killers of those guys were standing right in front of him. Katsuya Hodak merely smiled in response and said that at this time of year, they had an excellent opportunity to hunt. And besides, the universities would have no way of finding out who had actually killed their students. Giving him an annoyed look, the young man coldly asked if this fog was the work of these scoundrels. But the 5th-rank warrior objected, saying that the fog emanated from a high-ranking beast in deep hibernation, and that was precisely why this place was perfect for a raid. Gripping his spear tighter in anger, Lin Shu also realized that the second group from the Northern Institute was in cahoots with these scoundrels. So now he could clear the University of trash with a clear conscience. The leader of the second group immediately cried out in irritation, as the young man had become too talkative just before his death. When Katsuya Hodak heard the order to ensure this brat suffered the most horrific death, he immediately set about carrying out the task. He menacingly ordered his comrades to cut this little pup to pieces and show him no mercy for even a second. Leaping, meanwhile, was in another part of this strange place and was just as puzzled, wondering where all his friends had gone. Hearing some strange movement behind him, the boy immediately thought of yet another tentacled zombie and readied his weapon. The next second, he swung his two maces, shouting death threats at the creature. But the enemy immediately stopped his attack and asked with contempt just how bad Li Ping's eyesight was. The young man peered into the fog and realized it was a silhouette that was all too familiar. He saw Zhang Yin with the rest of the guys who had finally found him and were extremely upset that he had tried to kill them. Li Ping apologized and explained that his friends had scared him, emphasizing that they had no idea how hard he'd had to fight those creatures. Zhang Yin ignored the apology and asked the boy if he'd seen Luo Yue or his brother Lin Shu. The newcomers also realized there was no signal in this area, so they had no choice but to search for their friends one by one, staying together the whole time. Meanwhile, Lin Shu was actively fighting off fourth-year rivals who had dared to attack him. He used the fire poem, unleashing fire upon them all. Katsuyama Hodaka asked angrily how they could have let this guy kill two of their own, since his strength looked like that of at least a fifth-rank warrior. The leader of the second group convinced his partner that he was indeed a fourth-rank warrior, but after absorbing the fire of the Red Lotus, he had become much stronger. Upon learning this, Katsuya Hodak's eyes immediately lit up with the desire to kill him as soon as possible and take everything that was left. Seeing one of the first-year students from the second group begging the others to help him because he was burning alive in the intense flames, Katsuya Hodaka was stunned. He froze for a few seconds, watching this horrific sight and trying to comprehend what was happening. He shouted loudly and ordered his men to stop fighting, because during the battle, this young man was expending the unprocessed fire energy of the Red Lotus, and they were only helping him. He noticed that Lin Shu was actually barely holding on, because without items to release the excess energy, he would soon be torn to pieces. The warrior ordered his men to surround the young man, but avoid direct combat so as to wear him down. He waited for the moment when the young man's body would be torn to pieces, and the energy of the Red Lotus would pass to them. Noticing that these scoundrels had stopped attacking him, Lin Shu realized they had sensed his true condition. The boy knew his body couldn't hold out much longer, so he needed to end the battle quickly, and then find Luo Yue to help suppress the energy. Noticing that the leader of the 10th group had been distracted, Katsuya Hodak immediately rushed at him, having finally managed to make our hero let his guard down. Suddenly, the young man felt a strong hand grab him and pull him away, shielding him from the enemy warrior's ferocious blow. Lin Shu looked at his savior and saw Luo Yue there, who immediately began to activate her icy energy to at least slightly suppress his heat. In fact, he hadn't expected his partner to come to his aid so promptly. The young man smiled awkwardly and realized he had the feeling that the beauty was saving him, when it should have been the other way around. Completely enveloping him in her icy energy, the girl declared that he wasn't a hero at all, but just a greenhorn. Lin Shu looked at her indignantly and asked why she was so eager to humiliate him at every opportunity, since he wasn't a greenhorn at all. Katsuya Hodaka immediately noted that his classmate was a real beauty, and a very voluptuous one at that. His partner pointed out that things were looking bad, since this girl was using her origin power to suppress the Red Lotus's fire energy. But the senpai ordered him to shut up because he could see perfectly well what was going on. Since his origins were based on fire energy, Katsuya Hodak immediately rushed at the pair, shouting that the girl would be perfect for him. Our heroes once again engaged in a fierce battle, trying to tear each other to pieces as quickly as possible. Time and again they crossed their blades, and the loud clang of metal echoed throughout the area as sparks flew in all directions. Fighting Luo Yue, Katsuya Hodak was surprised, because dealing with this girl turned out to be even harder than dealing with that guy. Meanwhile, she was furiously tearing the guys from the second group to pieces, leaving them not a single chance of victory. When she finished off the leader of the Northern Corps' second group, she cast a menacing glance at Katsuya Hodaka and began moving toward him. He angrily shouted at his teammates that they were idiots and had underestimated this beauty, because she was at least at the peak of the 4th rank. Katsuya Hodaka ordered them to focus all their attention on this girl, otherwise they would all die here, because she wouldn't spare any of them. The worthless warriors immediately rushed at Luo Yue, wildly swinging their weapons and shouting threats. The protagonist immediately stepped in to defend his partner and used the pear-colored barrage. When one of them got too close to the beauty, all she saw was the scoundrel being tossed into the air by a whirlwind of Lin Shu's strikes. Behind her, she immediately sensed Lin Shu, who as always had come to her aid just in time, not leaving her alone. Now our heroes fought back to back, masterfully combining their strength and fending off every new attack from the enemies. Katsuya Hodak immediately realized that this beauty had deliberately left her guard down to set him up and expose him to Lin Shu's attack. Distracted for just a couple of minutes, he didn't have time to react when the young man appeared in the air above him, ready to unleash his best skill. The young man was just about to demonstrate the power of his new technique and swung his spear, directing the Milky Way fall at his opponent. The immense power of this combat skill instantly struck the warriors who hadn't managed to dodge, for which they immediately paid with their lives. Katsuya Hodak and the second group's leader stared in shock at the remains of their comrades, amazed at just how immense the power of this golden skill had been. Meanwhile, Lin Shu smiled with satisfaction as the power of the Milky Way fall strike, amplified by the Red Lotus fire, had exceeded all expectations. Next, the protagonist combined the accumulated power strike and the majesty of the Phoenix, directing them at the villain. The opponent stood there unable to comprehend why the power of this move had increased so dramatically. After all, he now had almost no chance of parrying the attack. Since he had no intention of dying in this dreadful place, he informed the leader of the second group of this and simply fled. Literally a second before the strike, Katsuya Hodaka deftly leaped backward, leaving the students of the Northern Corps defenseless. As he fled, the opponent saw Luo Yue slice his partner in half with a single precise stroke of her sword. Fear immediately flashed across Katsuya Hodaka's face, for his entire squad had been wiped out by just 2 people who were now coming for him. In a matter of seconds, he sensed a massive surge of energy behind him, and turning around, saw an enraged Lin Shu standing there, who had no intention of letting him go without permission. The leader attacked the man with the flame palm technique, offering him the chance to absorb the energy of the Red Lotus. Katsuya Hodaka's fear intensified even more, and he began repeating that he was a member of the Moonwing Legion. So if the young man killed him, they were all doomed. Upon hearing that name, Lin Shu froze for a moment and laughed, adding that he had never heard of such a strange organization. Seizing the moment, the 5th-rank warrior immediately leaped to his feet and swung his sword at him, ordering the insolent upstart to die. Finally, with a sharp movement, the protagonist severed his opponent's arm. The man executed a powerful diversionary maneuver and bolted so quickly that in an instant, Lin Shu saw nothing but empty space before him. Our hero could only watch him go in surprise, not expecting his opponent to act like a complete coward. Quickly forgetting about Katsuya Hodaka, he returned to his partner and asked if she had heard of the Moonwing Legion. When the girl told him that it was one of the strongest mercenary groups in the world, Lin Shu's face betrayed utter defeat, because he hadn't expected their power to be so great. Luo Yue also added that the Moonwing Legion was led by a 9th-rank warrior who would not tolerate even a single sidelong glance in his direction and would deal with anyone who dared to kill their comrades. Rumor has it that once the king of a small African country accidentally killed a member of this legion, causing his country to be wiped off the face of the earth a week later. Lin Shu immediately exclaimed in shock that he had unwittingly incurred the wrath of a 9th-rank warrior, while the girl remained completely calm, as if nothing had happened. The beauty merely added that he should kill them and put an end to the matter if they dared to return, rather than being a wimp. The young man, however, asked resentfully where the girl had found the courage to challenge a 9th-rank warrior. The girl ignored his question and said that in his current state, he shouldn't have been waiting for the Moonwing Legion, because he would soon have to give up anyway, due to the energy of the Red Lotus fire. Lin Shu collapsed to the ground in tears, and the beauty immediately said that the energy could be controlled by consuming an anomalous crystal from an evolved ice or water beast. Then he remembered that the mutant was the work of a mutant who could very well be one of these species. And Luo Yue agreed with the boy and suggested they head into the center of the mist to confirm their assumptions. But suddenly the protagonist sensed something strange and told the girl that something was approaching them. Looking up, the guy saw red-eyed hounds in front of them, 5th-rank evolved beasts. Lin Shu asked his girlfriend to stay alert because these creatures were extremely dangerous. Waiting for the right moment, the pair drew their weapons and, with all their fury, charged at the huge pack of dogs. Meanwhile, Katsuya Hodak sat near his plane, complaining that this brat was so strong. Glancing at his severed hand from time to time, the boy thought that now he would need a cybernetic hand. Throwing away the healing solution, he shouted angrily that this boy would never be able to harm him again and that it would remain nothing more than a dream. Trying to climb into his plane, he was about to send a little gift to our heroes. Katsuya Hodak knew that as soon as that huge fog-producing creature woke up, all the guys would die instantly. At that moment, Lin Shu suddenly heard a strange sound above him, resembling the roar of a jet engine. Looking up, he saw a small plane in the sky flying straight toward them. The protagonist stared in surprise at this strange sight, suspecting it was a small aircraft. He was even more surprised when he saw the fighter jet cutting through the fog. Eventually, the plane successfully passed through the thick fog and flew away. At that moment, our heroes heard the deafening flap of someone's enormous wings. It turned out to be the Ice Bird, an 8th rank evolved beast. The mutant wasted no time and immediately released its cold energy outward. Our heroes had to struggle to stay on their feet after such a shockwave. Lin Shu hadn't expected there to be such a powerful beast here. Noticing that the fog around them had cleared, Luo Yue also surmised that someone had deliberately attacked it and forced it out of hibernation. But the girl was very pleased that this creature's anomalous crystal would be a perfect fit for her partner. So they had to finish off this enemy. Meanwhile, in another part of the G17 district were Zhao Qixin and his group. They stood and watched in amazement as a huge 8th rank bird soared in the sky nearby. Upon hearing the creature's rank, his companions immediately suggested with alarm that they leave the area, since such an opponent was beyond their capabilities. But the team leader told the group that he had sent a report to the Hunters Guild, so that soon many people would arrive here, hoping to claim such a prize. Then he turned his gaze back to the bird, whose mere presence was driving away all the other animals. The protagonist noticed how this bird was driving all the beasts and zombies out of the center, and Luo Yue immediately declared that they couldn't handle such numbers and should avoid a confrontation. The group immediately ran toward one of the buildings on the side of the street, planning to climb onto the roof and wait out the wave from high ground. After a few minutes of a strenuous climb up the stairs, Lin Shu tried to catch his breath. Once he'd caught his breath a bit, he walked to the edge of the roof and began watching the huge wave of mutants leaving the city. The young man assumed that the people in the center of the fog probably hadn't survived, and they also didn't know if Zhang Yin and the others had managed to get out of there in time. But suddenly, above his head, he heard the sound of engines again and saw several planes arriving in the G17 area. Luo Yue immediately told him that these were likely hunters who had come for the Ice Bird, which someone had mentioned in a post. One of the planes landed right on the roof of the building where his friends were, and strangers began to get out of it. Seeing the students nearby, one of the warriors asked his colleague where these students were from, one of whom looked extremely strange. The old man informed his subordinate that these days, Sheng Yu's freshmen were undergoing combat training, and one of the students had leaked information about the Ice Bird's awakening online. But his attention was equally focused on Lin Shu, who it seemed to him was possessed by something. The young man, for his part, tried to analyze the stranger, but since he couldn't, the old man must have been a 7th rank warrior. Noticing a flicker of emotion in the disciples' eyes, the old man approached them and said that his target was the bird, not them, so they need not fear him. Lin Shu told the old man that a few minutes ago the bird had been hibernating, but then someone had awakened it by attacking from a small flying craft. Lifting his venerable gaze to the enormous, enraged beast, the man repeated the young man's words that some scoundrel had awakened this creature. In an instant, he shouted to all his men to don their mechanical wings and fly straight after it. About 5 warriors immediately obeyed their leader and took to the air, heading toward their target. The Ice Bird immediately noticed that a group of people was heading their way. The evolved beast immediately let out a loud scream, trying to scare the enemies away, and this furious roar echoed throughout the entire area. After that, the mutant fired sharp ice crystals at the team of hunters. Noticing that the enraged bird had begun flying toward them, the old man ordered his soldiers to open fire on it with their laser cannons. Weapons immediately shot out from the warrior's wings and began attacking the Ice Bird. The attack was truly astonishing, but even so, the mutant was able to dodge it with ease. Lin Shu's face showed only defeat and admiration, because he had not expected to see these strangers with K-17 military laser cannons. As he stood there watching them in awe, The warriors flew around the iceberg, attacking it again and again, and causing a series of explosions. Then their leader got carried away and ordered the guys to step it up, because they had inflicted serious damage on it. Seeing how these guys had taken down an 8th-rank beast in just a couple of minutes, the protagonist simply couldn't believe his own eyes. Lo Yue immediately explained that judging by the K-17 laser weapons, these were soldiers from the Alliance Army, which relied heavily on high technology. At that moment, the bird, which they had assumed was half dead, resumed the fight. It let out a furious cry and spread its enormous wings wide, creating a powerful gust of wind. With a massive sweep of its wings, it knocked back half the soldiers, who screamed in fear, unable to comprehend how this was possible. Their leader immediately shouted that this accursed creature knew how to deliberately feign weakness to let the enemy get close and then kill them. The man shouted loudly and ordered his men to keep firing their laser cannons. All the soldiers knew this battle wouldn't be easy, so they carried out the order without hesitation. Suddenly, 4 small whirlwinds burst from the ground beneath the bird, resembling her powerful attack. Instead of attacking the soldiers, these whirlwinds crashed into the rooftops of buildings, striking their targets. Lo Yuk noted that the real show was about to begin, since the army's weapons had been destroyed. A second later, several other hunters appeared on the city streets, shouting that this was their chance. One of them, apparently their leader, ordered his comrades to charge, lunging at the iceberg. He was followed by several dozen more warriors who no longer resembled army soldiers. The mutant quickly shifted his focus to new targets after swiftly dispatching the Alliance soldiers. The warrior swung his weapon and shouted that the men shouldn't let up, because only with his death would they have a chance to make a fortune. He immediately attacked the bird with 2 axes, plunging them straight into the beast's back. This turn of events greatly enraged the bird, so it was about to take revenge for such a serious wound. It used its skills and with a deft whirlwind-like movement, flung the insolent attacker aside. The blow was so powerful that it sent the hunter flying into a nearby skyscraper. Seeing such a furious attack, Lin Shu's eyes immediately widened in surprise, for this was exactly what one would expect from an 8th-rank beast. Lo Yue, for her part, sat calmly on the roof of the building and said that the battle would be a long one, so they might as well rest for now. The girl added that, in her estimation, this battle would last about 3 days. She recounted how, as a child, her family had defeated a 9th-rank golden firebird in about a week. Upon hearing the story of how his partner had hunted a high-rank beast at the age of 10, Lin Shu immediately gasped in shock, but she quickly calmed him down, saying she had merely watched from the sidelines. Our hero retold his friend's story aloud and remarked that if her family managed to defeat a 9th-rank monster while having a small child with them, then they were truly incredibly strong. So much time had passed since that conversation that Lin Shu had managed to get a good rest. Watching these warriors still struggling to deal with the iceberg, he was convinced the battle would drag on for a long time, since a whole day had already passed. Shouts rang out among the soldiers, who could barely stand on their feet, claiming that their opponent was practically spent. Lin Shu looked at this brave soldier with contempt, for even a blind man could see that the mutant was still full of strength. Just like yesterday, the creature let out a furious scream and flapped its enormous wings, scattering its enemies in all directions. Several Alliance transport ships reappeared in the sky, delivering more powerful equipment. The ships immediately closed in on the creature and opened laser fire from their hulls. Lin Shu asked his partner with interest when they were going to act, since an army with high-tech weapons and elite warriors was supposed to destroy the iceberg as quickly as possible. But Luo Yu simply told him not to rush, because whoever charges head first is bound to take the brunt of the blow. Besides, she suggested waiting until those hiding in the shadows began to act. After a while, the bird finally exhausted itself completely and began to writhe in the air. Eventually, it fell to the ground, exhausted, raising a tall column of dust behind it. All the warriors literally jumped for joy when they saw that they had finally defeated this beast. The warriors immediately rushed over to it to gather all the necessary resources from its body. According to their agreement, the hunters were to take the anomalous crystal, while everything else was to be given to the soldiers. They immediately set about cutting the dead creature into pieces, trying to find their main objective as quickly as possible. Finally, having reached the 8th-rank anomalous crystal, shaped like a large red star, the warriors gazed at it in awe, for they had never before seen such a powerful stone. The hunters rejoiced that, by selling this stone, they would be able to live in luxury for at least 10 years. Suddenly, a stranger ran up to them, shouting that the stone belonged to him because all his brothers had died in this battle. A burly man from the group of hunters shot him a furious glance and asked who this scoundrel thought he was. But as soon as he swung at the brave man, he was immediately struck by a laser from the Alliance army. The man stared in surprise at the air transporters hovering right above his head, which weren't supposed to be firing. As the other aircraft closed in on him, a warning blared over the loudspeakers that any warriors who trespassed on Alliance territory would be shot on sight. The aircraft's lasers immediately activated, ready to attack anyone who still intended to steal the anomalous crystal. As soon as one of them spotted the slightest movement near the bird, they all fired their lasers at the target, causing a powerful explosion. But the leader of the hunters dodged in time and attacked the soldiers, using his combat skills, shouting that they wouldn't dare take the crystal from him. Suddenly, the place turned into a veritable battlefield, with both sides trying to get their hands on such a powerful, anomalous crystal. Lin Shu and Luo Yue watched this pathetic spectacle with smiles and prepared for their own attack. As they watched this tense scene, the friends didn't even notice that someone else was on the roof with them. Hearing familiar voices and turning around, they saw Zhang Yin and her team behind them, safe and sound. The group explained that they had found them thanks to Lei Lei's keen eyesight. She had spotted the pair on the roof of the high-rise and led them straight there. Lin Shu was genuinely relieved to learn that his friends were alive, since the other university students must have already left the area, something they too should have done. Hearing the implication that he and Luo Yue planned to stay in this dangerous place, Zhang Yin asked him anxiously what he was thinking. The young man agreed and confirmed their suspicions, adding that they would indeed stay a little longer. Zhang Yin begged them not to tell her that they were actually planning to get their hands on an 8th rank crystal, because they would have to fight 6th or 7th level masters. Luo Yue explained that they needed this crystal. Otherwise, their class representative simply wouldn't survive the return to the university without help in synthesizing Red Lotus Fire energy. The group immediately stared at Lin Shu with concern, demanding that he tell them if this was true and if he really might die. Noticing the fear in his friend's eyes, our hero tried to stay upbeat and advised them to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. Zhang Yin decided not to get in the way, but still asked the team to keep their eyes peeled as they made their way back to Shengyu. The battle at the foot of the skyscraper had died down somewhat. Only the strongest remained alive. Through the columns of smoke and dust, the figure of the enraged leader of the hunters could be seen. He had single-handedly killed all the enemies who had tried to seize his crystal. Meanwhile, on the roof of one of the neighboring buildings, Zhao Qiqin and his team were waiting for the right moment to attack and seize the crystal. Suddenly, their leader pulled out a small grenade and emphasized that this would be their trump card. When one of his classmates saw the grenade in the boss's hands, his face betrayed both excitement and surprise, as he knew exactly what it was. It was a paralyzing smoke grenade that released paralyzing smoke for 3 seconds, capable of easily immobilizing high-ranking warriors for several seconds. Shouting to his entire group that they could return to the university, Zhao Qiqin boldly leaped off the roof and jumped down after the anomalous crystal. The leader of the hunters, barely having had time to catch his breath, immediately spotted the student flying toward him from above. Calculating everything, Zhao Qiqin hurled his paralyzing grenade at the burly man, hitting him squarely. The man screamed in rage, not understanding why he couldn't move at all. Noticing such a perfect moment to act, Luo Yue immediately informed Lin Shu that they were moving forward. Our heroes jumped off the roof, but Lin Shu still didn't understand how they would manage to find the crystal so quickly in that fog. The girl reminded him of the young man's pet, which could help them in this situation, so he admitted that it was indeed a brilliant idea. He quickly told his little partner about it and emphasized that he was counting on Gun. After a few seconds of free fall, the pair finally landed and immediately rushed toward the body of the icebird. After carefully examining the mutant, Lin Shu finally sensed the crystal's energy and realized he had found it. The young man reached inside and pulled out an 8th rank anomalous crystal, immediately rejoicing that he had managed to snatch it from a crowd of 6th and 7th rank warriors. Seeing that his partner had obtained the crystal they so desperately needed, Luo Yue immediately shouted that it was time to leave. Zhao Qiqin, having just dealt with the leader of the hunters, ran over to the dead bird's carcass. In the end, he saw only an empty space where the anomalous crystal had once been. The young man looked more closely, not understanding where the stone had gone, suspecting that someone had beaten him to it. The hunter, finally coming to his senses after a moment, used his hurricane speed to take revenge. He shouted loudly in rage, finally able to move. The man glared at Zhao Qiqin and shouted angrily, demanding to know how he dared to take his anomalous crystal. The man's furious expression revealed nothing but a desire for bloody revenge for what had been stolen from him. Throwing another stun grenade at the thug, Zhao Qiqin realized that someone had not only beaten him to it, but had also set him up. Hearing the hunter's angry shouts behind him, the young man ran for his life with all his might. Meanwhile, Luo Yu and Lin Shu were walking through the sewers, delighted that the loser with the smoke grenade had not only created the perfect conditions for them, but had also become a victim of that burly man himself. The protagonist could never have imagined that getting his hands on an 8th rank anomalous crystal would be so easy. But unexpectedly, instead of the crystal, the young man pulled a huge egg out of his bag, crying out in surprise and shock. Luo Yu asked irritably how he had managed to pocket the icebird's egg in the first place. But the boy insisted that he had definitely taken the crystal, staring at the egg and wondering if it was of any use at all. Then his partner explained that this icebird egg could be incubated and turned into a mount. Imagining how he could fly through the sky riding a mutant, Lin Shu admitted that it was a very tempting prospect. Unexpectedly, out of nowhere, an anomalous crystal appeared in Luo Yu's hands, so she tossed it to the guy and ordered him to begin the absorption. Upon seeing the crystal, the boy was relieved that they hadn't lost it and that it had been with the girl all along. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhao arrived at the meeting place with his companions. In a rage, he told his classmates that some scoundrel had stolen the stone right under his nose. Then he pulled a strange device out of his backpack and said that with this tool, finding the thief would be easy. The guy explained that it was the latest anomalous crystal detector, capable of locating the stone no matter where it was. Shihong immediately began checking the red dots on the screen, which indicated a concentration of energy in that area. Upon seeing a large red dot, he exclaimed in surprise that the thieves hadn't gone far. After ordering his friends to get ready, Zhao Qiqin and the others flew out of their storage space a few minutes later, intending to retrieve their crystal. Meanwhile, Lin Shu was absorbing the ice crystal and felt as though he might die on the spot because the energy inside it was incredibly powerful. Upon completing the absorption, he saw a notification that his level had risen to 22 in a very short time. Suddenly, his partner heard strange sounds behind her and turned around. She saw a horde of zombies in front of her, returning to the area after the icebird's death. The warrior immediately rushed toward them, declaring that she would handle them herself while the young man calmly finished the absorption. A few minutes later, Luo Yue exhaled wearily and admitted that she hadn't expected to see so many enemies here. She looked at her friend and wasn't sure exactly how much time he would need, but nevertheless, she sensed that the energy of the red lotus within his body had already stabilized. Her attention was suddenly drawn to a familiar voice, exclaiming at the sight of an 8th rank anomalous crystal. Standing before her was Zhao Qiqin, holding a strange device in his hands, and beside him was his partner. Out of respect for the long-standing friendship between their families, the young man said he was willing to let Luo Yue go if they handed over the anomalous crystal. But suddenly his calm was shattered by his friend, who shouted that the young man behind her was already absorbing the 8th rank crystal. Zhao Qiqin turned his gaze to Lin Shu and hissed angrily that no one had the right to absorb the energy of his stone. The young man ordered Luo Xiaoqi to immediately retrieve the precious crystal, while he himself would hold off Luo Yue's onslaught and distract her. The boys immediately rushed toward Lin Shu, while Zhao Qiqin lunged menacingly at his acquaintance. She immediately pounced on Luo Xiaoqi, declaring that anyone who touched her partner would die. Noticing that Zhao Qiqin was trying to break through himself, she blocked his attack and said that as long as she was there, no one would dare touch him. A fierce battle broke out between them, and he continued to insist that the crystal belonged to him. Meanwhile, the opponents finally broke through and shouted that this Lin Shu would never be able to fully absorb the crystal. Suddenly, Lin Shu opened his eyes, grabbed both attackers, and coldly asked where they thought they were going. The poor fellows screamed as they felt alternating waves of heat and cold coursing through their bodies. After a brief ordeal, Lin Shu effortlessly tossed them aside. He stood up, gripped his spear tightly, and activated the Phoenix Majesty skill. A hot, bright flame instantly filled the entire sewer, and a powerful wave of fire swept rapidly through the dark tunnels. He unleashed a torrent of flame upon the two freshmen, who were shocked to witness such incredible fiery power. Lin Shu had no intention of stopping there, so he immediately unleashed a new ice attack on his enemies called Pear-Colored Frost Squall. In addition, the young man tried to break through the sewer walls so they could get out. He immediately rushed to his partner, grabbed her by the hand, and dragged her along, trying to escape quickly. Luo Xiaoxi and the others immediately screamed in anger, realizing that their target had managed to escape. The same emotions overwhelmed Zhao Xiqin, who could no longer determine the crystal's location because the red dot had vanished. The friends surmised that our hero had absorbed the crystal's energy too quickly, making it impossible to track him now. Realizing this, their leader threw the device to the ground in a rage, completely breaking it. Despite his failure, Zhao Qiqin continued to shout that this was far from the end of their rivalry. Meanwhile, our heroes had hidden safely in an old wooden hut deep in the forest. Now Lin Shu calmly continued to absorb the crystal and steadily raise his level. The young man could hardly believe that mastering the Red Lotus fire and the crystal could grant him so much experience, allowing him to rise 3 levels in just one night. His total combat power exceeded 5,000, and he had now become a 5th-rank warrior, granting him access to the 2nd stage of genetic locks and unlocking a new combat ability. The new skill was called Mirror Reflection, which when activated created a shadow clone. The protagonist was incredibly delighted that he had unlocked so many new unique abilities that significantly increased his combat power. The young man happily adjusted the settings in the system interface, renaming himself a 5th-rank warrior and distributing his points to the desired stats. Suddenly, Luo Yue interrupted him, asking if the protagonist had finished his absorption. When the girl realized that he had absorbed an 8th-rank crystal in just 24 hours, whereas it would take ordinary people 3 days, she gasped in shock. Lin Shu proudly straightened his shoulders and declared that it was all thanks to his extraordinary talent. Ignoring his arrogance, Luo Yue reminded him that today was the last day of the competition and it was time for them to leave. On the way to the gathering point, the protagonist kept trying to coax praise out of her, but she brushed him off the whole time. After a while, they approached a huge building resembling a temple. At the entrance, they saw their team fighting a group of unfamiliar opponents. Lin Shu immediately shouted, trying to ask Zhang Yin what was going on. Hearing a familiar voice, the girl turned to him and felt a wave of relief. Finally, she complained that members of the first group from the Northern Institute had taken the anomalous crystal they had obtained during the trial. Our heroes immediately approached the strangers, already glaring at them with cold, hostile stares. The leader of the first group glared at Lin Shu and asked if he was the one from the 10th group of the Southern Institute who had taken first place in the competition tower. Without waiting for an answer, he introduced himself as Ouyang Han and pointed to the girl beside him, who was Tianzixia. Everything immediately clicked into place in Lin Shu's mind when he remembered that these were the very people who had once ranked higher than him before he overtook them. The confident young man smirked and reminded the first group that they were all now ranked below him. This instantly enraged Ouyang Han, and he shouted that Lin Shu's rise to first place was nothing but luck, suggesting they test their strength right here and now. As a condition, he said that if our hero lost in a duel with them, all their anomalous crystals would go to the first group. Lin Shu smiled calmly and said he wouldn't agree to such terms, refusing to let them treat him like some kind of idiot. So instead, he demanded that if he lost, they return the stolen crystal. Pointing his spear forward, he coldly added that if they refuse, he would simply take everything from their corpses. Ouyang Han immediately dodged and launched an attack, shouting that Lin Shu had no chance of defeating them on his own. A moment later, they clashed in a fierce battle of spears, where Lin Shu clearly had the upper hand. Meanwhile, Tianzixia approached Luo Yue and mockingly asked why she had decided to join such trash in the 10th group. The girl immediately attacked her rival, declaring that trying to provoke her was the girl's biggest mistake. Ouyang Han, on the other hand, tried to keep his composure, hiding the fact that he was lagging behind Lin Shu, who had already reached the 5th rank. Seeing this, our hero mockingly asked what his opponent thought of his rapid growth and newfound strength. Hearing himself being laughed at so openly, the guy flew into a rage and threatened Lin Shu with retribution. The warrior from the first group suddenly activated a golden skill called Global Shaking. The protagonist wasn't surprised by the attack and calmly stopped his opponent. He effortlessly pushed Ouyang Han away with such force that he crashed through the wall in his path. Lin Shu was annoyed that the guy couldn't even pull off anything interesting and was disappointed by his weakness. Swinging his spear, Lin Shu declared that it was now his turn and unleashed a pear-colored barrage upon his opponent. Although Ouyang Han managed to defend himself, he was stunned by the sheer number of strikes delivered in a single instant. Ultimately, one of Lin Shu's strikes broke through his defense, and pain shot through his entire body, causing him to scream. The freshman's eyes were bloodshot, and rage consumed him because some scum from Group 10 had dared to touch him. Towering over Lin Shu, he threatened to send him straight to hell for such audacity. But he immediately had to defend himself again, as our hero unleashed another pear-colored barrage upon him. Young Han immediately made it clear that the young man shouldn't even hope to hit him with that same combat skill. Smiling, Lin Shu warned his opponent that he knew how to use other abilities as well. This time, he infused his attack with ice, unleashing a pear-colored frost barrage upon his opponent. When Young Han tried to block the strike, he was stunned because Lin Shu had always used the fire attribute before, and now he was using ice as well. Stepping back, he realized that the icy power had already reached his right leg, which now felt as if it were frozen solid. Now his opponent acknowledged that the power of our hero's icy energy was truly impressive. Before he could react, Lin Shu casually asked what he thought of the combination of ice and fire. Young Han still couldn't move his right leg, so there was no way he could dodge the protagonist's attack. The guy realized that his only option was to use his last move, called the Wall of Gravel. In the end, this amazing ability completely stopped the raging flames. Lin Shu laughed at his attempt, mocking him and saying that even this wouldn't save him from being burned alive. Despite this, he truly failed to achieve his intended goal. Consumed by the heat, Young Han roared with rage, vowing to tear Lin Shu to pieces. Gathering his strength, he charged forward and prepared his most powerful technique, the one he had been saving for Zhao Xixin of the 1st Southern Group. It was the advanced inside of the Strike of Absolute Annihilation, which he directed toward the protagonist. Observing his opponent's overwhelming power, our hero realized that even his most powerful defensive technique might not be enough to withstand it. Thus, he had only one option left, which he intended to use. The young man believed this was an excellent opportunity to test the power this technique had attained after absorbing the Red Lotus fire and the icy anomalous crystal. Now, this skill truly combined two opposing elements at once. Since Young Han hadn't expected such power from a novice, he was thrown dozens of meters into the air. The only problem was that the protagonist had also expended a great deal of energy in the process, causing him to cough up blood. The rest of the students from the first group rushed excitedly over to the class monitor to see if he was okay. Despite his serious injuries, the young man replied that he was fine. Reflecting on the immense power of that attack, he suddenly shifted his attention to the battle between the two girls. Tian Zixia was clearly no match for Luo Yue, so Young Han, realizing the danger, immediately ordered his classmates to ignore him and rush to their partner's aid. In an instant, 3 guys from the first group rushed toward Luo Yue to save their friend. Zhang Yin and the rest of the team intervened without hesitation, shouting angrily that the enemies wouldn't win just by outnumbering them. Both sides clashed fiercely, trying to gain the upper hand over each other. Meanwhile, Young Han continued his fight with Lin Shu, determined to prove that he could win even without a weapon. He leaped forward and unleashed a powerful sand gravel fist on Lin Shu. Lin Shu instantly countered with a shattering thunder fist, calmly declaring that his opponent was not the only one skilled in fist combat. Although Young Han's fist was much larger and more imposing, the moment their blows collided, he was knocked backward. A second later, his opponent screamed in pain, clutching his dislocated and injured arm. Lin Shu didn't hesitate and lunged forward to deliver the decisive final blow, sending the man flying high into the air. In the end, the opponent collapsed onto the cold ground, completely drained of strength. At the same time, Tian Zixia froze in place as Luo Yue's blade came dangerously close to her neck. The outcome of the battle was clear to everyone, so the opponent begged the warrior not to kill her and surrendered. Lin Shu smiled and announced that the first group had lost after all, despite their immense ambitions. Young Han was utterly devastated, for he himself could clearly see that they had suffered defeat. Lin Shu calmly reminded him that it was time to settle the score and hand over all their anomalous crystals. But the fire of resentment still burned in Young Han's eyes, and gritting his teeth, he declared that he would hand over only a third of the spoils. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Shu hissed angrily that in that case, he would have to finish off all their rivals. The leader of the first group immediately replied that they would hand over a maximum of 1/3, and if necessary, they were ready to fight to the death. Not wanting to waste time on a protracted battle, Lin Shu exhaled and agreed to their terms. Deep down, he understood that these opponents weren't exactly weak, and a deadly clash could seriously harm the rest of the group. Tian Zixia tossed him her backpack and declared that it contained a third of their team's loot. Giving her a satisfied look, Lin Shu took it and said that they were now even. Without another word, the members of the first group turned and slowly walked away, helping the battered Ouyang Han. As soon as they were gone, Lin Shu finally relaxed and suddenly collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. His teammates immediately rushed to the team leader, anxiously asking if he was all right. He took a medical solution out of his backpack and told them to follow him, as they needed to return as soon as possible. Meanwhile, when the first group reached their transport, they quickly carried their leader to the medical bay, leaving Tian Zixia alone with the teacher. At that moment, upon seeing their condition, Zhao Xixin mockingly taunted the Northern Institute group and remarked that Ouyang Han must have encountered a formidable opponent. Throwing his bags of loot onto the table, he watched with satisfaction as the teacher began counting the anomalous crystals. After a careful count, the instructor announced that he had earned 280 points. Upon hearing her result, Zhao Qixin confidently declared that first place in this freshman competition belonged to the First Southern. Noticing the arrival of the 10th group, she clenched her teeth, thinking she would have secured victory if she hadn't had to give up a third of their haul. Seizing the moment, she sarcastically warned Zhao Qixin not to celebrate too soon, because someone else might still take first place. With a smug grin, the boy replied, asking if she really meant that the losers from the 10th group had somehow collected more anomalous crystals than his team. At that moment, Lin Shu stepped forward confidently and without hesitation poured all of his team's crystals onto the scoring table. Seeing such a large number of crystals, the teacher froze in shock and couldn't believe these were students from the 10th South group. In the end, the teacher announced that the 10th group had scored a total of 280 points. When Zhao Xixin learned that the 10th team had scored the same number of points as his group, he immediately flew into a rage, declaring that such a result could not be legitimate and was pure coincidence. He then turned to the teacher and demanded an explanation of how the university would distribute the awards among the two winners. The old man cleared his throat and admitted that this had never happened before, so he would need to consult with the director. Zhao Qixin's anger didn't subside, however, because he understood that the other team hadn't presented an 8th rank anomalous crystal, yet they'd still managed to catch up to them. Plans immediately began forming in the young man's mind on how to reclaim what was rightfully his. Lin Shu, however, clutched his head in frustration, as he didn't want the two teams to share first place. Despite everything that had happened over the past week, the students had returned safely to Shengyu. In just 1 week, out of more than 100 students who had taken the trials, about 60 returned, so the mortality rate in the G17 ruins reached only 40%. Upon seeing his students, Nian Zhengjun was overjoyed to find that they had all returned safely. He mentioned that the other group had placed 16th in the trials at the Emerald Grove and scored 10,000 points. Glaring at the leader, the protagonist hinted that the teacher should pay more attention to his own team's results. Nian Zhengjun immediately took an interest and began questioning them, asking what place they had taken. Then Lin Shu told him to think bigger, so the teacher began to hope that his students had made it into the top 10. Finally, he proudly announced that they had taken first place, scoring a total of 280 points. Nian Zhengjun and the rest of the group gasped in shock, completely unprepared for such a result. Overflowing with joy, the teacher rushed forward, hugged them, and shouted that this achievement would go down in the university's history. However, Lin Shu added that they would have to share first place with the first group since they had achieved the same score. This didn't bother Nian Zhengjun in the least. He still considered it the true first place. Shortly after, Director Bali took the stage and began announcing the results from the Emerald Grove. When it became known that the 10th group had avoided last place, many freshmen reacted with disbelief. After announcing the results, the director moved on to the trials in the G17 ruins and emphasized that, for the first time, two groups had tied for first place. Upon hearing their names, the 10th group erupted in cheers, loudly celebrating their victory. The rest of the audience in the arena looked at them in amazement, struggling to believe that Group 10 had conquered the most dangerous test zone. However, Director Boli faced a new problem, as the university had prepared only one set of awards, and it now had to be doubled. At that moment, Zhao Qixin stepped forward and declared his intention to challenge Lin Shu to a duel to determine the true winner. The audience immediately supported this idea, as they believed the 10th group's result was too questionable. Lin Shu agreed without hesitation, warning his opponent that he wasn't afraid at all and would gladly defeat him in front of everyone. Principal Boley also agreed, noting that such a duel between the 1st and 10th groups had never before occurred in the university's history. To ensure fairness, he sought the opinions of the other instructors, and no one objected to this decision. The instructor from the first group confidently stated that he would advise Zhao Qiqin to restrain himself and not accidentally kill Lin Shu. Nan Zhengjun ignored the provocation and calmly replied that if his student agreed, then he had no objections. He firmly ordered Lin Shu to give it his all and crush the prodigy from the first Southern school. After that, Director Boldy officially approved the duel and suggested not postponing the event. Zhao Qiqin stepped out first, grinning maliciously, and called Lin Shu onto the stage. Before going out, Lin Shu jokingly asked Luo Yue what she thought the outcome would be, and she replied bluntly that if he lost after consuming an 8th-rank crystal, he'd better go back to Starlight City. Sighing in exasperation, Lin Shu muttered that one could never expect kind words from her. Meanwhile, Tian Zixia watched the proceedings with a faint smile, surprised that our hero dared to challenge Zhou Qixin. Ouyang Han admitted that even he couldn't predict the winner of this battle. When Lin Shu approached, Zhou Qixin glared at him and reminded him how he had stolen the anomalous crystal and now had to answer for it. The young man didn't share this view because he had seen that there were plenty of other claimants to that stone back then. Our hero smirked and added that even if it had belonged to someone else, he would have taken it anyway. Zhou Qixin considered him nothing but an arrogant upstart, immediately lunging forward and swinging his sword with murderous intent. Lin Shu easily blocked the attack, but Zhou Qixin continued, declaring that even having reached the 5th rank, Lin Shu was still far from defeating him. Tired of the talk, Lin Shu struck back, activating Phoenix Majesty. A terrifying flame burst into the air, causing his opponent to tense up, as he hadn't expected the flame to be so scorching. The young man recalled that during the performance in the Tower of Trials, the temperature of the flame from our hero's combat skills hadn't been nearly as high. Zhao Qiqin knew full well that he would undoubtedly suffer severe burns if he were caught in this fire. In the end, the Phoenix caught up with the young man after all, so he desperately began to put out the flames on himself. Even his hair was damaged by this raging fire, which made his opponent even angrier. Lin Shu asked mockingly if his opponent had noticed the smell of roasted pork, causing the latter to lunge at him with renewed vigor. Lin Shu realized he couldn't dodge it, and with no other choice, he activated Verdict. A powerful shockwave then erupted, sending both fighters flying to opposite sides of the arena. Zhao Qiqin watched in disbelief, unable to comprehend how the protagonist had managed to redirect his divine strike of sparkling radiance. He believed that such a thing was impossible, so he assumed that the young man had simply managed to keep up with the rhythm of his technique. Then Zhao Qiqin used a movement technique to accelerate and make things more difficult for our hero. Meanwhile, Director Boley couldn't understand how Lin Shu had risen to the 5th rank in less than a year, and was certain that if it were true, such a level of talent was incredible. The man could clearly see that the protagonist hadn't used performance-enhancing drugs or perfected forbidden techniques, relying solely on his own abilities. The director believed that under the right conditions, this young man would be able to fully unleash his potential. At that moment, the director noticed the black beam in the boy's hands and immediately wondered what kind of connection he had with Boley Howlin. Zhao Qixin, who had been attacking the protagonist time and again, felt that he was too slow. Using his movement technique, he easily parried every strike and prepared yet another divine strike of sparkling radiance. Realizing that speed alone wasn't enough, Lin Shu changed his tactics and set out to slow his opponent down. Without wasting any time, he unleashed a pear-colored frost storm upon Zhao Qiqin. For his part, Director Boley was impressed that this young man was also capable of utilizing ice-type origin energy. The moment the cold energy struck, Zhao Qiqin froze in shock, as the icy power had indeed slowed his movements. His opponent couldn't understand how this was even possible, since he clearly remembered that the protagonist had used combat skills belonging to the fire type. Lin Shu didn't respond and immediately prepared to use his next move. With a single precise swing of his spear, the young man unleashed the majesty of the Phoenix. His opponent desperately tried to dodge the fiery bird, but all his attempts were in vain. His body was still slowed by the frost, so he flew helplessly aside from the blow. Toward the end of his flight, Zhao Qiqin managed to regain his composure and come to a stop. His opponent was shaking all over after such a powerful blow and began to suspect what was wrong with Lin Shu's attacks. The protagonist didn't hesitate and immediately admitted that he had absorbed that 8th-rank anomalous crystal. Zhao Qiqing couldn't believe that such a rare and incredibly valuable crystal had been absorbed by such a worthless scum. His aura flared up furiously due to the use of the hidden source technique, as he was about to finish off such a wasteful nobody. Lin Shu's expression shifted slightly, as he didn't understand why this guy had suddenly grown so powerful. After a couple of seconds, the young man realized that it was the hidden source technique, a method of compressing a massive amount of source energy within the body and releasing it all at once. As Zhou Qixin's power continued to grow, our hero realized that the more energy was compressed, the more devastating the explosion would be upon its release. The opponent was certain that this time, our hero's demise was simply inevitable, and he unleashed an enhanced Soul Slash. Gathering all his strength and activating Soul Severance, Zhou Qixin charged at Lin Shu with overwhelming force, certain that this attack would end the battle. With a swift movement, he struck, sending Lin Shu flying to the side and pinning him to the ground for a moment. Zhang Yin thought the headmaster was dead and screamed in fear, but Luo Yue immediately calmed her down and said he was still alive. Tian Zixia was also worried, while Ouyang Han watched closely and noticed that Lin Shu's aura hadn't vanished and he was still breathing. Zhao Qixin approached the motionless body, clearly intending to end the fight quickly. He pressed his sword to the young man's throat and prepared to strike, but the moment the blade touched his body, Lin Shu vanished. Zhao Qixin was surprised when our hero simply vanished and realized it had been a clone. Now the protagonist felt that mirror image was indeed a useful skill and found himself behind his opponent. Zhou Qixing reacted at the last second and partially blocked the attack, but several blows still landed on him. Feeling pain in his shoulder, he lost his concentration for a moment, and Lin Shu immediately took advantage of this opportunity and thrust his spear into the other shoulder. The spectators began to react loudly, realizing that the leader of the 10th group was gaining the upper hand. Zhou Qixin grabbed the spear stuck in his shoulder and began to apply a strange force to it. Lin Shu quickly sensed that something was wrong with this new technique. The protagonist hadn't expected his opponent to resort to something like this at all. Eventually, he realized it was some kind of toxin and asked directly if the guy had used poison. Zhou Qixing was determined to win at any cost and continued to channel poisonous energy through the spear. To prevent the poison from spreading further, Lin Shu was forced to jump back and drop his weapon. Zhao Qixin quickly pulled the spear out of his shoulder to continue the fight. It seemed that his opponent felt no pain at all from this severe wound. He considered using it against Lin Shu, but then tossed it aside, unwilling to rely on such an advantage, and put the young man at a disadvantage. Activating the Black Dragon's Fist of Doom, he prepared to crush Lin Shu with brute force and shatter all his bones. Though this poison wasn't life-threatening, it had left the young man weakened, preventing him from dodging the attacks. The young man raised a block in front of him, but with every blow, his defense grew weaker. Meanwhile, Zhao Qixin tossed him high into the air, knowing the young man would be unable to resist. Intending to end the fight with one more crushing blow, the opponent pounced on the protagonist. A powerful explosion echoed through the arena, drawing the full attention of the spectators. The students watched intently, trying to understand the boxing technique used by the leader of the first group. Zhao Qixing noticed that Lin Shu was still breathing and concluded that, after such injuries, the young man would be bedridden for several months. Lying amid the debris, Lin Shu struggled with all his might to stay conscious and reminded himself that he couldn't lose. He recalled the faces of his teammates from the 10th group and realized he had to take a risk to prevent them from becoming the butt of jokes. Without hesitation, our hero ordered the system to unlock the second stage genetic lock. The young man understood that there was a risk of death during the unlocking process, but now he had no choice but to go all in. His body trembled under the pressure, so he screamed loudly from the excruciating pain. Now Lin Shu understood why the system had warned that there was a certain probability of a fatal outcome when unlocking genetic locks. Zhao Qixin watched the scene in bewilderment, not understanding what was happening to his opponent. Nian Zhengjun grew concerned and asked the director to intervene immediately, as his student was truly suffering. Director Bodhi remained calm and stopped his colleague, as he understood that everything was fine. The old man understood that this kind of pain was similar to what happens when certain limits are broken through, so he wanted to know what kind of technique this young man was perfecting. Having endured the pain and successfully unlocked the genetic lock, Lin Shu came to his senses and slowly rose from the debris. The protagonist asked his opponent point blank if he had enjoyed beating him up all this time, and declared that now it was his turn to dominate the fight. He quickly regained all his strength and attacked using the shattering Thunder Fist. Zhou Qixin gritted his teeth at this turn of events and was already preparing to continue this never-ending duel. He advised our hero not to act like some big shot and once again unleashed the Black Dragon's fatal fist. Zhou Qiqing charged forward in response, confident in his abilities, and they clashed with their powerful techniques. But this time, the outcome was different, and Zhou Qiqing was sent flying across the entire arena in an instant. His opponent didn't even have time to get back on his feet, so he simply slid across the cold floor. The young man genuinely believed that everything happening around him was simply impossible, and he froze in complete shock. Despite the shock, he got back up and refused to admit defeat, because the fight wasn't over yet. The protagonist also had no intention of stopping until he turned his opponent into a pulp. The men engaged in a fierce battle and began landing devastating blows on each other. Lin Shu managed to swiftly close the distance to his opponent and instantly unleashed the destructive flame palm technique. Then he struck with the swift fist, amplifying the attack to its limit. Next, the protagonist activated the shattering thunder fist, and the combined force struck Zhou Qiqing, sending him flying to the side once again. Lin Shu watched his opponent fall and realized that the battle was finally over. Ultimately, the protagonist could confidently declare that victory was his. A brief silence fell over the arena as the spectators processed what had happened. A few moments later, the stands erupted with cheers from Lin Shu's comrades, who were celebrating their friend's victory and their rightful first place. Director Boley stepped into the arena and remarked that it had been a simply brilliant battle. Now the old man acknowledged that the protagonist was indeed an outstanding talent. The leader of the first group clenched his teeth in anger that his student had lost so decisively. He was dissatisfied and accused Lin Shu of using banned substances, claiming that this fight should not be counted. The other members of the first group supported this claim and expressed distrust of their opponent's strength. Lin Shu remained calm, as he considered them nothing more than a bunch of nobodies incapable of losing, and agreed to any tests. Director Boley dismissed the accusations and defended Lin Shu's achievement, pointing out that their student could also have used a drug rather than the hidden source technique. He noted that complex techniques are often misunderstood by those who lack the necessary knowledge, but the instructor from the first group still wouldn't back down. The teacher's behavior only further angered the director, who began to doubt his subordinates' expertise. Lin Shu's comrades mocked the accusations and demanded that he simply admit defeat rather than continue to make a fool of himself. In the end, the instructor relented and ordered his students to retreat and take Zhou Qiqing for treatment. The principal officially declared Lin Shu and his group the winners, awarding each of them 50,000 points and gold skill cards for their success in Zone G17. All the students were incredibly happy to have received such excellent rewards for their efforts. Their rivals, on the other hand, watched the proceedings with resentment, unable to accept their own defeat. After the ceremony, the friends finally found some free time to head to the martial arts hall and rushed to search for their gold cards. The group was amazed by the place, as it even contained diamond category cards. Li Ping, noticing how casually all these cards were laid out, thought they could be stolen quite easily. Luo Yu calmed his fears, because the level of the instructor overseeing the martial arts hall was too high for anyone to dare attack him. The protagonist immediately began inspecting the hall and noticed a strange map on the table. One of the gold maps was already covered in cobwebs, so the young man exclaimed in indignation, thinking about how many people had refused to take it. The young man carefully blew the dust off the card and removed the cobwebs, rushing to examine it. It was the rare Heavenly Dragon Charge card, granting access to a powerful spear technique and bestowing immense strength upon the warrior. Seeing this skill in his hands, Luo Yue immediately approached the young man and said that in the entire history of Shengyu University, no one had ever been able to master this skill before. Lin Shu immediately began to wonder just how difficult it would be to master this mysterious ability. His friend added that to perfect the Heavenly Dragon Charge, he must practice it in combination with other martial arts, because only then could he unlock its full power. Seeing that the girl had handed him another golden copy of the Tyrant's Spear Technique card, our hero was immediately surprised. Suddenly, the voice of the teacher guarding the martial arts hall rang out behind them. He had just been struck by the young lady's knowledge. He said that the beauty was correct in noting that several years ago, students had also tried to master the Heavenly Dragon Pressure card, but they hadn't even been able to decipher the information on it. Upon hearing that these students couldn't even read the information on this map, Lin Shu initially didn't believe such bold claims. Then the teacher added that if the young man could indeed master the information on the Heavenly Dragon Press in combination with the Tyrant Spear Technique, he would become very powerful. Recalling how easily he had mastered the shattering fist, which according to rumors was impossible to learn, Lin Shu's desire to study this card only grew stronger. He immediately told the teacher that he had thought it over and decided to take on the Heavenly Dragon's charge. After such a long time, the young man finally made his way back to their shared home to quietly master this intriguing card. Just as he was about to place the card against his forehead, another golden card flew into his hands. He examined it closely and realized it was the Tyrant's Spear Technique card they had seen in the martial arts hall, one he hadn't been able to obtain due to the one golden card limit. The young man turned in astonishment toward where the card had come from, trying to figure out what it was, and saw Luo Yue, who, with her arms crossed seriously over her chest, declared that it was a gift for him. The boy looked at his friend in surprise and asked what about her, since she was left without a card. Waving him off, the girl said that none of the cards in this establishment suited her, since nothing had caught her eye. Lin Shu's brain nearly short-circuited at the thought of what kind of place this lady was from, if she was turning her nose up at cards from the martial arts hall of Shengyu University. But he immediately hurried to thank his partner, who asked him not to overthink it, since she didn't want Lin Shu's weakness to reflect on her reputation. Watching the beauty walk away, the guy thought that this girl really couldn't live without taking jabs at him. Finally, Lin Shu got down to business and pressed the golden skill card to his forehead. He immediately felt the extraordinary power of the golden skill, Tyrant's Spear, begin to spread throughout his body. All the necessary movements for using this ability immediately formed in his mind. Opening his eyes, the young man realized that this spear technique was incredibly uncompromising. The young man muttered that all the spear techniques he had learned previously combined attack and defense, but here everything was completely different. Grabbing the spear with a desire to test it, he realized that the defense in the Tyrant's Spear Technique consisted of an attack, since everything in it was built exclusively on offense. Since Luo Yue had said that this technique was ideal for supporting the Heavenly Dragon, the young man decided to take that card as well. He took the Heavenly Dragon's onslaught and looked at it with interest, wondering if it was really that incomprehensible. The young man immediately pressed it to his forehead and ordered the system to activate the study of the new golden skill. Very soon, the protagonist realized that absolutely nothing was happening with the card. After standing in the same position for about a minute and confirming that nothing was happening, the young man couldn't figure out what he was doing wrong. After spending about 10 minutes motionless, waiting for the study to begin, Lin Shu started to get angry that nothing was working out. The protagonist immediately began to suspect that the problem lay precisely in his method of activation. He then decided to do a handstand to see if that would make a difference. The activation didn't start, so Lin Shu sat in the splits, but even that didn't help him. When nothing happened after such a daring pose, he got down on all fours and began begging the card to finally activate. The Heavenly Dragon's onslaught didn't even glance at Lin Shu's devout pose and had no intention of giving him any information. In a rage, the young man threw the card onto the table and shouted that this wasn't why he had shed blood and survived twice to take first place, only to end up with this piece of cardboard. But suddenly a system window popped up in front of him with a message about an unknown energy source being detected, which was most likely contained within this card. Realizing that this might be one of the ways to activate the skill, Lin Shu immediately activated absorption. Suddenly opening his eyes, the young man realized he was in a completely unfamiliar place amidst a pile of burning soldiers' corpses. Before him, he saw one of the knights galloping toward him on horseback. The warrior rode up to him and stopped right above the young man, swinging his spear and using Heavenly Dragon Charge. With a single deft movement of his weapon, he sliced the poor man in half so quickly that he didn't even have time to scream. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Lin Shu instantly opened his eyes and realized it was just an illusion. The boy looked around excitedly and saw that the card had turned gray, proving he had successfully absorbed the information about the combat skill. Lin Shu grabbed the spear and immediately wondered if diamond cards could also contain mystical, illusory energy. The young man immediately began swinging the spear around the room, trying to test the combat skills he had just learned. Suddenly, a brilliant idea came to him to use Heavenly Dragon Charge right there, which the young man immediately regretted. From the powerful impact of this skill, the young man immediately fell to the ground due to a strong burst of energy. Our hero hadn't expected this skill to have such a strong recoil, since he hadn't yet fully formed the red dragon, and it felt like he'd nearly died. His training was suddenly interrupted by a doorbell ringing that echoed throughout the entire first floor. Lin Shu glared at the door in annoyance. Wondering who could be coming at such a late hour, he immediately headed for the door, eager to deal with whoever had decided to interrupt his training. Opening the door, he saw a huge young man standing before him with his arms crossed over his chest. Suddenly, the uninvited guest noticed drops of blood on the young man's clothes and asked anxiously if he was injured. The stranger immediately assumed that the protagonist might have been the victim of domestic violence at the hands of Luo Yue, who, according to rumors, could beat anyone for a single wrong word. Lin Shu shouted angrily at him, trying to figure out why he had knocked on his door in the middle of the night. The stranger introduced himself as Ma Baohe and said he was a sophomore, as well as the master of the 25th floor of the Tower of Trials. For this reason, he wanted to challenge Lin Shu, since he had already heard that he was the best among the freshmen. The guy immediately joked that, judging by his appearance, he must have only reached the 250th floor, so he wasn't in a hurry to go fight such a warrior. Ma Baohe immediately got angry and told the guy that as the best freshman, he shouldn't refuse the challenge, because only a real weakling runs away from a fight. The protagonist decided to pretend that he was just such a weakling from the 10th group, because he was too wise to fall for such a provocation. Then a smirk appeared on the guest's face, because all this time he had been hiding a trump card that Lin Shu couldn't refuse. Pulling the diamond teleportation technique card from his pocket, he offered it as a reward for victory, and Lin Shu immediately accepted the challenge. Ma Baohe thought that our hero could at least try to act the part, and informed him that he would be waiting for him on the 25th floor on Monday. He also reminded him that the tower's rankings were updated every week, so Lin Shu would have to start from the first floor. The burly student laughed loudly and walked out of the house, leaving the protagonist alone with the thought that he had been tricked. But, remembering the tempting diamond card, the young man decided it was worth it. Taking a few steps away from the house, Ma Baohe headed toward a strange shadow standing around the corner. Upon entering the dark corner, Ouyang Han appeared before him and asked if Lin Shu had agreed to their terms. Ma Baohe whispered with satisfaction that the young man had agreed immediately upon seeing the card with the movement technique. His partner merely remarked irritably that the protagonist was just an ordinary country bumpkin and asked him not to hold back during this fight. Once alone again, Lin Shu returned to his system and began using his remaining spins on the Wheel of Fortune, of which he had 5 left. Since he'd been on a lucky streak lately, he hoped to improve his results at roulette. A couple of seconds later, the wheel stopped on a prize in the form of a combat skill card. Lin Shu was convinced of his luck when he received useful items after spinning. Flipping the card over, the protagonist saw that it was a common staff technique. In the end, he was disappointed because this card was completely useless to him, but at least he could sell it. He ordered the system to start the next spin so as not to waste time. The second time, he drew another useless gold card, causing Lin Shu to doubt his luck. The third time, he got a silver card, which turned out to be even worse than the previous ones. This trend immediately angered Lin Shu because his dazzling luck had instantly ruined all his plans. During the fourth spin, the protagonist received a completely different gift. It was 1,000,000 Alliance currency units, which made the young man angrily yell at the system for giving him nothing but junk. During the final spin, he finally received a mysterious gift and rushed to open it. The box lit up brightly and the system congratulated Lin Shu on receiving a healing-type gift. In his hands were a small jar of pills and a bottle of a solution that looked like a healing liquid. The young man complained that the system was giving him suspicious items with no description and seemed to be hoping that he would get injured sooner or later. Opening the bottle of pills, he immediately smelled a pleasant scent and decided to test the medicine on his own body, which happened to have some injuries. Without a second thought, the young man popped a pill into his mouth, trusting that the system wouldn't kill its host. A moment later, Lin Shu felt all the wounds he had sustained while training the Heavenly Dragon Charge technique begin to heal. He immediately felt rested and ready to continue perfecting his new technique. Using his new combat skill, the protagonist swung his spear again, hoping the recoil would be weaker this time. But since luck wasn't on his side that evening, he was once again thrown across the room with great force. Struggling to his feet, the young man thought that with that many healing pills, he was sure to master this skill in a single evening. Lo Yu, who had been in the bathroom the whole time, was already tired of his constant shouting. Wiping her wet hair with a towel, she snorted at the thought that this fool still hadn't mastered the technique. Despite this, his partner still gave credit where credit was due for the protagonist's efforts. Suddenly, a message popped up on her computer, and she quickly walked over to check it. Judging by Luo Yue's reaction, it seemed she had been waiting for this notification for quite some time. Opening it, the girl saw that the person she was looking for had been found, so she needed to hurry to the dark forest. Luo Yue smiled with satisfaction, for she had been waiting a long time for this moment. Her eyes shone with a wild gleam at the thought that she had finally found her target. Morning came very soon, and the protagonist had spent the entire night training diligently. When Lin Shu opened his eyes, he struggled to figure out where he was, since he had fallen asleep right in the middle of the living room. Once he had fully regained his senses, he finally realized what had happened that night. He had trained all night, and after taking the pills and coughing up blood, he had finally mastered the heavenly dragon charge. After waking up, our hero immediately went to the bathroom to freshen up a bit. Lin Shu freshened up and thought happily about his upcoming duel with Ma Baohui in the competition tower. Seeing waffles, eggs, and toast on the table, he was surprised that his wife had even made him breakfast. Realizing what he had just said, Lin Shu fearfully covered his mouth with his hand because the girl would give him another scolding. He looked around expecting punishment for those words, but Luo Yue seemed to be nowhere to be found. After breakfast, the protagonist immediately headed to his dormitory, where all the students in Group 10 greeted him cheerfully. He immediately spotted his friends walking toward him, smiling and waving. He asked Zhang Yin and Zhang Li if they had seen Luo Yue, and immediately noticed that she wasn't in the lecture hall either. His friend laughed and teased him, saying that newlyweds had it good, since they missed each other after such a short separation. After a friendly shove, Lin Shu told him to shut up, or else they'd both be in trouble. Zhang Yin and Lei Lei looked at him disapprovingly, saying they didn't want to get into trouble because of him. When noon came and she still hadn't shown up, Lin Shu started to worry, since he'd gotten too used to always training with Luo Yue. Then he heard Zhang Li mocking him again for getting dumped. The protagonist punched his friend again. The guy wasn't helping at all, he was just making things worse. Finally, he told his friends he was going to the tower to fight and invited them to come with him. Zhang Yin and the others happily agreed to watch their class representative teach the upperclassmen a lesson. As they approached the tower, they heard a crowd excitedly discussing Lin Shu's return. People were talking about how he had defeated Zhao Qiqin in the freshman competition and become the strongest among them. Some also said he was too arrogant to challenge the upperclassmen, believing our hero had gotten too big for his britches. Li Ping told him that news of his challenge to Ma Baohui had already spread across the university forum, which explained the large crowd. Hearing this, Lin Shu merely smiled wryly, realizing that someone wanted as many people as possible to see him become a laughingstock. Very soon, he finally reached the first floor of the competition tower, where he was accompanied by the loud cheers of the spectators. People were loudly speculating about which floor the protagonist would reach this time, and assumed he would be eliminated before he even had a chance to face Ma Baohui. Lin Shu himself was clearly determined, since last time he had managed to reach the 20th floor in just over 2 hours. He was curious how long it would take him this time to reach the 25th floor and face Ma Baohui. As soon as the first fight ended, the loudspeakers immediately announced Lin Shu's victory. Nothing changed when he moved to the 3rd floor, because his opponent was lying on the floor just as motionless as the previous ones. With such mesmerizing speed, the guy calmly reached the 15th floor, stunning Yang Yin with a speed that not even airplanes could match. Noting that all the inhabitants of the floors below the 15th were 4th-rank warriors, the young man explained that it had all been too easy for him. Entering the arena after a short rest, he told his friends that starting from the 15th floor, all the students would be 5th rank, so their strengths would be equal. His next opponent, already waiting for him in the arena, said that Lin Shu was too arrogant to dare challenge the Tower of Trials. Shouting insults at his opponent, the second-year student lunged at the boy, adding that he was very angry at people like him. The protagonist, for his part, had no intention of putting up with such words directed at him, and had already prepared his thunderous, shattering fist. His attack instantly caused a powerful explosion that sent his opponent flying to the other end of the arena. The young man lay motionless on the floor, while Lin Shu raised his foot right above his head. In the end, our hero left a few marks on his face and apologized for his haste. The stands, including the class monitor's friends, gasped in surprise, unable to comprehend that this was all a 5th-rank senior was capable of. Those who weren't on Lin Shu's side immediately shouted angrily that this freshman's sudden rise had to be stopped, because it was already too much. Thus, the protagonist reached the 20th floor rather quickly, breaking his own record. His acquaintance Becker appeared before Lin Shu again, greeting his old friend. Calling his rival a defeated general, the guy was also delighted by this unexpected encounter. He immediately shouted so that our hero wouldn't think that after defeating Zhao Qiqin, the world would be his oyster, because this guy was on the list of those defeated by Becker himself. Lin Shu, meanwhile, mockingly remarked that there was a certain difference between them, because he, unlike Becker himself, had defeated both him and Zhou Qiqin. Hearing such insolence from him, the hulking man immediately attacked Lin Shu and shouted furiously that this time he had gone too far with his words. Recalling how the ice abilities had caused the young man no small amount of trouble last time, he decided to treat him once again to that delightful taste of icy fire. Swinging his sword, Becker unleashed the powerful golden skill 3 feet of ice, causing a chill to sweep instantly across the entire arena. Grinning maliciously at the appearance of the icy attribute, Lin Shu merely noted cheerfully that he could do the same. Swinging his heavy spear, the young man unleashed all his pent-up fury upon his opponent in the form of a pear-colored icy squall, filling the space with sparks of frost. Then the warriors' projectiles began to collide with one another and failed to reach their target. Seeing that this guy also possessed the ice attribute, Becker was seriously shocked, because he hadn't expected such hidden talents from him at all. He shouted in disbelief that this was simply impossible, since previously this young man's combat skills had been exclusively of the fire type. Glancing at his enemy with a gaze full of resolve and obvious menace, Lin Shu asked with a satisfied expression whether he was referring to those very fire attributes. In the next second, the young man directed his devastating Phoenix Majesty at the stunned bruiser. A massive wall of fire instantly knocked Becker off his feet and hurled him far to the side. This caused his opponent to clutch his stomach in agony from the sudden pain. But he immediately got back up and was incredibly angry that he had lost the match so quickly due to the simultaneous use of the elements of ice and fire. Soon, an official announcement echoed throughout the arena that Lin Shu had once again emerged victorious from this fierce battle. Hearing one of the spectators describe the fight not just as quick, but as instantaneous, Becker angrily ordered the young man to shut up immediately and not provoke him. But he was somewhat pleased by the thought that if this young man wanted to reach the 25th floor, he would have to defeat 4 more powerful warriors. Since starting from the 20th floor, all arena owners are recognized masters. It would be no easy task for Lin Shu to continue his ascent. Less than 10 minutes had passed when the main character reappeared on the huge screen in front of Becker, already standing confidently in the arena on the 25th floor. He immediately screamed furiously in frustration, unable to comprehend how Lin Shu had managed to reach that position so quickly and defeat 4 strong warriors. As he continued to humiliate the young man with loud words, the thugs suddenly heard the dissatisfied voices of the spectators, who were rebuking him for trying to throw mud at the one he had lost to. Ma Baohe, who found himself facing this young man, immediately sensed that in just one evening, this guy had become much stronger again. He seemed to look exactly the same as he had the night before, but something important in this freshman had once again subtly changed in the eyes of the experienced fighter. Turning to one of his classmates, he tossed the young man a valuable diamond card and ordered him to keep it safe until the end of the match. The student immediately caught the card, becoming the subject of speculation among all the spectators as to how Ma Baohe had managed to bet on a card with such a rare diamond skill in the first place. Swinging his massive hammer at the young man, Ma Baohe charged forward furiously and shouted loudly that their deadly game had begun right then and there. Without wasting a moment, the hulking man struck, shattering the floor to pieces with his heavy hammer, while Lin Shu managed to jump back and dodge just in time. The protagonist immediately noted that for such a tall, burly man, this opponent possessed impressive speed. Taking a close look at his opponent, he realized that his techniques were uncompromising, covered a vast area, and gave the enemy significant extra speed. Ma Baohe, meanwhile, shouted angrily that the young man shouldn't rely on his movement skills, because they wouldn't help him dodge these furious attacks. Giving his opponent a confident smile, Lin Shu sarcastically asked who had even told this burly man that he intended to constantly dodge the blows. He also swung his spear decisively at Ma Baohe, intending to use the pear-colored barrage against him. The speed of this attack surprised the burly man a little, since in records of past battles, the young man's spear technique hadn't been so reckless, because such an approach completely disregards one's own life. When one of the spears did fly past Ma Baohe's face, the opponent immediately shouted in irritation that this boy was still too young to compete with him in bravery. He fiercely exclaimed that the time had come to show his true, uncompromising nature, and swung his heavy hammer, using the golden skill Mighty Fearsome Tiger. Due to such incredible speed, this time Lin Shu barely managed to dodge this crushing and extremely dangerous attack in time. Unwilling to endure the onslaught, the young man immediately charged forward with his tyrant spear, causing a clash of two golden skills and a powerful energy explosion. Due to the immense force of the shockwave, the two were instantly hurled to opposite sides of the arena, drawing thunderous applause and loud cries of shock from all the spectators. The crowd watched the battle intently, unable to comprehend how the young man had managed to successfully repel the attack of a 6th-rank warrior in such a direct head-on clash. Lin Shu got to his feet on his own and wiped the drops of blood from his lips, suddenly feeling a strange surge of rather pleasant sensations throughout his body. A moment later, his eyes flashed bright red with the flame of vengeance, and the young man made it clear to his opponent with a confident gesture that he wanted to continue the fight. He immediately swung his spear and unleashed another Phoenix's majesty upon his enemy. His opponent immediately felt the temperature around him rise several times over in an instant. Not wanting to be roasted alive by this raging flame, Ma Baozhuo immediately activated his powerful dome-shaped defensive technique. Seeing how skillfully the 6th-rank warrior executed this complex maneuver, the spectators in the stands cheered even louder, admiring his mastery. With this defensive technique, he completely isolated himself from Lin Shu's Firebird, ensuring his temporary safety. The protagonist merely laughed at his pathetic attempt and conceded that this turtle shell was indeed quite sturdy. Ma Baohe smiled contentedly and asked if the young man understood the difference between 5th and 6th-rank warriors, since he wouldn't be able to win without breaking through the protective dome. Furthermore, the burly man reminded him that the dome could be compressed to fit snugly against his body, which would in no way affect his combat abilities. So he was certain the young man's humiliating defeat in this duel was already a foregone conclusion. But Lin Shu merely replied calmly that the essence of his rapid attacks lay in their continuity, which would help quickly deplete the opponent's shield. The young man charged at his opponent once more, using the Tyrant Spear technique in combination with the frosty whirlwinds of the pear-colored squall. The opponent gripped his hammer tighter and tried with all his might to withstand the furious onslaught. But Lin Shu's attack proved far stronger. Since his feet were encased in a crust of ice, Ma Baohe realized with horror that his speed had significantly decreased even with the protective barrier in place. Lin Shu, for his part, had no intention of wasting a single precious minute in this fierce battle, and immediately unleashed a strike of accumulated power on his opponent, accompanied by a new pear-colored squall. All this time, the senior student continued to stand calmly, confident that his defenses would hold. As soon as Ma Baohe saw that this young man had managed to pierce his shield after all, he became visibly concerned for his life. Meanwhile, the young man had no intention of stopping and continued to attack the 6th-rank warrior with new strikes based on his deep understanding of the technique. His spear was enveloped by a bright sphere of source energy, which was already heading toward his opponent. Seeing that this time the enemy was using a special version of the pear-colored energy barrage, Ma Baohe sensed that his defeat was imminent. Trying to muster his remaining strength, he gripped the hammer tighter, reinforcing the remnants of the shield and concentrating his energy to maintain his defense. But in the end, the bruiser's energy armor shattered into tiny pieces, completely depleting all his internal reserves. Less than a second later, a powerful explosion rang out where Ma Baohe had been standing, scattering sharp shards across the entire arena. When the spectators saw the 6th-rank warrior lying on the ground, they shouted loudly, stunned that Lin Shu had managed to pierce his absolute defense. Many in the crowd were completely baffled, unable to understand how this young man was supposed to continue fighting against such a powerful opponent. Ouyang Han, the mastermind behind this plan, remained completely calm, for he knew full well that the weapon this high school student wielded with such mastery was not a battle hammer at all. Meanwhile, Lin Shu, noticing his opponent's massive hammer off stage, confidently declared that the latter had lost for good. But Ma Baohe merely laughed maliciously in response to these words, preparing to finally demonstrate his true hidden strength. Approaching a small wooden box at the edge of the arena, the young man's opponent suddenly declared that the hammer had never been his primary weapon. Pulling combat gloves from the box, he announced that he much preferred to crush his enemies with his own powerful fists. Slipping the new gear onto his hands, the young man angrily declared that their real battle was only just beginning. Turning to our hero, he immediately activated the golden skill, Rage of the Wild Monkey, and unleashed the power of a raging beast. Tianzixia cried out in shock, as she had never before seen a combat skill capable of increasing strength so dramatically without the use of performance-enhancing drugs. Wu Yanghan explained to the girl that in the Ma family, this rare skill is passed down from generation to generation, as it is extremely difficult to master. Lin Shu, for his part, immediately noted that this guy's technique closely resembled his own rage burst. While the young man was pondering the possible side effects of this skill, his opponent was already hurtling across the arena to strike. Finally gathering his thoughts, the young man refocused on the duel and gripped his trusty spear more tightly in his hands. A couple of seconds later, the opponents clashed their weapons once more. When Lin Shu saw how this madman had managed to parry his powerful black beam with just a fist, he was seriously stunned. Losing his concentration for a moment, the young man barely managed to leap backward, dodging his opponent's crushing punch, but it was all in vain. Throwing the protagonist to the opposite end of the arena, Ma Baohe charged at him again with redoubled force. This attack proved to be far more powerful, so it was unclear whether Lin Shu would even survive this battle. His opponent didn't stop there, and was about to finish him off with a skill called Bloody Massacre. He delivered powerful and crushing blows one after another, forcing the young man to lie motionless on the ground. Seeing this warrior pounce on their motionless friend, the young man's companions immediately cried out in great alarm. In the next second, they saw the leader of the 10th group get thrown into the air by another furious blow from the senior student. Even though the young man's entire body was already covered in deep abrasions, Ma Baohe only grew even more enraged at the sight of blood. He swung his iron fist of rage once more, intending to deliver the final, decisive blow to Lin Shu in this battle. In the end, the opponent did indeed pierce the protagonist right through. Li cried out in fear, thinking that this thug had broken Lin Shu's ribs, and the boys couldn't believe that their comrade would die so easily. The girl looked at her friend with determination and reminded him of Lin Shu's other hidden ability. Zhang Yin was right, because a few seconds later, everyone noticed how the protagonist had vanished after Ma Bao's attack. The burly man stared in amazement at the spot where his opponent's body had been just a moment ago. Suddenly, he felt dozens of spears flying at him from behind at incredible speed, and realized that all this time he had been fighting only a clone. Trying to fend off the attack, he admitted that he had never encountered such a strange technique before. Lin Shu realized that with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to win in a head-on battle, so he decided he had no choice but to use his rage burst and continue the lightning-fast fight. Without hesitation, the young man instantly activated his rage burst and became several times stronger and more powerful. Tianzixia looked at Wu Yanghan with displeasure. He had just recently claimed that skills capable of instantly increasing one's strength were extremely rare. With a few deft swings of his spear, Lin Shu activated the fall of the Milky Way. After that, with a defiant smile on his face, he rushed headlong toward Ma Baohe. Dozens of sharp spears immediately flew toward his opponent, who was trying with all his might to dodge this lightning-fast and extremely dangerous attack. But only excitement was visible on his opponent's face, because this experienced fighter truly enjoyed such a competitive spirit. Goading the young man into a fierce battle, the burly man immediately activated his golden skill, Bloodlust, and once again became several times stronger. Lin Shu looked at his opponent appraisingly, realizing that his strength had only increased after being wounded, and that the effect of Rage Burst would soon wear off. Hoping for the best, the young man immediately decided to take advantage of his only remaining option to win this difficult battle. He successfully unleashed the devastating Heavenly Dragon Charge, whose power had reached its peak at that moment. In that instant, the young man lunged forward again to attack with his most powerful skill. Then the high schooler attacked the protagonist once more with his devastating Heavenly Chaos. It took him a couple of seconds to realize that what stood before him was merely an illusory clone. He hadn't expected Lin Shu to use his cunning ability again. Less than a second later, Ma Baohe saw nothing but raging flames and a multitude of lifeless corpses of dead warriors all around him. Then the burly man turned around and only now noticed a horseman charging straight at him, looking extremely hostile. Stunned by this sudden scene, the opponent seriously began to wonder if he had accidentally stumbled into some kind of illusory realm. He noticed that this powerful attack by the bloody general looked exactly like Lin Shu's own recent swift assault. But he immediately realized that since the previous attack had been a feint, this strike was a genuine technique possessing immense and destructive power. Ma Baohe had no intention of sitting idly by, no matter how powerful this technique might be, so he unleashed heavenly chaos. In the next second, a deafening explosion rang out across the arena, its brightness instantly blinding all the spectators who had been closely watching the course of the battle. The students immediately tried to shield their eyes from the unbearably bright light. The force was so immense that the arena literally shattered into tiny pieces. The spectators could clearly see just how devastating the warriors' attacks had been. After a while, they saw the two opponents again, and no one could believe that Lin Shu had possessed such formidable skill all along. Ma Baohui slowly approached his opponent, officially conceded defeat, and then, overcome by rage, collapsed to the ground, completely drained of strength. As soon as the second-year student found himself at the young man's feet, an official announcement immediately blared from the loudspeakers declaring Lin Shu the winner of the battle. The stands began to shout the head's name loudly and wish him a long life, for he had just managed to defeat a powerful 6th-rank warrior in fair combat. Wu Yonghan, meanwhile, was in a rage that Ma Baohe had failed to deal with this insolent youngster and suffered such a humiliating defeat. Noticing that Lin Shu was trembling slightly from exhaustion, Zhang Ying immediately ran over to him, anxiously trying to make sure her comrade was all right. Then the student who had been guarding the precious prize approached the winner and solemnly presented him with the diamond skill card in front of all the astonished spectators. Seeing one of the world's top 30 movement techniques in his hands, Lin Shu was glad that he hadn't risked his life in vain during this grueling battle. But suddenly, behind him, he heard the familiar voice of Wu Yonghan, who, in a rage, ordered the young man not to celebrate his temporary victory prematurely. Turning around, Lin Shu met the gaze of his enemy, who vowed that sooner or later he would settle the score with him for this public humiliation. Only now did it dawn on the protagonist how Ma Baohe and his longtime rival were connected. Lin Shu looked at his old nemesis with an even more smug expression and asked him not to say that he was the true owner of this rare diamond card. He immediately taunted his enemy, noting that this self-obsessed master had so easily squandered a valuable resource, blindly believing in the victory of his pathetic pawn. Lin Shu laughed loudly and suggested that next time, the guy should just hand over his high-rank cards to him without dragging him into yet another pointless battle. Struggling to contain his anger, Wu Yonghan silently turned and walked away, tossing out a parting remark that he would see who would have the last laugh in the end. As evening fell after such an exhausting day, Lin Shu walked along a side path of the university amidst the gloomy ruins, surrounded by complete silence and tranquility. Suddenly, Tianzixia appeared before the young man. Judging by her determined expression, she clearly wanted to tell her acquaintance something extremely important. The young man immediately smiled and asked the beauty not to say that her boyfriend was planning to send her with yet another challenge to a duel. Tianzixia ignored his jokes and asked with interest if he wanted to know exactly where Luo Yue had gone for the entire day. The young man asked the girl menacingly if she knew the details of his partner's sudden disappearance. The beauty explained that she had overheard Luo Yue's request that morning when she had asked teacher Nan Jingjun to grant her a well-deserved day off. She recounted that the girl had asked for a half-month's leave for a rescue mission in the dangerous dark forest, causing Lin Shu to gasp in shock. Tianzixia, with a sly smile, reminded him that this place was off-limits to 5th-rank warriors, a category to which Luo Yue belonged. The protagonist immediately became furious, realizing that this girl was deliberately provoking him to go to that dreadful place to certain death, so that in the end, neither he nor his girlfriend would return. Since the young man was absolutely right in his suspicions, the girl did not object and merely asked how he could leave his beloved in trouble. The young man's eyes burned with fury, but he firmly declared that he would definitely go into that forest despite the mortal danger. The next morning, our hero headed back to the academic building, pondering the disappearance of his roommate. Now, Lin Shu knew that a spatial rift had appeared in the dark forest back in the last century, and the Alliance's website listed some missions in the forest, but they had already been completed by someone. Meanwhile, a crowd of guys was standing at the main entrance to the 10th group's training building, and Li Ping was trying to figure out the true purpose of their visit. Worried about potential problems following Lin Shu's victory in the arena yesterday, the guy continued to watch these strangers closely. Hearing his name mentioned in the guy's conversation, the class representative immediately decided to approach them to personally clarify the situation. His group was overjoyed to see their beloved leader standing before them, safe and sound. At that moment, a girl stepped out of the crowd and walked quite confidently toward Lin Shu. It turned out to be Xiao Zhou, who suddenly stepped forward and waved at the young man in a friendly manner. Seeing the familiar nurse in front of him, who really shouldn't have been there at all, Lin Shu exclaimed in utter shock at the surprise. This striking blonde immediately rushed toward the young man, shouting loudly enough for the whole street to hear that she had missed him terribly. She immediately pulled the protagonist close to her, expressing all her longing in an embrace. The class president's classmates stared at the scene in utter amazement, completely baffled as to who this shameless woman was. Students watched all this with embarrassment, but no one knew what was actually going on. Even the sophomore who had brought her to the school building looked on with obvious bewilderment at this display of such warm affection. He hurried to tell Zhang Yin that this blonde had introduced herself as just a good friend of the class president, but their relationship seemed rather unusual, which is why she had yelled at them, since she had seen everything clearly herself. Finally freed from the nurse's embrace, Lin Shu asked his old acquaintance with genuine surprise what she was doing near his university. The girl in the sophomore uniform smiled happily and explained that she had originally been a sophomore at Shengyu, so her presence here was nothing out of the ordinary. Since the young man still didn't understand, he asked if this beauty really worked as a staff doctor at Starlight Academy. Zhao Zhishui then replied that her brother, who worked there as a doctor, had temporarily switched jobs, and she was simply filling in for him in that position. She also added that modern medicine seemed quite simple to her, so she gladly accepted the offer. Calling her an extremely irresponsible doctor, the young man grumbled that the absence of any fatalities at the academy during that time could be considered a true miracle. Ignoring his grumbling, the blonde reported that she had returned to her studies as soon as her brother resumed work. Wrapping her arms around the young man's neck, the beauty mentioned that she had heard a lot about his successes in the recent competitions at the Tower of Trials. She also added that she knew about a certain girl from the first Southern group who had transferred to the 10th group for his sake and was even living with him in the same house. Immediately switching into a furious mode, Xiao Zhou scolded the imposter angrily for taking advantage of her absence and meddling in her boyfriend's personal affairs. Lin Shu immediately began to protest and explained that the girl had rented a cottage with him solely to save money, since separate housing was too expensive. Li Ping, who had been watching this conversation from the sidelines, felt intensely jealous seeing the two beauties fiercely fighting for the right to live with his leader. Suddenly, Go Tansing's voice rang out from behind them, officially ordering Xiao's sister to move on to discussing the current matter as soon as possible. She shot him a threatening glance and scolded him for daring to interrupt her precious time spent with Lin Shu. Nevertheless, the girl put aside the small talk and announced that they were going to invite the young man to join them on a new university assignment. She explained that they needed to go to the dark forest and find a live specimen of the mountain spider, which is afraid of fire, so the young man's skills would be very useful to them. But since Lin Shu never worked for free, he asked directly what kind of reward he would receive for his help. The blonde gave him a disapproving look and remarked that he could have helped his older sister without making a fuss. She clarified that his share would be 200,000 points, which wasn't actually that much in his current situation. However, Lin Shu was planning to go to the dark forest for Luo Yue anyway, so he decided to go with Xiao Zhishui's group to help her at the same time. In the end, the protagonist agreed and asked when they were leaving for the mission. The girl was incredibly happy with his agreement, so she hugged him tightly again and told him that they would meet at the main gate of the university at noon tomorrow. Finally, Xiao Zhou turned around and left with her friends, leaving the guy alone. Before leaving, she blew a kiss to our hero and reminded him once more that they would meet tomorrow at noon. Upon hearing that Lin Shu was planning to go to the dark forest, Zhang Ying exclaimed in alarm, for that place is considered one of the most dangerous in the world. In turn, Lei suspiciously muttered in the young man's ear that she would definitely tell Luo Yue all the details if he ever fell into her trap. Lin Shu ignored this obvious provocation and calmly announced that he would leave the keys to the training hall with Zhang Ying for regular classes. When teacher Nan Zhengjun heard his student's request for permission to enter the dark forest, he immediately objected categorically due to the high danger of the mission. Lin Shu quickly reassured the teacher, explaining that he would be going as part of a group of experienced second-year students who had already successfully reached the 6th rank. The teacher snapped back in irritation that this was no solution at all, since even he himself could not guarantee survival in the depths of the dark forest. The protagonist cautiously reminded him that Luo Yue had also recently entered the dark forest, despite having reached only the 5th rank of power. The teacher seemed completely taken aback that his student already knew about the girl's expedition. The teacher fell silent for a moment, then admitted that the girl had personally requested permission from the dean, who had no right to stop her, and, lowering his eyes, sadly explained that she had gone to save a loved one. The protagonist had already heard about this, so he asked his mentor to trust him, and then he and Luo Yue would return alive. In the end, Nan Zhengjun gave in to his student's persistence and let Lin Shu go on the condition that he absolutely return alive. Lin Shu sincerely thanked his mentor and firmly promised to be as careful as possible during this difficult journey. The next day at exactly noon, Lin Shu arrived at the main entrance of Shenyu University and saw the cheerful Xiao Zhishui there. As he approached the meeting point, he noticed Ma Baohe standing nearby and immediately asked the girl why the fighter was there. His partner playfully grabbed her classmate by the ear and explained that this giant was now under her strict personal supervision. Ma Baohe quickly apologized for his previous provocative behavior, admitting that he had underestimated the seriousness of our hero's connections and capabilities. Lin Shu calmly shook his hand and reiterated that he still had to sincerely thank him for the diamond card he had received. The sophomore merely noted sheepishly that, actually, that card belonged to Ouyang Han. Xiao Zhishui, tired of the boys' long conversation, turned and ordered them all to head immediately for the transporter. She informed them that they first needed to fly to Shenglin, and from there, they would be able to reach the borders of the dark forest. After several hours of flight, the guys arrived in the city, which was considered one of the most innovative and modern cities in the country. Stepping out of the transport, the beauty told her friend that the university had provided a private plane due to the frequent dangerous missions in the dark forest. Shenglin lay at the edge of the forest, and the terrain here was quite unusual, gradually shifting from dark blue to a deep black. Finally, the girl announced that they were setting out right away and ordered everyone to be on high alert. Meanwhile, 3 ninjas reported to their boss that a ship from Shenyu University had landed at the local airfield. Hiding behind the structures on the roof of a neighboring building, one of the spies continued to closely observe all of Xiao Zhishui's team's movements. After completing their surveillance, the ninjas returned to their boss and confirmed that she was indeed among the students who had just arrived. Remembering that this cold-hearted girl from the university was also here, the man hissed menacingly and swore to avenge the deaths of his guild members. He ordered his loyal soldiers to set up an ambush near a small village and to continue covert surveillance of the students inside the city. Laughing coldly, he also ordered his ninjas to capture all the girls on the team alive, believing that such a punishment would be far more enjoyable. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhishui led her team to the edge of the dark forest, planning to spend the night in the village closest to the forest. Suddenly, Lin Shu heard strange sounds and several gunshots, after which he immediately ordered all his companions to be on guard. His partner reacted instantly to the threat, activating a protective dome barrier and carefully scanning the surroundings for attackers. Despite the powerful defensive barrier, a barrage of laser fire rained down on them, clearly indicating they had walked into a coordinated ambush. The high-ranking warriors struggled with all their might to hold the dome, while simultaneously trying to figure out who exactly could have carried out this attack on them. Xiao Zhishui quickly informed her comrades that their dome wouldn't hold out for long under such continuous and powerful laser fire. She ordered everyone to choose a direction for the attack and deliver a devastating counterattack against the enemy from a long distance. As soon as her order was received, she deftly leaped out from under the dome's protection and used her technique called the butterfly dance. Meanwhile, Lin Shu aimed his spear at the enemy archers and unleashed the Phoenix's majesty, raining a torrent of furious fire down on their positions. The rest of the group didn't stand idly by either, and tried to attack the enemies with their fire blades and cleaving sabers. After a dozen continuous attacks on the treetops, 3 ninjas finally appeared before the students, likely the very archers they were seeking. In this way, our heroes managed to coax all the rats out of their burrows. Seeing the 3 warriors before her, Xiao Zhishui waved her steel fan and ordered her friends to destroy the enemies immediately. Without wasting a moment after the order, her team furiously charged at the snipers, swinging their weapons and eager to end this battle as quickly as possible. These ninjas were not easily intimidated, so they immediately opened fire on Shengyu's students. The young man wasn't the least bit frightened by this attack and immediately moved silently to the side, since compared to his training in the 6G gravity chamber, these guys' lasers didn't seem scary at all to him. The enemy was shocked by this turn of events, so he dropped his firearm from his hands. Noticing the young man's unusual movement technique, The second ninja decided to act more brutally and quickly drew his katanas from behind his back. With a deft swing of his weapon, he delivered a powerful cross-shaped strike, immediately directing it straight at Lin Shu. The young man had no intention of giving in so easily to this attack, and he gripped his trusty weapon, the Spear of the Tyrant, even tighter. Although the ninja managed to defend himself by crossing his blades across his chest, the blow was still too powerful for him. The sheer force of the blow sent the man flying high into the air, desperately flailing his arms and trying to grab onto anything. The ninja was shocked, as he hadn't expected such high-level skills from ordinary students. After that, the protagonist unleashed a pear-colored barrage, leaving his opponent no chance of survival. In the end, the hired assassin, drained of all vitality, collapsed to the ground. Seeing her friend's powerful attack, Zhao Zhou immediately praised him, noting that his physical strength had indeed increased significantly. Lin Shu merely shot her an annoyed glance, thinking that the girl could at least have refrained from commenting right in the middle of the fight. Ma Baohe, like everyone else, was fighting fiercely against the enemies, delivering heavy and crushing blows in close combat. The warriors were extremely surprised by the strength and ferocity of these students, but they still had to hold them off until reinforcements arrived. Hearing their conversation, Xiao Zhishui looked suspiciously at the opponents, as she hadn't expected the appearance of new enemy forces at all. But smiling calmly, she said that, much to their regret, they would no longer be able to wait for their friends in this forest. Seeing the blonde woman approaching, the warriors immediately raised their katanas and shouted furiously for her to stop immediately. At the same time, the remaining ninjas reported to their boss that 10 of their men had already engaged in battle and that intervention was not yet required. But upon hearing his master's suggestion, the slightly agitated ninja immediately reported that Chen Tian demanded reinforcements be sent to this sector as soon as possible. The boss immediately flew into a rage and began to berate his subordinates fiercely, calling them useless scum who were incapable of handling even a group of students. When the men stuck in a fierce battle reported that they wouldn't be able to hold out for even 3 minutes, the boss finally lost his composure and cursed under his breath. He sternly ordered all his men to immediately stop hiding and start moving forward, or else certain death awaited them all. One of the warriors cautiously asked whether they should report the current situation to the deputy commander, who was nearby. The man hesitated, seriously fearing that the deputy would simply insult him and once again call him a completely incompetent commander. After a moment of silence, he finally ordered the ninja to summon his aunt just in case, to ensure he had reliable backup. He shouted loudly at his men to hurry up, declaring that they would definitely capture these insolent students and quickly finish them off.